Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
Ain't no three-peat, kids. Ain't no three-peat. And you can stuff that in your Kansas City Chiefs pipe and smoke it. And that's how I'm opening the show, baby. There you go, man. Wow. What an eventful day. What a historic day in many, many ways. And we learned, Marcus, as I say good morning to you, we learned, and of course, I'm always going to make it about Joe Montana because I'm a lunatic that way, that when it comes to Joe Montana, Patrick Mahomes is not like us. They not like us, Marcus. They not like us. There you go, buddy. Good morning, dude.
Fly, Eagles, fly, on the way to stop the three-peat.
They did, buddy.
Let's go. Go Birds.
And
blank the Chiefs. Good morning, people.
Keep the War on Drugs playing. Philadelphia band that was actually used as Jay Jolly, who does all the bump music, frequently uses this at Eagles games because they're a Philly band.
And the Philadelphia Eagles didn't even need to use War on Drugs in the Pop Culture Showdown last Friday to secure another victory, Murph.
Let's open the show the way it should have been opened. Pop Culture Showdown, undefeated again. Now, the thing is, like, I don't even have to say it because it's self-evident. It happened on Friday. The Eagles won the Pop Culture Showdown. The Eagles won the Super Bowl. Yeah, in case you missed it, in case you were watching the Puppy Bowl, Philadelphia Eagles 40, Kansas City Chiefs 22, and it wasn't even close to being that close. This was like an old-school Super Bowl that when I was growing up, there were a string of blowout after blowout after blowout, and people started to ask sociologically, what's wrong with the Super Bowl? Why are there so many blowouts? And then we hit a string of great games and had a bunch of really good ones, and everybody's like, the Super Bowl can be competitive. And most of them have been in the last several years. The last blowout actually was Tampa Bay Buccaneers blowing out Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs. So when the Chiefs lose, they wipe out.
They lose big.
And I'm going to submit that this affects their quote-unquote dynasty. You can't be a quote-unquote dynasty and go out there and get absolutely just freaking wiped off the face of the earth in 2 Super Bowls, bro.
I mean, this was a grade A ass whooping last night from the Philadelphia Eagles. And the only chance the Chiefs had was to keep it close and make it a one-possession game. But Murph, that storyline was gone in the second quarter. And I kept on thinking, okay, maybe the Chiefs will score before halftime, double down, get the Kyle Shanahan special, come back and make this competitive. Nope. Vic Fangio and that defense absolutely shut down Patrick Mahomes. And you referenced the last time I lost in the Super Bowl. It's because of that Tampa Bay Buccaneers front seven getting after the quarterback, putting Patrick Mahomes on his back, and that's exactly what the Eagles did yesterday, sacking him 6 times throughout that game.
I mean, honestly, we can talk about data. I was talking to Cleo about this in the lobby of the elevator this morning when I came in. We can talk data, analytics, EPA, graphs, hit the freaking quarterback. You know? Oh, here's your graph. Here's an EPA. Here's what I see on this. No. Hit the freaking quarterback. There's my graph. There's my EPA. There's my whatever the freaking stat you're throwing at me now. Hit the freaking quarterback. And the Eagles sacked Mahomes 6 times, hit him 11 times.
A wise man once told me the quarterback must go down, and he must go down hard.
He must
and
go
the
down
Eagles were
hard.
hitting Mahomes from the first series of the game, first 3 and out. They were making him feel it.
And did the Chiefs adjust at all? Did the Chiefs try to run the ball at all?
Nope.
Did the Chiefs try to beef up or add extra 2 tight ends to max protect? Did the Chiefs try to incorporate screen passes? No, they kept dropping them back. Over and over, Andy Reid out here choking his guts out. Pat Mahomes out here. The O-line out here choking its guts out. And one of my biggest questions coming out of this thing is, for the 49ers, what's the bigger lesson? Is it you got to have a front four like the Eagles, or you got to have an O-line that stops a front four like the Eagles? And, oh, by the way, the O-line can road grade for Saquon Barkley. It might be the O-line.
I might say D, all the above. I want both on both sides of the trenches. But yeah, we know how important an offensive line is.
Can the Niners remake both lines in the next 5 months?
I mean, that's the task. So. And I mean, they can get it started with, maybe trading a guy like Deebo Samuel for a Myles Garrett. I know that name popped up over the weekend. I know that might be asking for a lot.
I've seen Deebo going for a 5th rounder is what I've seen.
Yeah, that's not exactly Myles Garrett type of value right there. Probably got to throw together a package. But I'm sure the Niners are going to make trades. And then obviously once we get to the draft, they need to heavily invest in the trenches. But yeah, it seemed like the Eagles and both the Buccaneers have laid out the blueprint of how to beat the Chiefs. It's with the pass rush. Good luck trying to figure out a way to stop the Philadelphia Eagles, because even on a night where Saquon Barkley was not the superstar, did not carry the offense, they were still able to go up, put up 40 points total. I know they had a pick 6, but that's still 33 points of offense without Saquon getting into the end zone.
And actually, another one of those touchdowns was a 5-yard drive after another pick, the Zach Bond pick.
Yeah.
But I think we owe the Eagles an apology. I did say that going into this game, it's all about the Chiefs. That was my whole thing. Like, whether they three-peat or not, they're the story. And I still believe that to a large degree. Like, the story last night is the Chiefs absolutely flaming out on the doorstep of history. However, if you remember when we made our picks, which, by the way, we both took the Eagles, and by the props, the one where I tried to needle Marcus on the Saquon receiving yards, Marcus won.
Cashed it easily. 6 catches, 40 yards.
It wasn't that easy, because it wasn't until he caught that 22-yarder late in the third
down
quarter.
down the sideline. But they were targeting him. 7 targets on a day.
They targeted way more than they usually do.
But that was
more.
my strategy going into the game, because I don't know how much credit you can give Spags after seeing the amount of points that the Eagles put up, but their goal was to take away Saquon Barkley and to force Jalen Hurts to beat him. Well, guess what? Jalen Hurts answered that call. He's the one who ended up beating him, but that was their kind of strategy going in, and that's why I thought they'd get Saquon involved in the receiving game.
They did, and it was a good call. Jalen wound up being the leading rusher in the entire game, 72 yards.
72
First
yards.
quarterback to lead both teams in rushing in the Super Bowl since our Friday guest, number 8.
Wow.
Steve Young.
Look at that.
Last guy to do that. But anyway, just back to the Eagles. I did mention when we were laying it out, because I'd just like, because everybody's like, oh, we've seen this. The whole theme was, we've seen this movie. We've seen this movie. We've seen this movie. The Chiefs win it. They win it. They win it. But I said, we should just note that going into this game, the Eagles were 15-1 in their last 16 games. They had won every game by a margin of 13.8 points. 2 freaking touchdowns. This is the NFL now. They're not playing Delaware State in like a non-conference game, right? It's the NFL. And they had a plus 27 turnover margin, whereas the Chiefs came in with 15 consecutive one-score games. But we all flushed that down the toilet and said, yeah, but it's Mahomes, blah, blah. Well, the Eagles are like, no. Did you not repeat those stats? 15-1, beating teams by 2 touchdowns on average and a plus 27 turnover margin. I actually threw this out on Twitter, hot take. In the 21st century, are they the most dominant Super Bowl team?
Ooh.
I mean, given all those stats, finishing 16-1, beating everybody by 2 touchdowns, having that kind of turnover margin, and then obliterating Jaden Daniels in Washington in the NFC Championship by scoring 50 points, and then absolutely wiping the Kansas City Chiefs off the face of the earth last night. I mean, I'm throwing it out there.
Yeah, and I think you could make the argument, and I feel like a lot of people just didn't really give this Eagles defense the respect it deserved. Whether we're talking about Jalen Carter up front and that defensive line where they're just mixing guys in left and right. Brandon Graham was back out there after not playing since week 9 of the NFL season. Then you look at what Zach Bond did this year. Zach Bond was a special team player with the Saints, turned into one of the best linebackers this year. And then you look at their DBs, man. You look at the draft they had with Cooper DeJean, bringing in Mitchell. They still got Darius Slay. Like, they just have bodies all over that defense. So I felt like a lot of the talk going into this game was, of course, about the quarterbacks and the coaches, which is why most people pick Kansas City. Well, because you would think Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid give you the advantage. But yesterday, Nick Sirianni, Vic Fangio, and Jalen Hurts outperformed them.
To pause you in there, did you see the stat? And I didn't even have this stat armed on me Friday. I found it out over the weekend. That Vic Fangio was 0-8 against Mahomes and Reid and the Chiefs.
That.
Yeah, so it would have been a no-brainer, right? I mean, Fangio. So why did it finally happen? Maybe the true MVP was Howie Roseman. Howie Roseman, the Eagles GM, has stacked draft pick after draft pick after draft pick after draft pick. And here it is. I found this tweet. Jalen Carter, Milton Williams. Milton Williams had 2 sacks last night.
Did.
Nolan Smith, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, who the Niners could have drafted, right?
Yeah.
Jordan Davis, Josh Sweat. Girl, I'm going to make you sweat. 2.5 sacks.
Girl, I'm going to make you sweat.
I'm going to sack you until you can't sack no more.
Sack till you can't sack no more.
Brandon Graham, Jordan Mailata, Devontae Smith, Jalen Hurts, Lane Johnson, Cam Jurgens, Landon Dickerson, Dallas Goedert, all drafted by Howie Roseman.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's the answer.
And that's the way you have to build your organization, especially if you are paying $50 million to your quarterback like the Eagles are currently doing with Jalen Hurts.
Dude, I mean, listen, propers. I said I was going to focus on the loser of the game, and that's kind of what I did. Although I had a big dispute with Tony this morning. I said, man, what an SC Super Bowl. He's like, no, it was awesome. I said, no, it was boring. It was 34-0 at one point. He's like, wasn't it great seeing the Chiefs get crushed. I go, yeah, but the thrill of that kind of faded after like a quarter and a half.
See, this is interesting because I understand where both of you are coming from because objectively, it was a bad game. But subjectively, I loved watching Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs get their ass kicked.
Yeah, but the second half, weren't you guys just milling around? You guys weren't locked in on the second half.
To be honest with you.
People started having side convos in the second half.
Well, the whole second half, we were just talking about the Kendrick Lamar concert.
Exactly, or whatever. Yeah, we
that's really
haven't
all it
even
was.
talked about that
we
yet.
can dive into
Dude,
that.
Serena Williams stopped me in my... I was like, I go, wait a minute. I go, is that Serena Williams? And we had 4 high school juniors in the room, and they acted like it was no big deal. Hudson's like, yeah, Serena Williams. I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's a big deal, kids.
I go back. By the way, she looked great.
She looked fantastic.
And that gal can crip walk.
Oh, she was dancing. But yeah, when they were talking about like who the special guests were, I were not thinking that she was going to be in, and I wasn't thinking that Samuel L. Jackson was going to make an appearance to kind of narrate the whole time.
Was he representing me like the old head saying, slow it down, sing that song with SZA?
That's Uncle Samuel L. Jackson to you.
Unc, yeah, he was Unc. Yeah, I enjoyed the halftime show. I did.
So did I.
I enjoyed it. Some people said they had trouble following his bars. He spat rapid fire bars for 12 straight minutes, and it was kind of hard to keep up with him. But we were waiting for Not Like Us. And I loved the song with SZA, Luther, right?
Yeah, Luther was phenomenal.
And turn the TV off with Mustard.
It was great. It was a great way to end it, too.
Yeah.
And I even like how he teased playing Not Like Us and called out Drake for wanting to sue him. Then they went into Luther, and then they circled back to Not Like Us.
So the Kendrick heads who know it more than I did said the key moment was when he looked right at the camera and said, say Drake.
Yeah.
When he was walking around that.
Say Drake. I heard you like him young. That smile on his face was so diabolical.
Him walking around. My sister works for United Airlines. She sent me a tweet this morning. She said, look at United trying to be cool. They ran that footage of him walking around the circle and said, me following my bag at the carousel.
Hey, bag. Exactly. I heard you packed it young.
Very good. Well, listen, we're here to react, man. And Deebo wants to be traded. And oh, by the way, the Warriors unleashed a junkyard dog on Saturday night. Whoa, we got to get into that, too. So, listen, it's fun. I'm just going to do this whole show with heartburn, too, by the way.
Ooh.
Way too many wings. Way too many wings. So, heartburn, Eagle Triumph, Chief Pain, Jimmy Butler's a dog, and Kendrick and Serena are making Compton shine on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We are giving away 2 tickets to see Hardy with Ko Wetzel, Steven Wilson Jr., and McCoy Moore at Shoreline Amphitheater on June 7th. We will be giving these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour, so stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Mahomes back again. He's looking. They've got him again. They've got him for the second straight play. Mahomes looking. He's looking. He is grabbed. They've got him again. Mahomes back. He is grabbed and he is brought down again. Mahomes again on the gun. He backpedals. He looks. They've got him again. Sack number 5. This time it's Josh Sweat with his sack. Mahomes is back. He's hit. He's hit. He fumbles the football. A fight for the ball, and the Eagles have it. They hit Mahomes. It was Jalen Carter. It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. It's their second Super Bowl win in 7 years. What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history. Eagles fans, savor it and rejoice.
Yeah, I'm rejoicing that we get 82-year-old Merrill Reese on the call, the play-by-play guy for the Philadelphia Eagles since 1977. When he talks about Eagles football, he says modern because you got to go back to 1960 with Chuck Bednarik when Meek Mill was not even around then. 1980, they go to the bowl. What happened there? Why don't you elaborate on that one? Then they go again in McNabb and Reed. They can't get it done with T.O. and that crew. And then they go again in 2017. And then you get Doug Peterson and the Philly Special and Nick Foles. But was that team as dominant as what we saw yet? No, the answer is that is the most dominant Eagles team. And I'm submitting to everybody out there, you know, while we focused on the Niners here and we focused on Mahomes going for a three-peat and Josh Lamar MVP race, did we sleep on the Eagles as perhaps the most dominant Super Bowl winner this century? Guys, the stats are pretty eye-popping, man. They decimated, destroyed, wiped teams out on the way, all the way up through the Super Bowl, man. So, Eagles fans, rejoice. And as you know, if you know this show's history, you can say, you're the Eagles. You've won 2 Super Bowls. So, there it is. Say good morning to young Tone. You got all your Philly rejoins ready today, buddy?
Yeah, what's up, Tone?
Good morning.
And you have a hot take on this game, right?
Not a hot take.
Well, go.
I thought it was very entertaining. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I don't know why you guys hated on that game so much.
Oh, don't put me in the category.
I mean,
I
hating's
enjoyed,
a very strong word.
See, I enjoyed hate watching.
No, I accurately described it as it was not an entertaining game to watch because by the second half, people were milling around having side convos. That's not a good game. I mean, was I pleased the Chiefs lost? Absolutely. I told you guys I was going to focus on the loser. I would have been pleased if the Eagles lost too. So, yeah, I saw it for its historic significance, but for you to objectively call that a great game is an interesting
It wasn't a great game. You just had a great time watching it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great way to put it.
That's the way you should phrase it.
I feel like we have the Dodgers lost Game 7 of the World Series 19-1, something like that. That's what I'd be like. And people are like, that wasn't a great game. And I'd be like, yeah, it was, because the Dodgers lost 19-1. But my hate for the Chiefs and the Eagles doesn't run so deep that I needed to see them once they lost, to me, once it was 24-0 at half, the game was over. And I had achieved I sent out my tweet saying 8-0 3-peat, and Joe Montana never threw an INT in the Super Bowl. So I got my shots off, and then there was a whole nother half to play.
Yeah, well, Murph, I was curious whether or not the Kendrick Lamar halftime show would give us a repeat of the Super Bowl blackout in the second half, because that was also down at the Superdome.
Yeah.
the Beyonce halftime show. And then all of a sudden, the 49ers came back in the second half. Unfortunately, they kept the power on, did not go out, and there was no second half comeback for the Chiefs.
Bro, the Chiefs, we got to reevaluate now. They're 3-2 in these 5. Yeah, I get it. 3 Super Bowls. You're awesome. You're fantastic. You're historic. I get it. But you ain't. Nuh-uh. You're not. No. You just lost twice in the Super Bowl. And Mahomes, by the way, has been bad in both games. Really bad.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't want to bring this up this morning, but think about the 2 possibilities of the 49ers beating them in the Super Bowl twice.
Bring them up.
They had 2 fourth-quarter leads.
Bring them up.
I mean, we're talking about a team that could have a way worse record in the Super Bowl.
I mean, exactly.
They could be Patrick Mahomes could be 1-4 in the Super Bowl in an alternate universe.
Absolutely. And as Dave Sound used to say on your show, and if the Quay Hill bullshit became wrong, it was such a Cockney accent, I could barely understand that thing.
But she doesn't, so she's not.
There you go. Shout out the leadoff spot there back in the day. But anyway, so you just watched the hell out of it and enjoyed the stomping, and you just wanted more and more of it, huh?
I loved it. I also loved the halftime show, which apparently you didn't love.
No, what are you talking about? I said I liked it a lot.
Yeah,
no, that's wrong.
You were just like, yeah, it was just like a good halftime show.
No, I thought it was very good. That was very good.
Okay,
I did. I enjoyed it.
I just walked into work and both you and Curly are like, yeah, the game was terrible. The halftime show sucked.
No, but dude, you are flat out.
Young Tony projecting this morning.
Flat out. Just spewing lies right now.
Man. I thoroughly
enjoyed the halftime show. Absolutely enjoyed the halftime show. In fact, I told you, I thought Serena Williams might have been my most fun thing in the entire day.
It was definitely one of the most jaw-dropping moments.
I've always been a Serena fan, number 1. Number 2, I thought she looked amazing. Number 3, in 4 seconds, she broke out like Michael Jackson level moves. I'm like, look at Serena go. So I absolutely love that. I loved Not Like Us. I loved the SZA song because that was definitely for the old heads. That Luther is definitely appeals to the old heads. Old R&B kind of feel on that. And I loved Mustard and Turn the TV Off. So you gotta come correct with your listening comprehension. You were sitting next to Curly. When Curly said he couldn't understand a single word that Kendrick Lamar said, I said, that's a fair criticism. That's a fair criticism. If you go to hip-hop shows, sometimes it's hard to discern what the bars are.
Yeah, that's not incorrect, but also you're worried about his listening comprehension when on Friday he picked a Philly cheesesteak in the Pop Culture Showdown when it wasn't listed as an option in the Pop Culture Showdown.
Which, by the way, a lot of people agree with me. I was like, when you go to Philly, what do you order? And every person I asked said a Philly cheesesteak, just so you know.
He's still going.
How old are you? What are you about? 6 years old again?
26.
So I went to dinner Friday night with my friends Steven and Elena. Elena is born and raised in Philadelphia. She is an Eagles, bleeds green. She's out of her mind. She's listening right now. I said, Elena, tell me about the roast pork in Philadelphia. For the next 15 minutes, she and Steven talked about how insanely epic the roast pork is in Philadelphia, how dominant it is in the culture, how it's part of their culture. They described this pig at Luigi and Giovanni's market that on Sundays gets coated in everything in butter and grease and then roast.
Oh, keep
and
going.
Then they said they slice it. Then the crust of the edge of the skin turns into this crispy brown edge. And Luigi and Giovanni start slicing big, fat, juicy slices of the pork off the pig, off the spit, and slap it on this roll. And they say it's simply the most unreal pork sandwich. Young Tone, it's a dominant part of the culture. The Eagles had been in many things, and we were doing part of their culture. The cheesesteak is part of their culture. We've done the cheesesteak a million times in the Pop Culture Showdown. I was offering you another dominant part of the Philadelphia culture. And instead of choosing to open your ears and learn, you decided to be some sort of petulant, what's the word? Pain in the ass.
Oh,
that's what you were trying
to be. Simple as that. Well, I'll say this, Murph, because just like young Tony being kind of infatuated by the Philly cheesesteak, that's how most people were with the Philadelphia Eagles and Saquon Barkley. Saquon is the cheesesteak. But maybe the roast pork is that defensive line in Vic Fangio that doesn't get the love and the credit that it really deserves.
You're correct. Good thing for young Tone, we didn't go to the third option, which many people think is even more iconic, and that's scrapple, which is that breakfast food they have that's made out of, ready for this? Pig bone and brain.
Whoa.
It's ground up and fried. Scrapple, Scrappel. In fact, Schmitty said to me that scrapple is the most Philadelphia food of them all. So
scrapple up.
This is what you learn in the Pop Culture Showdown. And when we when we all take a field trip to Philadelphia, you don't get the Luigi and Giovanni roast pork sandwich.
I want a Philly cheesesteak anyway, so I'm not tripping.
All right, guest list on a Monday, February 10. And what happened anyway? The Pop Culture Showdown won.
Undefeated.
Unblanking defeated. What do we got, kid?
That's all that matters, by the way. PCS is still undefeated. Hums and Bums going to come up at 6:50 this morning. We will talk to Peter Hartlaub. He's the culture critic for the SF Chronicle. We'll talk to him about the commercials and the halftime show. I texted some friends of mine. They were tuning in just for the commercials and the halftime show.
Which, by the way, I heard a lot of negative reviews on the commercials this year. Not as many bangers as I expected.
I feel like the commercials have been down for, I'm going to go ahead and say about 10 years now. However, there were a couple that leapt out. I mean, people seem to be fascinated by Seal as a seal.
Dude, I was going to say, that was my favorite one, the Mountain Dew Seal as a seal commercial.
So trippy that you were like, what?
It was good.
I got to tell you, I'd be honest with you guys, and we might need to go to the old-fashioned store board. What's wrong with finding Jesus? What's wrong with that? Those Jesus ads with Johnny Cash, those things are bangers, man. I'm down. I'm ready to go down and help the needy, buddy. And then some of the kids, they like the AI one. There was a Chat GPT one that was very artsy.
Okay.
I don't know. Others?
A lot of Martha Stewart.
You're a Shane Gillis guy.
Yeah, Shane Gillis was
Gillis
good.
and Post Malone?
That was funny, but I had already seen that before the Super Bowl.
Because they released it before.
Yeah, exactly.
And for the old heads, Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal.
Yes, I got that joke.
There you go.
I was like, this is hilarious. Billy Crystal when Harry Met Sally.
From the Pop Culture Showdown, right?
There it is.
Originally, yes.
Absolutely.
We've played that sound for days.
All right, so we got, where are we at?
Then we got the big hit at 7:50. Dante Whitner at 8:15. We'll get his take on the game, and then we'll finish it off cooler content at 8:30.
Okay, we can talk about, there's so much to talk about, but we do have to mention the Deebo thing on the other side and the Jimmy Butler thing, too. Then we'll get to Hums and Bums on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
5-point game. Steph in, out, up, and good again. Another three, and he's got 29. Dembski didn't settle for that three. Cycle back to the hottest guy. Curry's got a three. Steph's got 34.
It's fun to watch whenever I was extremely exhausted, gasping for air over here on the bench. But just to play with him, how smart he is, how unselfish he is, and how he makes the most incredible shots, and he wants his teammates to be great. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, we're the first, only radio show in America not rejoining with the Super Bowl at 6:34 in the morning. But we asked Young Tony to do that because for our area, listen, we all delighted in the Chiefs being denied, Mahomes flaming out, all that stuff. And props to Howie Roseman and the Eagles, and the 49ers are going to have to figure out how to figure out that line of scrimmage, which we'll spend the next 6 months talking about, I'm sure. But what happened on Saturday night definitely gets a first-hour mention because I tuned in and locked into that game. I had an open Saturday night. I was like, I'm down. And I sit down, and the first quarter starts, and there's Jimmy in the green shoes. I'm like, look at Jimmy Butler. Look at him. That's cool, man. Gets an alley-oop on his first dunk, and looking pretty good, looking pretty feisty. And then the second quarter happens, and the Warriors get blown out of the gym and fall behind. They give up 69 points at halftime. And I'm like, wait a minute. So they're just not going to play defense. And then they fall behind by 24 points in the third quarter. Then you heard what Tony just played. Something happened where Steph decided to go nuclear from the outside, and Jimmy decided to do his thing from the inside. And, oh, wait for it, Marcus. Get to the free throw line.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Over and over and over again.
And then Steph said it after the game. He said, gee, look at it. We're like, what's the word? Like twin, where have you been? We match each other. I'll take care of the outside. He can take care of the inside. He won't go outside. I won't go inside. They are, all of a sudden, listen, one game, it was the Bulls. They were down 24, all this stuff, and nothing is solved. But, man, the play I will submit to you, and then you can give me your take here, was when the Warriors were rolling and rolling and rolling, and Jimmy was scoring down low and getting to the line, and Steph was going nuclear from outside. They were up about 8 or 10 in the late third, early fourth, and Jimmy goes down to post, and he puts an arm into Kevin Huerter and asks for a lob pass from Draymond, who obliges with a lob. It's not that easy to catch. Jimmy has to go up and make a little bit of a Justin Jefferson-type catch here, a Brandon Ayuk-type catch, and does a reverse as he's catching it, as Huerter fouls him for an and one. And here's what I saw. It was so spectacular, and it was so acrobatic, and it was so fun. The bench freaking exploded, and they exploded because it was Jimmy. Like, it was like, oh, that's our new guy. And Steph came on the court pointing at him, and I loved this whole little theater that went down. Jimmy gave him a mad dog look, like staring at him like he was mad at him, and then, boom, big $1 million smile and pointed right at him like, oh, we got entertainment here. We got entertainment. And I was like, that was my moment. So what was your
Yeah, it kind of felt like that.
here?
And I know they talked about how opposites attract after the game and how they're actually going to be able to balance that style. But I think the play that stood out to me was the energy of the bench in that third quarter when Steph Curry dropped 24 points. But there was also a sequence when Steph Curry came flying in like a bat out of hell, grabbed a board, tried to throw it back up, actually didn't make it, but then it's Jimmy Butler on the putback following up Steph Curry. And then you can just kind of feel the energy after that. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, the Warriors might be onto something here. And it just feels like a good fit because of what you're saying about the free throw merchant. That is Jimmy Butler. Because the Warriors are one of the worst teams in the NBA at getting to the free throw line. I mean, we've been talking about it for years with Steph Curry and the disrespect he gets not being able to get to the line. Just having Jimmy Butler on the court got Steph Curry to the free throw line 8 times. Like, I don't know how many times he's been to the line 8 times this year. So just to be able to create those easy buckets, and then probably my second takeaway is when Steph Curry was off the court and Jimmy Butler can be out there and you're not worried about where the points are going to come from. Because even without Jonathan Kuminga, I know he's tried to step up this year as a number 2 option. They really haven't had that guy. A guy that you can watch run the offense and just take over a game when Steph Curry's not on the court. And that was the biggest difference of having Jimmy Butler on the court with Steph Curry and on the court without Steph Curry.
Yeah, and I would say, all the things you said about Wiggins, like we love Wiggins and he's two-way Wiggs and he's a great player. There was something a little more from Jimmy. And some of it is attitude. Yeah. Some of it is swagger. Some of it is we're going to kick your ass and I'm going to make a play and I'm going to beat you late in a one-on-one situation, or I'm going to get to the line. I mean, again, Wiggins is a great player. I'm not dogging Wiggins, but it was this team needed an infusion of some dog. And this is what I saw in one game. Now, again, one game. We'll see tonight. Now, Giannis isn't playing tonight for Milwaukee. That's big. He's got a cat. In fact, he's out for the All-Star game. He's going to miss the All-Star game they just announced. But so we'll see. But in terms of how a debut could go, when they were down 24 in the third quarter, dude, it was like, I'm wondering, and I asked Raymond, I still haven't seen a stat. How many times has an NBA team been down by 24 in the second half? I understand teams have come back and won. We get that. But how many have won by 25?
It's a great question.
I'm waiting for Raymond to get back to me on that. He's got to have a stat on that, doesn't he?
I mean, that is one hell of a swing.
I don't. 70. Somebody wrote in a text earlier today saying Mahomes' dynasty is over. Serena looked great, and the Warriors outscored the Bulls 78-23. Good weekend. That's a great text.
That's not a bad weekend at all. Not bad at all.
So here's what Jimmy and Steph had to say after the game about this whole twin where have you been situation where they complement each other. Here, who goes first, Tony? Steph first.
It's huge, and as we keep going, game by game, you'd hope to have a flurry like that where you open it up. But if the game's, possession here, possession there, the momentum's not going your way, like that should be able to help us. Whether he's either getting to the line or finishing in the paint, again, he draws attention. And so if we're decisive and organized, it's hard to kind of take away everything. And I think the idea he's like the exact opposite player of me, which is kind of funny. Like, I'm shooting 16 threes. He shot one, got to the free throw line a lot. He's dominating the paint. I'm dominating the outside and the perimeter. Guys working around us has the potential to be really, really fun.
That's a great quote from Steph, man, as always. And then Jimmy was told, he came to the press conference and one of the beat guys told him, said, hey, Steph just said that you guys kind of like are the opposite.
They say opposites attract in a lot of ways in life, and I don't think I could be a better compliment to him and vice versa, in the sense that they're not leaving him ever. Probably two people would never leave him, so there's so much space for everybody else, and I get the easy job. I'm playing one-on-one, or I'm playing in so much space, and then everybody's looking for him, and everybody's looking to get him open, and at the same time, he's looking for everybody else. So it's so great to play with somebody like that.
And listen, when he's not beefing in Chicago, Minnesota, or Miami, that can be one charming SOB, Jimmy Butler. He can be one charming SOB.
And he even said after the game, Murph, he once again has found his joy.
There we go. How
He's
long
back
will
to
it
feeling
last?
joyful.
I mean, 2 years, 111 million will bring you joy.
Yeah,
yeah.
That will make you happy. Also, playing next to Steph Curry will make you happy.
And getting out of the situation that had gotten bad in Miami. See that whole Athletic did that whole breakdown of his sit down with Pat Riley, where Riley started crying and Jimmy thought it was weird. I was like, damn, that was weird. That was an intimate story.
Well,
Some details were leaked.
At least Pat Riley doesn't have to give up the three-peat moniker now.
That's right. I didn't know until I read this morning that the Chiefs had asked Riley for the copyright on it, because Pat Riley tried to do it with the Lakers in the 80s. And that the Eagles heard about that. I always laugh at these stories. That gave us motivation. What? Being in the Super Bowl didn't motivate you?
Bulletin board material, Murph.
And then 707 said, I'm just tuning in, but what about my guy Q Post?
Yes, I'm glad you brought him up.
7 of 10 from the field, 4 of 7 from 3, 18 points. And the one that I loved was that it was either a pass or an offensive rebound, but he found himself in the lane about 8-9 feet away from the basket, and he put up a little one-handed sort of floater, and it was just pure. It was not a mistake. It was like, oh, that's a guy with a soft touch.
Yeah.
That's a big man with a soft touch.
He's got a shot, and he has an NBA contract now. Congrats to Quentin Post.
One thing I would say is, one-on-one with an athlete, he will get cooked. I've seen that. I've seen he can't. That's what I tell some of the kids. You got to give. You're not that quick. You got to give that guy more space, man.
Yeah.
He might have to give some. But anyway, that is a weakness in his game.
Yeah, I mean, defensively, he's not a lockdown rim protector, but you look at what he's able to do spacing the floor, and you look at that starting lineup. When you have Quentin Post out there, Steph Curry, Buddy Hield, that's 3 shooters. Put the ball in the hand of Draymond Green. Let Jimmy play off of that. That's a lot of spacing on the floor in that first unit.
Hey, they announced, I may need a Jeff Garcia laugh or something here, but they announced the 3-point shooting contest, and Buddy Hield. I mean, are Are we joking? But he might be tossing up air balls, dude. He's like,
I mean, Buddy Hield is in the three-point
he's
competition.
shooting 30% the last 2 months.
Moses Moody somehow snuck his way into the skills challenge, might get more minutes in the skills challenge than he's gotten all year in Steve Kerr's rotation.
I mean, I'm mean to Buddy. He went 4 for 9 from 3 on Saturday night, but that's an outlier game.
Yeah.
He's been ice cold.
I saw that. And I was like, damn, like, is Steph not participating in the three-point competition? Why is Buddy representing the Warriors?
He's been Buddy the brick, man.
Like, it makes sense when, like, the All-Star game's in a random town and they need somebody to represent that town. But the Warriors, you have Steph Curry.
I know. And then it was supposed to be him and Caitlin, remember? And it didn't happen. 707 said, did Jimmy Butler just go Paula Abdul opposite to track? So you wouldn't know that one, Young Tone. That's definitely old. 89 or 90. We could do that for an 80s or a 90s.
I just think of American Idol when I hear her name, honestly.
Nice. Good knowledge.
There you go. Good knowledge. There you go, buddy. Anyway, I can't believe we actually just did a Warriors segment in the middle of Super Bowl Monday. That was either good for our audience or terrible for our audience. It was only one of the two. I actually was fascinated Saturday night. I thought it was really, really interesting, so we did do it. But we're getting back to the bowl because Hum Babies and Bum Babies are next. And how about this? We're giving away more tickets. We just can't stop giving away tickets. You guys down with the country artist Hardy? Hardy, H-A-R-D-Y, Hardy.
Like the Hardy Boys.
Great call. Great call. Or wasn't there a T-shirt brand in like the 90s and the 00s? Hardy.
I think you're right.
Hardy or something like that.
Yeah, there's also the Hardy Boys, the tag team wrestling duo, not just the novel, the
Young
books.
Tony, you down with Hardy?
I'm not familiar with his game.
Is it Ed Hardy? Is that the brand you're talking about?
Ed Hardy.
Ed Hardy,
I think you might be right.
I think that's a brand.
Anyway,
yeah.
Hardy with Coey Wetzel,
All the
Stephen
rhinestones and stuff, Tony.
Stephen Wilson Jr. and McCoy Moore at Shoreline on June 7th.
Kind of look like one of those Affliction T-shirts.
Yeah,
You remember
exactly,
those? Yeah,
exactly.
Affliction.
Hey, Hardy Army, stand up. We're giving away those tickets in the 9 a.m. hour. I love the way Andrea sent these to us. She's like, do not mention this to anybody.
Top secret.
So I'm like, oh, man, like, whatever. It was going to be like Drake's reunion. It was Hardy. Yeah, Shoreline. All right.
Put some respect on their name.
Much love to Hardy. Much love to Hums and Bums. Next on the Sports Leader. All right, the only thing I didn't see at the Super Bowl yesterday was an Invisalign ad. We know they're sponsoring NFL MVPs. We know they're here at KNBR helping you fix your smile. We know they're in my family's home helping 2 teenage boys fix their smile. With Invisalign, you can make your smile shine, says the 13-year-old. But don't forget 209 saying, hey, Murph, you say that adults can do it too? How come you don't say, with Invisalign, it's never too late to set them straight? 209 in the house. So let's do it here. Invisalign clear aligners is the answer. Of course, one of the first things someone notices about you is your smile. So for me, it's a no-brainer to choose Invisalign treatment. It is the #1 doctor-recommended brand and has transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. A lot of smiles in Philly. A lot of Invisalign clear aligners smiles in Philly today. I'm sure that after they're done parading and enjoying, they will go to the website like you will, Invisalign.com.
Cause I love it, I smile.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco.
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise.
Oh, you know how we do it every Monday. We had people saying over the weekend, man, that guy better be a bum baby. That guy better be a hum baby. We know, we hear, we vote, we listen, and then we deliver. The hum babies and the bum babies every Monday morning at this time. Your winners and losers from the weekend. We'll see what the judge and jury, just like the same judge and jury that chose the Pop Culture Showdown, Philadelphia Eagle victory, undefeated. So the wheel turns every week. Marcus feeling good after a bunch of wings and beer and everything, right?
Yeah, a little tequila, some nachos, some chicken nuggets.
We ate so much.
A little bit of everything,
So
Murph.
bad. All right, get right to it, buddy. You got winners, you got hum babies.
I got hum babies, and Murph, you're right. Even at the Super Bowl party I was at last night, people were asking me, who's going to be the hum babies tomorrow? So I will give out a shout out to my boy, Andre. Huge lifelong Eagles fan. I was at his watch party yesterday, so I'll give him an honorary a hum baby award. But before we get into the Super Bowl hum babies, let's go ahead and look at the newest hum baby in town, Jimmy Butler, a.k.a. Jimmy Buckets. And I know I'll keep this quick because we just did a full segment on Jimmy Butler in the last segment. But this past weekend, he made his debut as a Golden State Warrior, rocking number 10, paying some respect to some soccer legends from around the world.
Neymar.
And there he was, putting up 25 points in his first game in as a Warrior as they go from being down 20 points to winning by more than 20 points. Jimmy Butler was able to get to the free throw line 13 times. Something that I don't know has happened all season long for any single Warrior. The free throw merchant is in town. Jimmy Butler makes his debut, and he's hum baby number 1.
Butler lob. His first Warrior basket. Buddy Hield throws it up. Jimmy brings it down. And that pass from Draymond to Butler. Laid in and trying the foul. Butler to the line again. He flips it in. This will be free throw 13 for Jimmy Butler. So you trail by 24 and you win by 21. Wow. That was something else.
There's so much space out there on the floor, too, that I just get to do what I do best. So I'm happy to drive in there and kick the ball out whenever I don't have a layup or I can't get fouled. Game is very, very, very simple here, and they make it so easy for me. They're looking to get me going all the time. So I just got to do my job, put the ball in the basket or get to the free throw line.
That was Jimmy Butler sounding a little bit more joyful after making his debut with the Golden State Warriors on Saturday.
Okay, so it was great. And we talked about it last segment a lot, and it's great, hum baby, totally worthy. He's got that dog in him. That play where he just made that and one on Herter, and the bench exploded, and he gave him that little shenanigan with the mean dog and then the smile. All great. That said, these next 3 games are tough, man. At Milwaukee tonight, at Dallas Wednesday, at Houston Thursday. So, I mean, you kind of can't let this thing slip away because they're still in that 3-way tie down at 9, 10, 11 with Sacramento and Phoenix. So can they bring it back again tonight? No Giannis tonight. That's big. That's big. So, but I loved it. It was great. I mean, not looking too good when they were down 24, but looking a lot better when that second half exploded.
Absolutely. And the Warriors currently are undefeated in the Jimmy Butler era. Moving on to hum baby number 2, of course, we got to talk about Super Bowl 59. And how can you talk about the hum babies if you don't talk about the MVP, Jalen Hurts? Come on down. You're hum baby number 2 after watching this Eagles offense put up more than 30-plus points, 33 technically. A couple of them came after turnovers, but this truly was an offensive masterclass by Jalen Hurts on a day where Saquon Barkley did not get into the end zone. Now, still showing some love to Saquon Barkley for breaking the record all-time rushing yards in the regular season and postseason combined, but this was truly about Jalen Hurts after Spags and that KC defense made a concerred effort to shut down Saquon and to force Jalen Hurts to beat him. Guess what? He was able to beat him with a couple of deep balls to Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, and that's what makes Jalen Hurts hum baby number 2.
And they'll have it at the 1. And now they're in the quarterback sneak formation. The tush push from the 1, first and goal, Eagles. And under center's the quarterback, Hurts. He gets the snap. They shove him across. It is an Eagle touchdown. And there scores your first score in Super Bowl 59. And with the signature Philly play, a 1-yard touchdown quarterback sneak. They've radioed in the call. Hurts has it right now. 1:40 to go in the second quarter. 2nd down and 8 for the Eagles. After picking up Mahomes, shotgun snap to Hurts, left tackle block, line drive throw, caught on the 5. A.J. Brown hits the pylon far side. Touchdown, Philadelphia. They're destroying the Chiefs. A 12-yard touchdown run. They cash in on the Mahomes interception. They've done it twice. Now 23-0 Eagles before halftime as they had steamrolled the defending champions in the first half. On the Kansas City 46, Eagles take over 1st and 10. The shotgun snap, the fake handoff, and Hurts drops back 5, winds up, long arching pass, down the middle. It's caught over the shoulder in the end zone. Touchdown Smith, and that may make it insurmountable. 46-yard touchdown strike. 33-0 Eagles. Wow!
Couldn't be here without my teammates. You know, the effort, the determination everybody displayed to get to this point.
You handled their blitz fantastic today.
Well, it's never been about what anyone else does. It's always been about what we do and how we respond to certain things. And feels good. Hell of a game today.
Yes, it was.
Kevin Harlan with the phenomenal touchdown calls on Westwood One Radio. And then, of course, Jalen Hurts up at the podium talking about his performance, 221 passing yards, 2 touchdowns. And we should also point out, led the entire game in rushing yards, 11 carries, 72 yards, and got into the end zone with the touchdown.
Okay, we got 2 more hours in the show, and I know we got more hum babies and to get to, but that, you didn't think about making the D-line?
Oh, well, Murph, there's still one more baby to go.
Because I was just going to say right now, all love to Jalen, not a hater, but I thought the MVP should have been in some form the defense, but that's how these things go. But I'm waiting. Hum baby number 3.
Well, hum baby number 3.
I might have jumped offside.
Is going to be an honorable mention for the Philadelphia Eagles defensive line.
Before you go, there was a request from the Peanut Gallery that Jalen has a real history on this show.
Oh, that's
Jalen Hurts has a history on this show going back to when he was at Alabama and they played Clemson in the national championship at Levi Stadium, and I went and Tua Tagovailoa stunk it up, and Jalen Hurts just stood on the sideline, and I took an elevator down with this group of Alabama fans and this young Alabama lass. Remember, we brought her to life.
I know for a fact that Tua is a better quarterback, but it wasn't working. So that's when you put Jalen in.
By the way, when I told that story, anecdotally, I had no idea that Copes was going to cut it and then turn it into a whole bit. I was just telling you guys what happened in the elevator, and now that became a thing on this show. So anyway, Jalen, we have a history with you, buddy. All right.
I know the D-line could have been the hum baby, but Jalen was the MVP, so that's what makes him hum baby number 2. And yes, we'll give an honorable mention to the front 7 and Vic Fangio and that defense for having 6 sacks yesterday. But Murph, to me, the number 1 hum baby from this weekend has got to be my guy, Kendrick Lamar, a.k.a. Kung Fu Kenny, a.k.a. K-Dot, who you saw yesterday at halftime. It was nice that the NFL decided to schedule a football game around Kendrick Lamar's concert because truly it was the most entertaining part of my Sunday. Me personally, now I will say I'm a huge Kendrick Lamar fan. I've been a Kendrick fan for over a decade now, so I was going to like the show regardless of what happened. But then you saw the performance. Then you saw Samuel L. Jackson as Uncle Sam out there narrating the entire performance. Then you saw Serena pop out sea-walking in the middle of Not Like Us after there were rumors swirling that Kendrick was not going to perform Not Like Us because Drake was going to sue. Here's a little hum baby package of Kendrick Lamar at halftime, calling out Drake and embarrassing him one more time on a national scale.
Ladies,
Yes, Doc.
I want to make a move.
For sure.
I want to perform their favorite song, but you know they love to sue.
What song?
Yeah, that song.
That song?
Maybe I think about it.
Oh, no.
You know what? I slow it down.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what America wants. Nice and calm. You're almost there. Don't mess this.
Oh, no.
It's a cultural divide. I'm going to get it on the floor.
You really about to do it?
40 acres in the mule. This is bigger than the music.
You really about to do it?
Yeah, they tried to rig the game, but you can't fake influence.
Think it on it like that.
Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm riding through the back like
Mustard on a beat, broke, deep, boat, in rap. He a freak, though, man down, call an ambulance, tell him breathe. Now them boys to the cross, they walk around like G's. What's up with these Draconio? Trying to see Compton. In the street can hate me, bump them all in they mama. How many options you really got? I mean, it's too many options. Finna crash on his body, I'm John Stockton. What? Beat your and hide the Bible if God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up the skull. Walking down the whole time, I know he got some hoe. Paul, distort, bully the fro. Say Drake, I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to cell block 1. To any that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell me Chubb the only one to get your hand-me-downs. Party at the party playing with his nose now. Vodka got a weird case, why I see around. Certified lover boy, certified. Rock, 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 rock. I'm on them tough. Rock, 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 rock. I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a, ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor.
They not like
Your favorite
us.
2 minutes of the year so far, right
that
there on the
might
show,
be
right?
the best 2 minutes of radio that I've ever done being a part of the morning show. K-Dot calling out Drake one last time
and he
during the
didn't
Super Bowl
say the word
halftime
that
show.
would get him sued, right?
No, but Drake still might be trying to sue after that national
I was laughing
embarrassment.
about. We were joking. I know we got to get going because you got Peter Hartlaub coming up, and you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I was laughing at how Drake just got crushed all year, and he was like, "Man, it's a new year, new me. Everything would turn the page." Flips on the Grammys. Kendrick just stomping on him all over. 1 week later, 150 million people watching.
Bro, back-to-back weeks brings a new meaning to Drake's back-to-back.
I would have made Serena a hum baby.
Yeah,
quite frankly,
she gets thrown in there,
that was
too.
That was like my favorite 4 seconds of the whole day.
Footwork from Serena.
Yeah, she can move. What is she, an athlete? What is she, a 24-time major champion? All right, there you go, Marcus. Good job. So Jimmy Butler, Jalen, and Kendrick.
Hum babies, baby.
Okay, there you go. All right, well, we got to make them bums, man. Come on, dude. What do you think? Who's the biggest bum out there? He was easily the biggest bum out there. And as I heard, using the kids' verbiage, can we stop glazing bum baby number 1, Patrick Mahomes? How many greatest of all times have performances like that out there? He was simply awful, posting the worst quarterback rating, the second worst quarterback rating in a Super Bowl since the stat was invented in 2006. He got sacked 6 times. He threw 2 interceptions. He lost a fumble in this game. I said he's out here racking up Super Bowl losses like a 1980s John Elway. No way, Mahomes. You step back. You ain't no Joe Montana. You're a bum baby.
They played great. There's no way around it. I mean, they played great from start to finish. They got after it. Defensive line played really well. The DBs played well to complement them, and linebackers as well. And so, like I said, I mean, I can't turn the ball over early in the game when it's not going our way, and I'll have to learn from that and try to be better the next opportunity that I hopefully get.
We're talking about the Tampa Bay Super Bowl as being a big disappointment in your career. Did you feel more overwhelmed today than you did that day? Is that a fair thing to say?
I mean, both sucked. I mean, there's no way around it. Anytime you lose a Super Bowl, it's the worst feeling in the world. They'll stick with you the rest of your career. I mean, these will be the 2 losses that will motivate me to be even better for the rest of my career, because you only get so few of these, and you have to capitalize on these, and they hurt probably more than the wins feel good.
Yeah, man, and that's always true, by the way, losses. But Tom Brady took a very boring fourth quarter and did a long, deep dive into his psyche about losing that 07 Super Bowl to the New York Giants and how it bothers him to this day. And he's saying that Patrick's going to have to, he keeps calling Patrick, by the way, Patrick this, Patrick that. He actually said on the Fox broadcast, the reality of a loss in a game like this is you don't ever get over them. He told the story about how it was a recurring nightmare. He didn't think the game had happened. So I don't know. My biggest thing is I think this is a big dent to the Chiefs. First of all, Travis Kelce looked old and washed up. And second of all, Mahomes can get hit and can get shook. And I'm just saying, like, next year, Raiders, Chargers, Broncos, go get them.
Look,
go get them.
All I need is the Chiefs to get a taste of that Super Bowl loss hangover that we've been talking about so much with the 49ers. I need them to experience that next year, Murph.
So there you go. Definitely bum baby number 1. I will say this. He's now 3-2 after his first 5 Super Bowls. So is Tom Brady. So where do they go from here? Brady went on a late career surge. I don't know if Mahomes has that in him. Bum baby number 2. Bro, I got to say, I was worried about this guy the moment they showed him during the national anthem. And by the way, shout out John Batiste. Good national. I love Trombone Shorty's America the Beautiful. Loved it. So New Orleans. New Orleans style America the Beautiful. So good. But anyway, they showed Reed on the sideline. Andy Reid, bum baby number 2. Andy Reid, they showed him on the sideline. I'm like, doesn't look good. He looked bad. He looked like Sal's skin didn't look good. The energy was bad. I'm like, Andy Reid, are you up for this? And the answer was no. I'm putting Andy Reid as bum baby number 2. You had 2 weeks. Andy Reid with 2 weeks is supposed to be unbeatable. Yeah. He was 8-0 against Vic Fangio was 0-8 against Mahomes and the Chiefs. Andy Reid went in and got completely outclassed by Vic Fangio, and even worse, never adjusted. Never changed his protection, never tried to run the ball. He went Kyle Shanahan on us. He completely abandoned the run, even from the jump. Yep. He completely abandoned the run. He panicked, didn't book in the screen passes. His game plan down the toilet. Vic Fangio slapped him. I understand that physically the 4 Eagles defensive linemen were the stars of the game, and they physically beat the Chiefs O-line. And I could have made the Chiefs O-line bum babies because they've been patchworking around Niners. Are you listening? Huh. Are you listening, Niners? But I got to say, Andy, man, you're the guy, you're the guru, and you're the play calling dude, and you got destroyed. It was 34-0 before the Eagles stopped caring. So bum baby number 2, Andy Reid.
Yeah, their defensive line did a nice job. And, again, that happens, in these games. Those lines get magnified there a little bit.
You had a chance for the 3-peat. Does this hurt more that you had a chance at a 3-peat and you were able to finish it off?
Yeah, listen, they all hurt. You get this far. You battled your tail off to get this far. Very, very hard to do. And, it's we spent a lot of time doing this. And it's not a hobby, right? So we're in it the whole way, and spent a lot of hours doing it as players, as coaches. So it's going to hurt. They all hurt when you get to this level, and these things happen. 3-peat aside, or any of that stuff. That you get this far and you don't play as well as you want to. It hurts.
He's a classy gent and he's a likable gent, but he got smoked yesterday, man. And that one's got to go. That one's got to sting because he's the guy. And you give him 2 weeks, he's supposed to be unbeatable. And man, oh man, did they get exposed and showed no adjustment or imagination along the way.
Kept waiting for those adjustments that never came. Murph.
Never came. That's why he made bum baby number 2. And then finally, bum baby number 3. I'm going to go non-Super Bowl because you got to be kidding me. Did the Dallas Mavericks get the full Anthony Davis in one day? This is mind-blowing.
Yes.
On Saturday, Anthony Davis debuted for the Dallas Mavericks against Houston and was amazing. Through 2.5 quarters, 26 points, 16 rebounds, 7 assists, and 3 blocks. You're like, look at the Mavericks. Look at the Oh, no. He stepped back into the key on defense and went down grabbing his groin. And then the Mavericks were so embarrassed by the news, they had Shams drop it during the Super Bowl so that nobody would notice that it's an adductor strain and will be out for at least a month. Oh. Bro, they got the full AD. Oh. They got the Hall of Fame player. Mm-hmm. They got the Hall of Fame injury. Bum baby number 3.
Tried Kyrie. Wow, thunderous finish. Kyrie, the alley, AD, the oop. It's a 20-point lead. Here's a three-pointer for Davis on the money. This was a non-contact play, moving over on the Şengün drive, and then you see him going out of the game.
Obviously, emotional day, first game here, just from the standpoint of being with a new team, first time putting the uniform on. So a lot of emotions before game time and the play, just like a little spasm. Came back, tried to get it loose and everything. Obviously dealing with the ab, strain still. So just tried to get it loose. We wouldn't really loosen up, let go, but it's nothing serious. I'm fine.
What area of the leg?
In my groin. Like groin quad kind of area. It's not either. It's like right in the middle.
Oh, bro. And then Shams dropped it several weeks. Terrible news. I feel bad, and it's just awful. And unfortunately, it's everything people have said about Anthony Davis's career.
Yeah,
all in one day.
But at least he's not fat and an alcoholic like Luka is, right?
I know, right? Exactly. All right, there's your bum babies. Anthony Davis, the full AD. They got the full AD in one day. You got Andy Reid getting absolutely outclassed and failing to adjust at any point. And, of course, Patrick Mahomes, stop the glazing. Stop the glazing. All right, Humps and Bumps in the book. We know you love them. We thank you for loving them. Peter Hartlaub, speaking of love, one of our favorites, the best pop culture critic for the Chronicle, will review Kendrick Lamar and the commercials next on these Sports Leaders.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Oh, Amici. Did you guys eat yesterday? Did you guys eat your Amicis? Oh, I hope you did. If you didn't, guess what? They're still open today and tomorrow and the next day. Every day is a great day for Amici's. East Coast Pizzeria. I want to remind you that as we talk about their New York-style pizzas, that it's 2025 now, and the Detroit-style pizzas are really taking root now. At all 12 of their Bay Area locations, the Detroit-style pizzas are awesome. These are the rectangular ones you cut into square slices, thicker crust that's still light and airy in the middle. But the best part is the outside of the dough gets coated with a layer of provolone and Parmesan, and it caramelizes against the high-sided pan during the cooking. Crispy, cheesy edge. We love the Detroit-style pizzas. So you can build your own. You can do the usual toppings, etc. It's just a real fun new way to go. And as always, dine-in, takeout, or delivery is the way to go. So do your taste buds a favor. Crunchy, pillowy, Detroit-style pizzas. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
As we play a little Kendrick from the good text from 928 said Drake should have been all three bum babies yesterday. I know Marcus got a huge kick out of that. Let's talk about the cultural aspect of this Super Bowl. Really, that's all that matters, right? Who cares about legacies and Eagles and Mahomes and all that stuff? Because we all watch for the commercials and for the halftime show, or a large number of them do. That's why it's a great excuse to talk to our longtime friend, Peter Hartlaub, the pop culture critic of the San Francisco Chronicle. Always good to talk to Pete. It's been a little bit. Great to have you back, Pete, on the Yuma guest line. You got your boy Murph. You got Marcus. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Peter?
I'm doing awesome. How are you guys doing? Not a great game, but still a lot to talk about this weekend in sports, not just the Super Bowl.
I know, because you're a big Warriors fan. We can get into that at the end. But
yeah.
All right, I'm going to start with the biggest one first, man. Kendrick Lamar. Pete, you've seen a lot of halftime shows. I mean, a lot. And we can rank them all and we can sort them all. Give me the Peter Hartlaub Pop Culture Critic San Francisco Chronicle review of Kendrick Lamar.
All right, so most underrated halftime show all time. Go back and watch Aerosmith with NSYNC and Britney Spears. Just trust me, the walk this way at the end is joyous and underrated.
Okay.
I think there's some other, overrated ones. I thought, you get Tom Petty was fine, but it felt like you were at a Tom Petty concert. I think this one is up there with U2 and Prince, which are the two best. And because it wasn't just that it was a great show, it's that there was anticipation, there was spectacle, and it delivered. U2, it's September 11th. It was going to kind of shift the axis of the halftime show, and it was meaningful. Prince, I remember Prince, it was like, will he even show up? Prince is doing a halftime show? I mean, we're all kind of on pins and needles on what this is going to look like, and he delivered. And I felt like this is the same way. I mean, we were talking about it, wondering how it would happen, and he managed to surprise everybody. The will he or won't he play the diss track, he played it and leaned into it. And then just, all the little things. I thought there were so many smart choices throughout it, and I just thought it was one of the three best of all time. Maybe we need to decide in 10 years.
I love it. His strong stance. I know Marcus is very, very pleased. He can give you his take. Just top of my head, because there's so many that come at us, like top of my head, because they've gotten away from the old white guys, the Who, the Stones, all that stuff, McCartney, and they're bringing us. What I liked about it was what Kendrick said at the Grammys last week. He said, "We are the culture." And then I was glad as a 57-year-old suburban white guy to see, I want to see the culture. I want to see what's going on in the country. I want to see what's going on with the kids, right? So I was pleased to see that. I was just going to throw this one just top of my head, though, if we're going to stay on hip-hop, because they've now gone hip-hop. Snoop, Dre, and Eminem a couple years ago in L.A.
Yeah, and it was joyful, and it was, better than I expected, and 50 Cent upside down rapping and, that giant set they built. But this one, I mean, even that, it was like expected. This one, having Samuel L. Jackson come out, which I think was a genius as a Greek chorus and someone who all the people who are going to say, I can't understand his lyrics, this is all mumbo jumbo, those people know who Samuel L. Jackson is, and he got to frame it. And then I thought it was brilliant. He's sitting on the car, and I'm like, are we going to see a car commercial? And instead, all of the dancers come out of the car, and it was so clean. It's been like an arms race in recent years where, Madonna comes out, and she's riding a giant, I don't know what that was, a llama, and then the guy comes out, and he's doing the little zip line dance thing, and it's just like overload. And this one was so clean. I mean, you had all the red, white, and blue, illusions with that. He got to get his message across with just this really clean. I mean, I'd see it as a Broadway show tomorrow. It was just fantastic.
Yeah, and Murph mentioned the halftime show in 2022 with Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg, but it also had a cameo from Kendrick Lamar in that performance during that halftime show also. So, Peter, it felt like a lot of people were trying to guess whether or not Kendrick would bring out anybody as a cameo, whether or not Taylor Swift would come down from the suite and perform Bad Blood. Like, there were so many different options out there. But to your point, I know he had SZA out there to perform Luther and a few other songs, but it was mostly just Kendrick Lamar. Then he brings out Samuel L. Jackson and even brings out Serena Williams, who he names drops in Not Like Us to come out dancing. What were your thoughts on him bringing out Serena also in addition to Samuel L. Jackson?
I thought that was a good, I mean, it was almost like bookends, and again, it's like, even though he's got 60 million followers on Spotify, there are haters who are going to say, who's that? Those are the same people who were like insulted by, Elvis's shaking hips back in the 50s. I mean, there's just going to be a group of people who don't understand. And I think bringing in and bookending with Serena and Sam Jackson and having them present in a way that is the way he wanted to do things, but people who are going to be recognizable. I just think the whole thing was really smart, and it's not a surprise. I mean, he had never done a diss track, and then he comes out and does a diss track better than anyone has ever done, never done a Super Bowl show or anything like it, and he's performed, but nothing like this. This is not his area, and he's just the best person at being the best at a brand new thing.
We're talking to Peter Hartlaub, the pop culture critic of San Francisco Chronicle, giving rave reviews to Kendrick for being original, clean, interesting, smart, and current is what it was. I thought it was really, really cool. But of course, the commercials, and I don't know, Pete, we've talked to you. We talk to you after almost every Super Bowl, and we've all in agreement. They've been in general decline, or I don't know if it's just the proliferation of they leak them early or something, or I don't know, we're too fractured. But are they, two-part question. One, do they still hold their clout? And two, did any of those break through yesterday?
No, they don't hold their clout, and there are reasons for it. I mean, it's not the advertiser's fault. It's a shift in society. I mean, when we were young, Apple 1982, Mean Joe Green, drinking the Coke, we didn't know it was coming. There was no teaser trailer next week. You're not going to believe what Apple does, with the sledgehammer. I mean, and so now it's different, and it's YouTube. YouTube came along. I was covering these commercials every year, and I remember YouTube started dropping them early, and that was the time that people just turned the sound off on the commercials. So now what they have to do is get you to turn the sound back on. And the way they do it is have, Seal as a seal singing about Mountain Dew, which I don't think was a bad commercial because it got people to turn it back on. We're talking about it. The Dun Kings, which I enjoyed it this year, not as much as last year, but there's also, there's going to be an 8-minute cut on YouTube that you can watch later. So they're having to almost do the 4D chess here. The Jesus commercial, that was one that I got to say, I was totally vibing on it, and they're plucking on our heartstrings and how things are so fractured now. And I got into it. I'm really into it. I got to say, I'm going to stay with me here, but it reminded me of, and Murph, you'll remember this, when you were in college, and the dude from Campus Crusade from Christ would come up to you and bait you in, not saying who he was. Remember, they go hey man, cool Warrior shirt, and you'd be talking, and you go, you know who the original Warrior was? Jesus Christ. And then and then start comparing Purvis short to the apostles and stuff. That's what this commercial did. I'm personal Jesus, I like Johnny Cash. Oh my God, he's healing the afflicted. And then I'm oh, they got me, it's Jesus. But then it's you got me, good job, respect to the Jesus people for
Pete, I'm going to jump in right now and just tell you, maybe it's our generation, dude. I am totally with you. First of all, I'm starting to recognize the Jesus ads, they have a certain quality to them. And first of all, Johnny Cash. I had 4 17-year-old kids in the room. I was guys, go home and study your Johnny Cash, right? And late career Johnny Cash, when he started doing those cool covers like 9 Inch Nails and Depeche Mode, Personal Jesus, right? So I'm with you on that one. And I'm with you on Seal. It was so bizarre. It was so, what's the word? Something from Salvador Dali or something, It was what's going on? Any others? I mean, the big one, McConaughey doing his sketch art as Mike Ditka and all that stuff. I don't know. Are you buying McConaughey's Uber Eats thing? And by the way, McConaughey will do an ad. He'll do an ad.
I don't know if people turned on the sound for that because it just looked like another ad. I really think from an advertising point of view, there's kind of two different ways to look at it. Was it effective as an ad? I thought the Pringles mustache was effective as an ad because seeing Andy Reid, they're using AI or VFX or whatever, but Andy Reid and Harden, James Harden without their mustaches, that was a visual that's we turned on the sound on that. I thought Shane Gillis, the Budweiser cul-de-sac party, it kind of reminded, I wish they had just had Spuds McKenzie, or I guess he's long gone now, but had something show up there, a little nod. But I thought that was getting back to the old, kind of just getting a good comedian to come in and do, some good jokes and good feelings. So I thought the Budweiser Shane Gillis stuff was pretty good. And I like the Dun Kings. The short version I thought was actually better than the longer version. But getting Jeremy Strong to come in and make fun of his Severance personality, I thought was, Succession personality, I thought was pretty good.
Yeah, and then last question, Peter. I did want to circle back to the halftime show and, of course, the beef between Kendrick Lamar and Drake, how there were rumors and reports that Drake would try to sue Kendrick Lamar if he did play Not Like Us. It led to a couple bits during the show where Kendrick teased it, then moved on to a different song, and then ultimately circled back even after he already played Euphoria, which was another diss track towards Drake. But do you have any inside details of how that went down and why Drake wanted to sue and prevent Kendrick from performing that song?
Yeah, so I was I was reviewing Super Bowl ads in a previous life, and my previous life before that, I was a courtroom reporter and covered entertainment courts in LA. I was down there during OJ and stuff. And Drake did not sue Kendrick, and he won't, because they were dissing each other back and forth, and there were things in Drake's raps that were rumors too. And also, if he sues Kendrick Lamar can pull discovery on him and start asking about, his personal life and stuff. So he's suing the music group, saying that the music group, and I actually don't think he has a horrible case because they made a pedophile reference on the front of an album that they released. So I don't think there was ever a big chance that Drake was going to sue Kendrick Lamar. I don't think he will. I think Drake is like in the fetal position right now and is probably not capable of calling his lawyer. So I'm a little surprised how much he leaned into it. It just seemed, imagine if Die Hard 2, 3, and 4 was just like, John McClane stomping on Hans Gruber's head over and over and over again. I mean, it seems repetitive, but I don't think anybody's going to get sued. I don't think Kendrick Lamar's in any danger, and I don't think Drake would even dare try it for legal reasons.
Hey, Peter Hartlaub, San Francisco Chronicle, pop culture critic. Always fun to review a Super Bowl with him. And just last couple before we let you go is one is just for the old heads, Meg Ryan, Billy Crystal, the mayonnaise. I mean, you had to smile, right? At some point.
I smiled. It was good to see them. I smiled the most at the sweater, and then the Sydney Sweeney reveal was really good.
Yeah.
I've seen that so many times before. There've been commercials that have taken off on that. Again, good to see Meg Ryan and Billy Crystal back. I'd love to see them do a movie together again. Whatever, but. I enjoyed it. It wasn't. Yeah,
I know, just a nice little nod. And by the way, as a mayonnaise supporter, I enjoyed it because we've had many different takes on, and then just because you do it all, you are an observer of the culture. Your observation of Tom Brady in the booth.
Well, I wasn't listening to a lot of it. I think in general he's been underwhelming. I mean, we have the sound off, during the game. We're talking a lot, but so I didn't hear a lot of it in the Super Bowl. Okay. I think overall it's really underwhelming. I think he's got a lot of choices. I don't see like he has the motivation that someone else who didn't have the career that he had to really lean into it and become great at it. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's out in the next couple of years. I don't think he's going to I don't think he's going to be our Pat Summerall or Ian Eagle or
John
anything.
Madden.
Yeah, for sure not.
Yeah, and Peter, one more out the door. You mentioned it. NBA All-Star Weekend is coming to Chase Center next weekend. Are you looking forward to the NBA Celebrity Game or any concerts or events that you have on your watch list?
I got to say, like, this whole Jimmy Butler thing has superseded all of it. And I'm not even convinced it's going to work out, but that's partly why it's so exciting. I think the one thing people aren't talking about is, Kuminga has had Draymond and Steph in his ear, but Kuminga's never going to shoot like Steph and never going to defend like Draymond. He can learn a little bit from both of them. Jimmy Butler, is the model for what Kuminga could become. So I'm excited for the second half of the season to see how not only, Jimmy Butler, hopefully he stays healthy. I'm checking to see if this is going to be his mentor, if we're going to see a little bit of that going on, little kind of Lethal Weapon, Danny Glover, Mel Gibson. Not a good comparison.
I love the Lethal Weapon. See, I'm so hypersensitive to my dated cultural references because I work with all these kids.
Yeah.
Now. And I want to salute you going Die Hard and Lethal Weapon in this conversation. All right, buddy.
But we threw in one Harry Met Sally too. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, you don't want to miss tomorrow's show, Pete. We have Adam Silver at 8:30 and Mayor Dan Lurie at 9. So.
Mayor Dan Lurie, he's come to the Chronicle twice. I was giving a tour the other day to some people at the Chronicle, and he was just walking over and came over, hung out. I brought him down to the archive. Here's the thing about Daniel Lurie that I like. First thing I did when he got down to the archive, he wanted to see our Joe Montana photos. So
I'm not letting go. I am the soldier on the Japanese island that still thinks World War II is going on. That one where because I'm still I'm watching Mahomes out here. And I'm like, he ain't 16. He ain't 16. People are like, bro, that was the 1980s.
I'll tell you though, when I what is he, 31, 33? How old is he?
Mahomes? He's 20. He's 29.
Yeah.
He's 29. When I was 29, I was sleeping on a futon in L.A. I had not been to 5 Super Bowls.
I know.
So you can flip that one both ways.
Oh, man. All right, man. Always great catching up, buddy. And I hope it won't be too long before we chase you down again.
Yeah, thanks, Peter.
Great talking with you guys.
Yeah, Peter Hartlaub, San Francisco Chronicle. That was awesome. Back to the Super Bowl next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Monday morning with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. And I think after eating all day yesterday on Super Bowl Sunday, I think we all need the answers to losing weight with the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency, because we've been asking you one simple question for the last few months. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy naturally with no drugs or injections? The answer is yes. And the answer is Abundant Life Weight Loss, because they have the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat each and every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I went on this program for 3 months and might need to go back on it after yesterday, and I lost 25 pounds. And I was able to do it without counting any points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, and without any surgeries, drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Rolling out of the pocket, Mahomes, line drive. It's intercepted at the 40 and picked off by DeGene, who comes to the near side, the 30. Got it back to the 20, breaks the tackle, the 10, the 5, to the pylon. Touchdown! Eagles have got a pick six. It's Cooper DeGene. Mahomes in the gun, gets the snap, drifting back in the end zone. Pressured on a 5-man rush, throws a quick pass, diving interception. It's made by Bond on the hash mark at the 14. Patrick Mahomes has just thrown his second interception today.
Cooper DeGene, are you kidding me? Oh my God, 6 feet, 198 pounds. White boy, what is going on out here, dude? Did you see him wear his Letterman, high school Letterman's jacket?
Still rocking the Letterman.
We had a big discussion about the Letterman's jacket and how everybody on the West Coast is too cool to wear it, but he's from the Midwest, and he's like, yeah, I'm wearing it. And he looks like a high schooler out there.
It definitely feels like a Midwest thing.
He looks like a high schooler, and man, oh man, and the Niners could have taken him. He got taken at 33. They took Ricky Pearsall instead. Well, hopefully Ricky Pearsall will turn into our Cooper DeGene, but anyway, props to him. And Kevin Harlan on the call, and good morning, everybody. It is the Murph and Marcus show, and yep, we've been talking about it all morning long. In addition to sliding in some Warriors, believe it or not, Philadelphia 40, Kansas City 22. Number one, pop culture showdown, undefeated. Undefeated.
No L's taken.
Number two, ain't no three-peat, kids. Ain't no three-peat.
Not today.
And you know what? Enough now. Enough. Mahomes, the glazing of Pat Mahomes, as the kids would say. must pause for a little minute because Tom Brady or Joe Montana or Terry Bradshaw, for that matter, never had a stinker like that. And, oh, by the way, he's had 2 stinkers now. And look what happens when the quarterback gets hit. As your guy once said, the quarterback must go down and must go down hard.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's what's going on. And so there's a lot of different angles here. Number one, we need to talk about the Chiefs and where they are in this whole thing. Number two, how this affects the 49ers, because what I saw out there was dominant line of. We knew this about the Eagles going in. I think we kind of overlooked it because of the storyline of the Chiefs, but they have the dominant O-line and they have the dominant D-line. And where are the Niners going to do to fix that in the next few months? But anyway, your reaction.
Yeah, I mean, my first reaction, looking at it through the lens of working for the 49er flagship station, is, damn, they need to beef up the trenches. And that's to be both of these teams. Hell, if they want to get back to the playoffs, they were a non-playoff team. They came in last place in their division. So they got a long ways to go, and I like what they've done this offseason with Gus Bradley and Robert Saleh and all that nonsense, but that's out the window because that's what we're going to talk about for the next 6, 7, 8 months leading up to training camp for the 49ers with Brock Purdy's contract, with the Deebo Samuel trade rumors, and with the draft right around the corner. So there's a lot to digest there when you're looking at it from a 49er perspective. But I will say, if you are looking at it from a 49er perspective, you must be pretty damn glad right now that Patrick Mahomes didn't go out and tie Joe Montana with 4 Super Bowls. That they didn't go out and tie the San Francisco 49ers with 5 Super Bowl titles, which I believe would be second most in the NFL right now behind the Patriots and the Pittsburgh Steelers. So from that perspective, I was happy to see the Chiefs lose. And you know my perspective is a little bit more silver and black than most other people around here. So I enjoyed every single minute of the downfall of the Chiefs yesterday. I was praying for their downfall all week, last week, as we led up to this game. So I enjoyed that grade A ass whooping that the Eagles handed out yesterday.
I love it. All takes I can totally support. I told you guys I disliked this matchup so much that I was going to focus on the loser. And I'm focusing on the loser. It's funny, my friend who's an Eagles fan said, can't wait to tune in and hear you talk about the Eagles. I'm like, no, I'm probably going to talk more about the Chiefs losing.
Yeah.
But a moment on the Eagles, to me, true MVP of this whole thing, Howie Roseman.
He's put together a squad.
Roseman, because that was almost all drafted stars yesterday. And that's exactly how you build a team. You go build the biggest. We talked about it last week, how they are physically the biggest offensive line in the history of the Super Bowl. And that played out. Jalen Hurts was not under any kind of duress in that, despite Spags and his exotic blitzes. And when he did have pressure, he rushed for 72 yards, which is the most yards by any. First of all, he now leads all Super Bowl quarterbacks in rushing yards in history and became the first quarterback to lead either team in rushing since Steve Young in 1994. So the Jalen Hurts weapon is amazing. But, man, what Howie Roseman did, and I got to say this, Vic Fangio, he was 0-8 against Mahomes and the Chiefs coming in. Who knew that 4-man rush, and I know Jalen Hurts got the MVP, and the MVP of a Super Bowl frequently causes a little bit of disgruntlement because it seems like they always just fall back on the quarterback. Now, they don't always. I think a couple of Brady's receivers got it. Didn't Edelman get one?
Yeah, I believe Julian Edelman got a Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
And the last defensive player, I was just talking about this last night too, but it slips my mind right now.
I hate to bring this up to you, buddy, but when your last bowl, you guys were in a defense. It was
I believe it was Derek Brooks, wasn't it?
Derek Brooks, I think,
But I believe there was one between there, too.
Well, you guys also...
Yeah, we don't got to talk about that game.
Al went and got...
Von Miller, young Tony's thrown out there.
You could have made Josh Sweat 2.5 sacks and 3 quarterback hits as a symbol of the D-line.
Yeah. Milton Williams had 2 sacks.
He did.
Cooper DeJean with a pick 6.
He did. Zach Bond with a pick, too.
Yeah, exactly. So you could have threw it all around, but I think maybe that's why, because it was a concentrated effort by Vic Fangio in that defense. And yes, I think Howie Roseman gets a lot of credit for not only what he did with the offense and the offensive line and bringing in Saquon Barkley over the offseason, but man, oh man, look at these drafts that he's hitting. Whether it's Jalen Carter up the middle or you're looking at Mitchell and Cooper DeJean on the outside. Like, they have 2 stud corners, and they can move on from Darius Slay now. He's still out there, big play Slay. Like, they have so much young talent on this team. So I think really Vic Fangio could maybe be the MVP of this game.
Can the 49ers beat these guys? That's one of the questions we have to come away with. First of all, I mean, we don't know the Niner roster, what it's going to look like in September, but they are going to have to significantly, and it's so funny, for all the EPA and stats and advanced analytics, and it comes down to, do you win the freaking line of scrimmage? It's not stats, it's not freaking EPA, it's not analytics, it's not go for it on 4th down. It's, do you win it at the line of scrimmage, man? And that's what the Eagles reminded us. And also, oh, by the way, I was listening on the way into the ESPN guys, and Rex Ryan said he got into his town car with Greeny this morning on Get Up, and the first thing he said was, Greeny, I've been around football a long time, and you know what we've been saying for years, for decades? Everything changes when the quarterback gets hit. Everything changes when the quarterback gets hit. That's it.
And we've seen how that changes the way that Andy Reid will call plays and even how Patrick Mahomes will play in the Super Bowl. Going back to his first L against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They won with pressure. Now, Kansas City responded and revamped their offensive line after that loss, so I'm sure they're going to do the same thing here. But right now, you saw a perfect example of how to beat the Chiefs. It's to get pressure without sending the blitz. Right. Like, they were just sending the front four
0 blitzes,
all
bro.
game long.
0. Not one.
That's insane,
Not one.
Check this out, Murph. This stat that I saw ESPN post last night. The Eagles did not blitz Patrick Mahomes a single time on his 42 dropbacks. Patrick Mahomes is now the 6th quarterback in Super Bowl history to not be blitzed a single time. All 6 of those quarterbacks ended up losing that game. They're 0-6 when you can get pressure with the front four.
And the Niners
it's that deadly because then you drop up 7 and Patrick Mahomes couldn't find anybody open.
And the Niners front four right now is not looking robust. Yeah. It is not looking robust. By the way, just to clear it up, since 2000, we'll go with the modern era for young Tony's life, non-quarterbacks to win Super Bowl MVP. Ray Lewis in 2001. It was Dexter Jackson, the safety from Tampa Bay.
Dexter got it. Wow.
Not I think he had 2 picks in that game, didn't he? And then back in
who didn't have one that
05 and 06, Deion Branch of the Patriots and Hines Ward of the Steelers.
Hines.
Then you go Santonio Holmes 09 for the Steelers. And then it's a long run of quarterbacks. Malcolm Smith of the Seahawks from a Super Bowl. See, this Super Bowl reminded me of that with Seahawks Giants, where I was like, Seahawks Broncos, where I was like, I don't even remember that Super Bowl.
But Malcolm Butler was Seahawks Patriots, right?
Malcolm Smith.
Oh, excuse me.
This was Seahawks New York Giants when they beat Seahawks when they beat Denver in New York.
Okay.
When they beat Denver in New York. Then Von Miller, as we mentioned, at Levi's Stadium, where they're coming next year. And then Edelman, and then Cooper Kupp, and that's it. Cooper Kupp won it in 22, and Edelman won it in 7. So only a handful in the 25 years. Looks like it's about like 6 or 7. So, could you have given it to a D lineman? Yeah.
Yeah, you could.
But Hurts was very good.
Yeah.
He was.
And on a day where Saquon Barkley did not get into the end zone, I thought he carried that offense with his legs and also the deep shots to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith.
All right, listen, looking at the clock, getting us ready here. Dante Whitner's going to join us at 8:15. So the big hit will be you guys calling in. And here's your question. Were you praying on the Chiefs' downfall? Are you delighted that this three-peat has ended? Or are you more scared of the Eagles going forward? That now you got to get through not just Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders, you got to get through the Eagles now. No, not in your division, but you're in your conference to get there. So all that coming up. 808 KNBR is the phone number. We read your Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text lines at 415-808-5627. It's Super Bowl Monday, man, and Kendrick Lamar's out here with Serena Williams on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 tickets to see Hardy at Shoreline Amphitheater on June 7th. We will be giving away those tickets in the 9 a.m. hour, so stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call, caller 10 to 415-896 KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
I look forward to telling you guys about El Cerrito Honda, where I'm driving my new 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. I loved the experience at El Cerrito Honda. First of all, really easy to find. Right off of 80 San Pablo Avenue, right there. Then you go on, and there's Sharif running the show, man. Sharif running the show like Vic Fangio was running that defense for the Eagles yesterday. Just great people over there. And my God, the selection. When we were looking, and I was like, yeah, well, I mean, I do like that car, but colors? He's like, what color do you need? I'm like, well, what about like a navy, like a dark blue? He's like, yeah. or you can go black or gray. I was like, wait, you got them all? He's like, yeah, I got them all. Tremendous selection. And they got them all. So what? You can start online. Go to elcerritohonda.com, or you can just walk on the lot. Say, hey, man, I was Sharif. They said Murph told me Sharif was here. Sylvia's sweet, too. Their whole family situation over there. El Cerrito Honda is what we're talking about. You can make the Honda of your dreams a reality at El Cerrito Honda, okay? So you can get on over and tell them, hey, man, I heard about you guys on KNBR. Murph sent me. Okay, go. El Cerrito Honda.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Mahomes again on the gun. He backpedals. He looks. They've got him again! Sack number 5. This time it's Josh Swift with his sack. Mahomes is back. He's hit. He's hit. He fumbles the football. A fight for the ball, and the Eagles have it. They hit Mahomes. It was Jalen Carter. It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. It's their second Super Bowl win in 7 years. What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history. Eagles fans, savor it and rejoice.
Oh, 82-year-old Merrill Reese almost making me an Eagles fan there. I love it. That guy's been doing the Eagles since 1977, back when Rocky was in the theaters there. And so he knows what he's talking about, as does Meek Mill. That was not a nightmare. That was a dream last night for the Philadelphia Eagles. I was more focused on the Chiefs, to be honest, but if we want to talk about the Eagles, we can, because, guys, when we made our picks on Friday, which were wrong, and I went bad on the prop bets, too. I had that Saquon receiving one. I warred with Marcus on that, and he beat me on that one.
Cha-ching!
But anyway, when I was talking about it, I just kept returning to the same theme. We've seen this movie. We've seen this movie. We've seen this movie. I'm still smarting from Mahomes beating the Niners twice, and I thought the Bills were going to get him. I thought everybody was going to get him this year. Nobody could get him. I kept saying they're not going to three-peat all year. If you guys listen to our Friday football forecast or whatever, I'd be like, Brian and Bobby's best bets, which is, I'd say the Chiefs are not going to three-peat. The Chiefs are not going to three-peat. And then at the moment of truth, I backed down and picked the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And look what happened. And here's what I want to bring up to you, Marcus, about the Eagles, is that we brought this up on Friday, and I don't know if we really paid enough attention to it. Going into this game, they were 15-1 in their last 16 games. Their margin of victory was 13.8 points. Call it 2 touchdowns. They're beating NFL teams by an average of 2 touchdowns. Their turnover margin was plus 27. They destroyed the Washington Commanders in the NFC Championship, scored 50-plus on them. And all that said, we went in saying, yeah, no, they're not going to win. And then they destroyed. Marcus, it was 34-0 before the Eagles stopped caring. So when are we going to put some respect on the Eagles' name? And are they the most dominant Super Bowl winner of this century?
I mean, they just 21 skunked a potential dynasty in the first half of a Super Bowl, Murph. I mean, that was an absolute dominant performance. And look, even last week when we were giving out our picks, I even said on air, I believe that the Eagles could pull off the upset because they have more talent in the trenches on offense and on defense. But it came down to Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, and Spags. And I thought they had the advantage in all 3 of those categories. Well, no, don't tell that to Jalen Hurts, who outplayed Patrick Mahomes. Don't tell it to Nick Sirianni and Vic Fangio, who outcoached Reid and Spags. And all of a sudden now, we're talking about this Eagles nucleus of talent, where Jalen Hurts is only 26 years old. And you're looking at all the talent they have offensively and defensively and the stacked draft class that they had this year that led to them being so good defensively. The Eagles are here now, Murph, and it seems like they're going to be here to stay for a few years.
So many different talking points. I want to stop on one you just brought up, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
And that's a guy who we have compared to Brock Purdy through the years. Purdy's been to a bowl. Hurts has been to a bowl. They both lost to Mahomes. And we have said, I think a lot of us had said, we'd take Purdy over Hurts. We think Purdy's a better pocket passer than Hurts. I think that's been generally, there may be people out there who said, no way I would have taken, Hurts certainly has the running ability. Purdy's an underrated runner, but so I think going into this game, if I had asked you where Jalen Hurts was on the ranking, I think we had him down in the Brock Purdy 9 through 13 realm, don't you think?
Yeah, I had him in a similar tier. And when I look at Jalen Hurts, you mentioned his ability to use his legs, which is, of course, a huge factor. I think he has a better deep ball than Brock Purdy, takes better shots deep down the field. But I'm not looking at Jalen Hurts as the guy that's going to pick apart your defense over the middle.
So here's my question. Does yesterday change the entire narrative? Is he now elite?
I think people will change the narrative, but my thought process isn't going to change too much because, again, yesterday, he won with his legs on the ground, being the leading rusher and taking those shots deep downfield. But when you have an offense like this, when you have Saquon Barkley, when Spags forced you to win by throwing the ball downfield, Jalen Hurts went out there and he answered the question.
Could Brock Purdy have done the same thing? Well, he had his chance last year, and he didn't.
That's the thing. He had his chance, but they also had a lead in the fourth quarter.
I do want to shout out that we have a long history with Jalen Hurts on this show. This morning spot on KNBR, this goes back to when Alabama rolled into Levi Stadium to play Clemson about 6 years ago, and he was benched for Tua Tagovailoa. That was big. And then Tua stunk it up, and Clemson and Trevor Lawrence won the championship. And I left with 5 minutes to go in the game because I wanted to go home and go to sleep. And I was leaving with a bunch of disgruntled Alabama fans. And the next morning on the show, I didn't know this was going to turn into one of our favorite sound bites, but I just replicated an Alabama gal in the elevator on the way down. So for Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl MVP, our long history.
I know for a fact that Tua is a better quarterback, but it wasn't working. So that's when you put Jalen in.
There it is. So they put Jalen in.
I love it.
Copes cut that and just made it a thing.
Oh, it's been a part of the archives for years.
I didn't know. I just was telling you guys a story.
I know Mahomes is the better quarterback. But Jalen was the MVP last night.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, let's stay on quarterbacks. Let's get to Mahomes' legacy here.
Oof.
Okay, so here's a lot of ways to look at it. Here's one stat for you. He's been to 5 bowls. He's 3-2. Tom Brady went to 5 bowls and was 3-2. So they're even right now, but that means Mahomes is going to have to go on that second career, because Brady had a second career after that. He came back and won 4 more, the 3 late 30s, early 40s in New England, and then the final cherry on top from Tampa, which was just ridiculous, over the Chiefs. So now Mahomes has lost twice where he's been wiped out in Super Bowls. Does that affect your legacy on Mahomes? It does for me. It does for me.
Well,
you can't go out and have a game like that yesterday. You can't. You can't do that, though. I understand he was under pressure and duress. I get it. And maybe you want to blame the O-line. I get it. But he's got to figure out a way to adjust and not panic and not make the throws, or maybe take off and run a little bit more. I don't know. But you can't go post an 11 quarterback rating and walk around with without wearing fake nose and glasses.
Well, especially when the narrative last week leading up to the Super Bowl was, is he better than Joe Montana? Is he now better than Tom Brady if he wins this weekend? And that's before he even won his 4th title, which, by the way, he's still at 3 because he got his ass whooped yesterday. So now when you're looking at that lens, I think it affects his legacy because you're looking at his 3-2 record versus someone like Joe Montana who went 4-0. And I mentioned it earlier. I'm glad as hell that the Chiefs didn't go out and win their 5th Super Bowl title to tie up the 49ers for the second most in NFL history. So, yes, losing a Super Bowl is going to affect your legacy. But I'm not going to sit here this morning and pretend like Patrick Mahomes is suddenly a bad quarterback. Because to your point, that offensive line played terrible yesterday. And their wide receivers were stuck. Just could not get open all day long. And that includes Travis Kelce. And now we're talking about the future of Travis Kelce, if he's going to keep playing. But unless Travis Kelce announces his retirement, unless Andy Reid steps away, I still think the Chiefs are going to be one of the top teams in the league. But I am curious to see how that now this Super Bowl loss hangover will affect them moving forward.
By the way, bro, the sadness of a Travis Kelce. He looked old and creaky out there. And then walking away, I saw footage of him walking out of the locker room wearing this glittery shirt that he probably looked like was going to be a win shirt. Bro, I didn't see T-Swizzle anywhere.
No.
Bro, 808, here's my hottest take of the day. 808 KNBR, this loss puts a strain on their relationship.
I mean, Taylor, to my belief,
it's been all sunshine and roses up until this.
They only showed her on the broadcast like one time because he essentially only had one catch the entire game.
And the Prez made sure to lob it. Shots fired. Shots fired.
See you later,
all right, see what the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line has to say. 209 says, the Chiefs are a dynasty thanks to Kyle Shanahan. Okay. That was one of the takes, too, was that people were saying Mahomes is 3-2, and he could have been 1-4 if the Niners held late leads against him.
We could be talking about Patrick Mahomes being one of the worst Super Bowl quarterbacks of all time.
Oh, boy. There we go. 408 says, 408 says, where are my Hurts and Sirianni haters at? Fly, Eagles, fly. Josh Sweat should have been MVP. I kind of agree with you on that one, 408. I would have given it to a D lineman.
I want to make you sweat.
Guys, Nick Sirianni, this was my hot take yesterday during the game. I said he's going to join rando one-and-done Super Bowl coach winners, because there have been rando one-and-done. Doug Peterson. Can I throw you a John Fox with the Denver Broncos in 2015? Can I throw you a Brian Billick with the Ravens in like 2001? So I'd like to think that Sirianni's going to be, but he has he's got a hell of a roster.
Yeah, and here's the thing now. He's now been to 2 Super Bowls in the last 3-4 seasons by my calculations. But to answer our texter on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line, where are the Nick Sirianni haters at? They're in Philadelphia. I mean, this is a fan base that wanted Nick Sirianni fired last year after that epic second half collapse by the Eagles. Yeah. So don't be sitting here this morning as a Philly fan saying that Nick Sirianni is the god that's led us back to the promised land when you were trying to fire him last year.
No, this year, bro.
Yeah, even this year, halfway through the season, people were still calling for him to be fired.
Did you know they were like historically bad in the first quarter for most of this year? It was like, I was reading Mike Sando this morning. He had a stat like they were so bad. They were one of the worst first quarter teams in the last several years in the NFL. And so people were like, why can't he get this thing going? Da, da, da. And Hurts seemed impacted. By the way, can we comment just on Jalen Hurts, his whole demeanor, his whole just like, you've seen that meme where it's like 40 different emotions of Jalen Hurts, like sad, angry, hurt, happy, and it's the same face on every one of them, you know?
He's very stoic.
He is. Do you ride with Hurts? I've never
been the biggest Jalen Hurts fan going back to Alabama. And I think he's a fine quarterback. I don't have him as one of the elite quarterbacks in the league. And it's the breakdown I gave earlier. I don't think he's going to sit back and pick apart a defense. He has a great deep ball. He can use his legs. He can beat you. You can win with Jalen Hurts, and we saw that yesterday. But no, I don't put him in the category of your Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrows, and quarterbacks like that. But then again, who cares? Because he just went out and beat Patrick Mahomes.
4 and 5 with the most important text of the day on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Pop Culture Showdown wins again. You knew that, though. You knew that.
I mean, are we really surprised that the PCS won again?
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
925 correcting me. Gary Kubiak won that bowl with Denver, not John Fox.
Damn.
Fox was coaching the Carolina team, I think, that lost with Jake Delhomme, that lost to the Eagles.
Makes it even more random.
Yeah, Gary Kubiak is there for 2. 415 says perhaps it was young Tony's adamance for cheesesteak that did that too. All right, more on the reaction line. 925 says we all know Fangio is the reason the Eagles got there and won, and the Niners must invest on both sides of the trenches.
Let me throw this at you because this is a discussion I was having with my Eagles buddy yesterday while I was at his pad watching the game. Who had a bigger impact on the Eagles this season, Saquon Barkley or Vic Fangio?
Well, I mean, the easy answer is Saquon because he had the greatest season in the history of running backs, and that is now statistically true because he didn't have a big game yesterday, but he drew enough attention from the Chiefs. It's a great question. I'm going to go Saquon because I think, I just think his impact was that gigantic on the team. And more, Vic Fangio had incredible talent to work with and did a great job with it. But Howie Roseman drafting all those guys. And John Lynch and the Niners in that whole personnel department, bro, you got to start stacking draft picks like that. I mean, Cooper DeJean was there, and they didn't take him. And they took Ricky, and we hope Ricky's going to be a dude. He showed at the end of the year. He was pretty good. And oh, by the way, we can't get out of this big hit, everybody, without mentioning Ricky Pearsall's increased role with the news that the 49ers and Deebo Samuel are likely to part ways. How about that? That got snuck in on Super Bowl Sunday morning. That's been something that we thought for a while was going to happen when the whole Ayuk contract went down. We're like, well, that's it for Deebo. But then as the year went on, we started hearing from people like, no, they might figure out a way to do this cap-wise. And then turns out at the end of the day, no, for both cap reasons and production reasons, I think both teams want to move on.
Yeah.
Maybe Deebo doesn't feel the love. He's not going to get an extension from the Niners. The Niners drafted Pearsall and Jacob Cowing, for that matter, specifically because they thought that Deebo might be gone. But your reaction when you heard that?
I mean, I'm not too surprised, to be honest, because to your point, the writing kind of has been on the wall, and we were discussing whether or not they would let this final year of his contract play out or not, or if they would move him for some more value. And I think after drafting Ricky, after seeing the production from Jawan Jennings last year, I know Ayuk's a question mark of when he's going to come back with that knee injury, but I'm not too surprised that they're moving on from Deebo Samuel. It's just the fact that it was Deebo who officially requested the trade. But I got to be honest with you. The vibes I'm getting right now from Deebo are, you can't fire me, I quit. He's kind of requesting the trade to get out in front of it, saying that it's his idea to get traded. I think it protects his value a little bit more if the Niners just went on and flipped him without him.
By the way, now we know why he was wearing that Eagles jersey, huh?
Yeah, makes sense.
Right.
Which I got to say,
Trash.
it was pretty trash for Deebo to be wearing that jersey, especially since this soundbite came when he was talking about the Eagles and a couple of their defenders.
Did you see he was FaceTiming A.J. Brown in the locker room?
I don't need that.
Yeah.
Well, hey, maybe he'll be playing with the birds next year.
He's made the clean break, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
get some value for him while you still can.
Niners fans, how are you feeling about this? I mean, this is something I think we all, and I remember some of the beat guys were saying they think Deebo's going to stay. And so I started thinking, well, I guess he could. And John Lynch's quote at the end of the press conference, he said, we don't let good players walk out of the building. Everybody's like, oh, okay. But no, it sounds like they're going to let good players walk out of the building. I mean, this is a big deal. Deebo's been a big part of this team. A big part. I mean, he's been a top 10 Niner for the last 6 years. I mean, he's from 2019, Super Bowl, 20, they stunk, 21, NFC Championship, 22, NFC Championship, 23, Super Bowl, and then a disappointing year this year. The production dipped across the board.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're talking about a guy that was formerly a first-team All-Pro wide receiver. I believe he's the only NFL in history to have 20 receiving touchdowns and 20 rushing touchdowns, but a lot of those stats came 2-3 years ago, and we haven't seen that same Deebo Samuel. And so to John Lynch's quote at the end of the year about not letting good players leave the building, maybe they just don't think Deebo's that good anymore. and not good enough to get a paycheck like that where you're getting $20+ million where you're already paying another wide receiver on the roster $20+ million.
So, I mean, when will Brandon Ayuk be back? That's the question. So you're going to go into next season with Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, and Jacob Cowing as your receivers? Or are they going to go sign a guy?
I mean, with Ayuk, it's an ACL, an MCL, and a meniscus, I believe. That's 3 major injuries. So I'm not a doctor. I just pretend to be one during the baseball season. So I haven't heard any actual return date. I mean, of course, all these guys heal differently. We've seen guys like Adrian Peterson return from an ACL in a few months and come back, but everybody's body is different. I don't know when Ayuk is going to be better, but it sounds like they will start the year next year with Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings, and Jacob Cowing, unless they go out and make one of these moves.
Yeah, or draft one.
Yeah,
or
like
that.
you hear these names, T. Higgins, George Pickens. Like there's a lot of wide receivers that are available on the trade market. I don't know if they're going to go that route or if they maybe add another wide receiver in the draft this year.
Dude, the text line, very harsh on Deebo. Do we not forget, can anybody remember laughter? Do we not forget the magnetism of Robin Zander? Come on, man. This was a guy who was a huge part of the Niners' success for a long, long time. At 209, fly, Eagles fly. Nah, buy, Deebo, buy. I mean, dude, 707, ditch Deebo and get Devontae Adams, who was reported wants to come west.
Wants to come to the West Coast.
He wants to be back and recreate the Palo Alto High Homestead High Showdown.
Trying to move back to East Palo Alto. Come back down.
Man, people are oof.
I mean, are you surprised? I mean, look at the reaction of Klay Thompson after his 0 for 10 performance in the playoff game. Play-in game, I should say. People act like that was the only game Klay Thompson ever played in his career.
Yeah, well, that's stupid. See, we're getting caught up by it.
It's a what have you done for me lately business, and Deebo hasn't done a lot, and that's why I think a lot of the fan base is willing to move on.
An unbelievable run here and was a huge part of a lot of things they did, but do I read the cheap shot text? Do I on the goals at 408? Is Deebo going to the Eagles to be a D tackle? He's the same size.
Trash.
Oh, man.
It was looking pretty big in that A.J. Brown jersey.
Yeah, bad angle.
It was a bad look.
It's
also a bad look to be wearing an Eagles jersey on Radio Row.
As a guy, 408 says Deebo. There's a lot of reports that Deebo's put his house on the market down there. And,
Trash.
And so that's it, guys. We're going to have to discuss this in the coming days. In fact, we can discuss it with our next guest, Dante Whitner, who will give us the breakdown of what Vic Fangio and that 4-man rush did for the Eagles. Can the Niners ever replicate it or even stop them? And what does he think about the Deebo Samuel situation? Next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 tickets to see Hardy at Shoreline Amphitheater on June 7th. We will be giving the tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour, so stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher here on a Monday morning with Prize Picks, the best place to get real money sports action with over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings. Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just need to pick more or less on at least 2 to 6 player stat options for a shot to win up to 100 times your money. An All-Star Weekend is right around the corner, right down the street at Chase Center. And on Prize Picks, It's the best place to win cash while watching your favorite players during the game and during the Saturday night events like the 3-point contest and also the slam dunk competition. So get all of your action in this weekend while watching the All-Star events on Prize Picks. And right now, if you don't have the app, now is the perfect time to download because you can use the code word LEADER and you will get a $50 bonus instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. And you don't even need to have a winning lineup to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The San Francisco 49ers are expected to explore a trade for star receiver Deebo Samuel. His status certainly has been on again, off again with the 49ers. Has been a little frustrated with his role. They have drafted at the receiver position and locked up Brandon Ayuk. Not be surprised if he's on the move.
There it is, Ian Rappaport breaking that news. There was kind of like, so much going on. Super Bowl, Kendrick Lamar, Serena, all this going on. Craziness, Mahomes getting crushed, Dynasty getting embarrassed, the Eagles planting their flag. And then in the middle of it, the national guys report that Deebo Samuel told Kyle, hey, man, I think I should move on. Kyle's like, yeah, kind of. And it's over. It looks like Deebo Samuel's on the move. All stuff we would have talked about, by the way. Dante Whitner, unfortunately, can't join us today. He will join us tomorrow. So we move on and go to you guys. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Call day. We still don't have a caller of the day. Remember that prize we're giving away, that undetermined prize for caller of the day?
Yeah, it's a great prize. It's just collecting dust in John Joe Curley's closet.
We just got to figure out what it is. Yeah. And we got to get a caller of the day first, too. We have lots of texters of the day, for example. People coming strong on the text line. 646, for example, says, it's hard to stack these draft picks you talk about that Howie Roseman stacked when you give away draft capital, drafting Trey Lance.
Yeah.
We're still feeling that despite the found money. of Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no lies there.
That's a factor.
There's no lies there.
Yeah.
And he's got to wear that and move on.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
nothing you're going to spill milk, baby.
And the 49ers are lucky to find themselves in a situation where they kind of backed into Brock Purdy. Or else we would really be scrambling for a lack of depth and talent on this roster outside of your perennial all-pro players. And so, yeah, that's an issue. But we've moved past the Trey Lance trades now. All those draft picks have been expired. I know you'd like to have those players on your team, but now you got to start over and move forward this year with the draft picks you have.
So the topic of this segment would be Deebo. I mean, listen, we talked Super Bowl a lot, and we all Tony took great delight. He loved the blowout. I was intrigued for a half, and then I was like milling around, eating nachos. By the way, dude, can we just digress a little bit on food consumption?
Oh, please do, man.
Bro.
I'm still feeling it.
Bro. Way too much. Dude, Tony, man, my heartburn, bro, awful. Let me tell you what, don't be an old man and overeat on Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh,
It'll come back and frickin' haunt you.
Well, here's a question. Has young Tony ever experienced heartburn?
At 26, I'd never experienced heartburn.
No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, that's
it's coming.
Yeah,
baby.
it's coming.
Come on, good.
Yeah,
Have you entered the world of heartburn?
Bro, as soon as I hit 30, all of a sudden, I'm like, what the hell is this feeling in my chest?
Wait till you got to start wearing these glasses.
So I'm like,
too.
what is this, heartburn? I got to start going out like I go with my older brother.
Because you have pushed the envelope in what you eat. You're not exactly eating filet of sole and broccoli.
Dude, I'm a garbage disposal. But now
like your red meat.
Now I understand why my older brother will go out with like Pepto-Bismol or Tums in his pocket.
I can't believe, but you told me he eats so healthy. I can't believe he does.
He still has the problems. He's a health
Did
freak,
he
and he still gets
yesterday,
heartburns.
do you think?
Oh, yeah, there's probably a good chance.
Okay, so for me,
he probably overdrank.
So here's the deal: we got a new baseball team. Shout out the Juniors Pirates, and shout out Vin. I'm going to go ahead, free plug for Koja Kitchen on Clement Street. I don't know if you guys ever been. Yeah, Curls.
Korean spot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
I like their bulgogi.
That's Coach Vin's. So Rory's one of his new coaches runs that.
They served up in like little rice cakes too. Oh, delicious.
Bro, he came. We had a little jersey giveaway party before the Super Bowl yesterday, and he came with a spread. Okay, and it included these garlic wings, these Vietnamese garlic wings, Chinese. I don't know what they were. Asian garlic wings.
Oh.
What'd I have? Like they were big, meaty ones. I had like 7 of them.
Oh, that's your problem.
Getting all fat.
On Super Bowl Sunday, you just shouldn't even count. I'm talking wings, slices. Don't even count.
Then we go home. Because I said we got the jersey. He said I got to go watch. Because they're like, hey, we're gonna have a watch party. And I'm like, no, I got to go watch it. I got to watch at home. I got to. I'm not going to a Super Bowl party. Like Tony was stunned that Peter Hartlaub put the sound down during the game, right?
Yeah, this guy muted the game and then unmuted it at the commercials. Dude,
that will happen at a Super Bowl party.
You got to let Pete be Pete. But anyway, so I got to go home and watch and listen, right? Because I didn't want to be side convo and all that. And dude, here it comes. Wings at home too. Now you're eating more wings.
You double down.
Then Candace makes homemade nachos. Gets a whole tray, spreads it with tortilla, melts all the cheese, all the chicken, all the peppers, brings that out of the oven. Dude, look at me. Now it's 2:55 in the morning, bro, and I have that. I always compare it to like when you did dial-up modems and you got that little circle on your screen, that little rainbow circle, that screen. It was like a dial-up modem of acid in my chest, just going around, dude. It's just a dial-up modem. So you were feeling it too?
I mean, it's funny. I'm not even riffing. I had like a 2 a.m. wake-up call this morning. I had to go use the John, but also felt the heartburn already.
Did you Peps it or Zant? Or did
no, I just wrote it out.
You wrote it out?
I just wrote it out.
No, I took it. Get this. My heartburn was so bad that the Pepsid made no dent on it.
Oh, no.
I was wondering if the Pepsid was defective.
Uh-oh.
I was like, I just took them. It's supposed to work. So anyway, that's the end of digression. To anybody out there experiencing heartburn this morning, we're with you.
Yeah, you're not alone, all right?
We're with you.
Join the squad.
Did you overeat, buddy?
No, I was very disciplined. I think I ate more watching the UFC fights on Saturday night than I did on Sunday, yeah.
Now, explain that. Now, what did you do? Did you throw a backyard barbecue? What were your viewing plans?
We had some people over. We'll just say that. Some wings, some pizza, and then Sunday did a little meal prepping, made my chicken, made my sweet potatoes.
So you
meal prepped after the Super Bowl?
No, before.
Oh, okay.
You ate healthy yesterday.
Yeah, I'm very disciplined. I don't know if you guys know.
Yeah, we can tell, Tony.
Hey, Curly, did you overeat bad food? What's he saying?
He said yes. By the way, I asked if he had heartburn. He's like, oh, yeah, multiple times.
Well, the real question
Good job,
is,
buddy.
Did John Joe Curley have a beer yesterday? Any alcohol? No, you're still going dry January?
What are you
Bro,
doing,
it's February.
Come on.
It's the Super Bowl.
Now you're just a stick in the mud. You're no fun
So
now.
you had to be sober for that game yesterday?
By the way,
that's awful. That's why he couldn't understand the halftime show. He was sober.
I had 2 more beers than I usually do, too.
Oh.
And that's a lot.
See, I'm with you. I told you I wasn't counting chicken wings. I wasn't counting slices. I was not counting beers or shots yesterday. It was just all kind of a blur yesterday, Murph.
559 says, Murph, sounds like you need to go pray at the Church of Abundant Life.
Join me, hand in hand. Join me at the altar.
I told Candace we better have nothing but fish all week, man.
Have you heard the good news?
Anyway, I just wanted to get that out there because I know a lot of us out there. Yeah, 209 says he's struggling.
Yeah, dude.
He says, I accidentally opened a Cutwater and got stuck drinking it. This is after multiple beers. What's a Cutwater?
Oh, a Cutwater. That's like the new vodka waters, I think. Like a ranch water, I think.
650 says you both should incorporate a probiotic into your daily routine. I'm 75 and don't get heartburn because of probiotics. Just saying, I don't know what a probiotic is.
Yeah, me neither.
Do you guys
I'm
know
not
what
that
probiotics
smart. I've heard the term before, but I couldn't define it.
209 says, I don't have heartburn, but a lot of gas today.
Yeah.
209.
You should smell the studio right now.
925 says, guys, baking soda and water.
I got
clears
baking
heartburn.
soda. I
Okay?
got baking soda.
Anyway, and here's a guy, 209. I'm a heartburn expert. Keep Chewy Tums close by.
Ooh, the Chewy Tums. I like those.
209 says a prolonged fast will help your heartburn, guys.
I do like taking a fast after binging out for a weekend.
Yeah,
I might just go all water today.
Yeah, I have to. 209 says, I'm 27. I just started getting heartburn.
Oh, dude, join the
ate
club,
way
bro.
too much.
It ain't going nowhere, bud.
The first time you get it, you're stunned because I didn't know what it was. I was like, God, am I dying? I'm like, is this it?
Yeah.
I was like early 30s. I'm like, God, my chest. Oh, my God.
I felt like it was Alien versus Predator, and I got a Predator popping out of my chest.
Yeah.
Oh.
And there I was just shoving those wings down, man. Unbelievable, man. All right, guys. Here it is, 559, heartburn on the daily. Tums at home, in the car, in my backpack, desk at work.
I keep them on hand.
209 says, Waterboy's taking shots of tequila. I was taking shots of Pepto.
Smart man. You're probably in a better spot this morning than I am.
925. More power to young Tony practicing those healthy habits. You won't sound like those two. I'm 39 and I've only had heartburn twice.
Yeah, not yet, Tony. Wait till you're 30.
Guy's bragging.
I know. You've only had heartburn once. You're the Philadelphia Eagles. You've had heartburn twice.
928 says, Murph, sushi is the answer. We had sushi. Well, yeah, you were planned better than I did.
Yeah.
I mean, the wings are tempting. You want to eat the wings.
I mean, you have to have wings on a Super Bowl Sunday.
I had a lot of wings.
Wings, pizza, chips and dips, guacamole, nachos.
Exactly.
I need it all.
Yeah, exactly.
I need it all.
We hit it all.
Yeah, man.
We hit it all.
It's a smorgasbord.
And then Candace capped it off by serving ribs late at night.
Oh,
yeah.
Damn.
I know.
That's always tough when you have an actual dinner scheduled after the Super Bowl because you eat appetizers all day.
Candace is of the firm belief that we have to have a dinner after the Super Bowl. And I actually tentatively suggested to her last night, I said, maybe in the future we don't have like a sit-down dinner after the bowl. She's like, got very upset. She's like, I like having a sit-down dinner. I'm like, well, we've just been eating for the last 4 hours.
See, I would suggest doing the ribs early and then having the ribs during the game.
Well, that's what I would, but she wants to sit down and have like the formal dinner.
I understand.
I know. So this is called marriage, bro.
Mm-hmm.
This is Check with Candace. Yeah. 707 says, I'm 42 and cut out. This is the text line is, by the way, exploding on the heartburn take. I can't keep up with them. 916 Murph, pro tip, take the Pepsi AT pre-meal. Preventative.
Oh, that's smart. That's like drinking water before you go out. It's to try to stop the hangover.
559 says, Murph, sounds like the way you're eating, you're training for a walk-on audition for the Eagles O-line.
No, we're trying to join the 49ers offensive line, trying to beef up those trenches.
459 says, I take a tiny capsule every morning and it helps. 925 says, there's too many things coming in.
This text line's
408 says,
up.
I ate way too many cupcakes. I hear. Folsom 916 says, out here in Folsom, no heartburn, chicken kebabs.
Ooh, kebab.
And they were delicious.
I like that, little grilled chicken.
And there you guys go. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there because 415 says, did Gabe Kapler get heartburn?
Really? Is that what you're
I don't know where
asking?
it came from.
That's a great question. You probably need to do some homework on that one.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
Yeah, and by the way, we need to figure out whether or not Kapler puts mayo in his guac.
707 says, another pro tip is kombucha will fight off heartburn pretty effectively.
My brother drinks a lot of those.
707 says, heartburn from Jameson shots all day and 6P tacos. I don't know what that means. 408 says, boys, I'm 33 and I take Metamucil every day. 418 says, gum will cure heartburn. Is that right? Is that right? And 530 wraps it up by saying, I'm pretty sure the Chiefs fans have a lot of heartburn.
Oh, yeah.
Today.
A lot of heartburn.
Who knew? Like, we were talking about Deebo today. Mahomes' legacy. Are the Eagles the new power in the NFL? More people reacted to the heartburn than anything else.
I know. Jimmy Butler showed up in town this week and had a great date on Saturday. They're like, nah, talk about heartburn tomorrow.
Oh, man. Well, I just feel like we all did it, right? I mean, you and me did. We were on the same boat, and Curly, too.
Absolutely.
And Curly got heartburn without beer.
That's bad. That's bad form by Curly.
I had more beer than I usually do.
Yeah, you got to make it worth it.
I did, so.
See, I'll deal with the heartburn if I can drink beer.
Yeah, and I didn't pay $20 for it either, by the way.
Oh, yeah. See.
A freaking game. All right, Cooler of Content has all the best sound from the weekend. All of it coming your way next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports League.
It's Monday. Look, this is the first time that I figured out it was Monday. I'm like, damn, it's Monday?
Oh, yeah. Invisalign. I'm trying to smile through my heartburn here. Invisalign. Invisalign brand. Just smile, smile, smile. Right? The Grateful Dead said all that's left to do is smile, smile, smile. And we have Invisalign clear aligners to help your smile. So they're faster than braces. They're less complicated than braces. You can use them at any age. I have 2 teenage boys who have Invisalign clear aligners. And one of them said, Dad, tell them with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. But when I said I have 2 adult relatives that use them too, 209 texted in and said, hey, per your adult relatives using it, tell them that with Invisalign, it's never too late to set them straight. So we got copywriters everywhere. Here's the deal. It's the number 1 doctor-recommended brand in the world. It's transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. So there's an easy way to get started. You just go to the website, check it out, see if it's something you wanted to do for a long, long time. Fix your smile, fix your teeth. You can do it. Check them out at Invisalign.com.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the Cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of Content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
Yeah! baby! On the Sports Leader.
All right, happy Super Bowl Monday. Thanks, everybody, for the heartburn texts. My God. Good to know we're not alone. And for all you healthy guys, well, la-di-da. You guys are also superior. God bless you.
Good for you.
And by the way, I'm totally jealous of you guys, too.
Yeah, definitely.
100%.
But hey, if you have heartburn problems, call in at 808 KNBR, the heartburn leader.
How about my guy 559? Heartburn is a precursor to heart attacks. Look it up.
Oh, man.
Thank you. Thank you, 559.
Thanks for putting that thought out there.
So you know what I just did? Actually went to the break room, and Curly turned me on to some Pepto-Bismol chewable tablets.
Wow.
Knocked
Look
down
at
a couple.
Curly with a secret stash.
The Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. And it's all sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center, and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. All right, guys. Super Bowl Cooler of Content. Well, it starts with Jameis Winston.
I mean, Jameis Winston took over Media Row at the Super Bowl last week.
I don't know what to say. I mean, what can this guy do in his career? Is he going to host a variety show? Is he going to just have his own, travel show? I don't know. You just need Jameis Winston.
It would be a good travel show.
Do we have video on this thing? No? Okay, just audio. So do you guys know there's a place called Café Du Monde in New Orleans, as famous for its beignets?
Ooh.
Tyrone, you been to New Orleans, buddy?
Never, but I've heard about the beignets, and I've heard about Café Du Monde. Shout
too
out
far from
iconic
Lexington.
foods from certain towns.
New Orleans?
Never.
Oh, bro.
Sadly.
So it's beignets, which is it's basically like a fried donut in a different shape.
With a bunch of powdered sugar,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. They're unbelievable.
Oh.
They're unbelievable. What can you say? So Jameis Winston was mic'd up for Fox, and he went to go eat one, and it was shaped like a W, oddly enough. I don't know if they specially made it for him or whatever, but Jameis Winston making real kind of love to a W-shaped beignet here.
Well, when you look at this, oh my God, look at the powder just coming off that thing. Oh my Lord. Look at the powder. Hey, Jameis, I heard you've been eating a lot of me. Yes, I have, W beignet, but I heard that it's only one of you. Well, Jameis, please take your time and eat me so you can savor every moment. W beignet, I really don't want any heartburn, so I'm just gonna make sure that I eat you as fast as I possibly can and drink some water to get rid of all the sugar that you have. Jameis, I am a New Orleans staple. Everyone wakes up to come and eat me. Obviously, no one really comes to eat you. They come to eat beignets because you're the only W beignet that I ever made and got. What do you have to say about yourself? I asked for extra crispy, and you're a little soft.
Just more Jameis all the time?
I mean, who knew that he was going to walk us straight back into the heartburn digression?
I did not. That was not planned, by
I
the
had
way.
no idea you even mentioned heartburn in there.
That's incredible, man. So good.
One of a kind. But that almost creeped me out a little bit. Like, without seeing the visual, it almost sounded like a bad Nickelodeon show. Like he was trying to be like Steve from Blue's Clues, and he's talking as the beignet.
Yeah, you ever talked like your hand or something? Or
Yeah.
no? I don't.
It was weird. He was doing like a sock puppet noise.
Hey, Marcus, what are you going to talk about in the next segment?
Hey, Murph, I heard you got some heartburn there, Murph.
By the way, shout out Paul from Pleasanton, one of our great account executives who we just don't see as much anymore because of all our stupid office situation. He actually texted and said, other than FanFest bouts, bouts with heartburn dominate my conversations with Roger Gleason. We're stuck on Bart.
Damn.
And that's another sales guy.
That's us.
He said, it's just crippling, Murph. You can't lay down. You can't even sit down sometimes.
It's crippling.
Pure misery.
Oh, man.
He's got it bad.
Man,
dude.
that's bad, Paul.
Really,
That's
really bad.
Almost as bad as Jameis. But that's kind of his thing, is eating W's, Murph. Did you see at the media day?
So they must have made
he
it.
was throwing away W
Thank
cookies.
You, yeah. So
I
they
think
made
we're not getting that with the visual.
Obviously, they made it special.
Yeah,
Thank
because
you.
we know Jameis likes to eat a W.
That's my bad. I dropped the ball on that one. DeAndre Hopkins, who dropped a ball.
D-Hop.
The only play the Chiefs had that worked when Mahomes rolled right and had Hopkins open near the midfield, and he might have gone a good while. Some think he might have scored on the play, but he tripped. He tripped over his own feet and dropped the ball. Well, this was his take after the game, saying, where's your conspiracy theory now?
You know, I saw a lot of things in the media about the refs, but obviously what y'all gonna say now about the refs and us when there was a lot of touchy calls? Are y'all gonna report that? Are y'all gonna talk about the refs now?
I mean, it's an odd take that he's like using their Super Bowl embarrassing loss to get back at the ref haters.
Yeah. Congrats, Chiefs. Are you now vindicated because you lost? Because you couldn't keep the game close enough to have the referees, actually play part in deciding the outcome in this game?
Congrats on the Super Bowl loss. Did you win like the woofing war? I don't know. And we need to talk about the refs. How about that OPI call to start the game?
Oh, I was going to say, the first A.J. Brown ball down the sideline, everybody that I was watching the Super Bowl was like, here we go. Here comes the ref show.
Crazy. However, it got quickly corrected by a bad call on the Chiefs.
Yeah, makeup call.
And it led to a touchdown because it was a third down, incomplete. The Eagles were going to punt. And they called it an unsportsmanlike conduct or unnecessary roughness on a very dubious call. I was like, whoa. Multiple people have texted in today saying, see what happens to the Chiefs when they don't get calls? Because they didn't get calls the rest of the night.
No.
They did not.
And to my earlier point, I think that's the way you got to beat the Chiefs. You got to blow them out. Because if it is close, we know by their 17 consecutive one-possession wins that they find a way to win. Whether or not you truly believe it's with the help of the refs or not, they are one of the best one-possession teams in football. Well, last night they got blown out, and the refs couldn't even save them.
Very, very true. Okay, more from yesterday over the weekend. This happened on Friday, but it's worth replaying on Monday. John Gruden was at Media Row. He's working for Barstool now, and somebody from the SF Niners got him sat down, and they asked him about Brock Purdy, John Gruden.
They should build a statue of him in San Francisco. He covered their ass, man. They gave up 3 first-round draft choices to get a guy they got rid of. You guys have him in Dallas. And this guy's the last pick of the draft. He's taking you to the Super Bowl. He's taking you to the brink. He deserves to get paid, and I'll just leave it at that.
How about that? Brock Purdy's like, thank you. Thank you, John Gruden, for
he's like, John,
stuffing money in my pocket.
I need you to sit down at the table when I'm talking to John Lynch in the 49ers front office.
Did you see Diana Rossini reported that they are beginning negotiations and that they hope to have them done, quote, soon, unquote. How about that?
Yeah.
That's kind of like your Marcus on his homework back in school.
Exactly,
Marcus, you get your homework done? Yeah, it'll be done soon.
Yeah, I'm starting on it. Just let me know the due date, and I'll get it done the night before.
Is Brock Purdy going to be this Boy Scout, this clean-shaven, rated G guy who's going to take care of his contract and just create no controversy at all?
Well, hopefully there's no controversy, and I'm sure it won't be controversial if the 49ers offer him $55 to $60 million. I don't see how it could be controversial.
Damn.
But if they come out and offer him $30 to $40 million like Mike Florio and some people think that they're going to offer him, then yeah, I'm sure this will lead to a holdout. It's all about what they're going to pay him. And to John Gruden's point, you can back pay him for what he's done the last 2-3 years, and it would still be a fair contract.
And as you pointed out, though, who are the contracts up next year again? Is it C.J. Stroud or is it?
So the next group of quarterbacks, because Brock Purdy is the only quarterback from his draft class that is still with the team that drafted him. So moving on down the line, the next guys due up to get paid are C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young, but those guys are also first-round draft picks, so they have a fifth-year option. So these guys could be a year or two away, but that's kind of the next group of guys who would get paid.
Is there another free agent coming up next year who's a veteran?
Well, I think Josh Allen might reset the market.
Because what I'm saying is whatever the Niners pay Brock, it will get blown away.
Absolutely.
By somebody else.
I mean, 2-3 years, we could be talking about C.J. Stroud getting $75 million a year.
And then you're loving Brock at 55.
And then Jaden Daniels making $80 million a year. Again, people were freaking out when Patrick Mahomes got $40 million per year. I remember people were freaking out when Jimmy Garoppolo got $25 million per year and became the highest paid quarterback.
Yeah.
It's the market, and it keeps going up, just like inflation.
Talked about it
all over the world.
Bay Area real estate. You paid what for that house? Yeah, well, I wanted to live in the Bay Area. I didn't have a choice. You paid what for Brock Purdy? Yeah, he's our quarterback. We don't have a choice. What are they going to do, reset? They're going to start the whole thing all over again?
What are you going to do, trade 3 first-round draft picks to move up and take a quarterback that you're not sure about?
To go get, who's the college guy you want?
You'd go get like a Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
Something like that. That would be the equivalent of Trey Lance.
All right, so there was other sports over the weekend. The NBA, we talked about Jimmy Butler and all that. We can get back into that later in the show, too, because that was a significant moment. And Raymond Ritter gave me the stat of stats. But, guys, Hubie Brown, 91 years old. Young Tony, I'm pretty sure you don't know your Hubie Brown, right? Because he's...
Just heard him on the broadcast.
Dude, he's 91. That was one of the... DJ Robbie got him on the show for us once, and it was like, oh my God, it was like talking to John Wooden. You know, I was like nervous interviewing the guy, but he was so great, and he just at age 91, he finally said, yeah, that's it. It's incredible. So he did his final game Saturday with Mike Breen. We got to pay homage to the GOAT, Hubie Brown. Mike Breen did.
Everybody that's worked with you, we all feel the same way. But for us play-by-play announcers who have been able to sit next to you, it's the ultimate honor to be here and learn from you. You've been like a father to many of us, our NBA father, because you not only taught us, you encouraged us, you supported us, and you picked us up when we needed to be picked up. And that's something that for all of us will always be in our hearts.
Can we pause as I have a tear here? All right? Michael, thank you very much. So let's face it, like we say all the time, we're a four-man team, you and I out front, and then the producer and director in the truck. And when we're cooking, people are loving the telecast because we're all on the same page.
I mean, just awesome. 91 sharp as a freaking tack, by the way. Guy played in the NBA for the Rochester Colonels in 58 and 59, and then coached high school all the way up through the NBA from 1955 to 2004. ABA champ in 75, two-time NBA Coach of the Year, 78 and 04. So he's, of course, in the Basketball Hall of Fame. Hubie Brown.
Any explanation to why his last game was this past weekend and he didn't finish off the season?
I don't know for sure. I think I heard it's just like it's time. Like he's just I just called it. Yeah. But I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe he wanted to go watch the Chiefs get smoked in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's what he did.
Want to go deal with some heartburn.
Maybe he's going to get some heartburn. Yeah. So anyway, there you go. Hey, we're giving away 2 tickets to see Hardy. Do you guys know him with Hardy?
Hardy.
With Coey Wetzel, Stephen Wilson Jr., and McCoy Moore at Shoreline Amphitheater on June 7th. We're going to give away these tickets in the 9 a.m. hour. Speaking of which, Young Tone, you know what I want to do? Go back into the Hum Babies, and for the cooler of content, why don't we pay one more tribute to the Kendrick halftime show?
Oh, yes,
that package
please.
that John Joe put together, because I feel like we need one more Super Bowl sound before we get out of here. And you made Kendrick Lamar a Hum Baby. You want to reprise that for the crowd out
Which
here?
was a little controversial in the text line.
Well, we have seen on the text line, I don't want to say a large amount, but I'd say a notable amount of people who hated it. I liked it. I did. I thought it was cool. I liked the sound of his voice. I liked the simplicity of it. What are you gonna say about Not Like Us? It's the song of the 2020s.
I mean, they didn't just give him 5 Grammys for nothing, Murph.
So anyway, John Joe put together this package. We'll end the cooler content with some Kendrick Lamar halftime.
Ladies. Yes, Doc. I want to make a move. For sure. I want to perform their favorite song, but you know they love the suit. What song? Yeah, that song. That song? Maybe I think about it. Oh, no. Know what? I slow it down.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what America wants. Nice and calm. You almost there. Don't mess this.
Oh no. It's a cultural divide. I'ma get it on the flow. You really about to do it? 40 acres in the mule. This is bigger than the music. You really about to do it? Yeah, they tried to rig the game, but you can't fake influence. Think it on it like that. Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm riding through the back like must have on a beat, bro, in rap. He a freak though, man down, call like Amber Lambs, tell him breathe. Now them boys to the cross, they walk around like these. What's up with these Draconio? Trying to see Compton. In the street can hate me, bump them all in they mama. How many options you really got? I mean, it's too many options. Been a crash on his body, I'm John Stockton. Beat your and hide the Bible if God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up the score. Walking down the whole time, I know he got some hoe. Paul, that's Dutch, Willie Defro. Say Drake, I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to cell block 1. To any that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell me Chubb the only one to get your hand-me-downs. Party at the party playing with his nose now. Vodka got a weird case, why I see around. Certified lover boy, certified. Wop, 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 wop. I'm on them tough. Wop, 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 wop. I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a, ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord and it's probably A minor.
funny.
They not like
people
us.
complain, I couldn't understand. I could understand every lyric there. That was pretty darn easy to understand. And there were some pretty funny lyrics and some salty lyrics right there.
Yeah, I mean, Kendrick Lamar, the first man ever to perform a diss track at a halftime show. And Murph, I get it. There are some people complaining about rappers doing a halftime show.
No,
I think a lot of the people who are complaining about this performance are the same people who have been complaining for the last 5 years with the shift in music and shift in genres.
They want to see the Steve Miller Band.
But there's no denying that Kendrick Lamar was the artist of the year with the biggest song of the year. And I said this earlier, I've been a fan of Kendrick for over a decade now, going back to my early days of high school. So I knew every single song he played yesterday, and that's why I absolutely love the performance.
Except for the new track.
Except for a brand new.
Yeah, how about that?
Which, by the way, I'm giving him credit for being the first person to ever perform a diss track at a Super Bowl halftime show. I got to think he's the first guy ever to start his set with a brand new track that the public has never even heard
There's
before.
nothing worse than going to see a guy's like, we're going to play some new stuff. We're like,
exactly.
wait, what?
No one wants the new stuff. Play the hits.
And here we go. I go to the text line, 510-408. What? Kendrick was the worst ever. But this guy's been texting every 5 minutes, say, Jed better get Metallica next year. Okay, I hear you. 408 says, halftime show was horrible. Then we go 707. More people hate it. Then 408. Kendrick's performance was a masterpiece. And then 303 says, I can't decipher a word Kendrick Lamar says. Give me Eddie Kendricks and the Temptations. You're dating yourself there, buddy. 916 says, the problem with the halftime show is the public out there, majority had no clue about the Drake situation.
I would disagree with that.
He said, I was in a room with people the ages of 17 and 70. The people under 30 had an idea. Anybody over 30 had no clue. Well, I'm with you guys.
Yeah, Murph knows about the beef. And I'll say I was in a room from 4-year-olds to 35-year-olds. And the 4-year-old, the 5-year-old, the 7-year-old, the 8-year-old were all singing along also.
That's good. 925 says, terrible halftime show. It wasn't a halftime show. I don't know about that, guys.
I mean, do I got to drop one of these? The text line's asking for it.
Okay, Boomer.
Yeah, I know.
It just kind of feels like it.
415 says, adding Sam Jackson to the show was brilliant.
Oh, and then Serena on top of it was the chef's kiss, which people don't know. If you don't know about the Kendrick-Drake beef, Drake used to date Serena. Serena is name dropped by Kendrick in the Not Like Us song, and that's why Serena was out there dancing as an extra shot towards Drake.
I can't get enough of the Serena cameo. That made my entire halftime. First of all, I'm a huge Serena fan. Second of all, she looked great. Third of all, she can move.
Dude, that footwork.
I like her little and you only got like 5 seconds. Like, damn, that was a nice, like, just a total surprise. And she added the exact right energy to that moment. I thought that was like peak. I was like, it's Serena. That's incredible. How do you get Serena Williams to walk in your
Serena and Samuel L. Jackson at the Super Bowl halftime show.
Serena Williams is the greatest women's tennis player of all time. She's out here just like, I'm going to go dance on the stage. And I'm going to move and I'm going to make a statement too. And by the way, they're both from the same neighborhood in Compton. Compton, stand up. My God. All right. So anyway, there you go. There's your cooler content. We enjoyed it and controversial as always because here come the texts. Okay. So for the rest of the show, we pretty much have a couple of themes. One, Deebo Samuel. In the middle of the Super Bowl Sunday morning, we found out that he's going to get traded. So what do you guys think about that, Niner fans? Number two, where are you on the glazing of Pat Mahomes? Are we done with it? Are we done with it, everybody? And number three, is Jimmy Butler the dog that the Warriors have been waiting for? I mean, one game, but they took that, as Brody Brazil said about Matt Chapman. When they took that x-ray, they found that dog in him.
Got that dog in him.
So anyway, we'll get into all those for the next hour. Any of those move you guys. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber Building and Materials text line on the Sports Leader.
Say, Drake, I hear you like I'm young.
Here we go. It's Provident Credit Union, and it's time to get something guaranteed in your life. There's not too much guaranteed. Provident Credit Union, growing your savings, is guaranteed because this is a pick-a-term certificate with a rate built in. These pick-a-term certificates, you can earn up to 3.75% annual percentage yield with a limited time offer. So pick-a-term certificates offer 3, 6, 9, or 12-month terms with unbeatable returns all on your schedule. That's right, a locked-in rate for the term you choose. So your rates are guaranteed. But don't wait. It's a limited time offer. Start earning up to 3.75% with a pick-a-term certificate from Provident Credit Union. You need a little help to get started? The Provident team is here for you. Provident makes the process simple and stress-free. Visit providentcu.org or drop by your local community branch today. This rate is effective as of January 28, 2025. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Anytime you lose a Super Bowl, it's the worst feeling in the world. They'll stick with you the rest of your career. I mean, these will be the 2 losses that will motivate me to be even better for the rest of my career, because you only get so few of these, and you have to capitalize on these, and they hurt probably more than the wins feel good.
Looking forward to that Super Bowl hangover for the Chiefs, man. I'm telling you, with Kelsey's age and sort of just the state of their offensive line, I don't know, man. I don't know. Listen, they have Mahomes, but look at Mahomes yesterday under pressure with nothing. So, Marcus, I would say one of my takes was AFC West, perk up. Bo Nix and Sean Payton, Justin Herbert and Jim Harbaugh, fill in the blank, and Pete Carroll.
Pete Carroll and Aaron Rodgers. There was a report this weekend that the Jets are moving on from Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
I'll take him for a year.
You would?
As a gap quarterback until they figure out who they have next?
Dude, you got Tom Brady running your team and Aaron Rodgers at QB.
How
you are
crazy
just like,
would that be? I mean, get the reality TVs ready to go.
Sold your soul, buddy.
Absolutely.
It's so good.
I mean, what else do I have to sell it for?
Well, this Brady thing, being an owner, and he's got it's such a direct conflict of interest.
Real quick, what were your thoughts on Brady on the broadcast?
I thought he was okay.
Yeah, that's it.
He didn't. I mean, I will say this. The most interesting thing was in the fourth quarter when people stopped listening and he started musing about what it's like to lose a Super Bowl, and he got kind of deep. Mike Sando wrote some of it down here. He said, here, let me read some of this for you here, because we just listened to Mahomes, right? And we're wondering what's forward. Now, he's played 5 Super Bowls. He's 3-2. Brady's played 5. When Brady played 5, he was 3-2. So they're in the exact same spot in their careers. The question is, does Mahomes have that late career surge that Brady does? And obviously, there's 10 million factors we can't figure on that.
Yeah, and also, Patrick Mahomes is still a few years away from being in that late stage of his career.
Yeah.
Like, he's still only 29 years old and has been to 5 Super Bowls now.
But again, now, and how long's Andy Reid going to do it? Spags and Andy Reid got smoked by the Eagles yesterday. All that unbeatable stuff. And remember, 15 consecutive one-score wins. It finally caught up with him. But anyway, here's some of what Brady had to say. He said he was talking about the 2007 Super Bowl loss. So that's 18 years ago, or 17 years ago, because it was January of 2008. And he still... This is what he said. He said, we were on the precipice of history. We faced a Giants team that had played their hearts out that day and beat us, and I still haven't really lived it down because you care so deeply, and I know this Chiefs team does as well. Patrick, as he always says, is the ultimate competitor, but the reality of a loss in this game is you don't ever get over them. Brady would go on to say, I got on the bus after the game, and I absolutely believed 100% we were going to win, and it was just devastating because I couldn't speak for the rest of the night. I just remember waking up the next morning and I thought, that's a nightmare. That's a nightmare. That game didn't happen. I was dreaming and we lost badly. We haven't actually played the game yet. So he's getting delusional. So this is what he's saying that Brady's going to go through, that Mahomes is going to go through.
Yeah, and I'm sure Mahomes walked into the building yesterday thinking that he was going to win once again. I mean, he was out there in his Eagles green suit.
What was that?
I mean, I don't know if that's a flex or not. I mean, it looks pretty damn stupid now when you walk in with the other team's colors on and you end up losing the game. So that obviously didn't work out. I know you mentioned Travis Kelce had a sparkling outfit that he didn't get to wear either.
Yeah.
But the Chiefs walked in with all the confidence in the world. I think most people around the NFL landscape viewed them as the team to complete the first three-peat in the Super Bowl era. And hell, we even picked the Chiefs last Friday. But in our breakdown of that game, it came down to us both agreeing that the Eagles were better in the trenches, but that the Chiefs had the better quarterback and the better coaches.
Yeah, coaches.
Andy Reid and Spags.
Yeah.
And we could talk about Nick Sirianni and what he's done for the Eagles, and Eagles fans wanting to fire him last season and even halfway through this season. But to me, we got to talk about Vic Fangio. And we got to talk about what he did with that defense and the pressure to get Patrick Mahomes down 6 different times. And we can go back to that Tampa Bay
11
loss.
quarterback hits.
They were hitting him all day long. You look at the recipe for success when Tom Brady took down Patrick Mahomes. It was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers front 7 with Vita Vea and all those guys getting after Patrick Mahomes.
And when the New York Giants beat Brady, it was a 4-man rush.
Exactly. It was that NASCAR
Strahan
package.
and
Michael
Jason
Strahan
Paul,
and
APP.
O.C. Umenyiora on the outside also. And that's the key, is getting pressure with 4 guys up front. Because that's what Vic Fangio was able to do yesterday. And that means you have 7 guys dropping back just with absolute blanket coverage over all the Chiefs wide receivers.
And good DBs, too.
And Travis Kelce could not get open yesterday. And that's the blanket coverage. And we talk about this a lot with the 49ers. And, of course, Vic Fangio, of course, has ties to the 49ers. Back when they were getting pressure with four-man fronts, we talked about it this past season with Nick Sorensen. Even with Robert Saleh coming back, the 49ers have never been a team that are going to blitz the house. Not like a Spags, not like a Brian Flores, not like other DCs around the league. They want to get pressure with the front four, which makes it so important to get bodies to match up with Nick Bosa and to invest more in the trenches. And that's how you're going to beat teams like the Chiefs, getting pressure with your front four defensive linemen.
And I don't know if the Niners can do that in 5 short months. I think it takes a series of drafts that you stack. Right now, they are woefully wanting at the D tackle position. I mean, you just saw superior front four, what it can do. And I don't know how the Niners can get there right now. I don't. I mean, by the way, you got to do the same thing with your O-line. You got to do the same thing with your O-line. And are they going to get there? I mean, Pooney's a good start. But the Niners were exposed in the trenches last night by what the Eagles did. And it's so funny because you watch football and you start reading about all the analytics and this thing called EPA and all. And then you realize it's about, did you win the line of scrimmage and did you hit the quarterback? That's it. That's it. They hit the freaking quarterback, and Mahomes was never the same.
I mean, think about our conversation we had last Friday with Steve Young when he was talking about the Eagles, and he almost made himself start laughing. He's like, yeah, the Eagles are doing old school football. I'm like, what the hell are you guys doing? You guys are trying to reinvent the wheel. And even when he was saying that, I was like, wait, Steve, didn't they already reinvent the wheel? Because football used to be based around the run game. Then the wheel was reinvented into a passing league, and now we're seeing the Eagles bring back that rushing attack. Now, whether it's Jalen Hurts or Saquon Barkley or even Jalen Hurts in the passing game yesterday, the Eagles are able to complement each other extremely well, but it all starts with that run game. And yeah, they're going back to old school football, winning in the trenches. Surprise, surprise. If you win the battle of the trenches, you're more likely to win the game.
I mean, I go back to those 92, 93 Cowboys teams that just had insane O-lines.
Larry Allen.
The Niners, it's funny, the Niners have never really had, I mean, you go back to the Harbaugh years when they had Mike Iupati and Alex Boone and Joe Staley. That was probably some of the best O-lines they've had in a long time. I mean, right now, obviously, Trent Williams is Trent Williams, and Don Pooney's come on, but the other 3 spots, I mean, they're just kind of patchwork.
Yeah, but that's also a reason why the 49ers have gone with that patchwork strategy, is look how well they've ran the ball with Kyle Shanahan with not investing a lot in the offensive line.
Yeah.
Now, maybe that's come back to bite them in the ass this past season because obviously you would like to invest more in the trenches. But Kyle's been able to get away with not investing so much in the offensive line. I believe the last offensive lineman they took in the first round was Mike McGlinchey, right?
Yeah, and then
it's been a while.
And then look what happened in maybe the biggest play of the Super Bowl. An O-lineman missed an assignment in overtime, and boom. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So we were calling for callers at 808 KNBR, and Bob in San Francisco responded. So happy to have you, Bob, on KNBR. Good morning, man. How are you?
Yeah, what's up, Bob?
Great show, guys. I listen to you often. I feel sick, basically, and it's not because anybody won or lost the Super Bowl yesterday. It's because it's proven the NFC can win the Super Bowl, but the Niners cannot. And that's really got me bummed out. And you guys already laid it out, just the last few minutes. It's about the trenches, right? So we had a surplus of defensive linemen, 2 years ago, and we didn't hold any of them. We didn't even hold the young guys. So now we're so depleted. It was so obvious this year that, I just don't know what to say. I'm at the point now where I know this is totally has nothing to do with football, but I'm at the point now where I think the 49ers are cursed ever since they made that move down south.
Okay, well, now we're getting to the supernatural here, huh? Okay.
Yeah, well, hey, I'm San Franciscan through and through, so how you think I'm going to feel?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, man. Well, Bob, it is true that was one of the angles is that's where we were going to the Super Bowl. This is why I hated the Super Bowl so much, because there was no positive angle. Because the Eagles winning means that they are doing something the Niners couldn't do. They got a second crack at the Chiefs, and they beat them. We got a second crack at the Chiefs and choked. And not only did they beat them, Bob.
Dominated.
They blew them out of the frickin' universe yesterday. It was 34-0. Right? You know what I mean? So, anyway, Bob, I'm with you, buddy. I'm sick. It's no fun, and it's just a heartburn. Thanks for the call, Bob. Hey, Keith is calling from way down in the peach state of Georgia.
Ooh.
You got Buster Posey's home state, right? Hey, Keith, are you calling from Georgia? Good morning.
Hey, morning, Keith.
I am. I'm calling from Augusta. But I've been a 49er fan for a long, long time, and you was talking about people glazing Mahomes. I don't think he's. I think it's going to take a little bit for him to pass Montana or Brady, because Brady's got the 2 wins over him, and Montana, he was perfect in the Super Bowls, but besides that, whenever he played a quarterback that everybody thought was better than him, he always blew them out of the water.
Yeah.
He played Mike Marino, and they blew him out. He played Elway, they blew him out. And if you remember back in the day before he won his 4 Super Bowls, and even after, if you talk to who was the best quarterback of all time, those 2 always came with it, usually ahead of him. So the fact that he played up to his competition and then some, and Mahomes, his first Super Bowl, he had a good 6 minutes. His second Super Bowl, he got blown out, and the last 2 haven't been that great.
I mean, even Keith, to your
mostly
point.
on defense.
Yeah, Keith, to your point, to jump in here for a second, Brady's 3 Super Bowl losses, I think, were all 1-score games. And in the famous one that they lost to Philly, I think he threw for 500 yards in that game. So, I mean, as much as I've always said, Joe's better than Tom and all that because I'm old school, even Tom never had performances like Mahomes had yesterday.
Nope. Yep, that's right. So I think it'll take a little bit more than 1 or 2 more Super Bowls before he can pass either one of those. So that's just my thought.
All right, Keith, enjoy, about 2 months away, buddy? 2 months away.
Yep, that's right.
All right, Keith, thanks for
See you later.
the Masters. 2 months away.
And I'm with Keith. I think this does stain his legacy. And, of course, anytime you lose a Super Bowl, it's going to stain your legacy. But it's the way that this offense was just shut down. And the lack of second-half adjustments, the lack of any adjustments overall by Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, who everybody is viewing as, like, the geniuses of this generation of football. And that's why it was so puzzling to me. But when we start getting to this comp conversation, I mentioned it earlier this morning. Last week, people had already wrote in Patrick Mahomes ahead of Joe Montana before winning that 4th title. Well, let's pump back that conversation now, because now Patrick Mahomes is 3-2.
Some Derek Carr there, buddy?
And he's got a little ways to go before catching up to Joe Montana. But it's also now Joe has the argument of being perfect. It's kind of the LeBron versus Michael Jordan argument, where Jordan was perfect in the finals, and Jordan still has more titles than LeBron James.
This is why
Joe is perfect and still has more titles, and that's why Patrick Mahomes is not above Joe Montana on the hierarchy of all-time
Thank you.
greats.
I appreciate that. This is why the '90 NFC Championship game hurts forever, and because he was going to win his 3rd in a row, and he was going to be 5-0. There was no question. But I got to be honest. I mean, Bill Belichick and Bill Parcells were freaking nasty customers. They were nasty customers, and they shut him down. They got it. I mean, it was a close game, but they made one more play, and that's it. So you got to give Parcells and Belichick credit. These are Hall of Fame coaches, and they were able to prevent Montana's three-peat. 775 says, "Hey, Chiefs, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face."
Tell them, Mike.
408 says, "The Eagles have figured out the recipe. They spent money on the right players. They've had some incredible hits on their early round draft picks. Guys, they aren't going anywhere. The trenches are the key."
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Oh, man. 408 says, "KC didn't do any Mahomes any favors yesterday. They needed max protect and to get him out of the pocket earlier. Ugly game for KC. They got out-coached." 408, that's why Andy Reid was a bum baby.
Yeah, and even when Patrick Mahomes was trying to scramble and extend plays, nobody could get off their man. Nobody could get open, so he had nowhere to go with the ball.
And then 925 just drops the ultimate. He says, "Sirianni and Fat Dom won a Super Bowl before Shanahan."
Wow, there he was. I saw Big Dom on the sideline yesterday.
Oh, man. All right. Well, listen, we can continue this on, but Deebo wants to be traded. What do you guys think?
Trash.
Next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest this week. That's right. We are giving away 2 tickets to see Hardy at Shoreline Amphitheater on June 7th, and we will be giving those tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour, so stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
All right, Monday morning. All right, Super Bowl hangovers for everybody, but Steve Moskowitz is here to help. He's here to help with something more important. What to do if you can't pay your taxes. Steve, good morning. What should we do?
You should call us. The bottom line is this is a real common situation. And some people, when they can't pay their taxes, they make a mistake. They don't file their returns, and they don't file them for years. That's okay. We'll go back and we'll file all the old back returns for you. And then we want to make a deal for you. Or if you say, Steve, you just feel like you're drowning in the amount of money you'll never be able to pay. There's so many good options. Whether we just pay part and they forgive the rest, if we get the penalties forgiven, if we get monthly payments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent said you can pay. The bottom line is we're here for you. We have a free consultation. There's a lot of good solutions. We've dedicated our lives to this, over 30 years doing this. Let us tell you what we're going to do for you. And then if you say, go ahead, we'll do everything for you. And you can actually enjoy the next game, enjoy your life.
Yep, Steve knows what he's doing. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney, too. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
With Deebo's situation?
Deebo's under contract. Yeah.
You expect him back?
Yeah. A good player and has done a ton for this organization. And, we're not in the business of letting good players out of here. So, yeah.
Ooh, that was January 8th. Today is February 10th. Things change. Hairstyles change. Interest rates fluctuate. Shout out the movie Top Secret. Anybody? Yeah? No? Maybe so?
Not with you on that one.
Anyways, talking to my Top Secret. Every time I reference Top Secret, the crowd pops up. I'll see him on the text line shortly.
Sounds like you're talking to a top secret crowd.
I am definitely very
That's a good dad
buddy.
joke
Very
for
good.
you.
Very good. Very
Tony
good.
liked that.
Hairstyles change. Things change. Interest rates fluctuate. And so here it is. I'm not super shocked because I think we thought that when the Niners drafted Ricky Pearsall and signed Brandon Ayuk, that spelled doom for Deebo Samuel. And then Ayuk got hurt, and then we played the season out, and then guys around the team started saying, they could bring him back. He's got 1 year left on his deal. And everybody's like, they can kind of make this thing happen, da-da-da. And it was like, get more out of him. Then John Lynch said, you don't let good players walk out of the building. Well, then Adam Schefter sort of spilled the beans, Ian Rappaport too, that it looks like both sides have said, yeah, maybe it's time to start looking for a trade. So you heard, do you have the Rappaport or the Schefter report so we can get the exact verbiage from those guys? Which one you got first here, buddy? Rap sheet, Ian Rappaport, NFL Network.
The San Francisco 49ers are expected to explore a trade for star receiver Deebo Samuel. His status certainly has been on again, off again with the 49ers. Has been a little frustrated with his role. They have drafted at the receiver position and locked up Brandon Ayuk. Do not be surprised if he's on the move.
Okay, so he said an accurate phrase in there, on again, off again.
Yeah.
And so here's the deal. Deebo is, I'll give you the particulars. He's 28. He will be 29. Pardon me, he's already turned 29. He played his 28-year-old season. He turned 29 on January 15th. So he's 29, like Mahomes. Here's the deal. The numbers were down this year across the board. Fewer catches than the fewest catches he'd had at any point in his career other than I'm not going to count the pandemic season. There's only 7 games. Or he only played 7 games. Fewest catches, fewest yards. 2022, he had another one like that, but down 220 yards from the prior year, down 2 yards per catch from the prior year, down 15 yards per game from the prior year, and touchdowns. He went from receiving touchdowns. He went from 5 to 1 rushing touchdowns. He went from, I don't even have that stat for you. But anyway, the point is, that was a long way of saying numbers are down.
Yeah, only 1 rushing touchdown this year, 5 of them last season, 3 the season before that.
Okay, so
yeah, you're right.
So would we say this is a man in decline?
Yes.
Okay.
I think you can look at his production. Hell, you can just look at his performances on the field, and you can say that he's on the decline. Now, that's not taking shots at Deebo Samuel. It feels like we're always in this middle ground where we're moving on from Andrew Wiggins, but don't want to trash what he did for the Warriors organization in 2022. You can say the same thing about Deebo Samuel, about how he became the first wide receiver in NFL history to have 20 receiving touchdowns and 20 rushing touchdowns. He was the tone setter, especially before Christian McCaffrey joined this squad. Deebo Samuel was the Swiss Army knife in the backfield. He was Kyle Shanahan's secret weapon. But guess what? This season, we did not see that secret weapon be used. And in a day and age where he needed to step up with Brandon Ayuk going down, what happened? He started getting number 1 coverage on him. He started getting locked down, was not getting the separation. We talk so much about this Kyle Shanahan system and the Yak Bros. Where were the Yak yards this year? Mm-hmm. They weren't coming from Deebo Samuel. Mm-hmm. So the question is, what can you do, especially when you're getting paid $20+ million? And that's why they've come to the point where they need to move on, because as Bill Walsh always said, it's better to get rid of a player a year too early than a year too late. It might already be a year too late.
It is just a ruthless business where guys just leave teams. And Deebo and the Niner fan base seems to have parted ways. I mean, based on the texts we're getting, again, the text line's not a 100% accurate thermometer of what everybody's thinking, but it gives you a sense. And a lot of people, it was an uneasy year emotionally with Deebo. Like there was, remember the tweet?
Oh, yeah, not even just the tweets and the stuff on social media, but it felt like a lot of the fan base kind of turned on him too. after the entire Tabor Pepper Jake Moody situation on the sideline. Like, that wasn't a great look for someone who has the C on their chest. You're looking for this guy to be a leader. And who knew how those conversations played out in the locker room? But maybe that's one of the reasons why Deebo now wants to leave that locker room.
And not just the Deebo Tabor Pepper, which is crazy to say, right?
Right.
Then he sent that tweet out saying, "It's not me. I'm just not getting the ball." And then remember he dropped. I mean, was it the Ram game, right? Where was the drop?
Yeah, he led the team.
Trying to remember
he
that.
led the team in drops this year and had more targets.
Changed the season.
And had more.
Right?
He touched the ball more than anybody else on the offense, not named Jordan Mason this year, I believe.
It was the Thursday night game against the Rams, right?
Yes, I believe you're correct.
They probably would have won the game.
Yeah, and so Deebo was dropping balls all season long. So he's sitting there saying, I'm not getting the targets when you're leading the team in targets. And as I just mentioned, the only guy who touched the ball more was Jordan Mason as a running back.
Yeah, and 310 says, and the biggest knock on him is that when the ball is not coming to him, he goes half speed or no speed at all. He says Brian Baldinger has pointed this out.
Baldy.
That's a tough deal. 209 with a tough question is, what's the going rate for an aging wide back who punches kickers?
Oh.
925 says, let's hope the Browns will take him and 2 number ones from Myles Garrett.
I mean, that was my first reaction. We mentioned this last week before Deebo Samuel officially requested a trade, the Myles Garrett trade request. And I said, look, I'll send Deebo Samuel out of town immediately to get Myles Garrett. If they would do it for Deebo and 1 first-round draft pick, I think you make that trade. I think when you start talking about multiple first-round draft picks.
No.
I mean, we're talking about the same organization that gave Deshaun Watson the most guaranteed money in NFL history.
The Browns should get a massive haul for Myles
Garrett.
Garrett.
But the Browns are the Browns, Murph. They're the doo-doo Browns. This is what they do.
Counting on Brown failure here.
Exactly. I'm expecting the Browns to be the Browns.
310 says, Deebo has not been a leader in stats or in the locker room. He's got to go. People have had it with Deebo. It's interesting, but it is time. I think it is time. I think we all kind of saw it. Again, like you said, that's 6 years as a Niner.
Now, let me ask you this question. Since we're talking about trading a Deebo Samuel, it seems unrealistic that would be enough to trade for someone like Myles Garrett. Now, we've been talking about it all morning long about how they should invest in the trenches. So maybe they could move Deebo for an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman. But there seems to be a common thread on 49ers social media right now that they should go out and trade for a Garrett Wilson or a Devontae Adams or a George Pickens, or even a rumor that popped up last week when you were off on Friday that the 49ers were interested in T. Higgins in free agency. That was a report swirling around Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
So I'll ask you, do you think the Niners need to go out and get one of these $20 million plus wide receivers to add to an already loaded salary cap?
If they can afford, that's my biggest thing is the stupid salary cap and what we don't know about how they can move money and what moves hamstring them and don't. I just, being honest with the listeners, I don't know the numbers. If you can, then 100%. Yeah, but what does that do? Does that mean you can't pay a guard you want to sign? Does that mean you can't pay a D tackle you want to sign? So that would be, for me, the question is, what would it prevent them from doing?
Yeah, and that's kind of my thought process, too, is like thinking about how you're going to fit in Brock Purdy's contract into the conversation when Brandon Ayuk is now making damn near $30 million. Yeah. Then you throw in Deebo's contract, or even if they swapped it out for another wide receiver. But it is interesting seeing the different trains of thoughts when it comes to paying wide receivers. Because look at the 2 teams that were playing yesterday. The Kansas City Chiefs, who decided not to pay Tyreek Hill, moved on, and still had success winning Super Bowls. But then we saw yesterday their wide receivers could not beat man coverage, and they couldn't get open. And you look at a team like the Philadelphia Eagles, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are both making more than $20 million per year at wide receiver. But then you look at all the talent still surrounding them on the roster, and that's with a $50 million quarterback. Yeah. So it seems like there is a way to get it done, but it seems like it wouldn't be the smartest strategy when you got to take care of Purdy and some other in-house concerns first.
That's always been the thing, is like you can make it work with the cap. Can you? But then you always hear that at some point the chickens come home to roost. 707 says, after 6 years, you think Deebo would have evolved into a solid route runner. Oh, there's a lot of shade out there for him. A lot of shade, man. Before we get out of here, Big Al in Sacramento. Anybody named Big Al gets on the show. Big Al, good morning.
What's up, Big Al?
Good morning, Bruin man. I'm a Bruin dad.
Bro,
Got the daughter there. I love it when you talk Bruins.
Hey man, how about this?
Hey, March Madness is coming up, my man.
Hey.
Anyway, my point is this: I'm agnostic. I like to watch football. I don't have a team. My team got traded away or sent away by San Diego Chargers. I cannot call them the LA Chargers. I just won't do it. So in any event, so I try and approach football, NFL football, agnostically. And you mentioned the great one. Listen, 49er fans can always give the greatest homage to Bill Walsh, the great owner they had, DeBartolo. That's what built the team. And the two coaches you referenced, you win in the trenches, both Belichick and Nick Saban. It's not the glitz, it's not the glamour, it's not all the other things that are important you get, but you got to win in the trenches, period. That's it. You've got to do that first. Even Lombardi talked about that. I'm old enough now to have been 25 miles away from Super Bowl I down in SoCal and not even seeing the first Super Bowl to Super Bowl III. And every time you look at a great team, you see, wow, look at what the O-line can do and the D-line can do to help win that game. So anyway, you have a lovely day, man.
Big Al, thanks for the call, Nate. Go Bruins, man. They won again. They beat Penn State. Ever since Mick melted down on the team and everybody said he's the worst coach ever and he threw his players under the bus, they're on an 8-game win streak, and they've won some huge games. So
just the turnaround we've been waiting for, dude.
Little tough love, dude. We're not soft. They needed to hear it, dude. 310. Deebo's replacement is in the draft. Cam Scattaboo.
Ooh, Scattaboo. Peekaboo.
We can't draft an offensive player high. You got to draft a trench.
Yeah, give me some big boys in the trenches.
I need some big honking dudes, man.
I need some pounds added this draft.
Like Max Crosby.
Ooh, you stay away from my Max Crosby.
You think Pete Carroll wants to trade Max Crosby?
Absolutely not. He's the face of the franchise.
I think Max wants to stay now with Pete.
I think he does want to stay, and he should stay.
Devontae Adams is something to think about, too, for sure. Okay, the last segment we've done, obviously, we've touched on it all. Heartburn, Kendrick Lamar, you name it. But, man, something happened on Saturday that was not Super Bowl related that we have to talk about. Next on The Sports Leader.
This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's fun to watch whenever I was extremely exhausted, gasping for air over here on the bench. But just to play with him, how smart he is, how unselfish he is, and how he makes the most incredible shots, and he wants his teammates to be great. There's nothing like it.
That's the big reveal. We said before the break, something happened on Saturday we got to talk about. His name is Jimmy Butler III, which he wore to honor his father, I guess, who died a year ago. And he put out a poignant social media post. But man, oh man, guys, we got a lot to talk about with what happened. Because obviously we've talked Bowl all day and Mahomes' legacy tarnished and Jalen Hurts is the elite and you got to win in the trenches, and Nick Sirianni's a Super Bowl winning coach, all these things that have haunted us. But Saturday night for our local market was pretty darn important. And I sat down. I had an open window. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna watch this game. I'm going to watch this game. And I watched the first quarter. I was like, I kind of like it. Like his green shoes. Liked his alley-oop dunk. Liked a couple buckets, and things seemed to be okay after the first quarter. Second quarter, total collapse. Total collapse. First of all, the Bulls were shooting out of their minds. But second of all, the Warriors seemed discombobulated. They seemed lost. They got cold. Dude, they fell behind big. They got blown out in the second quarter. And they're like, okay, down 17 at half. Not really looking forward to this. And you go into the third quarter, and it goes the wrong way. They're down 24. And now you're like, this is why you don't tweet during an NBA game. Because if you send out, if you were tweeting down 24, you were burying the Jimmy Butler trade. You were burying Steph. He's tired and old. You're burying Kerr for his rotations. You're burying Dunleavy. You're burying the whole lot. And then Steph goes on one. Gets on a heater, and oh, by the way, here comes Jimmy Butler. And it's Steph from three, and it's Jimmy getting fouled and going to the line. Steph from three, and Jimmy getting fouled and going to the line. Steph from three, and and the next thing you know, a 24-point deficit turns into a shocking 21-point win, which I confirm, Marcus. I checked with I waited all morning. Thank you very much. I kept waiting for a beat writer to write it, and Raymond Ritter, I said, Raymond, has a team ever been down 24 in a second half and won by more than 20? Raymond writes back this morning, since the NBA has tracked play-by-play since 1997-98, no team has ever trailed by as many as 24 and won by as many as 21. I tweeted out at the end of the game, like, that has to be on the short list of biggest NBA turnaround. It's the biggest.
It's the biggest.
The biggest NBA turnaround.
And I'm glad we've been searching for that answer for damn near 3 hours this morning. Thank you to Raymond Ritter, the best out there, Murph. And you're right, 20-point leads in the NBA don't mean squat anymore, especially when you have Steph Curry, who has the ability to drop 24 points alone in that third quarter. Then you add in Jimmy Butler, and then they didn't even need him down the stretch in the fourth quarter because they were up by 20 points, and next thing you know, it's Pat Spencer out there.
So what was Jimmy Butler? First of all, he is the opposite of Steph Curry, and they addressed this because Jimmy went to the free throw line 13 times. I'd have to look up and see how many times Steph's gone to the foul line 13. Would you guess how many times he gone to the foul line?
Never. I don't think he's ever been 13 times. I was shocked that he got to the line 8 times on Saturday. That seems like a high number for Steph.
Maybe Jimmy got the refs in a whistle kind of mode.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Jimmy is so good at drawing fouls that he's even getting them for Steph Curry now.
So I'm looking just quickly right now. I'm scrolling. Yeah, 8 was definitely, he had 8 earlier against Orlando. Dude.
I would take a guess.
Okay, against Minnesota, 11.
Okay.
11. But that's not 13, bro. That's not 13. Dude, here, nope, hang on. Yeah, nope.
Yeah.
Not the entire
season. It's not going to happen. And that's what Jimmy brings to this team.
So Jimmy got to the line more in one game than Steph has gotten to the line all year. And Steph, by the way, draws contact. Jimmy's you call it a merchant?
Yeah, he's a free throw merchant.
I'm going to go back to last year, too. Now I'm intrigued to see if he even got some last year,
No, dude, like, he's a straight rim runner, and, like, he's so aggressive. And, like, you talk about how he's the opposite of a guy like Steph Curry. He's similar to an Andrew Wiggins, but an opposite personality. And we talked about this last week when we talked about what you're getting in Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
You're getting that killer instinct. You're looking at a guy who wants the ball and wants to drive it to the bucket. And he's going to figure out a way, whether he's going straight to the rim, whether he's pulling up on a mid-range, whether he's shooting a fadeaway. He can create offense at any part of this court. And you didn't see that from Andrew Wiggins. It was nice when he'd hit an open corner three or something like that, but he wasn't creating the same type of offense that we've seen from Jimmy, and I know it's just one game, but that's the type of player that Jimmy is. That's why Jimmy has single-handedly dragged teams to the NBA Finals before.
Dude, I'm now through 2 seasons doing this quick read. He had to the line 12 times, twice in last year, but 2 years ago. So now I've gone through 2 full seasons, and none of them has a 13 free throw game for Steph. Dude, one game. So anyway, this is what Steph had to say about it after playing with him for one game. Like, whoa, I kind of figured this out here. We're like chocolate and peanut butter. You guys remember the old Reese's ad? You put your chocolate in my peanut butter. You put
your peanut butter in my chocolate.
So Young Tone, there used to be an ad when we were like in the kids. It'd be a guy walking down the street with a jar of peanut butter. By the way, who walks down the street with a jar of peanut butter?
I don't know. Not a bad idea.
A guy doing an ad.
Yeah.
And then a guy eating a chocolate bar. And then they turn the corner. They bump into each other. And actually, now that I look back on it, I was a kid. And they were like, hey, man, you put your chocolate in my peanut butter.
Oh, my God. What do you think they're suggesting there, huh?
The other one says, you put your peanut butter in my chocolate.
Oh, my God.
It's all starting to come together.
Yeah,
I thought they were just advertising Reese's.
Yeah, and then the peanut butter and the chocolate got mixed together, and next thing you know, you heard this.
Exactly. So here's Steph talking about you put your peanut butter in my chocolate, and I put the opposite. Let's put it this way: they complete each other like puzzle pieces. Here, there we go.
It's huge, and as we keep going, game by game, you'd hope to have a flurry like that where you open it up. But if the game's possession here, possession there, the momentum's not going your way, like that should be able to help us. Whether he's either getting to the line or finishing in the paint. Again, he draws attention. And so if we're decisive and organized, it's hard to kind of take away everything. And I think the idea, he's like the exact opposite player of me, which is kind of funny. Like, I'm shooting 16 threes. He shot 1, got to the free throw line a lot. He's dominating the paint. I'm dominating the outside and the perimeter. Guys working around us has the potential to be really, really fun.
Yeah. Great observation from Steph. It's the twin, where have you been? And by twin, I mean like not doing the same as you, but like the complementary piece. So they asked Jimmy about this. The beat writer said, hey, Steph just said you guys are kind of like the opposite, Jimmy.
They say opposites attract in a lot of ways in life. And I don't think I could be a better complement to him and vice versa, in the sense that they're not leaving him ever. Probably 2 people would never leave him. So there's so much space for everybody else. And I get the easy job. I'm playing one-on-one, or I'm playing in so much space. And then everybody's looking for him, and everybody's looking to get him open. And at the same time, he's looking for everybody else. So it's so great to play with somebody like that.
Okay, so one night, obviously, and they play Milwaukee tonight, but no Giannis. Giannis is out with an ankle injury. By the way, that tips at 5 o'clock tonight. It was, I wouldn't say like a dream debut, because they fell behind by 24 in the third quarter, but everything that we thought Jimmy could bring, and I mean by this, and I'm going to use that word dog, like that. Like, so Wiggins, we love Wiggins. Again, I have to like backhand compliment Wiggins. We love you, but, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you were really good, but here's the but. He was a different energy force than Butler. Yeah. And I'm going to go to that one play. I'm big on like symbolic moments. Late third, early fourth. He's got Kevin Huerter down low. Kevin Huerter, by the way, light the beam. Down there wearing his weird Bulls. They're wearing like white and gold Bulls jersey. What the hell was that? Where's the red and the black? Yeah. Anyway, Jimmy got down low, and he got a hand on Huerter and kind of called for the ball, and Draymond obliged with a lob that Butler had to catch kind of acrobatically because it was a little bit high. He's going up in the air, Justin Jefferson style. Huerter fouls him, and he finishes kind of on a reverse layup. And what I loved, to me, it was like symbolic. The bench exploded. Now, we've seen the bench explode in like Kuminga dunks or Gary Payton dunks or something like that, or Pat Spencer dunks, But there was something different because it was Steph was on the bench and he had that towel, and he kind of ran on the court and he was pointing at Jimmy, and Jimmy was mad dog, like stern face mad dogging, pointing and staring right at Steph, and then he pointed at him and broke into this huge grin. I was like, oh, we got a little moment here. We got a little entertainment. We got a little charisma. We got a little sizzle, right? You know what I mean?
And you know what the key about that whole entire sentence and breakdown was for me? Was Steph Curry on the bench. And that's what Jimmy gives you, a true number 2 option. And this team's only going to get better when Jonathan Kuminga returns and can learn from a guy like Jimmy Butler. But you're looking at that starting offense yesterday, and you're talking about Steph Curry mentioning the word attention and how much attention has been on him the entire season. We've talked about the double teams. We've talked about the traps. We've talked about other guys not stepping up in those situations. And you hear Jimmy talk about, my job's easy. All I got to do is play one-on-one basketball. Hell, a lot of the times if Steph's getting double-teamed, it's now 4-on-3 in your advantage. And good luck trying to stop Jimmy from scoring, especially now when you have Buddy Hield and Quentin Post on the outside to space the floor. Jimmy's got free range to the basket.
Yep, he does. And man, oh man. And it's so, again, this is a tough week now. Milwaukee Monday, Dallas and Clay on Wednesday with no Luka or no AD. Oh, my God.
No AD.
We
What
made
a
him a bum, baby. Oh, my God.
What a
and then
surprise.
Thursday at Houston. This is all before the All-Star game Saturday, which, by the way, we should tell everybody, huge day tomorrow. John, Joe, are we confirming on these? 8:30 tomorrow, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
For life.
There it is. He's coming on for life.
Your guy, Murph.
Do I call him Skinny Boy?
We got to call on a win straight to his face.
Way to come on, Skinny Boy.
For life.
And then at 9 o'clock, the mayor of San Francisco, Daniel Lurie, because the All-Star game's in town this week.
The mayor.
By the way, I was going through old pictures. I was trying to find an old picture. We watched the movie Saturday Night. You guys familiar with the movie? There's a feature film on the first Saturday Night Live episode called Saturday Night. It came out this year. We watched that. And it was reminding me, I wanted to show little Rory that his dad had been on stage there. Chris Kelly brought us there in 2013. And I was going through old pictures to find that picture. You know what I found? I found London Breed walking in with a box of Bob's Donuts. So Mayor Lurie, I don't know, man. He's saying he wants to not do an in-studio. He wants to do a phoner.
Oh.
Like, bro, you can't bring in Bob's on the phone.
Yes, that's the thing. The mayor brought in donuts, and she also gave us a legendary soundbite that young Tony cannot find right now.
Oh.
Why you keep talking about Willie Brown? He ain't the mayor no more.
Yeah, because we said
I'm the mayor.
Because Willie had said something that was notable. Was it something about Oracle Park or Chase Center? Was it about something like that? About that? Yeah, it was about Chase Center like opening or something. Like he said that Chase Center's going to open a certain way, and she got upset. He's not the mayor. I'm the mayor.
I'm the mayor.
Yeah, so we'll see if Daniel.
And it's a phenomenal soundbite.
What that say? Ex-Mayor Brown. I don't know why y'all be listening to Willie Brown. He ain't the mayor no more. I'm the mayor.
707 actually texting, he ain't the mayor no more, LOL. Called that shot, 707.
I'm the mayor.
She brought Bob's in, and Dan Lurie just changed from an in-person to a phoner, so, I mean, you got to, Gavin Newsom was in studio, Ed Lee was in studio, London Breed was in studio, Mark Farrell, when he was interim, was in studio. We got the last four mayors have been in studio. Oh, Danny.
All right.
All right, bud. Come on, man. Mayor Dan, you want to come on in, buddy? We won't bite.
Yeah. We'll just bite the donuts. Bob's.
Bring in that Bob's. All right. Well, listen, it was really fun. And I think the dog and Jimmy Butler is so far is just what the doctor ordered for this team to wake them up. Because they're still 26-26, and we have a ways to go. All right, guys, here's the deal. You hear this? This ain't Kendrick Lamar. This ain't even Usher at last year's Super Bowl. This is Hardy. 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 Shoreline Amphitheater, June 7. Call right now. John Joe Curley, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10, 2 tickets to see Hardy at Shoreline. These tickets don't go on sale until this Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com.
Ooh.
By the way, our guy Morgan Wallen is a featured artist on this song called Red. Shout out Hardy.
Didn't we give away Morgan Wallen tickets earlier?
We did. Down at Levi's this summer.
KNBR 104.568, your country music ticket leader.
Yeehaw.
All right. What did young Tony learn today? We'll have to figure it out. There's something happened, and we'll hand it over to Silver and Papa, hear what they have to say about SBLIX and Deebo Samuel on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Been talking about it all morning, man. Very, very memorable halftime show, giving Samuel L. Jackson surprise appearance. And for me, Serena Williams surprise appearance. Like, oh, that's awesome. That was pretty fun, I thought, actually. And him teasing, am I going to play this? Of course he was going to play the song, right?
I mean, he had to.
Yeah. And what do you think of SZA? By the way, nobody's giving SZA any love.
SZA's phenomenal. I'll give her a shout out. She's actually going to be on the stadium tour down at Oracle Park when Kendrick comes this summer. She's got a beautiful voice, and I love that song, Luther.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Credit to SZA.
It's funny when the song song ended. I was like, I really like that. And then Samuel L. Jackson came out. I was like, now that's what old America wants to hear. And I'm like, dude, you didn't have to call that out.
I know.
Now you're making me feel even worse.
And then all of a sudden they dropped the beat. Not Like Us came on, and it was
honest
over
to goodness,
for Drake.
what is going on with Aubrey? What's he doing? What is Drake doing up in Toronto? Is he just like playing golf and trying to ignore it? Is he meditating? Is he doing yoga? Is he up on a retreat, ice fishing somewhere in Canada?
I mean, he's got to go off the grid for a while. Like we talked about him thinking like, oh, 2025, new year, new me. No. Kendrick just won 5 Grammys last weekend, had the entire music industry singing along to Not Like Us, and then he doubles down and taunts him at the Super Bowl, not only playing Not Like Us, but also Euphoria, which is a slept-on diss track also towards Drake. He played 2 diss tracks yesterday.
That's good knowledge. And that necklace, that glittery diamond lowercase a, people thought that was an A minor.
Yeah, it looked like an A minor to me.
All right. And by the way, I found the last time Steph shot as many as 13 free throws. You have to go all the way back 3 years to a springtime playoff game against the Memphis Grizzlies when he shot 14 in a Game 3 win over Memphis and made 14. Made 14.
Damn, it's been a while. And Jimmy does it in one game, and I've had a texter asking me for this sound drop all morning long, so I will reward them.
Damn, Jimmy.
There it is.
We can reuse that now for Jimmy Butler.
There it is.
Damn, Jimmy.
Look like it says 510 says Drake don't give a blank. He's a millionaire 100 times over.
I don't know. Drake's in his feelings. He's the one trying to sue different music labels from stopping Kendrick from performing Not Like Us at the halftime
And there's
show.
still, by the way, just a still number of people out there just do not like the halftime show.
Yeah, I'm guessing those people just don't like rap music.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, guys. Young Tone, what you got?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. He came in feisty this morning, accusing people of not liking the Kendrick Lamar show.
Yeah, I had a couple
inaccurate.
takes on the halftime show, but also real quick, something that I think I taught Tony earlier this morning, that Serena Williams was a part of Kendrick's Not Like Us performance because she used to date Drake, and so Kendrick name drops her in one of his songs, Not Like Us, and that's why Serena was there last night.
Is that what you learned today, or is it something else?
That can be it. That's crazy. I had no idea. How long ago was that?
Oh, this was a few years ago when Serena and Drake dated, and I don't think it ended too well, and that's why Kendrick told Drake to keep Serena's name out of his mouth.
Compton, stick it up. Did you have something else, buddy? Or
Yeah, I was watching the post-game festivities for the Eagles, and then Sirianni dropped this line.
We didn't really ever care what anyone thought about how we won or their opinions. All we wanted to do is win. That's why we listened to My Prerogative a little bit when we were after some wins.
My Prerogative, the Britney Spears song, right?
Whoa, wait, what?
I don't know about that,
Wait,
Tony.
What?
The Who song?
Yeah.
I mean, that's Bob Brown and Bob Brown only,
We're
right?
going Bobby Brown,
Come on,
Tony.
man.
You went Britney on us?
Come on, baby. What do you got? You got something over there? He's dialing something up here. Young Tony's calling up a. Here it is.
Yeah, I had not heard this song before. I thought Britney Spears.
I do believe we played it on the first 80s Friday, I want to say.
Probably.
I
We
think
play
we
a
did.
lot of songs, Murph.
Well, we definitely did not play the Britney Spears version.
I didn't know Britney. Did she cover this?
I had no idea Britney even had a version.
Really?
Did she cover this, or was it a different song entirely?
I believe so, yeah. I don't know if she covered it or she just has her own song. I don't know. I just thought My Prerogative, Britney Spears, not Bobby Brown, but shout out Bobby Brown.
I'm going to look it up. Yeah, well, I mean, I would have thought Britney Spears, she did.
Wow.
Has been covered, and Britney covered this particular song. All right, there you go, buddy.
Interesting.
There you go.
What did we learn today, Murph?
Well, and again, the 80s and 90s, by the way, 90s Friday coming up. Looking forward to that. Already got a couple of gems picked out. When we do those Decade Fridays, it's a chance for all of us to learn. And so when we played My Prerogative by Bobby Brown, you could have taken, but maybe you were putting out a fire backstage. I don't know.
Probably,
yeah.
Young Tony, Britney, Aerosign, Bobby.
Young Tony, Britney, yeah.
Interesting.
And by the way, prerogative is one of the hardest words in the English language to spell.
Oh, dude, do not ask me to spell that.
Well, I wouldn't ask you to spell much, but
Yeah, don't ask me to spell anything. You boys were talking about your Mill Valley spelling bees growing up, bro.
Yeah.
I didn't even get an invite to the spelling bee.
Well, that's all right.
They didn't want me sniffing the spelling bee.
Prero, prero, Gative, prerogative.
Wrong.
I would have missed that one. So there you go. All right, well, that's good. So I wonder when Sirianni was saying something. Was he talking about Bobby Brown or was he talking about Britney Spears? Could have been any two.
That's what I was saying, yeah.
There you go. 925 checking in. So just to clean up with the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line before we get out of here. If you're over 50 and grew up on classic rock and R&B, I can't imagine liking rap or hip-hop. That's not true. I'm over 50 and I grew up on classic rock and R&B, and I do like some rap and hip-hop.
Look,
definitely.
and all I say is there was once a part of the time when there was a generation older than you who did not like rock and roll and had the same takes that you're giving now about rap music.
Peter Hartlob's compared it to like when Elvis shook his hips on the
Oh, he's gyrating on stage.
707 says, don't forget, Serena got in big trouble for her sea walking at the 2014 Wimbledon. That's true.
That's great knowledge.
That's very, very true.
She's from Compton.
916 says, I like all types of music, including rap, and yesterday's halftime show was one of the worst for me.
All right. That's your opinion. Wow. That's your prerogative.
Oh, wow. 707 says, you're a Kendrick homer if you liked that track.
Oh, dude.
What's this all the hate?
I've been in the Kendrick home camp for years, my friend, for years.
925
since I
says,
was a wee lad.
And we got like 1 minute to do this. 925 says, can you explain the beef between those two?
Yeah, Drake thought he was on the level of Kendrick Lamar. He called him out, and now he's dealing with the consequences.
When did he call him out in a song?
Yeah, he called him out in a song saying that he was not top 3, and Kendrick was not going to stand for the disrespect.
So Drake picked it?
Yeah, Drake picked the fight, then started getting real personal and bringing up Kendrick's family, and that's why Kendrick had to drop the body bag on him.
So he thought Drake was like, I am in such a position of exalted status, I'm just going to take this guy out.
Who's ever in Drake's camp that gave him the false confidence that he should go over Kendrick Lamar, that's the guy you should be blaming for this beef.
All right. Very educational day,
That's
y'all.
what I'm here for.
Warriors Bucks tonight. Joe. The winner is Josh in Santa Rosa. Going to go see some Hardy.
Congrats, Josh.
All right, we'll do more of that tomorrow. All right, it was fun. It's always fun doing a post-Super Bowl show. Thanks to Peter Hartlob for hopping on. He was real good. Hey, it's time for a change. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Tony and John Joe, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I know for a fact that Tua is a better quarterback, but it wasn't working. So that's when you put Jalen in.
I really don't want any heartburns.
You know, I saw a lot of things in the media about the refs. What y'all gonna say now about the refs?
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
Greg Silver.
I'm not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
First and goal, Eagles, and under center's the quarterback Hurts. He gets the snap, they shove him across. It is an Eagle touchdown. And there is your first score in Super Bowl 59. It's a 3rd and 16 for the Chiefs, and a shotgun snap from their own 24. Rolling out of the pocket, Mahomes, line drive. It's intercepted at the 40, and picked off by DeGene, who comes to the near side, the 30. Got a block at the 20, breaks a tackle, the 10, the 5, to the pylon. Touchdown! Eagles have got a pick six. It's Cooper DeGene. A 37-yard pick six of Patrick Mahomes. Eagles take over 1st and 10. The shotgun snap, the fake handoff. And Hurts drops back 5, winds up. Long arching pass down the middle. It's caught over the shoulder in the end zone. Touchdown Smith. And that may make it insurmountable. It's a shotgun snap, and it goes to Mahomes. Quickly the rushes at him, and down he goes. Didn't have a chance to blink. Taken down in the middle and hit on the play by Josh Sweat.
For the second time, the Vince Lombardi Trophy is headed to Philadelphia. Eagles fly in Super Bowl 59.
Yep, the Eagles run away with this one, and the Chiefs, there will be no three-peat. The Super Bowl has come to an end. The Eagles stomp all over Kansas City, get their revenge from Super Bowl 57. Congratulations to Jeffrey Lurie, Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni, Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, and the many individuals that earned a Lombardi Trophy. And starting today, the 49ers are coming for you, and they're better because now we are back in it. But that's a ways away. We're going to be getting into basketball. We're going to be getting into baseball season. And, of course, today is going to be a lot of Super Bowl chatter. Papa, good morning.
Beat KC. Beat KC. Beat KC. That's what we've been chanting for weeks and weeks. We didn't know they were going to beat the crap out of KC. What a demolition. that was from the very start. Little push off there on A.J. Brown against McDuffie, but all game long, the pressure that they put on Patrick Mahomes. I mean, 25 pressures, 11 quarterback hits, 6 actual sacks, took the ball away 3 times. Cooper DeJean, not just with the interception, but that run back going from 1 hash mark all the way across the field and taking it in the end zone. I mean, the score at halftime was 24-0, and Kansas City had 23 yards and 1 first down in the entire first half. So we talked about it on Friday, Greg, that how we envision this game. And Mahomes had won 3 Super Bowls. We've seen that act before, but he lost one, and it was the 2020 pandemic Super Bowl to Tom Brady in Tampa Bay, but mainly it was to Shaq Barrett and the Tampa Bay defensive line that did a similar thing to what Philadelphia did yesterday, just all over him, no time to breathe. That is, I think this game may have been even worse for Patrick Mahomes. At least in that game, he was fighting, trying to stay alive as a thrower. This game, he just looked so rattled from the moment he hit his back foot. So a lot of people to congratulate today. But as far as a Bay Area tie, we got to start. I don't even know how he got the nickname. Lord Fangio's players started calling him Lord. It's Vic Fangio. Has been coaching in the NFL for decades, going back to the 80s. We saw him at Stanford with Harbs, and then obviously Jim took him to the Niners. And just the way that defense plays so tight. It's just a 4-man pressure. Everybody that's on the Niners currently, because they don't blitz enough. There wasn't a single blitz called yesterday. 6 quarterback sacks in the game. They were just all over them. They lined up really wide on their front, getting way out there and then just converting speed to power over and over and over again all day long. So Vic Fangio waiting so long to become a Super Bowl champion, and he does have a Bay Area tie. So I think we have to salute right now the lordly one, because Vic Fangio's defense was suffocatingly good.
Yeah, Vic Fangio's defense was insane. Philly did not blitz a single time, and it's as cliche as it sounds, if you get home with your front four, things can be very difficult on the opposing quarterback, even if that quarterback is Patrick Mahomes. And it's wild that Patrick Mahomes struggled to the degree with which he did yesterday. And I know Philly's defense is really good. I mean, you look at this roster up and down, it's no surprise that they were in the Super Bowl. And revisionist history, you can say, well, yeah, look at Philly throughout the playoffs. They suffocated their teams. Green Bay and Jordan Love looked terrible. The LA Rams were getting bit by their own turnovers until they almost made that late push at the very end, and that would have changed the playoffs. And then the Washington Commanders, what a great story that was in Jaden Daniels' first year as a rookie QB. But Eagles put up 55 points, ran down their throats. Not the biggest surprise in the world when you consider how it goes with KC in the end. That offense had nothing. The adjustments were not there. I mean, A.J. Brown and Nick Sirianni were kind of chirping at each other at one point in the first half, and then it seemed like in the blink of an eye, it was Zach Bond interception, A.J. Brown touchdown, all smiles, 24-0 right before the half. I mean, Kansas City was taken out of the game from the jump, Papa, and because it's the Chiefs, because of the 17 consecutive one-score games, because of the fact that they've come back from down double digits in multiple Super Bowls, and I'm not going to go too deep down that road on this morning, but we all know that it's not going to be the type of team you count out right away. I mean, the Eagles never even made it seem like they never looked stressed. They never had any reason to be stressed. That was just a full whooping start to finish. Kellen Moore in the offense did their thing. Jalen Hurts really balled out when Saquon Barkley didn't get into the end zone, and Steve Spagnuolo kind of forced Jalen Hurts into beating them, making plays. He did. And then on the defensive side, I mean, Josh Sweat, that defensive line, the no blitzes. Cooper DeJean, by the way, I didn't realize that was his first career interception.
I know. On his birthday.
22nd what a
birthday.
Time for that, for Cooper DeJean.
And it was Saquon's birthday as well, and he got the cake afterwards. So there was the push-off early in the game on A.J. Brown. And what a throw that was by Jalen Hurts. We got to talk about the Super Bowl MVP. Everything that Mahomes just was not allowed to do yesterday, Jalen Hurts was by that massive offensive line, and he went through his reads. I've been critical of him, where he's not a 1-2-3 guy. But yesterday, and they were very predictable. Kellen Moore may wind up the head coach of the New Orleans Saints in the coming days, if not by the end of the day, and just stay right there in the Big Easy. But they ran every single time early in the game on first down, ran on second down, and then forced Jalen Hurts to convert on third down. And he did it over and over and over again. A.J. Brown on the push-off early against McDuffie. But they got the ball right back. Even when he made the one mistake in the game and he threw a pick, it was like a punt. It was a third down play. It put him down on the 2-yard line. They had field position all day. There was one point in the game where I thought the boogeyman is going to rise because we've seen him. The Niners had him down 21-10 with 7 minutes to go. They were up 10-0 last year on him on the double pass from Jennings to McCaffrey. When it was 17-0 late in the first half and the Chiefs got the ball, you're thinking, what does Kyle Shanahan always say? Lap the opponent. Andy's going to get the ball to start the second half. If they can get a drive going and score, even a field goal, but a touchdown going into halftime, make it 17-7. Got the long Kendrick Lamar halftime there, Serena with the cameo. And, you can re-script and come right out to start the second half. DeAndre Hopkins dropping that ball when Mahomes got out of the pocket to his right, hit him over the middle, would have put him into field goal range. When you look at it on the All-22 later, it may have been a touchdown. So D-Hop just dropped the ball. And then Kansas City's offensive line. We talked about it. The game we saw this being, you could not allow it to be a one-score game. They win one-score games. They were up 34-0, make it a 4-score game, just blow them out. And off the field, a 5-score game. It was just a rout. It was the injuries and the moving of people around at left tackle. Joe Thuney's a great guard. He's a 4-time Super Bowl champion, but he cannot play tackle. And they were lining up. The Philadelphia Eagles were lining up to rush over the left tackle. Nolan Smith, I thought, was going to have the huge game on the other side. He wound up pushing the pocket a lot on those power rushes to bull rush, but the way they just came at you from all across the line. Josh Sweat got a couple of sacks in the game, but Davis and Carter and Nolan Smith, they don't have to blitz when you have a front four. When they won the Super Bowl a few years ago with Doug Peterson, Greg, we called that, Philly's defensive line was TWO deep. They had pass rushers right behind the first group. Even when they beat us in the championship game in 22, they had so many guys with 10 or more sacks. That's what they do, and that's why we'll get into it all. And the offseason has been underway for the Niners for over a month, but now it's for everybody. They'll have a parade in Philadelphia, and but everybody's on to the new year right now. It's the defensive line of the Philadelphia Eagles that dominated this Super Bowl. The defensive line of the Los Angeles Rams is what won them the NFC West this year and made them a playoff team you had to deal with, obviously, winning their wild card game and going all the way to Philadelphia in the snow. And they played them much better than Kansas City. So we'll look at how the Niners rebuild. To me, it has got to start to where they got to the Super Bowl in Miami in Super Bowl 54, and last year's group wasn't as good. They got to get back to that dominant gold rush front. It's obvious what is dominating football right now. The Rams in your own division, Philadelphia in your conference, they have taken the championship away from you. So the offseason is underway. We know what the draft is with some good, D-line candidates there. But the big news came yesterday morning and this is surprising me that Deebo would ask for a trade. You thought the Niners may look to move him. Why does he want to be traded? Where can you trade him? And can you absorb the salary cap hit? David Lombardi will join us later on to get into all of that. But offseason is now underway. Philadelphia is the champions. And what do you do with Deebo Samuel?
Yeah, we're going to be getting into Deebo Samuel coming up a little bit later in the show. We also will get to Jimmy Butler's debut with the Golden State Warriors, which turned from disaster to hopefulness in a very short flip of the switch there down in Chicago. So that'll be a little bit later in the show. Right now, we're going to focus on football, one last football game, end of the Super Bowl. Of course, Deebo Samuel, the defensive line of the Philadelphia Eagles. And look, before we go ahead and take a little pause, I want to play the sound one more time. Sherelle Parker, Philadelphia Eagles mayor. Hey, the spelling doesn't count. The championships do.
Let me hear you all say E-L-G-S. E-S, Eagles! Let's go, Birds!
They got to put that misspelling on the Super Bowl ring or something.
Bradley Cooper nailed it, though. I was worried when he started. I thought, where's he going next? He's got his baby boy in his arms. But Bradley Cooper, Although most of America is hungover today and calling in sick, while 22 million Americans are not working today, Bradley Cooper may have the ultimate hangover today. But he got the spelling of Eagles correct. He nailed it.
Yeah, Bradley Cooper's allowed to have the hangover. Sherelle Parker is allowed to have the hangover. And Walter definitely is allowed to have the hangover because we got Cole filling in today. Yeah, Walter was so mad about the Super Bowl matchup that he fled the country. This is a true story. So who knows when he's going to come back, but we'll keep this discussion moving on the other side. It is Papa and Silver, a little bit banged up on a Monday, as we all are here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts and the Eagles routed Kansas City yesterday and shut the door on their three-peat. How should we feel, Niners Nation? Hit us up in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR.
Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Mahomes in the gun, gets the snap, drifting back in the end zone. Pressure on a 5-man rush, throws a quick pass, diving interception. It's made by Bond on the hash mark at the 14. Patrick Mahomes has just thrown his second interception today.
Yeah, Kevin Harlan on the call there. Zach Bond with the diving interception deep in Chiefs territory that set up the A.J. Brown touchdown. It was 24-0 just before halftime, shortly thereafter. Thanks for hanging out with us, Greg Silver, Greg Papa, talking about the Super Bowl. Eagles and Chiefs, I know, not the best in the Bay Area, but I do know a lot of people took pleasure in seeing Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, and the Kansas City Chiefs go down, stifled in their effort for a three-peat. Before I get back to the game, just want to do a quick mention of our guest list. Larry Krueger will be joining us at 10:50. David Lombardi of the San Francisco Standard will be stopping by at 12:50 to get into all of this. But that call you just heard right there from Westwood One, Kevin Harlan, Zach Bond interception. So I had a few thoughts at that point, Papa. One was Zach Bond was a special teams player and now is a man who is about to make a lot of money. Thought two, Patrick Mahomes does not look very good in this game. And thought number three was, are the Eagles about to just run free with this? And that is exactly what happened.
Well, moments after, they got in the end zone again to A.J. Brown, and he tiptoed into the end zone, and it was 24-0. And again, he got pressure in his face, had to throw across his body. And Zach Bond, we talked about the Cooper DeJean INT. What a great play that was to pick it up over on the far defensive left, offensive right hash. The pick was fine, but the run back, that guy's a punt returner. And he is fearless the way he fields punts to work his way back across the field and score the touchdown. And then Zach Bond, that was an incredibly difficult interception, the way he had to dive across the middle of the field to intercept it. So Zach Bond was a 4-year New Orleans Saint, played 62 games there, 14 starts. He was predominantly a special teams player, as you said. He had a total of 88 tackles in 4 years in New Orleans in 62 games. This year, he had 151 tackles. He had 3.5 sacks this year. Honestly, Patrick Surtain Jr. is a tremendous player, but I thought Zach Bond really could have been easily, and Fred Warner was talking about this as well, he could have been the defensive player of the year. And who was this guy? I mean, what did Philadelphia and Howie Roseman see in him? What was it that Lord Fangio, Vic Fangio, saw in him to entrust? We were talking, the other day with Bo Wolf about who wears the green dot helmet. How do you do that, in the middle of their defense? And it's Bond who wears it, even though he technically plays weak side linebacker and he roams around. He's a playmaker. But he calls the defense as well. What did they see in this guy to have this kind of a year in Philadelphia after 4 nondescript years, mainly on special teams in New Orleans? It's one of the great free agent signings of all time. And the Eagles won the Super Bowl. Do you root for the NFC team? I always kind of do that with the Raiders. You root for the AFC team, and then now the Niners, the NFC team. It is Philadelphia. I know what happened a couple of years ago and the injury to Brock and their fans and just all the sniping. And do you want to see Chauncey Gardner-Johnson get a Super Bowl ring, the mouth of the South? Well, Deebo may be gone, so that rivalry may be, muffled a little bit. But Howie Roseman, and remember when Chip Kelly got there, Howie Roseman got marginalized. He's been with Jeffrey Lurie for years, but he lost his juice in that building at the NovaCare complex. And then when they let go, they moved on from Chip. And his first year, by the way, he did well in Philadelphia with that no huddle. As time went on, they kind of caught up to it. But not just the Zach Bond, and, it's the way they've drafted. Quinyon Mitchell, obviously, Cooper DeJean. I mean, for a little while there, I thought, is Cooper DeJean going to be the most valuable player of the Super Bowl? He was doing everything, catching the ball as a punt returner fearlessly, batting balls away, the big fourth down bat away. He was involved in that play with the coverage. It wasn't him that actually had the tip away. But anyway, those two guys were they're rookies. Starting in the secondary, like the Niners, Renardo Green, Malik Mustafa. Could you see these guys taking on a prominent role on a conference champion next year? The year before, they got Jalen Carter, because he fell in their lap because of the incident with the automobile at the end of his run at Georgia, got into trouble. He really was the number one talent in the draft. They get him, and then they let Javon Hargrave go. So, again, cheap labor. Nolan Smith Jr., also from Georgia, so fast. The year before, their first pick is Jordan Davis. So they're just loading up on defensive linemen. And then, obviously, offensively, they got Devontae and Cam Jurgens to replace Kelsey and Landon Dickerson. But, with the Niners now, you're looking at it, you're going to have to draft the way the Philadelphia Eagles have been able to draft. Look at the last, 2.5 years, Mitchell, DeJean, Carter, Smith, Davis. They nailed all those picks, and those are just their first and second round picks. Then you supplement it with, not going out and signing a guy who doesn't really want to play for you, Devondre Campbell, and winds up tapping out. You sign, and Devondre Campbell is a former first-team All-Pro player. You gave him $5 million. How much did Philadelphia give Zach Bond? And did anybody know that this guy would even be your starting green dot wearing off-the-ball linebacker and then do that all year? I mean, he was first-team All-Pro. Who goes from 14 starts in 4 years with one team, joining a new team, and being first-team All-Pro and having 151 tackles? Who knew that?
So Zach Bond, I'm looking at the contract right now. He is making... For the 2024 season, it is $475,000.
Wow. Is he under contract for next year?
No, so he is a free agent.
It's a one-year deal?
It was a one-year deal. Yeah.
So right now on the open market, $475, he would easily get, over $5. Somebody would pay him more. You'd think he'd probably go back to Philadelphia. This is also the cost of winning. Now, all of a sudden, Zach Bond goes from a $500,000 a year player to what will he make now? Will they have to give him $10 million? What do they have on him as far as he has to be a UFA because he's on his second team, an unrestricted free agent.
Yeah, he's a UFA. And also, I correct myself. So $475 was the signing bonus, but the base salary total was $1.1 million.
Still.
Yeah, still. The value is insane.
Guy. Incredible.
Yeah, so he'll be getting paid for sure. Adam Schefter was all over the free agents for both teams, the key free agents. Chiefs didn't have a ton of notable names, but the Eagles definitely did, highlighted by Zach Bond there. So, look, bottom line is they had a plan. They executed it. Vic Fangio's defense just owned Andy Reid and that offense. And Xavier Worthy was the one bright spot for the Chiefs yesterday. Travis Kelce was their second leading receiver, and he looked old. He looked out of it, and I seriously wonder if he is going to come back for another season at this point. I know he's not making that decision, but...
No, he'll come back. He doesn't even look like him sitting on the bench. He's obviously coloring his hair, so the hair color is so much darker. Do you see the suit he rolled in with? It didn't even look like Travis Kelce. Like, who is that guy?
You see the suit that Patrick Mahomes rolled in with, going all Eagles green?
I saw.
Crazy.
But as far as, now we're into the offseason, and the big news of the morning yesterday was, the tweets coming out of Adam Schefter with the report about Deebo. So what did the 49ers do? I'm a little surprised that it was Deebo that asked for a trade, and this was during his exit interview. And then Kyle and John came out and spoke the next day on Wednesday. I'm not sure they got to everybody's exit interview, but it almost sounds like the timeline was they met with Deebo Monday, Tuesday, and then had the press conference the week carried live here on Wednesday. And John said, we are not in the business of giving away good players. We don't do that. But Deebo did ask for a trade. And now the news of the weekend is the Niners have granted Deebo and his agent, Tony Dandy, permission to find a trade partner. He did ask for a trade a couple of years ago when they redid his deal. And that one got contentious. There was no communication for a while. They had to travel to visit with him and kind of mend things up. They didn't trade him on draft day. They weren't offered, great picks coming the other way. I think the Jets offered a pick, but they wanted a second-round pick back. We'll see. The Niners were offered, as far as I know, a second and a third-round pick, not just 2 3s, but a second and a third for Deebo. And they were close to doing it here and there, and they didn't do it. So we'll get into it now. Why did Deebo ask for a trade? You think it might be the other way? Does he see what's coming? But Ayuk is coming off an injury. You may need his services. What are you able to get back for him? And is there a scenario where you do trade Deebo and you do the daily double and you wind up with Cooper Kupp somehow, some way.
Yeah, that's something to follow for sure, and we'll keep this conversation right here on Deebo Samuel before Larry Krueger stops by and joins us at 10:50. Big news for the 49ers over the weekend. Deebo Samuel requesting a trade, team granting him that permission. Situation we'll be monitoring heavily all offseason. It's Papa and Silver as we officially say goodbye to football on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here from my friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. For over 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction. Do you struggle with distance vision, need reading glasses, or wear bifocals like I did for years? CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision and do it now. The Laser Eye Center offers LASIK, Smile, Evo ICL, or the procedure I had, CLR, which is custom lens replacement. It's the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you'll never develop a cataract. After tens of thousands of procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center have the experience to tell you which procedure is best for you. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. So book your free consultation today at modernvisioncorrection.com. That's modernvisioncorrection.com.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
The San Francisco 49ers are expected to explore a trade for star receiver Deebo Samuel. His status certainly has been on again, off again with the 49ers. He's been a little frustrated with his role. They have drafted at the receiver position and locked up Brandon Ayuk. Would not be surprised if he's on the move.
Yeah, Ian Rappaport there yesterday for NFL Network talking about Deebo Samuel. Could be on the move for the 49ers. We'll talk to Larry Krueger coming up in about 15 minutes, but sort of teased it at the end of last segment. Papa, it's a very interesting situation developing here because Deebo did not have his best year production-wise, but Brandon Ayuk also was injured. We don't know what his status is going to be come week 1 of next season. Ricky Pearsall came onto the scene a little bit late in the year, but didn't get a true rookie season. So this receiving core, very much up in the air. Cooper Kupp, another name you floated out there right before. Now, if he can end up here in Santa Clara, that would be a huge win, but trading to a division rival is something we don't see very often. So all in all, it's kind of what can the Niners get for Deebo? Where would he end up? Where would they be willing to trade him to? And how is this going to kind of shift out how things go in 2025 here?
We've been down this road before with Tyson Samuel, Deebo, but the Niners, the difference is that they've granted, the report over the weekend is they've granted Deebo and his agent, Tory Dandy, permission to find a trade partner. And this is after the exit interview. And Deebo was talking about it this week. It was a hard conversation to have with Kyle because of the relationship that we have. But I have to do what's best. I'm more than thankful for the Niners for giving me the opportunity of a lifetime. And we got another time to find another team. I think it's best that we find another team. So I could see where there'd be motivation from the team to maybe move Deebo. I don't know why he's the one that he initiated this, that he's the one that went into that exit meeting and asked Kyle for a trade. There was a request for a trade when his contract was up after his big year. They were not close to trading him. They didn't get a good offer back, and they did not want to trade him at that time. They didn't. He really was never really on the market. This offseason with Ayuk's contract situation, Deebo was, for a time, on the market. Ayuk was as well. Pittsburgh, I think, made offers for both players. So who would be, in line to go get Deebo? It's interesting that they would have the agent do that. Tory Dandy, I'm sure John and his people are pursuing the trade. That's what they do. But at the same time, Deebo, if he is traded, part of it may just be his contract and where it's at after having a restructure, Greg. So you would think the trading team wants to sign Deebo Samuel to a new contract extension or restructure of some kind. So that's kind of where I would think the agent comes into play. It's not like Tory Dandy is, initiating phone calls. It's more, we're here with this team, and now they want to talk to you about doing the contract. It's a little bit odd how this all happened, that Deebo asked for a trade, and then is his agent, leading the charge to find him a new suitor. He has to go somewhere he's happy, obviously. That team is not going to trade for an unhappy player. And then, but then the contract would have to be adjusted, you would think, one way or the other. If they do trade him, do they need to bring in a veteran wide receiver as well? We can go out and obviously draft one, and they got a couple of young guys. I think the factor would be Brandon Ayuk and just where he's healing this offseason from he's got double ligament tear. It wasn't just the ACL, it was also the MCL. There may be other things involved there. Jawan Jennings is under contract for one more year. Obviously, Ayuk got the major extension. Ayuk, with him being out, Jennings did prove that he could play X wide receiver. He had never played that before in the NFL. Brandon is usually your X, Deebo's your Z, and Jennings goes to F. Now, if you traded Deebo, you could keep Jennings at X. They started to use Brandon Ayuk more at Z, where he's actually the move guy. And then Ricky Pearsall's been trained to play X, Z, and F, but mainly Z and F, not so much. And X is the open side. There's no tight end anywhere near you. You're by yourself over there. You're up on the line of scrimmage. It's the split end position. If they go to a slot, it would be on the other side. The tight end would be kind of by yourself over there. So I think Ricky has the ability with his feet. He's just not a big target like Ayuk and like Jawan. that could play X. Chris Conley wound up playing a lot of X wide receiver for the Niners this year. Jacob Cowling would be more of a Z and an F, obviously a flanker and a slot guy. So we'll see if they actively look to move him, and then what would be the timeline on a trade here. He does have the contract. You would think the way it's due now, there's a clause in there where he's due a $15.4 million option bonus. You would think the Niners would want to get that trade done before that date. The new league year starts March the 12th, so you're 10 days into it at March 22. You may have a handle on free agency and how players are moving and what's the demand for Deebo, what kind of return can you get. As I say, I think last year at one point before the year, you could have gotten a second and a third, maybe from Pittsburgh or another team. What do you think you get for Deebo now? Is his market depressed after the year he just had, and another team has got to be willing to trade for him and then adjust his contract?
Yeah, so I know Larry Krueger put out there, and we're going to talk to him coming up soon, that he doesn't see the 49ers getting more than a fifth-round pick for Deebo Samuel. I think you could probably get a little bit more than that, but I do think that the season he just had probably impacts the market somewhat negatively. If we're talking about veteran wide receivers, by the way, not a cheap name, but a name that could potentially be in play to move from his current team is also Davante Adams, because there was the news over the weekend that Aaron Rodgers and the Jets are likely to split, and then Adams, because of the way his contract works out right now, he's due $35.6 million in the next year, and he can either restructure the contract, stay in New York with whatever they're going to do, or he could want out, and we know he's got the West Coast ties. So I'm not saying that's a likely outcome, but it is another name like a Cooper Kupp to be monitoring during all of this. As far as what Deebo Samuel could command in a trade package, I'm not necessarily sure if it's more draft pick centric, if you could maybe get another player for him. Do the 49ers want another middle round draft pick just because they already have 10? Not saying more draft picks necessarily hurts, but this isn't a year where the 49ers are necessarily starving for middle round draft picks here. So it's all things to consider as we move forward into the new league year in the middle of March.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd do it for a fifth-round pick. And you're going to take the cap hit depending on when it's done and how you post it. If that's the case, and I will be anxious to hear from Larry where he's hearing this from, if it's his own thought or, again, last year, you could have gotten 2 day 2 picks for Deebo. You could have gotten a second-round pick and a third. You're telling me all you can get now is a fifth-round pick for him? Then is there a motivating factor to do that? If you do trade Deebo, Ayuk will come back at some point, but it's a bad injury. You've got Jennings. We talked about Ricky Pearsall. You've got, Cowling on the roster as well. As far as Devontae, whoa. I mean, the kind of money that he makes is enormous. And with Ayuk's salary now at right around 30 a year, could you take on another? I mean, the one thing about Philadelphia and the way they structured their team this year, because of all the draft picks we just talked about that they've used the last 3 years, getting Zach Bond for a little over $1 million. I mean, their defense, Darius Big Play Slay makes 14.26. They got Bryce Huff on the roster as well at 17. But all their money is really in their offense. So Jalen Hurts, at the average, annual value, when he makes a year is $52 million. A.J. Brown had his deal redone as well, 32. Devontae, 25. So right there, they're paying a quarterback big money, which should project what you're going to do with Brock, and they've got a pair of wide receivers that make over 25 annually. A.J. 32 and Devontae 25. Mailata, their left tackle, makes 22. Dickerson makes 21. Goddard, the tight end, makes 13. Saquon is quite a bargain, but that's the running back market, makes 12.5. So the point I'm making is this is one of the most expensive offenses maybe in the history of the NFL when you add up what they're paying and then look at it versus what they're paying their defense. And their defense won in the game. The offense did fine. They scored 40 on them. There's a pick 6 involved, but their offense is good. But their defense is so inexpensive that they're able to load up. So as you look at the Niners, and George Kittle's been talking at the Super Bowl about his contract being up, and there's already a discussion about bumping him up more, and, where's he going to go? To Kelsey territory. He's always one of the highest paid tight ends who use check. McCaffrey and the money he makes. Obviously, you've got Ayuk there. If you move Deebo's money, and then the big one is Trent and the money he's making at left tackle. So, would you follow the Eagles model where you're putting so much money into the offensive side of the ball? You've got Nick, you've got Fred on the defensive side. If you have to sign big play Dre back, the bottom line is you're talking about Devontae. My initial reaction is, whoa, you can't have 2 wide receivers making that kind of money. That would be the motivating factor in trying to move Deebo, especially when your tight end makes so much money. But Philadelphia is paying A.J. Brown $32 million a year, and they're paying Devontae Smith $25, and they already extended the contract to Jalen Hurts. He just re-signed that massive deal for 5 years and $255, which you're looking at with Brock. So as a business model, as you structure offense and defense, would you even be in the Devontae Adams game?
Well, I think in order to be, you'd have to maybe consider trading Brandon Ayuk. And I'm not saying that the 49ers want to go there, but Ayuk was having a little bit of a iffy start to the year. He had the little temper tantrum with the shorts at practice, wasn't delivering. Then he had a game against Arizona when he was starting to round into form a little bit. And then he got injured, and we'll see how the injury affects him at all. So I'm not saying they should trade Brandon Ayuk, and I'm not necessarily advocating for that. But given what we saw last year with the contentious holdout and then what transpired in the season, which was disappointment followed by brutal injury, I'm not saying it's out of the cards either here for the 49ers. So let's hear from Larry Krueger, get his thoughts on Gus Bradley joining the staff, on the Deebo Samuel situation, what they could do, and look to restructure this team, build through the draft versus free agency versus trade. And then we'll get a little bit into Jimmy Butler's debut later on in the show. It is Papa and Silver hanging out with you to wrap up the final game of the football season, Super Bowl 59. Eagles smash the Chiefs 40-22. Krueger on the other side on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. The faithful knows all too well. Sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment, everything's on track, and the next, an unexpected challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tariq, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in. taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas Law doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 1-800-INJURED. That's 1-800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law. They will fight to make it right.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening, everybody? Thanks for hanging out. Greg Papa, Greg Silver here on a Monday. And our Monday special is talking to our good friend, Larry Krueger. You can catch him 6 p.m. every night for Niners Nightly. The season officially done, but the Niners season has been over for quite some time. And Larry, I know you were high on these Philadelphia Eagles to come out of the NFC. Not only did they do that, they are hoisting a Lombardi trophy. It's a bittersweet game for fans here in the Bay Area to see the Kansas City Chiefs go down and the Eagles come out on top. But good morning. How are you? And how was your Super Bowl Sunday? We got Krug? All right, we'll work on making a connection. I see him on our stream. We'll work on solidifying the connection here with Krug. I know we had his lineup just a couple moments ago, but that's okay. Wouldn't be a true start to the week without some tech difficulties, Papa. I mean, we know the drill.
Cole will figure it out. When you get Larry, let me know. But Larry, he was on with us last Monday, and he flat out called it, that the Philadelphia Eagles are by far the better team, and that he thought they would win the game and win the game decidedly. And I thought that on Friday, but then you have to actually go out and play that game. And one thing we want to get Larry's thoughts are just the way their team has been constructed. Their defense was not very good last year at all. They could not tackle. They had weaknesses at all levels, but mainly at the linebacker level. Zach Bond, solidified that, and their front is just as dominant. When they won the Super Bowl with Doug Peterson a few years ago, they had a great front. They came at you in waves. This front is young, inexpensive. They are hell to deal with, and then now the Niners got to deal with the Eagles and the Rams in their own division, and we want to get Larry's thoughts on Deebo. Krug, I think you're nodding your head. You're able to hear us now?
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Hit the wrong button, and I ejected myself from the studio. Sorry about that.
Monday after a Super Bowl, we're all hanging.
I was going to say, we're all banged up, man. We're all on the injury report today.
How'd you enjoy the game? You called it, Larry. You had this game all mapped out before they even kicked it off.
Well, I mean, and yet I convinced myself by the time the kickoff that Mahomes and Reed would probably prevail. But yeah, the Eagles were the better team. I really felt that way on Championship Sunday when they clinched the Super Bowl berth. And the Chiefs we had indications the Chiefs were kind of limping towards the finish line. They weren't running the ball effectively. They weren't necessarily stopping the run. They were winning games this year, but they were a lot of close games. And Mahomes, their offense was largely unimpressive for big chunks of the year. And Isaiah Pacheco regressed, and their weapons got kind of old, and their tackles, couldn't stand up in this game. And I'll give Fangio credit, man. His front line absolutely dominated. Milton Williams, I'd love to see the Niners make a play for him in free agency. He was fantastic. Their defensive front just was way too much for Kansas City, and Mahomes played poorly. Sometimes we have to go beyond just the quarterback in handicapping these things. I know some people, you got this quarterback, you're for sure going to win, but it's a team game, and the other facets of the game matter an awful lot. And you saw it in this game against, yesterday. The Eagles' defensive front was fantastic, and their offensive line neutralized the great Chris Jones.
Yeah, they certainly did. And Larry, I know you were pretty accurate on your prediction for how this game was going to shake out with the way Philly's roster is just so well-rounded. And Jalen Hurts obviously played a great game. Saquon didn't even score, and that offense was humming all the way to 40 points. Was there anything about the game that stuck out as a big surprise to you? Maybe just being the fact that the Eagles got out to such a big lead so quickly? Was it Mahomes being kind of careless with the ball? I mean, I know the end result was kind of in line with what your vision was, but was there anything that was a little bit shocking to you about yesterday?
Well, that Kansas City could really bottle up Saquon Barkley and still get their doors blown off. I mean, they held Saquon Barkley to 2.3 yards per carry. His longest run was 10 yards. You could make an argument that Kansas City did a really nice job 3 years in a row in the Super Bowl, against the Eagles 2 years ago, against Christian last year, against Barkley yesterday. And yet it wasn't enough. I really felt like if they controlled Barkley and forced Hurts into a kind of a pass mode, that would have been their key to victory. But, I'll give Philly credit. They came out and they committed to the run. They ran it 45 times. I mean, that was my thing. Is has Kyle Shanahan ever run the ball 67% of the time? I mean, it's happened.
Yeah,
I think it probably happened in the playoffs a few years ago.
Minnesota playoff game in the Green Bay,
those
championship game.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I'd love to see Kyle do more of. I'd love to see the Niners this offseason, upgrade their center, upgrade the fullback, get another big time back who's got great contact balance, and start running the ball. Run the ball in the low red zone, run the ball in short yardage. The 49ers, Kyle Shanahan stopped coaching the way he wanted to coach late in the year. He ran the ball, he passed the ball on 2nd and goal from the 4 and 3rd and goal from the 4, and what was it, the second or third to last game of the season, because he's got no confidence in his ability to punch it in inside the 5. That you're not going to be able to win a Super Bowl if you can't get legit and have the ability to run the ball in the low red zone. And they didn't have that ability this year.
Yeah, and obviously the McCaffrey injury just crippled him in that regard. And J.P. Mason was doing well, but he's not the low red zone banger that Christian is, or just Christian just finds knacks and cracks. And what they did a lot was just motion Deebo, and go to that Deadpool formation, the 11 Tyson, and run him in the backfield. The news of the weekend, Larry, not a surprise in that Deebo is going to be on the market. I'm a little surprised that it's Deebo, which is the report is, and he's talked about it in the exit interview with Kyle right after that last game in Arizona about a month ago. He said he wants to be traded. He has asked to be traded before through his agent, Torrey Dandy. That one off season when they were all getting paid, and he wasn't really on the market. What do you make of the report? If the Niners are serious, I this past off season, I was led to believe they could get a second-round pick and a third-round pick for Deebo, and they didn't choose to do that. You're saying only a fifth-round pick now? Would that even be in their best interest to move him? So what do they do with Deebo asking for a trade now?
Well, it's a good question. Do you release him? And John Lynch has already said to us at the end of the year presser, we're not in the business of giving away good players. And they view Deebo as a good player. So I think that's his opening salvo that they want compensation back for him. But at the same time, they're going to need to replace him. I mean, that's the rub here. That's the part that's so difficult, is that you probably do need to move on from him, but you also need to replace him if you want to win the Super Bowl. And I don't know that they have enough. In fact, I'm pretty confident in saying that they don't have enough receiving wise. They have to bring in a significant receiver somehow, some way. And that's why, even though the T. Higgins rumors seem crazy to me, and I don't see that being a fit, but you got to at least think about it, because where else are you going to get a receiver that's ready to roll? Rookie receivers, more times than not, need a redshirt year to just adjust. I mean, heck, even Jerry Rice needed a redshirt year. There's only one Randy Moss. Most rookie receivers don't come in and dominate. So, it's not a great year for rookie receivers. So, you're going to go into next year with Ricky Pearsall, JJ, and maybe half a season of Brandon Ayuk, coming off of a major injury where he's almost assuredly going to be diminished on some level. So, I mean, they suddenly went from, they've got a lot of resources tied up in wide receivers, but they also don't have a good wide receiver room. So that's going to be very problematic, and I don't know what the solution is going to be there, because I watched the Shrine practices, I watched the Senior Bowl practices. I'm not seeing a receiver that they could add that would, that they'd want to add that's going to impact their situation. So I think free agency might be where they have to go, or trade. Maybe make a big play for Garrett Wilson. That's who I'd be knocking on their door, because I think that's the piece they need. They need somebody who can run sub 4.4, who can also run routes and be that dynamic mover. The receiver room has to complement one another. They have the possession guys. They have the guys who can, the continuity pieces that can move the chains. They need that dynamic player. It's been Ayuk, but I don't know if if going with him this year as that player is smart, and seeing how he probably is going to miss a good chunk of the year.
Talking to Larry Krueger here as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Moving on into the 11 o'clock hour here. Krug, great stuff there on your assessment of the receiver room and the 49ers, because there's been a lot of talk about the trenches, the offensive line, the defensive line, and the receiver room as currently constructed right now. If Deebo Samuel walks out that door, and even maybe with him staying on the team somehow, still might not be enough. So what's the most sensible path to an impactful receiver and impactful in the year of 2025? I mean, the draft is certainly one element, but we've also seen young receivers kind of struggle in a Shanahan system before. You could look for trades, but then it's, what do you have to give up? And you could look for other veteran proven commodities, like if a Cooper Kupp could get traded to a division rival. We even talked about Devontae Adams and maybe even considering moving Ayuk's contract. What's the most sensible path here to have an immediate impact as the Niners look to do a really fast version of the rebuild here?
Well, okay, so you got the 11th pick. You always have the ability to trade up or down. Teteroa McMillan, Jacob Cowing's teammate at Arizona, is a spectacular player. He's probably going to run in the 4.3s later on this month, but he's raw. I mean, and I don't know that makes sense. Luther Burden, the third from Missouri, is a hell of a player. And he's an incredible run after the catch player. But do you want to invest the 11th pick in Luther Burden when you have huge needs, on both sides of the line of scrimmage? Probably not. I don't know. I mean, maybe you go in the second round for a guy like Trey Harris. I love Trey Harris, the Ole Miss wide receiver. I think he's really spectacular. You might be able to get him with your pick in the 40s. Otherwise, you're probably looking at day 3 options, and you could catch lightning in the bottle, but it's low percentage. The free agent market, there are some guys that fit like they need a speed element. And Rondale Moore's out there, and McCole Hardman's a free agent, and Tutu Atwell. But these aren't really true stars. They're just kind of change of pace guys. So, Higgins and Diggs are the big free agents, but can they afford them? I would probably say no.
And
but
Diggs also coming off that ACL.
Right. And then, Higgins is not a burner per se, but he's a tremendous player. Tim Kawakami had a note that the people that he's talking to, that there's real urgency with the 49ers to really, get back and go for it right away this upcoming year. And there's also been rumors that maybe the Brock deal may not be a 5-6 year deal. It may be a shorter term deal that gives the organization total flexibility to move on from the entire regime in a couple years if they wanted to. So there's lots of different ways to slice this, but it sounds like there's some urgency. And I do think a guy like Higgins would be probably their best option. It's going to be very challenging. I mean, I don't know how you can replace a couple offensive linemen, a couple defensive linemen, and still get a wide receiver that can impact your situation. So it's in a year where it's a kind of a down year for wide receivers. I love the kid Tez Johnson, the slot receiver from Oregon, who lit it up in Mobile. He was unguardable, but he's also 155 pounds, and he's like one hit away from the last hit of his career. I know the Niners talked to Jalen Noel, one of the two Iowa State receivers that, played in the slot, had, I think, 9 or 10 touchdowns this year. But he's also a small guy, 5'10", 195 pounds. So, it's going to be a real challenge to see if they can find a receiver that can impact their situation. And that's why if Garrett Wilson is out there in a trade, he's still on his rookie deal. You'd have to pay a significant amount of compensation probably in draft picks. But if you could spread it over a year or two, I think that's the guy that I would try to get.
Over to the defensive side, since we last chatted with you, Krug, the big news came late last week that Gus Bradley, a former NFL head coach, obviously in Jacksonville, and a 4-time defensive coordinator, starting with the Legion of Boom. He was Pete's first DC those years, and when they were putting that together in 2009 through 2012, is going to join the Niners staff. We'll see what role it would be, maybe the Brandon Staley role, but a little different, obviously, with his ties to Robert Saleh. So just give me your thoughts on Gus Bradley. The report is late last week that he's going to join the Niners coaching staff.
Well, I mean, first of all, I've met Gus Bradley a few times. He's a tough guy. I mean, he is a tough guy. There's no question about it. He's also a really smart guy. He's got multiple degrees. He's got a master's degree. He's really smart, really tough, and his teams tend to take on his traits. He's a smart, tough guy. And I think he's had some smart, tough defenses. As far as his title, he was listed as assistant head coach. So is that going to be his title? I don't know that he's going to have. Was Brandon Staley the assistant head coach?
I can find that out for you.
Or was he
just
just defensive assistant? Because what I saw from Bradley's thing was he was listed as the Niners assistant head coach. So that's interesting.
I saw that as well on our lads. I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, and then I saw that on Wikipedia they listed him. I think it's a great hire for a couple reasons. One, there's no cap. There's no cap in this area of spending. And having a heavy brain trust of guys is a good thing. And also you want continuity. Every single time, there's a great article by Jeff Howe in The Athletic about a month ago talking about how the Patriots forced all these teams to, when they beat them in the playoffs, to reassess everything. And they started changing out their coordinators, and it just further gave the Patriots more of an advantage because they had continuity. And the Chiefs have had this continuity with Taub and Reed and with Spags. And I just think every time you change your scheme, man, you're really at a disadvantage. So I like the idea of Bradley, so that if a year from now, Robert Saleh, let's say the Niners have a great bounce back year, they win the Super Bowl, Saleh's highly coveted, he gets picked off. Well, then what? You want to have another defensive coordinator search? No. So I think Bradley enables you to have an in-house candidate of note with some big-time experience there, who could step right in. So I love the hire, and as long as Saleh is endorsing it, and obviously he is, so it's I think it's a different deal than last year with Sorensen and Staley. Not that Sorensen didn't endorse Staley, but I mean, Sorensen didn't have a lot of say, and he was a first-year guy. Staley had the experience. This, I think, is Saleh saying, "I want Gus Bradley." And I think when you look at what he did up in Seattle, I think Gus Bradley is a good football coach. So I like it.
And Brandon Staley's title was assistant head coach / defense. So it just says assistant head coach with Gus. So I don't know if it's more of a wide-ranging role on the entirety of the football team, but Staley did have the assistant head coach title / defense last year.
And Bradley, the other interesting connection to Bradley is, his son is a pretty decent quarterback prospect, I think. Carter Bradley, who played for the South Alabama Jaguar team. He's with the Raiders now, I believe.
Yeah,
Would they be interested in bringing in Carter Bradley as, their fourth quarterback? I do think they'll bring in a couple quarterbacks, probably one veteran and maybe one young quarterback to compete with Mordecai for that third spot. But Carter Bradley would be, he's got a good arm, and he's a pretty decent quarterback. And as a son of a coach, he does process the game pretty well. So that would be an interesting combo if they brought him too.
Finishing up here with Larry Krueger, and this is a little bit more of a broad scale question, but we are officially in day one, morning number one of the offseason on Super Bowl Hangover Monday. Does the Eagles' dominance yesterday shape your view any differently of the 49ers' top priority? Because I think if you look at O-line, you can make a case of protect Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey. Look at how Jalen Hurts had his life a lot more comfortable, and he can use his legs, and he did that great yesterday. Could it be the D-line? Because look at yesterday's Super Bowl champs and even Super Bowl champs of the past, like the 2007 New York Giants, where if you can get home with 4, that makes your life a lot better on that side of the ball. Or could it even be skill positions? Because yesterday Patrick Mahomes didn't have a Rashee Rice. He didn't have Tyreek Hill and hasn't for a few years now. And Xavier Worthy had a nice game, but outside of that, their second leading receiver was Travis Kelce, who I think it was pretty consensus that he had a really disappointing game and looked old. So you can kind of make a case for a lot of different groups. Does that shape your view differently of what the 49ers need to address at the top of their list?
I think it always has to. I think you always have to keep track with who's winning in the NFL and how are they doing it and what can you learn from it. And to me, my first takeaway from yesterday's game is that, if you have a front four that can get it done, you have so much potential for the things that you can do defensively. And, if you look at the Eagles, not just this edition, but the Eagles, the last couple, years, they've got a line up front, and every single one of those guys can get after the quarterback. Milton Williams had 2 sacks. Josh Sweat had 2.5 sacks. Big Jordan Davis had a sack. Jalix Hunt had a half sack. I mean, they don't put guys on the field that can't rush the passer for the most part. Every single one of their guys can get after the quarterback. So I think that's one thing you got to learn is you got to get a better defensive front, and you got to be able to get home with 4 because you can't rely on blitzing. You can't give great veteran quarterbacks predefined looks. That's one. I think the other one that has to be noticed is that, man, you got to be able to run the ball in the low red zone. And, Philly, not necessarily in this game, but Philly just across the board, they've got a big, dominant, physical offensive line, and the Niners are sitting there at 11. That Alabama guard, Booker, is just an absolute road grading monster. Do you take a guard in the first round? That would be kind of a stretch, wouldn't it? But, how much do you want to commit to being able to run the ball in the low red zone? To me, any Niner offseason has to upgrade their ability to run the ball in the low red zone. You got to get Christian back, but they also need another running back with great contact balance. I think they need a bigger, more powerful center that can uproot people out of there. I think they got to have a better fullback. I know Juice is a popular player, and maybe cap-wise he's coming back. I don't know about that for sure, but you got a Pro Bowl fullback, and you can't run the ball in short yardage. And that, to me, that's totally unacceptable. If you got a Pro Bowl fullback, you got to be able to run the ball on the goal line, and they can't. So they might not have the right fullback. I don't know if they have the right center. I think they need to upgrade. They have to improve their ability to run the ball in the low red zone. So I would say defensive tackles. There's a bunch of defensive linemen in this draft that can rush the passer. They're all shapes and sizes. Go pick off 3 or 4 of them and play them in a rotation. Get no more of these Kinlaw guys who can't rush the passer. Everybody's got to be able to get to the passer. And then offensively, I think you gotta find a new center, and you got to find a big road grading tackle that's either going to take over for Trent or in 2 years, or maybe take over for McKivitz in a year. But you got to invest in your offensive and defensive lines. You got to be able to own the line of scrimmage. Especially when you look at the powers that be in football right now. They're all really strong on the line of scrimmage. All the contenders are really good on the line.
Yeah, here we are just a year after being inches within a Lombardi trophy, and the 49ers do not just have one button to push, one quick fix. Going to be a lot of areas to address. So far, the offseason going well, getting Robert Saleh back. They brought in Gus Bradley, and we'll, of course, be monitoring all of it here on the Sports Leader. Catch our guy, Larry Krueger, tonight. 6 o'clock, Niners Nightly. Krug, appreciate you coming by.
Guys, it's always fun to rap with you guys. Have a great rest of your Monday.
Thank you, Krug.
He is Larry Krueger. Again, you can catch him at 6 o'clock tonight on Niners Nightly. We'll do one more little football segment on the other side. Also share your thoughts if you want, because we took some calls and texts before the weekend about what you wanted to see. Well, whether it's what you wanted or what you didn't want, the Eagles stomp on KC. 808 KNBR, the number to share your thoughts. That's 415-808-5627. Then we'll pivot over to some Dubs and Jimmy Butler debut talk. It's Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Niners found a way to break headlines on Super Bowl Sunday as Deebo Samuel has officially requested a trade. Sound off in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 808-KNBR to let us know what your trade conditions are.
Oh, hey there. Greg Papa here with one piece of advice. Don't go through another year with all that high-interest debt. Let Loan Pronto wipe it all out now. Loan Pronto's rapid equity loan makes it easy to pay off all your credit cards or tackle that 2025 home improvement project. Get cash in your pocket fast. You get no appraisals required, no paperwork, no waiting. And Loan Pronto's AI-driven technology gets you approved and funded in as little as 1 day. One client got $150,000 approved in under 24 hours, paid off all their credit cards, 2 cars, and a personal loan, and saved over $1,500 per month. With low fixed rates and lightning fast transfers, you can do it yourself as well. Consolidate debt, improve your home, take control of your finances. Imagine being credit card free by this time next week. Don't wait. Call Loan Pronto. Pronto! Do it now, 415-808-5721, or visit loanpronto.com. Get your free quote now with no hard credit pull, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Couldn't be here without my teammates. You know, the effort, the determination everybody displayed to get to this point.
You handled their blitz fantastic today.
Well, it's never been about what anyone else does. It's always been about what we do and how we respond to certain things. And feels good. Hell of a game today.
Yes, it was.
That is the voice of Super Bowl 59 MVP Jalen Hurts. Always an interesting discussion about Super Bowl MVP, Papa, when it's a well-rounded blowout like that. I mean, I think back to Super Bowl 48, where it was Seahawks 43, Broncos 8, and it went to Malcolm Smith because he had a pick 6. But all in all, it really was just from the first snap of Manny Ramirez going over Peyton Manning's head in the back for 2 points and a safety. It was just a full team dominance. I do think Jalen Hurts was deserving of the award, but I also think that about 12 players on this roster you could have named in the MVP conversation, and I would have been like, yeah, Philly all around just took it to KC, and maybe Patrick Mahomes could have been the MVP for Philly with his green suit. Too soon?
Yeah. Malcolm Smith, like so many other Super Bowl MVPs, remember Larry Brown with Dallas? Al Davis signed him right away. He was a Raider, and he didn't start a single game. Did not start that Super Bowl, and he was a Super Bowl MVP. For a little while, I thought Cooper DeJean was going to get it, the way he was playing in the slot, just all over the field on that pick 6. But it is a worthy choice to give it to Jalen Hurts, the other number 1 in the game, Xavier Worthy for Kansas City. And we just got – I mean, we've been talking about this game for like an hour and 20 minutes, and we haven't mentioned the quarterback of the winning team. And last week, when we were talking to Bo Wolf and just talking about the game, I was trying to envision how they were going to win it. To win it with Saquon Barkley having modest numbers, they won it because of Jalen Hurts on offense. His ability to make third down throws over and over and over again,
He did a 4th down throw early in the game. I'm watching the replay back right now, and that was a debatable whether A.J. Brown got into the grill of Trent McDuffie, but his ability to throw the ball down the field with accuracy is really impressive. Trey struggles in a lot of areas of the field, but he does hit the big one down the field, especially outside the numbers. And the reason I bring up Trey, Greg, is Jalen Hurts. We all know about his college career at Alabama, getting benched in the national championship game, and Tua coming in and throwing the game winner. But he went to Oklahoma after that, and he was not a first-round draft pick. He was drafted later by Philadelphia. He was a second-round pick, and there was a lot of great quarterbacks went in that draft. But his completion percentage, look at his career, 52% his rookie year, and only played a little bit. He started 4 games that year, went 1-3. 52%. And then he jumped up to 61 to 66.5, 65. This past year, 68.7%. I remember when we went to Philly last year to play him in December, he was at 72% in the pocket. So his improvement, a lot like Josh Allen's, is like, how did this guy get so much better? And his ability to run the ball does impact everything. If he hits that back foot and he just cannot get a throw in there, he is going to take off and run. And even if it's 2nd down and 12 and he runs for 8 or 9 and he sets up a 3rd and 4 or 3rd and 3, he's going to run it on 3rd down. They're going to quarterback, sneak him and push him and brotherly shove him. On 4th down, they got the one over the goal line early, and the way they were able to push him so far back, I did not know if he was capable. And when they met 2 years ago in Arizona, Super Bowl 57, Jalen Hurts played an unbelievable game. He had the one very costly fumble.
Yeah.
And there was a time there where the ball was loose from his body. I thought if he just tucked that in, if you don't turn the ball over, you're going to beat these guys. He threw the one pick. He had one bad play in the game, but it really was like a punt because they intercepted it. Cook took it on the 2-yard line. So that hemmed him in, and it's set up for what they did later. He is a very legit Super Bowl MVP. He deserves this award. He signed the massive contract after almost beating him a couple of years ago, a 5-year deal for $255 million. He's become a much better player than I thought. It's amazing how your perspective changes in a year. And watching the game yesterday, all you thought of was, damn, a year ago we were going to Vegas and we're doing this and that. And I remember doing the show, feeling like I do now, kind of groggy on a Monday after the Super Bowl loss last year, and in that dark closet we were at in the Wynn Hotel, the casino in Vegas, and it was just, wow, what just happened here? And then a year ago at this time, for Jalen Hurts, the Niners exposed him. When they were 10-1, and we went there to South Philly to the Link, and just blatantly said everybody, we want to keep him in the pocket, squeeze, mush the rush. We're not going to widen nine it as much. We're going to keep him hemmed in there and make him win from the pocket, and he just couldn't do it over and over again. The receivers could not uncover. He could not make proper choices with the ball. The bottom line is Mahomes hit his back foot. He was overwhelmed. He had nowhere to go with the ball. He's spinning around. I've never seen him so unsettled in the pocket. Jalen Hurts had the time to throw the ball, but that's one thing. Then you've got to be able to get it out of your hand, and time again, the Goddard early one he picked up on the crossing route, he just hit his back foot, and he delivered ball after ball after ball. And then at the times when he hit his back foot and didn't like what he saw, he ran. And not always for first downs, but for enough yardage to set up what they were going to do later. He was, without question, the most valuable. Their defense as a group dominated the game. But as far as a single player in the game, Jalen Hurts played a wonderful football game. He's a worthy MVP.
Oh, I completely agree. I mean, he only had 2 throws on the day, and that's not even including anything he did with his legs, which was make the instant decision to just get out of pressure and pick up easy yards, which he did time and time again, going for 72 rush yards on the day. And, of course, the opening touchdown on the tush push. But with his arm, I mean, really the only 2 throws I thought were a little iffy were the first one to Dallas Goedert on what was going to be a 4th down, and then it ended up being a personal foul on the Chiefs, just a little bit high there. Perhaps a makeup call for the A.J. Brown OPI, who knows. And then the second one was the interception, in which it looked like originally I thought he took a shot upon throwing it. But then on the replay, I think he was just anticipating taking a big shot from, I think it was Nick Bolton coming in. He just underthrew that a lot in a one-on-one, and Brian Cook had the easy interception. Outside of that, I mean, he was on point. He had time. He was comfortable. He knew when to run. He knew when to use his legs. And look, I get that a lot of people in the Bay Area might not be thrilled with the Eagles winning that, but the Jalen Hurts journey is very admirable. I mean, to be benched at halftime of an NCAA championship game, staying at Alabama the next year, kind of mostly playing behind Tua, transferring to Oklahoma, wasn't a first-round pick, as you noted, Papa, and then now to be a champion and a Super Bowl MVP. It's a very admirable story. Seems like a good guy when you just kind of take out the images of Philly fans burning Kermit the Frogs and climbing light poles and, whatever other theatrics you want to mention here on a Monday. But congratulations to Jalen Hurts. And you said it earlier, we went an hour and a half in the show without even really talking about the MVP of the game. So just kind of wanted to recap some of the game he had. And very worthy of winning that award yesterday.
Without a doubt. And I honestly, I did not think he was capable of winning from the pocket over and over and over again. He has just improved so much as a pocket quarterback and going through his reads. It's not always perfect with him. Sometimes you wonder where he's going with the ball. And then if he does, what sets him apart, like Lamar, his ability to run the ball. And he does it different than Lamar. He runs with power and obviously the tush-push and the huge legs, the 600-pound squat and all that. But his ability and just, design quarterback runs, the ability to pull the ball out on that mesh point read with Saquon, it is such a huge factor, the way they're able to do it. And their offense is a little unconventional. To me, it's not an RPO, but it's an RRPO. He's got the ability to run it with Saquon or pull it out of the mesh point and then run it himself or throw a pop pass. So they try to make it simple, but I think he has really improved, Greg, reading defenses and just going. There were so many times where it was boom, boom, boom. Wow, he got to his third on that throw, and he didn't get out of the pocket. And that's what the Niners basically told the world. Nick said he can't win from the pocket. We're going to keep him in there. He's not able to do it. The one thing is, Kellen Moore, is he going to take this New Orleans job? You see Sirianni on the podium after.
We got that sound actually somewhere in there.
It's a little spicy. We'll edit it up and we'll try to run it back. And they have money there. Jeffrey Lurie, obviously, can you pay Kellen Moore enough money? You would think he's got the job, and he kept New Orleans and Mickey Loomis waiting all the while. I mean, is he just going to stay in the Big Easy? They're going to have their parade on Valentine's Day in Philly. Will he just stay there and take this job? And if he does leave, and Kellen Moore, I don't know why Dallas got rid of him. I think, Mike McCarthy just wanted more ownership of that offense there, but he did a good job there with Dak. If he does leave, who's going to be the next offensive coordinator in Philadelphia? What will this be, like 3 in 3 years or 4 in 4 years?
Right?
I can't keep track of everybody.
It was Steichen, and then who got fired with Sean Desai as the defensive side, and then it was Kellen Moore, and if he leaves,
Brian
it's going to be another one. Okay, you're right. Brian Johnson.
Not Ben Johnson. Brian Johnson was one. So if he does leave, it'd be 4 in 4 years, yeah.
Doing a little 49ers on the defensive side of the ball.
Somebody
kind of
on their staff take that job. And I think the ability of Kellen Moore to get even more out of Jalen Hurts, because it was mainly, he was second in the NFL MVP balloting the year they went to the Super Bowl behind Mahomes, but he was such a power runner in that element. This year he's made real advancements in what he was weak at, and that is being able to go through his reads, his progressions, and hit it on time. I think Kellen Moore's got to get a lot of credit for that. And what do they do if he does become the head coach of the Saints?
Well, let's hear from Nick Sirianni and his message to Kellen Moore. Is his sales pitch with confetti raining down enough?
Yeah, Vic's been a great coordinator in this league for decades, and he was awesome today. Kellen, let's run this. Let's run this back, Kellen. Let's run this back. Congratulations, Coach. Congratulations.
Maybe that's
Terry
enough.
With a mic drop there. What? You can't say that on the podium after you win a Super Bowl, Coach.
Yeah, I don't know. Nick Sirianni was probably not worried about it with all the euphoria and anything. But, cycling through coordinators, possibly even more. Both coordinators yesterday, just a masterclass. And Jalen Hurts, congratulations on winning Super Bowl MVP. We will get back into the football side of things. We can keep talking Deebo. We can keep talking Super Bowl. David Lombardi will be joining the show at 12:50, so stay tuned if you got a little lunch break around that hour. Coming up, let's do a little bit of a switch because Jimmy Butler's debut in Chicago was looking like it was going to be an offensive disaster. Then the Warriors had a lightning-fast turnaround, the likes of the early days of the dynasty, and something we have not really seen in a couple of years. We'll get to that next. It's Papa and Silver with Butler III in town on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. I tell you to do this every day, but today you need to call O'Donnell Financial Group because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want, and when you don't want to do whatever you want to do, and potentially for the rest of your life and go into retirement, you've worked hard. So you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocketbook, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait any longer. Call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300. You can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300. Also online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
He flips it in. This will be free throw 13 for Jimmy Butler.
Look at him looking around. Look at him pointing at Steph. They love him already.
Yeah, that play right there certainly made its rounds on the internet. If you saw Jimmy Butler pointing at Steph and smiling, and Steph doing the pose with his arms out with a big old grin on his face, the Warriors get back to 500. Still a lot of work to do, but a 132-111 win over the Chicago Bulls. And Papa, I'll say this as we begin our basketball talk today. I know the Chicago Bulls are a team that were sellers at the trade deadline, and they are not going to be a contender by any means. But to be down 24, show your new teammate that you got a lot of fight in them, and then have that said teammate contribute in major ways. My favorite Jimmy Butler number, 13 free throws attempted. This is a team that does not get to the line. You lost one of the best who does it, Andrew Wiggins. Now you have that force. Jonathan Kuminga's good at getting to the line, but he's been out for almost a month. So boy, did they need that. And a 56-13 run completely flipped this game. It was the happiest vibes on a Warrior bench I've seen in quite some time.
56-13. They were going back to the days of the the Death Five. What did Kawakami call it with Harrison Barron? The Death lineup,
yeah.
Then the Hamptons lineup, the Hamptons Five, and I mean it started poorly. Obviously, they were down as many as 25 in the game, and they wound up winning, taking a lead of 24 to win the game. It's incredible. In fact, this is a first in the NBA's history, and we're only going back to what they call the play-by-play era, which is 97, 98. That's when Elias first started tracking every play in every game and then putting it in the computer, and it spits out. So it's the first victory for an NBA team since 97, 98, as far back as they can track this, where a team won by at least 21 points, 132-111, after trailing by 24, and they were down huge in that game. So amazing transformation for Jimmy Butler. We watched so much tape before he became a Warrior. You wonder, how he's going to fit in. And he didn't have a practice. The shoot-around he couldn't make because the physicals weren't done. They gave him like 3 plays, told him to, side out of bounds, baseline out of bounds, ATOs. And he played like Jimmy Butler. I mean, that's what Jimmy Butler does. His conditioning is not there. He does walk around a lot where he's not really running. He does remind me a lot of Andre Iguodala. And I think Steve said that. Just the way, and it's more the defensive end. When Andre was in Philly, it'd be more that version of Jimmy as far as scoring. But with Andre, it's like, does he ever run? Really sprint? Nick Young never ran either. He was kind of waddling and fast walking, but he played it differently. But Andre was always in the right spot. He was always so measured. Jimmy Butler does guard the ball, quite a bit. We'll see what he does tonight against Milwaukee. Will he be out on Damian Lillard? You would think so, and Giannis is not going to play. In fact, he's not going to play in the All-Star game, and he's going to miss a week or so, again, with that calf injury. But just impressive to watch Butler, the way he just gets to spots on the floor. I mean, what is this? They start Steph and Buddy. So is that your backcourt? And then Jimmy, he almost, Gary Payton II is so unusual because he's really playing power forward. Jimmy Butler really is a front court player. The way he's able to just get anywhere he wants in the restricted circle. He plays through contact as well as anybody. He likes contact. He initiates it. He goes right through it. You can't stop him. And then as the play we heard, Draymond was talking about what a big target he is. His ability, if you're going to front him like Kevin Huerter did, that's not the way to play Jimmy Butler, because the ball's going, especially with Draymond entering the ball, he's just going to lob it over the top. He's such a clever passer. He didn't want him catching the ball. Why do you front a guy in the post? Because you don't want him catching it, period. Because if Jimmy did catch it on Kevin Huerter, he'd go right through him like he did, many times. But by fronting it, you lob over the top. There was one play in Miami that I was watching clips on. That same play where the ball went over the top and he scored right away and he got fouled. He did that on a half-court lob. It was like how he got the seal on a front from half court to catch the ball and score at the very end. So he's Jimmy Butler. He's just going to change the way they play a little bit. Andrew Wiggins, I think Wiggs' last game as a Warrior, he shot 15 free throws. He wound up making 10. Yeah. So he does slow the game down. So far, so good. He does guard with zone eyes. The Warriors seemed like they played a lot more zone in this game as we thought they would, because he doesn't know all the calls, and but he'll figure it out. And he played a lot of zone in Miami. We'll see what they do against Milwaukee tonight. But he looked like Jimmy Butler and Steph. But the one thing of the game, Jimmy was great in the fourth quarter with that group. But Steph Curry, what did we talk about on Friday? Steph's not going to take part in the three-point shootout. He's got the right hand all wrapped up. Well, guess what? That wrap came off the hand. He did not have that on Saturday night in in Chicago. And the way he just took over the third quarter, the box has him playing all 12 minutes. He came out for 0.4 of a second at the very end when they committed that foul before the ball was inbounded, which was not very smart, but only cost him a point. Anyway, I mean, that third quarter performance by Steph, 24 points, 7 of 11 overall, 5 of 8 on the three ball. That's what brought them back, was Steph Curry had kind of a Klay Thompson performance going back to Chicago. And once that building, I mean, that's the house that Michael built, as Fitz called it, and they start seeing a performance like that, it reminds them so much of MJ. But MJ didn't shoot the three like that, Greg. He scored 24 points in under 12 minutes of play in that third quarter. And he played the whole third quarter, which he's not been doing for a long time.
No, Steph was stellar in that third quarter, and we've seen him put up 30 points 3 games in a row now, but the difference is the 2 before this last one were very inefficient games where he took 30-plus shots, and he was tired, and they were relying on him. And, I mean, not to mention, I'm not trying to make too much of the Utah loss followed by the L.A. loss, because if you told me this team was going to not yet have Jimmy Butler and you take away Andrew Wiggins, yeah, okay, good luck. It's not going to go so well. But Jimmy Butler being inserted into the roster, I was impressed with the first look. I liked the selflessness. I think he and Buddy Hield randomly had a really good chemistry out there on the floor. Brandon Pajemski's minutes continue to be valuable, even if offensively he can be a little hit or miss on the shooting. But how about this one? Biggest lead, Warriors 25, Bulls 24. How often do you see that, even in today's NBA?
That's why I say, going back to what they call the play-by-play era, which is 97, 98. I think that's the year I left the Warriors and went to San Antonio. Elias started tracking the game boxes and go through every single play. So you've never had this kind of a spread in the NBA, being so far behind to come back and actually win the game. But that's the NBA. I mean, look at what they did to them in the second half, Greg. What is it, 72 to, 45? What was that in the second half?
72 to 42.
42.
No. Yes.
42.
Yeah. I got to do my math better than this.
13 run. I mean, some of these numbers are not even, you're like looking at them like, wow. I mean, they completely flipped the whole game around. But they
77 to 42.
77-42. That's what it was. But they had a 42-point third quarter with Steph scoring the 24, and it came back with a 35-point fourth quarter. So it was 77-42 in the second half. Outscored them by 25 and a half.
So coming up, I want to play some of the sounds.
35 and a half. What am I saying? That is wild. Wow.
It's okay. Well, this is Super Bowl Hangover Monday, and it's showing with our math abilities. This is not good.
Do base 10 math. Well, you just don't see this. This is the old, Michael's Bulls released the Dobermans would do that, and then they, the HB lineup, the Death lineup, and then the Hamptons 5.
So coming up, I want to play some of the sound, including Steve Kerr and the Andre Iguodala comparison on the Basketball IQ front. Hear from Jimmy and Steph in the postgame. Warriors face Milwaukee tonight. Big injury there, and then also the Anthony Davis injury. You look at these next 2 games, big opportunity to stack up a couple of wins here before the All-Star break. We'll get into that next. Pop and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Greg Papa, Greg Silver, talking a little Jimmy Butler debut before we get back into football later on in the show. Before we get back into the conversation and play some of the sound we heard over the weekend from Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and Jimmy Butler, I got to tell you all, tomorrow at 8:30, good work by John Joe Curley, Young Tony, Murph, and Marcus, our guys on the morning show. They're going to have Commissioner Adam Silver stop by the show ahead of NBA All-Star Weekend. So exciting stuff there. And, Uncle Adam's going to be part of the KNBR family.
That is the sound of silver, we might say. So, and he's brought up some wild things about the NBA. The big one, when he was on with Dan Patrick a few weeks ago, shortening NBA games to 40 minutes. Wow. And the game has been globalized. You know, Adam's predecessor, the great David Stern, arguably the greatest commissioner in the history of American sport, talked about the globalization of the game. And now look at what we got. You know, just so many foreign-born all-stars. The team that Charles Barkley drafted for the All-Star game is made up of just about exclusively foreign-born players. One being Giannis Antetokounmpo, who's not going to play tonight against the Warriors. He's out with a calf injury. And by the way, the Warriors are listing Steph Curry as questionable with left quad soreness. The great Dame is also questionable with right hamstring soreness, and Giannis is out for left calf strain. He won't play in the All-Star game. But anyway, the commissioner was bringing up, going to a 40-minute game, which would be wild. I mean, with the amount of prices that they're charging people to go to these games and to take 8 more minutes away. And the NBA game, it's so nice. I mean, 2 hours, 20 minutes, you tip it. It used to be the old days, you'd tip at 7:40, the game would be done by 10. Now you're tipping at 7:10. Usually they don't start them that late, but, the game's over by 9:30. It's not all about packaging for television shows. I understand that. They just did a new rights package, TV rights, and they made so much money in the new deal. College basketball is, at that figure, 2 20-minute halves, and you get over, those games are often done in under 2 hours. So, this baseball and how long the game was, I think, was way too long. College football's got a problem with it. They have been able to reduce it a little bit, but I don't see anything wrong with the NBA length of game. They're trying to globalize it, obviously, to make it more like the international rules and, coming off the Olympic Games this year. But I am not on board. We haven't talked a lot about that, but I would not want to see the NBA change. It's always been 4 12-minute quarters since the league was founded in 46, 47, and the Warriors won that first championship, by the way.
Yes, they did, and I am with you. I'd rather keep it at 12 minutes and find a way to do fewer games or something, limit the back-to-backs, but I think 48 minutes should be the number moving forward. Let's hear from Steve Kerr. This was before the game, and this was the cut that Greg Papa just teased. Andre Iguodala, a little reminiscent here of Jimmy Butler in terms of the basketball IQ. Here's what the head coach of the Golden State Warriors had to say ahead of his new player's debut.
Yeah, it's been great. Just picking his brain, and he's obviously a brilliant basketball mind. Reminds me a lot of Andre Iguodala. Just talking to him, about the game and feeling his intellect, and we need that. That'll be really helpful.
Yeah, so there's Steve Kerr, a little bit hollow there in the nice little echo room, but he's saying that Andre Iguodala and the basketball IQ is something that he sees in Jimmy Butler out there, and kind of crazy to think that those two, Kerr and Butler, never really had much of an interaction prior to this at all, and now he's trying to not just get to know him as a person, but also coach him and get him to find a way to fit in with the system. This is where it helps to have a Draymond Green or a Steph Curry or guys that have built this culture and can kind of direct you how things go. But I got to tell you this, Papa, where the game really changed for me was Steph Curry having that 24-point quarter, of course, but then he is exhausted. He needs to go to the bench. And when the Warriors offense, when you're kind of wondering, is this where it dries up? Is this where everyone gets confused? Is this where it could lead to sloppy turnovers and fast break points, which, by the way, transition defense, still a big concern for me on this squad. But they get fouled 3 straight possessions, and Jimmy Butler, a big part of directing that offense. He's able to be someone to throw the ball into, get inside, attempted 13 free throws. If anything, that at least slows the game down, gets your players a little bit more rest. It could get you some free points and could just stop an easy momentum flow of the run getting thrown right back in your face that you just had on Chicago. That was the kind of taking control of the game, I should say, that we really haven't seen from Golden State in the better part of the last 2 years.
So after Steph dropped 24 on them in a dozen minutes of play, he did go off at the last 0.4 of a second when they subbed in for defense. He did leave, but they gave him the whole quarter. Steph had 24 points in that quarter. He scored none in the fourth quarter. He only played 3 minutes and 20 seconds in the fourth quarter, partly because he was gassed because he played the entire third. And when he got back in there, they didn't need him very long because the game was over because Jimmy Butler scored 10 points in the fourth quarter, and he only played 4 minutes and 28 seconds. Butler was the go-to guy over and over and over again. Early in the fourth quarter, he had 3 baskets. He was 3 of 4. He got fouled a couple of times, made all 4 of his free throws. So just watching him, he plays like Jimmy Butler, obviously, and he's just a veteran player. He's been in the league a long time. 25 points in 28 minutes and 40 seconds. 11 of 13 at the line. But the comp to Andre, and I'd watched so much when they made the trade to get Jimmy. We watched that video over, I watched probably a couple hours of just Jimmy Butler isolated. I got to say, I didn't see Andre Iguodala, but then after Steve mentioned it and watching his debut as a Warrior later that night, he does. It's more just the way he's so measured in everything he does. And, Jimmy as a younger player was different, and Andre, when he was in Philadelphia, was different. The Andre we had here wasn't that kind of scorer. Jimmy's, aging well, and he's still scoring, and he's still forceful. I think offensively, the one commonality between the two is that Jimmy likes to handle the ball. He likes to bring the ball up. He had 4 assists in the game, and he makes just proper reads over and over and over again, like Andre. Andre just moved the ball. You could run point forward with Andre Iguodala because he just got you all lined up, and you could do that with Jimmy. And we were talking about Schroeder and how he could do that. It just didn't flow when Schroeder was here. Jimmy doesn't need a ball screen to get you into action. He could just makes the proper, simple pass. And by the way, Draymond made a couple of skip passes in this game to get to Quentin Post in the baseline. It was like, whoa. There, when you put him out there, and Steph's basketball IQ and acumen's just different, but you get Draymond next to Jimmy, it does remind you of Draymond next to Andre. And I hadn't thought about that before, but then with that knowledge of what Steve said watching, and I'm like, yeah, he looks a little like Andre there. And then the way he guards, Andre could guard big. The whole thing about going to that small lineup with Draymond going to 5, he didn't like playing 4, and I think they kind of duped him on where he was playing. And when Durant was here, it was different. But when it was the death lineup in HB, and Harrison could play 4 as well, Andre's ability to guard anybody from 1 to 5, like Scottie Pippen, made that all work. And then Draymond, could take and then switch out onto guards. They could all, and just watching Jimmy next to Draymond, it was like, damn, this does look like Andre on that end of the floor. But the big difference with Jimmy is, and he's wearing number 10 now, which was Hardaway's number, Nudi's number before Manute Bol, but it was Hardaway. And by the way, we're going to have Adam Silver on tomorrow. I'm texting while I'm on the show today with you with Run TMC. We're figuring out a time that's going to make it all work. We are going to get Mitch, Tim, and Chris in studio at some point, maybe an hour, just with a radio version of the Run TMC reunion. We're just working out the time. But so he's wearing Timmy's number 10, but he really reminds me of Mitch. And the Rock wore 23, which is Draymond's number. The way you can post Jimmy, and Jimmy's bigger, he's taller than Mitch was, but Mitch was the Rock. That was his nickname. He was so physically strong. They don't post guards. I mean, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, they do. They don't post anybody anymore in the NBA. But Jimmy Butler, offensively, as far as the comp to Andre, when he has the ball in his hands and he just kind of brings it up and he just makes the proper, simple read, like just so easy for him to handle. But the more glaring comp to me is Mitch Richmond when he just decides to take in the post and post up and seal. That's why Herter had to front him, because he knew if the ball goes into Jimmy, I can't guard him in there. Now, now they're going to have to rotate and double team him, and then he finds the open guy. So, one game out, we'll see, how it does tonight against Great Dane and Milwaukee minus Giannis. But the Andre Iguodala comp I hadn't thought of, but man, he does have a lot of Dr. Dre in his game, doesn't he?
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And to that point, Papa, that's why I'm really excited for what's ahead for the Warriors for this week. Now, they're playing Milwaukee tonight, and it's no Giannis Antetokounmpo. Trae Young, in fact, is his all-star replacement because Giannis is going to be out for at least a couple weeks with the Cavs. Then they've got Dallas, but without Anthony Davis, the Warrior killer, and man, Nico Harrison, that could not have aged worse in the short term to go and get a guy, Anthony Davis. They got the whole experience. He's out there playing amazing, 26 and 16, and then a non-contact groin injury expected to be out for about a month, just when your fan base was already so riled up. And then you go and get the Houston Rockets, the young, hungry Houston Rockets, who the Warriors have owned up until the last couple of matchups, and now they got Jimmy Butler coming in with that aggressive kind of dog mentality that's been missing from this team. Let's hear from Jimmy Butler himself, actually. Jimmy Butler had some good comments here in the postgame, and he will be wearing Butler III moving forward, as he did with the death anniversary of his father, who he reconnected with a little bit later in his life. This is Jimmy Butler talking about playing alongside Steph Curry. He says, opposites attract, and I don't think you can find a better compliment to his game.
They say opposites attract in a lot of ways in life, and I don't think I could be a better compliment to him and vice versa, in the sense that they're not leaving him ever. Probably two people would never leave him, so there's so much space for everybody else, and I get the easy job. I'm playing one-on-one, or I'm playing in so much space, and then everybody's looking for him, and everybody's looking to get him open, and at the same time, he's looking for everybody else. So it's so great to play with somebody like that.
So what I'm about to say is not disparaging to Andrew Wiggins in any way, but to have Jimmy Butler be a little bit more experienced, know how to score, and someone who has been the 1A option on his team before, going all the way to the finals. If you can get a double team and Steph can get it to Draymond or a Jimmy Butler, and all of a sudden you got numbers with someone like that who knows how to go and get their own bucket, or, as we saw in Chicago, get to the line, we could be looking at a very different price to pay for just pressing and doubling Steph Curry, especially with these younger, more athletic defenses like a Sacramento, who the Warriors are going to see soon, like a Houston, like a Memphis.
So Jimmy sat down to meet the media after Steph already sat down, and Steph is the one that we're opposites. And he also mentioned that when he talked to Tim Roy on Warriors radio after the game. They're different, obviously, the way they play. I mean, this game box score the other night, Steph got up 16 threes in the game. Jimmy got up 1. Steph did get to the line 8 times, made 6. Jimmy got there 13 times. So it's more, Curry's going to splash from beyond the line and kind of set up there. Now they top block him and they lock and trail him and they face guard him. So Steph can score inside. Hey, does he always get calls when he gets inside? Not as much. I think one thing that Steph, so he was saying we're just opposite. We play differently. And Jimmy lives in the restricted circle. He lives in the paint. For a wing, he's down low more. The one thing Steph could really benefit from watching Jimmy Butler, one thing, and I've talked to Brandon Payne, Steph's trainer, about this. Steph is so good when he gets inside, just slithering around. Sleepy Floyd was like that. I used to call him the Gumby because he would avoid contact and still score. Steph's got his body big and strong, and he can go in there and take contact. Watching Jimmy, the one thing Steph could do more of is initiate contact. When you get inside, don't always look to slither around it and even come out with your left hand or the weak side or whatever. And because Steph's so clever, he can go in there and avoid contact and still score, but Jimmy's avoiding nothing. Jimmy just powers right into your chest. He creates contact over and over and over again, and they don't stop him. I don't know, what his numbers are in the weight room, but that guy, pound for pound, you can see He's always been strong, and now he's older strong and veteran strong. He just goes it like Mitch. That's what Mitch Richmond did over and over again. He just go right into your chest. And then he come out of it, he draw a foul, get an and one, and get on the line and slow the game down. Jimmy does that over and over and over again. Now, Wiggs did do that. He did. I mean, he got fouled over the last game. He was a Warrior. He shot 15 free throws. But there's a whole different offensive posture with Jimmy Butler than Andrew. Wiggins, I think, can get there. And maybe playing on Miami now, he will do more of that, Greg. But Jimmy Butler just has a swag about him offensively for a guy who I don't think is a great gifted scorer, except he's just so physically strong. And what Draymond was saying, the one thing when he threw him that lob over Herter's front is what a great target he is. And he goes up and just inhales the ball. Who did I say Jimmy reminded me of when I was watching all that tape? He reminded me of an NFL wide receiver, A.J. Brown of the Eagles. The way A.J. Brown does not get any separation. But he did against McDuffie a couple times. You press him, he gets behind him. But all those 50-50 balls, and that's what the NBA is, all those loose balls in midair. Jimmy went up, the other night on Saturday and took down the ball and got slammed. He's just kind of a throwback, the way he's so physically strong for a wing player, the way he catches the ball like an NFL wide receiver. He just takes the ball away, and the way he plays through contact all the time, but he doesn't get called for charges a lot. I mean, he initiates contact like an NFL running back or like A.J. Brown after a catch and trying to yak you. He's just different. So you can kind of, I didn't like the trade. I didn't think it was that much different. Well, they are different offensively. They may score about the same. I mean, Andrew had games where he scored 25, but it's just a different mentality with Jimmy Butler. And you can see these veterans need his swag. When he just walks on the court, and he's never won a championship, but he is Jimmy Butler, 6-time All-Star, 5-time All-NBA player. He just exudes. For him to come in and play with Steph and Draymond and all the Warriors so seamlessly after never even practicing with them, there are a couple of moments where they slowed the game down a little bit, but really it was like, did he just join this team this morning? It didn't look like it.
Yeah, and I liked an NBC postgame when he's talking about, he's talking with the guys in the studio, and they're like, yeah, you look good. How's the conditioning? And he's like, oh, I'm glad I faked it well. I am exhausted out there. And there's going to be some bumps in the road as there is with any new trade. But already we're seeing how this could work a lot better than the Dennis Schroeder trade worked. And yes, they are different caliber of players for sure. And I'm sure there's going to be times coming up where you look at how other teams take advantage of you, maybe on the perimeter. And we're going to think to ourselves that losing Andrew Wiggins is a loss for this team, but with the loss, there's also the potential for gain, and it's all about tipping that scale to where it can work more in your favor. And I do think there are a couple players in particular that have a chance to really benefit from this. One of them is obvious, Steph Curry, and we will hear from him next. The other, I'll talk about on the other side. We'll stick to this. We'll get back to football. David Lombardi joining us at 12:50. It is Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jimmy Buckets dropped 25 in his Warriors debut in a comeback win out in Chicago last Saturday. Dubs fans, are we saved? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR.
This time of the year, we are reminded of our drafty windows and doors and costly heating bills. The question is, do you put it off for another year, or do you act now while the discomfort is fresh on your minds? Greg Papa here. Golden State Window and Door Design can address these issues by upgrading the effectiveness and appearance inside and out. Golden State offers Marvin showrooms throughout the Bay Area. They also partner with respected brands like Anderson, Fleetwood, Milgard, Awake, and Weather Shield. With their extensive inventory and vendor list, Golden State can offer a good choice of price options. So start online at goldenstatelumber.com and then click on products for windows and doors. Take a virtual tour of the nearest Bay Area showroom, then talk with your builder or designer about the best options. Golden State's sales staff have extensive knowledge and will provide you an enjoyable experience. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Williams tried to pin it for it. Draymond knocked it away. Butler ahead of the pack. Jimmy Butler will take it down.
Now we got him feeling good. Draymond Green, the block. Jimmy Butler, the finish in transition. Thanks for hanging out with us, Papa and Silver, talking a lot of Super Bowl, Deebo Samuel requesting a trade from the 49ers, and of course Jimmy Butler's debut, which is where we're going to stay for just a little bit longer before we catch up with our buddy David Lombardi in about a half an hour. Now, I mentioned one player who can obviously benefit from this Jimmy Butler trade if it all goes well is Steph Curry, because you saw how the offense could get worked through. You saw Jimmy Butler's toughness on the defensive side of the ball, and someone who can just find a way to get their own shot when Steph Curry is maybe having an off night, or if he's on the bench. It doesn't have to be so heavily reliant on a 36-year-old who's going to be 37 in just a little bit over a month. I did want to hear from Steph Curry at the podium, and this was a cut that I found pretty fascinating and worth picking apart. So this one, he talks about getting back to normal rotational minutes with Jimmy Butler because he's someone who you can run your offense through. He was obviously playing a different style of rotation in the last 25 games or so. Here's what he had to say in the postgame.
Yeah, I went back to a more traditional kind of rotation, playing a full spread in the first quarter, having a block rest, and he's on the floor for those minutes, and then we're taking turns because he's obviously a guy you can run an offense through and can demand attention, create advantages, obviously get to the line. So one game, a lot to build on. The first half was kind of a weird filling out process, and Chicago got hot, but our composure, in that second half was great to see. And just the idea that we were very intentional about everything we were trying to do in the second half, and it obviously worked.
So Steph Curry, going on one of those vintage heaters, obviously was a major factor in the Warriors completing a 24-point comeback. I'm not trying to say that everything's cured. I'm not trying to say that Chicago Bulls are the measuring stick for what this Warriors Jimmy Butler experiment is going to look like. But at the same time, Papa, you saw the value in having a second guy who could be out there with Steph and draw that kind of attention and take advantage of how defenses treat it. But also, when Steph is off the floor, how he can command his own offense in a variety of different ways. The Chicago Bulls, they were shooting it lights out, and then they got cold. But if Chicago was able to have a more free-flowing game, fewer free throws, get more fast break points, where they still torched the Warriors in the final box score, by the way, still 25-6 advantage on that one. That game could have gotten out of hand even after all the energy Steph Curry expended to get the Warriors back in this game and give them a little bit of a buffer.
So Steph was talking about a more traditional way, which is how they use him as far as his playing time. In the old days, before Durant arrived, Steph would play the entire first quarter, the entire third quarter, and then sit out the first half of the second and fourth quarters, and come back in anywhere from 8 minutes, 7 minutes, 6 minutes to go in the halves of the game. But when Durant got here, it changed because Durant liked to play the entire first quarter. But you wanted Steph and Draymond on the floor together to run the drag series. They play so well together. So it kind of went back and forth on their minutes and how it would work. You always wanted Durant on the floor when Steph was not on the floor. And then likewise, the players like Chris Paul or even Dennis Schroeder. That was kind of the plan. With Butler, it's obvious that they want to have him on the floor for the non-Steph minutes to drive it. So could they use Steph where he plays entire quarters again? Well, he did not in the first quarter on Saturday. Steph played 9 minutes and 16 seconds, then came out. A little bit of it is Jimmy and his conditioning, and Mully asked him about his fitness and how great it was, but Jimmy was getting shorter bursts where he was playing 4 or 5 minutes and then had to come out. And so until he's into complete stamina, I'm not sure it's going to change a lot with Steph's minutes, but the one thing Steve did do, read the game. Steph was on such a heater. He wound up playing all but the last 0.4 of a second of the third quarter because he dropped 5 threes and scored 24 points. So you weren't going to take him off the floor. That's up to Steph. I reached out to Brandon Payne. Last year they started doing it, and they're doing it even more this year, where he was playing. What they wanted them to do was to start every quarter. Start the first quarter, end the first quarter, and then likewise second, third, and fourth, where the crunch time, he would just be off the floor for close games so much in the fourth quarter. In the old days, they go night-night on teams in the third quarter. You wouldn't have to play them in the fourth quarter during the 73-9 year. So I think it is interesting to see if Steph could go play more of the third quarter and the first quarter than maybe the whole quarter. But Brandon Payne said Steph likes this way better, that it's hard for him now at age 36, he'll be 37 coming up on March 14th, for him to play entire quarters. He needs that extra break. So I think it was Steph just got off to such a hot start in the second half. You couldn't take him off the floor. Why would you? And then he needed a break, obviously, at the end of the quarter. But Jimmy's not quite up there with his conditioning. I'd say the one combination of guys that played well together is when they went small and Draymond went up, and Pajemski and Jimmy played really well.
Yeah, they did.
Together. You're going to look at all these guys. I think you're going to find, like Andre, Jimmy plays well with everybody. Even though it's like, who is he? Who's Butler the third wearing number 10? Who's this new guy? Oh, that's Jimmy Butler with a weird, he always changes his hairstyle. But then you see him on the floor, Greg. It's just he plays like Jimmy Butler. I mean, that's the guy we've seen. It was a little interesting to see him playing with Steph and Dre, but they're so smart. All three of them, their basketball IQ is just so, it's a lot like Andre. But Jimmy's, more of a force on offense as far as scoring. I think there'll be a lot of combinations. Then what do you do with Jonathan Kuminga when he comes back? Obviously you want Steph and Kuminga and Jimmy and Draymond to maybe start games and close games. Then that fifth warrior does change the complexion. If you want shooting, it could be Buddy Hield if it's a wing, or if it's Quentin Post, or if you want defense, you could bring in, GP2 or Moses Moody. If you want ball handling, it could be Pajemski. It's interesting just to see when you get a smart player like Jimmy, and his physical skills are not as dominant as everybody else's as far as his overall skill, except he's so physically strong, but he's just so smart for the game. You see how he's able to get every bit of his ability out because he's such a cerebral player.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And so the other player that I wanted to highlight as could really benefit from the situation is not Buddy Hield, who worked really well with Jimmy. It's not Brandon Pajemski, who looked good on the court with Jimmy Butler. It's actually someone who had a pretty modest stat line and didn't do a whole lot on the box score. It's Moses Moody. It was just 2 of 11, 0 of 5 from 3. But the thing I think about with Moses Moody is Jimmy Butler was one guy that was brought in, and 4 players were off the roster. Lindy Waters III, Dennis Schroeder, Andrew Wiggins, and why am I blanking on the fourth? Kyle Anderson, thank you. So Moses Moody is someone who the fan base really likes to see him play out there. He has not always gotten consistent minutes. When he has been given playoff minutes, he's tended to rise to the occasion and the moment not be too big for him. I also think Moody is someone, so now we're talking about the roster being a little bit more cleared out and probably some room for more minutes for Moody. I also think he's somebody who, if he can do less on the floor when he's out there, he can be a lot more productive and you can love him. And the bottom line is this team still needs shooting. Now, he didn't shoot the ball well, and he had a rough stretch there at the end of December and early January. But Moses Moody is still probably one of the better and consistent three-point shooters on this team. So if Jimmy Butler can command a certain amount on offense, and if there's enough space now on the bench to where someone like Moody can get into the game, I see that as a potential closing piece as well for the lineup if Moses Moody is out there being able to hit some shots and knock it down. Because for as much as Jimmy Butler can bring to you offensively, three-point shooting, something that is not on that list and still an element that this team lacks.
You know where they're getting it, though, and I agree with everything you said about Moses Moody. But my main takeaway in this game was Quentin Post again against Nick Vucevic. And the Warriors, we were talking right up until the deadline on Thursday of noon, and they were trying to get Vucevic. There were reports that they worked right to the last second to try to get him, and they just couldn't agree on the draft pick going back the other way. Warriors traded the first-round pick to Miami to get Butler, so they couldn't get him for a second, and Chicago didn't want to do it. Quentin Post, I thought, handled himself well against Vucevic. Vucevic didn't score the ball. He was a minus 27, and he scored 10 points. But looking at beyond the box score, Quentin Post has played Vucevic well twice. We saw him, right before, he's made his he played a lot of minutes in that game in the back-to-back. He made 4 threes. He's not just above the break three-point shooter. You could put him in the corner He made a couple of corner threes where Draymond just skipped a ball from him to him from left above the break to right corner. What a pass. And Quentin Post just caught it and shot it. His body able to bang around a little bit here. I mean, he made 4 threes. He scored 18 points. He was out there in that group that started the fourth quarter with Jimmy. Jimmy just makes everybody better. His passing, and Steve was going on and on about his passing ability. He to me just makes the simple pass. He may make the Draymond skip that Draymond made from left above the break to right corner, but he just makes the one to the player. A skip pass is when you skip the player next to you, go to the next player. He just makes the proper read. That Heat culture, he just knows how to play. Anyway, he makes everybody better. I think the lineup that's intriguing is when they went small, and Draymond, did go to 5, but you still don't want to tax Draymond a lot. Looney didn't play a lot on Saturday night. Trace Jackson-Davis is not in the rotation anymore. What's going on there? Quentin Post, where you think, there's times he still needs the G League and he's not quite there. Well, they converted. He's not a two-way player anymore. They gave him a 2-year NBA contract, and some nights you watch him and you think he's still not there yet. Other nights, whoa, what do you got here? Quentin Post had a really good game again against Vucevic on Saturday night.
No, I got to give Post credit. I mean, he's outplayed Vucevic twice now, and I know I was saying I'd be willing to include Quentin Post in a trade to go and get Vucevic for a little bit more experience, but no, if Post is able to get some good looks and knock him down, it gives them an element that the Warriors, like I said, do not have enough of, which is shooting, and you got the greatest shooter of all time on your team. Buddy Hield can be very hit or miss. Moses Moody, generally consistent, but has his hot and cold. And Podziemski, probably not consistent enough of an outside shooter, although he has been much better since returning from the injury. So that's kind of our discussion here on the Golden State Warriors. We'll be monitoring a lot more tonight. These next 2 games are against good teams, but without a major star player piece, and they can be had. If there's a time for the Warriors to make a little bit of a run before the All-Star break, the time is now. We can get back into this subject a little bit later. Papa and Silver hanging out with you. And let's pivot right back to the San Francisco 49ers on the other side, because David Lombardi is joining us at 12:30. And I think the big question is, seeing as what Philadelphia just did in this offseason, how do the 49ers go and win their offseason? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thanks for hanging out with us on a Monday. Hope everyone is doing well, coming off of a nice busy Sunday where maybe you got a little bit fatigued. Maybe you overdid it on the calories. Maybe you overdid it on the drinking, whatever it may be. We're all in this together. And hey, if you took work off and you're tuning into the Sports Leader, hat tip to you. Hope everything's going well. So Papa, the morning show, before we get back into football, morning show was talking about heartburn in depth today as they had to reschedule their hit with Dante Whitner. Did you get hit with any of the heartburn?
Deflux. I got acid reflux. I got a lot of heartburn. No, eating and drinking, overdoing it on a Super Bowl weekend. Went up skiing on the weekend, and the snow was so good on Saturday. What an epic day at Palisades, and then just locked in on the game. And heartburn comes in different form. You could have a little heartache as well, depending if your team played well. So we did want Kansas City to lose the game. I mean, we do respect them, but they had enough. And the beat KC chant, but the reality is Philadelphia won the game, and they look so dominant in the game. And we'll talk to David Lombardi about the roster. The Niners have to tool the way. Frankly, Philadelphia completely changed their defense in so many forms, as we talked about. The L.A. Rams are just it's a team that won a Super Bowl a couple of years ago and had the ultimate Super Bowl hangover. They won 5-12 the next year, and they rebuilt that team, and we've detailed it a lot, with back-to-back drafts, getting, D linemen, 2 at a time. And just what you're looking at with your own division, and they lose Aaron Donald, and their defense is just as strong. They're having a hard time stopping the run. That's why they couldn't beat Philadelphia a couple of times. But Sean McVay and Les Snead have been able to flip that team around in a couple of years. By the way, did you see Coach McVay on the pregame show on Fox? With the chandelier of a Super Bowl ring that he had.
Oh, yeah, I'd much rather be coaching today, but at least I got this.
No, it's good. He's got a lot of John Gruden in him. He is so good on TV. And John was just a natural on TV and just took over, whether it was with the NFL Network in a studio role. Then when he got to do games on Monday Night Football, he was just extraordinary at it. Sean McVay, I know they're paying him a lot of money to be the head coach of the Rams. You don't really get an idea of how much he's making, but Ben Johnson just got $13 million a year to coach the Bears. That's a big salary. How much they paying Coach McVay? 15, 20 million? I don't know. I've never really read a report on how much Kroenke's giving him. But as far as television, he is an absolute natural at it. He would be great on a studio show. He'd be even better as a game analyst, and Brady's doing fine. He's doing well. I mean, the kind of money Tom Brady's making, he signed a 10-year deal for $375 million. It's $37.5 a year. Yeah. They're not paying McVay that much to coach a team. I do wonder, and you were wondering about, Travis Kelce and his future, his podcast with his brother. They sold that for an enormous amount of money. His brothers, I thought he did better yesterday on Super Bowl Sunday, especially breaking down Philly and their offensive line and the tush push and all that. But he's been underwhelming. You would think Travis, if he did decide to retire and go into broadcasting, would be stupendous. I mean, when he hosted SNL a couple of years ago after a Super Bowl, he was as strong as ever. I mean, he
was funny. I didn't want to admit it, but he was funny. He was good.
That's a hard thing to do. And live TV, he was the best that I've seen do it as an athlete. He's great. But McVay is so good on television. The way he breaks it down, he had things to say. You do wonder, how much longer he'll be coaching the Rams, and then TV will be his next destination at some point, as they often get burned out. But the Rams are a better team for getting back to football because they rebuilt their defensive line, and likewise with the Eagles. They already had a huge offensive line. They lose Kelce, and they just plug another guy in there, and Cam Jurgens, who's a recent pick. But their O-line is big and nasty. But they have completely rebuilt their defense. Can the Niners do that? David Lombardi will give us a little bit. He's going through a 8-part series on the Niners off season, going through every position group. I think D-line is the one they've got to really address, with true alphas, not just, the dogs on that defense, not just the Bravos. And then what do they do with Deebo? Do they want to trade him now? He's asked for a trade before, and they haven't been able to trade him. What could you get for him now in an off year? And mainly, we'll ask David because he's so expert at it, how will that impact them financially? Because they're going to take a cap hit one way or the other if they do trade Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens with the Deebo situation, because obviously when he requested the trade coming off of the 2021 season, that was a much different circumstance than coming off the 2024 season, in which his production was down. The team did not make the playoffs. He wasn't getting MVP votes in this case. So David Lombardi is going to be a good person to get into all of that with. And I do think the defensive line, the more I've gone through the show today, the more that I think about the game we just watched yesterday and the fact that the Eagles blitzed 0 times and Patrick Mahomes looked under constant duress and played one of the worst games I've ever seen from a surefire first ballot Hall of Famer, that, yeah, the 49ers probably do need to get back to the 2019 model. And I know that these guys are older. Nick Bosa's a little bit older. I'm sure getting a Myles Garrett would cost a lot, both not just money-wise, but in terms of the trade package you would have to give up. So something to monitor, but not something I necessarily expect, although I do think if he is to be traded, it would be more likely an NFC team. And on top of that, you look at the other NFC teams that either were in the playoffs this year or were close, and I'd say a lot of them are trending in a semi-positive direction, whereas the 49ers got a tough climb ahead. I mean, Detroit, I know they lost their 2 coordinators and theoretically should take a step back, but you still look at that roster and that offensive line. They're not going to be a bad team per se. Kevin O'Connell, coach of the year. We'll see what happens if it's J.J. McCarthy's team next year. Ben Johnson's now with the Bears. I do think the Packers, for as flawed as they are and as youthful as they look, that's a really talented roster. And then even in the NFC West, the Cardinals are a team that is on the ascension. The Rams are a step ahead of the 49ers right now because of that defensive line and what they built. And the Seahawks seem to always find a way to stick around, even though I don't know exactly how far they can really get with Geno Smith, but they still got weapons. They still got a great defensive coach who has gotten the better of Brock Purdy. So certainly not a division rival that I necessarily want to count out in a lot of ways. And so, yeah, it's not just, well, how can they get to Philly level? It's how can they get into the playoffs and then have the better of some of these teams that we've seen? Oh, I didn't even mention, by the way, the Washington Commanders, who might be in the best position of all, being way ahead of their rebuild schedule with a Dan Quinn and a Jaden Daniels.
And Adam Peters, a former Niner assistant GM. So the one part of it, and we were rooting for Kansas City to lose, beat KC. But the other side of it is Philadelphia won the Super Bowl. And you just wanted the Niners to be the ones that dominated Kansas City the way they did yesterday. And I go back to the Super Bowl 54 in Miami after the 19 year. The Niners had Mahomes rattled. He's not played perfectly in any of these Super Bowls. They intercepted him twice in that game. Tarvarius Moore later, Fred Warner got one, and he was grounding slants. Then he came alive. But they were confusing him with their coverage mainly. And the one thing about that team, Dee Ford, hurt the hamstring, chasing around Kyler Murray right after the Seattle loss the next week. He was not the same. He just didn't have it off the edge the way he did the first half of that year when that defense was so dominant with Nick and Armstead and Buckner inside. So Philadelphia's line, I mean, Milt Williams with 2.5 sacks. I thought Nolan Smith Jr. started it all with his pressure from the outside, that speed to power bull rush. He's such a fast player, but he's so strong. And then the guys inside, when he would collapse the pocket on the outside, I didn't see any stats for him at all. It was Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter that cleaned it up inside. Can the Niners get back to that? How do they do that? Do they get that kind of pass rush? The one thing would be, and we'll get David's thoughts on this, can you get Myles Garrett? Is there a way to get him? How can you do it? Would you offer pick 11 overall to them? They've already got the second pick in the draft. They could take his replacement in Jalen Carter in Cleveland and then take a quarterback later. I don't know. And then, what do you do with Deebo in light of the Ayuk? And Larry made it seem like Ayuk's not going to be able to play till middle of the year. They do come back from ACLs sooner But it's a bad compound ligament tear. You got two of them there. You got an ACL and an MCL. So.
And the bottom line is, with an injury like that, there is an element of variability, even with the modern medicine. I mean, sometimes it can take up to about a year with these injuries. Yeah.
A lot of times you're not as effective, the first year back from an ACL you are the second year. So a lot to talk to David because he knows the game inside and out. He knows the salary cap inside and out and the ramifications thereof. So it's clear. You got to rebuild the D-line. Yeah, everybody wants the O-line, and Kansas City couldn't block, so it's, the chicken and the egg. But you've got to get back to that gold rush, that ferocious pass rush that they've lost, frankly, the last couple of years. How do you do that? Do you have to go get Myles Garrett? Can you draft and rebuild it the way Philadelphia and the Rams have done it? And do they go ahead and do it now? Deebo's asked for a trade before, and they haven't done it. Is this the time to officially trade Deebo Samuel this offseason?
Let's talk about it next with the SF Standards' David Lombardi and get into his 8-part State of the 49ers series, assessing each position group and introducing some high-level solutions. He'll be a great person to get into that next with. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Niners found a way to break headlines on Super Bowl Sunday as Deebo Samuel has officially requested a trade. Sound off on the YouTube chat or give us a call at 808-KNBR to let us know what your trade conditions are.
Greg Papa here from my friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. For over 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction. Do you struggle with distance vision, need reading glasses, or wear bifocals like I did for years? CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision and do it now. The Laser Eye Center offers LASIK, Smile, Evo, ICL, or the procedure I had, CLR, which is custom lens replacement. It's the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. Plus, you'll never develop a cataract. After tens of thousands of procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center have the experience to tell you which procedure is best for you. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. So book your free consultation today at modernvisioncorrection.com. That's modernvisioncorrection.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver. We will make the connection with David Lombardi shortly of the SF Standard. Obviously, a busy day for everybody. Coming back from calories, football, taking time off, probably sleep deprived, Greg Papa's Gold Bar whiskey, and whatever else is going on a Sunday. You know, I read something today from a Harris poll that it was like 22.5 million people requested the day off of work today, which was up 40% from last year. I got to double check the official data on all this, but it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. I'm happy to be here, but hey, that's because, you know, we don't really have real jobs.
How do they know that so quickly? I heard that this morning before we were even up working on the West Coast, and it's up 8 million from last year. I mean, we may be hanging a little bit and a little foggy after a lot of football and skiing over the weekend, and but it's the biggest day probably of our listenership all year is the Monday after the Super Bowl. It is a different feeling this year. Last year was the ultimate Vegas hangover. After losing that Super Bowl and in overtime, scoring first in the overtime. It's never happened. Only 2 teams have lost in the overtime. And but when you left that game, you felt like you were so close to obviously winning a Super Bowl. Dre's injury was so debilitating. And Deebo also in that game, you know, popped a hamstring. And go back to last year, and we'll get into it with David Lombardi. Deebo did not play well in that Super Bowl at all. Trent McDuffie climbed inside of his jersey all day. The targets and the catches just were not there for Deebo Samuel, and it was just not a very good offseason in a lot of regards at the wide receiver room. You did draft Ricky, but all his trials and tribulations off the field, the Ayuk saga. And now on Super Bowl Sunday again, you know, you get the report, and it's a little different in that the 49ers have granted permission to Tory Dandy, who was the agent for Deebo Samuel, to seek a trade. How do they do it? You know, why does the agent get involved? Is that just because he has to approve a new contract with a new team? Is Tory Dandy really making phone calls for Deebo Samuel? You think John Lynch would be able to handle that internally? We'll make our own, you know, trade here. He does have a $15.4 million option bonus due on March the 22nd. So when is the exact time to do it? Do you do a post-June 1 designation? How do you take the cap hit? So a lot to get to, but if one guy who knows the most about it as far as Deebo the player and what it means to the salary cap is the great David Lombardi.
Yeah, and we're still working on making the connection with David Lombardi, but again, busy Monday for everybody, so no problems there. And been kind of reading through his social media, his Super Bowl reaction, of course, and he says Saleh is your Vic Fangio and build the lines. I mean, I think that the building the lines and winning in the trenches is probably the, you know, overarching statement that a lot of Niner fans can agree on based on what happened last year. Brock Purdy certainly statistically had a down year. Didn't help that his star running back and co-MVP candidate from the season before was injured in Christian McCaffrey. On top of that, he was running a lot more. He was asked to do a lot more. I think when you look at a lot of those second half turnovers, there was definitely some elements of pressing in there, being in situations that the 49ers didn't face a lot of last year. And coming with the lines is the ability to control the game, both with the run game on the offensive side, but also getting to the quarterback while bringing just 4 on the defensive side. It's what made them so good in 2019. It's what made Jimmy Garoppolo get to a Super Bowl by throwing just, 8 passes or something in the NFC Championship when Raheem Mostert went crazy and ran for 4 touchdowns. So building the lines is certainly going to be the priority, but then if you go to our conversation with Larry Krueger, you also got to look at the skill position thing honestly, and that's where a lot of investment has gone into, both with a first-round draft pick and Ricky Pearsall, the money that they gave to Brandon Ayuk, and now if Deebo Samuel is out of this locker room, I know he didn't have a very good year last year, but take him away, you got to address your skill positions, and we'll see what happens on the George Kittle contract front as well, and what kind of money Brock Purdy, if he's able to reach an extension, what does he command there for the salary cap? So this is all part of the puzzle that's gluing together. We're here to pick up the different pieces and kind of work it together on day 1 of the official NFL offseason. And as you mentioned, the new league year starts March 12th. We're going to be at the Combine. They have the 11th pick in the draft. How importantly do they have to view that, and where do they need to invest? These are all questions we're going to be repeatedly asking as we inch closer and closer to this.
All right, I just texted Lombardi. Answer the damn phone, would you, David? I'm going to be doing his. I'm doing his YouTube channel next week, so I've already David kind of owes me ahead of time. So now we talk to David a lot, and whenever he does have time, he'll jump on with us. The first thing you have to kind of figure out is what's the salary cap going to be, the projected cap number. We're looking at maybe like $280 million. The cap jumped so much last year. The first time ever, it went back during the pandemic, but it's starting to build up. So in 2021, it was $182.5 million. Then it went to $208.2 million, and then to $224.8. Last year, it jumped up to $255.4 million. I think David's projecting, and we won't know the final totals until later here, but we will know before the start of the new league year that it could be as high as $280 million. So that's already $25 million higher than what it was last year. And it's not going to cost you a lot to, sign the draft class. So how much money do they actually have under the cap? And David will give us the number. The Niners do have a good amount of money under the cap right now to be able to buy free agents, but I think the big thing, with their picks, and they've got 11, and they've got 43, 75, 99, 111, 137, 138, 188, 228, 254. So they've got a handful of picks on both hands. Could they be a serious player in the Myles Garrett sweepstakes? You would think that maybe Cleveland, he wants to go somewhere where he can win. If they're really going to have to trade him, and they're saying they're not going to trade him, would you give up 11? Probably to start there and then go more. Would you do that? What would it cost to re-sign? Myles Garrett's numbers workable. No guaranteed money beyond left on his contract the next 2 years. You're going to have to. He's the part of the reason he's doing this, not exclusively. He's frustrated by losing, but he wants his contract redone. You're going to have to do that. We mentioned Cooper Kupp. I don't know how the Niners get their hands on him, but I think if you wanted to move Deebo off the roster, certainly adding someone like Cooper Kupp would make that a well-rounded receiver room while you're waiting for Ayuk to come back. And then even when he does come back, they would all work so well together. Can you imagine Cooper Kupp with Brandon Ayuk, Jawan Jennings, and Ricky Pearsall? And just the whole group there. Is it the right time to trade Deebo? Pittsburgh, I think, was hot for him last year. Are they still going to be inclined to go get him? How much of a cap hit do you take on that? How do you designate it? Would it be a post-June 1 designation? So the offseason's already been underway for over a month because the Niners didn't play, beyond the last game of the year in Phoenix and Arizona, Greg. So they've been working on this for a while. Now the whole league, after Philadelphia celebrates today and deals with their hangover and they have their parade on Valentine's Day later in the week, now the whole league does begin the process of going to the combine and starting the new league year. March the 12th will be the time you can start buying free agents. And, how much money do the Niners have? And then what do they do with Brock's contract? I mean, that's going to be a big part. Maybe not in this year coming up in 25, but certainly as you budget for 26 and beyond.
Yeah, a little bit earlier on the contract front, Josh Dubow for the Associated Press put out there that owner Jed York said he saw Purdy's agent this week and said, I know we want Brock here for a long, long time, and I believe we will make it work. Now, I know that something like that just broad, just works. We'll see how it all shakes out. And, of course, wanting Brock for a long time, okay, what's the number, right? If Brock Purdy signs a contract extension, are we talking in the $40 million? Are we talking in the low 50s? Are we talking in the high 50s, even in the 60s? The classic 262 deal that we always joke about with our buddy Cam Inman. So that's a major factor coming this way. I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Haven't addressed the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line too much today, and I want to give everybody their due. 707, this is actually just related to people calling out sick. Can confirm we had sick calls, had 18 call out today. Your favorite UPS driver in Seattle. All right, nicely done there. 18.
I mean, isn't it? Does anybody believe you're calling in sick on the day after the Super Bowl? I mean, you're hungover. How was the game yesterday? You're not. I can't even make that call. I just can't make it today. Is it more productive for America just to give today off to Americans and let them not have to call in sick and take a sick day? And I think this will be alleviated in a year.
Right. But then what do you do with the NBA All-Star break? You just put that on a normal weekend?
Well, I think what's going to happen when they go to the new league year, or when they go to the new TV deals that they're doing, I just get a text from Lombardi. Internet cut out at the cabin. Where's Lombardi? What cabin is he at?
I don't know. I didn't know he was at a cabin. That's cool, though. Right on.
Tahiti. He was going to Tahiti, I think, is what I don't know if he's already there or if he's somewhere else, but his internet is not doing well. So we'll get David on whenever he can get on. But anyway.
See, that's a better excuse than calling out sick, by the way, for your UPS friends.
I don't buy it. He was partying with the Lombardi, even though his team wasn't in it. So I don't buy that for David. Anyway, we'll get him when we get him on, but hopefully he'll get the internet cleared up. But at some point, I think it's when the new TV deals are up, it's not going to be for a while. They are going to go to 18-2. Rather than 17 regular season games and 3 preseason, they're going to go 18-2. And when they do that, they'll push the Super Bowl will be back 1 week later. Presumably, you keep the preseason the same. You may start later and just play the 2. You don't want to open the year on Labor Day weekend. Obviously, that's for college football. You start the weekend after. So assuming they do that, then that'll be 18 games over 19 weeks. There has been talk about going to a double bye and maybe playing it over 20 weeks. So ideally for the NFL, and again, you go at the NBA, you push back the calendar a week and you play the Super Bowl on the Sunday of President's Day weekend. Now, you do worry about people traveling around a little bit on that long weekend, and maybe your ratings would be down, but I don't think that's a big concern. It would more just to treat it like, people calling in sick today, 22 million Americans, just make it a holiday, make it President's Day. And given now the NBA wouldn't like that, what would they do with their All-Star game? Would they push that back a week correspondingly? So it is interesting. And by the way, it is the Super Bowl's over now. So the Super Bowl is now in the hands of Jed York and the 49ers. We're going to host the game next year, obviously. And Josh DeBow from the AP did have the story, and I did text Josh this morning about his interaction because he got the quote from Jed York. I know we want Brock here for a long, long time, and I believe we will make that happen. And I texted Josh, did you speak to him directly? And he said, yes, Josh is at the Super Bowl in New Orleans. There was a press conference handing over the Super Bowl host responsibilities right after the game was over last night to the Bay Area, and that's where he got Jed York. So it is on to Super Bowl 60, and the Niners will host that game. They'd love to be able to play in that game, but that's where Josh got that quote directly from Jed.
On the note of defensive line, because that is an area that people are going to be clamoring for a rebuild. So 510, pardon me, on our Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, throwing out the idea of getting multiple first rounders out there to trade for Myles Garrett and using pick 11 on a defensive tackle. Now, I don't know what the Myles Garrett trade package would command, but say that there is something that John Lynch in this front office can work out to go and get a Myles Garrett. How far are you willing to go in terms of draft stock? Because we saw the effects of losing a bunch of first-round picks in the Trey Lance move, and they did end up getting away with the pick itself by having Brock Purdy come in and be this sensation as pick number 262. But they also didn't have 3 first-round picks, and they also lost a third-round pick out of that. And you look at teams in their division, like an LA Rams that we've brought up many times, or the team that just won the Super Bowl, Philadelphia Eagles, getting guys in the early rounds on day 1 or day 2 of the draft is how these teams have been able to build their defenses and keep it young and keep it cheap. You mentioned Philly devoting a lot of financial resources on the offensive side of the ball. Well, how do they do it in a way where it doesn't hurt their defense? They do it by drafting well and hitting on their draft picks. So to pair Myles Garrett alongside a Nick Bosa, that in and of itself is 2 proven defensive player of the years. That would be a ridiculous front. Then you take your swings on another person, but then how does that all work out financially if we're talking about the rest of the roster, and how much draft stock are you willing to give up in that scenario? I almost think that the path out of this might be to try to go young, and you just got to hit on your picks if you're John Lynch.
Well, so they went the other way several years ago, and we keep comparing, what Philadelphia did to the Niners and the Gold Rush in that 2019 year, Super Bowl 54, and they decided they couldn't pay DeForest Buckner. Once he was going to get $20 million a year for a huge deal, they put him on the market, and they decided to make that trade. They traded the proven defensive tackle, and Armstead was up as well, and they wound up keeping Eric. They got an extra year on him for the same amount of money laid out, and eventually they had to move on from both of them. So your question is, with the 11th overall pick in the draft, could you get someone that could impact the D-line? And I think that's where you would go. And a lot of it is predicated on how many quarterbacks get picked. Do teams trade up? How do they evaluate the quarterback position where some really good players could slip to you that are like, what number pick did they use on Jalen Carter? Like the 10th overall pick?
10.
Now, a lot of that was 9 or 10, whatever it was. Yeah, Rosenau says he's not going past 9 because they knew how he was going to take him. But that was because of the off-field. He should have been the number 1 overall pick in the draft, but he had that issue off the field that a lot of people took him off the board. So could you get – that's what you're doing right now. That's why we're going to the Combine in a couple of weeks, and before you even start buying players when the new league year starts March the 12th. And I think you would do that with an eye on Myles Garrett as well. Would you be willing to give up 11? And you'd have to give up more. Andrew Berry's not going to do it for the 11th pick in the draft. He's going to want your 1 next year. He's going to want maybe your 2, a couple of 2s. I don't know what he wants. He said he wouldn't do it for 2 1s. The Khalil Mack, trade that they got, the Raiders got, was a lot of picks. It was not just a couple of 1s. It was more. The Niners offered him more than the Raiders got from Chicago, but they weren't going to do business with the 49ers because they were still the Oakland Raiders then. I don't know. So that's what you're really looking at in the draft. Do you need Myles Garrett? Do you need to make an offer? You're going to have to outbid just about everybody in the league. Who doesn't want Myles Garrett? Maybe Philadelphia because they're so young and good there. But I'm sure Howie's calling. I'm sure Les Snead is calling. Everybody's calling on Myles Garrett. But what will it actually take? And as you look at the draft, do you think now they missed when they made the Defoe trade? They wound up with a 13th pick in the draft. They wound up moving back 1 spot to 14. Jason Light came up and they flipped, and he took Tristan Wirfs. But you drafted Kinlaw. Javon Kinlaw was going to be the next DeForest Buckner. Mm-hmm. Different body, maybe a little wider than tall, but, still a huge mass of a man. And it just didn't work out. He was a different player. He had knee problems coming out of school, had him most of his time here. Gained weight, lost weight, just never got there. So they did this before where they traded the proven because they didn't feel like they could pay him, and they needed to reset and at that position with Armstead up as well. And other guys were involved. Emmanuel Sanders' contract was up, Jimmy Ward. There were a lot of factors then. So can you do the opposite now and trade youth, rookie, draft capital, which is by, it's still a lot of money, but it's cheaper labor. You'd have to give them up a lot of draft picks to get Myles Garrett, and then he's going to want his contract redone. He's going to want to make more than Nick Bosa.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Negotiating against your own teammate for sure. A little agent wars going on there. He's Greg Papa. I'm Greg Silver. We're going to keep the conversation moving. See what happens with David Lombardi's internet. Before we go ahead.
I just got a text. I don't have enough reception for a call. I'll let you know if internet comes back on in the next few minutes. Sorry.
Hey, so you know what? We'll just text him all our questions and then live read them on the air.
How
about that?
Want to do that?
No, we'll do that a different day. 7:07. Doesn't Dave always party with the Lombardi? I mean, for him, whenever he parties, it's a party with Lombardi. That's a good point.
Redundant, really.
By the way, a lot of people on the text line just throwing out the idea, why not play the Super Bowl on a Saturday?
No.
Wouldn't do it? Be 13 days between games. You got the week gap.
It's Super Sunday. Anybody going to call it Super Saturday? That has been mentioned before, but I can't see them doing that. Just move it to President's Day weekend. Get the calendar lined up. Then what does the NBA do with their All-Star game? When do they move that? Back a week? Up a week? What do they do?
Play it on a Friday. I don't know. Just change the days of the week with everything. All right, we'll keep this going. Silver Linings playlist on the other side. It's Papa and Silver only here on the Sports Leader. going on, everybody? Good to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz here on a Monday as we start the new week. And Steve's always helping out the people. So today he's going to tell us what you do when you can't pay your taxes.
Call us. Let us tell you all the good solutions available. Sometimes people make mistakes, like they owe money so they don't file a tax return. If that's you, that's okay. We'll file all the old back returns you need, and we want to make a deal. And if you filed all your returns, but you feel like you're drowning under 1,000 feet of water, there's so much we want to do for you. Let's see if you qualify for a deal where you just pay part and they forgive the rest, or the government forgives the penalties, or get you a monthly payment that you really can afford. Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you really can afford. Or lots of other deals, like shifting the burden back to your ex-spouse or ex-business partner if that's where it belongs, or a lot of other things. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. All you have to do is just pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Appreciate hearing from our guy, Steve Moskowitz. He is the best tax attorney in all of the business. You can give him a call now for that free consultation at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts and the Eagles routed Kansas City yesterday and shut the door on their three-peat. How should we feel, Niners Nation? Hit us up on the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
All right, what's happening, everybody? So before we get to the actual song, Papa, we have a little bit of breaking news here. As it does not relate to football, but the Dodgers have hired Farhan Zaidi as a special advisor. He will also assist owner Mark Walter in his other sports interests. So Farhan, welcome back to LA.
I thought that was done like months ago. They were trying to rehire Farhan Zaidi. So you kind of thought Andrew Friedman, obviously, he was there before, would rehire him. So the Guggenheims, special advisor in the organization. What other sporting interests do the Guggenheims own besides the LA Dodgers?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out myself, too, right now. I don't know. Is he doing the full Josh Harris, owning the Commanders, the 76ers, being Joe Lacob, wanting to buy the A's off of John Fisher? Could go down a whole rabbit hole there with that one. Hey, the Pagulas, by the way, Sabres and Bills. That's another good one. So
it's Mark Walter is the controlling owner of the LA Dodgers. They also own a minority ownership stake in the LA Sparks of the WNBA and the Chelsea Football Club. So they're into international soccer as well, as are the 49ers, and a professional women's hockey. Wait a minute, hold on. The Chelsea Football Club and the Professional Women's Hockey League. They own the whole league? The Guggenheims, Mark Walter. So Farhan, Billy Beane obviously is branched out with his role in international soccer as well. And the Niners do old leads. So Parag goes back and forth trying to get Brock a contract to restructure George Kittle. They're also involved in international soccer. So he is well versed. So I thought this was done like months ago. When I read that Farhan was going back to the Dodgers, I think they had to figure out what exact role he is going to have. And it's going to be in the Dodgers front office, but also will serve directly with Mark Walter and the other sports they own.
The other sports interest is taking me back to the last time Cole was producing our show when we had Bertram from Cancun call out. Tells Cole he wants to talk about LeBron James. We have him on. He goes, hey, you ever think the 49ers should you watch women's soccer by chance? I'm like, he was all over the place. But yeah, sure. That's what I'm getting with the multi-sport interest here with Mark Walter and Farhan Zaidi now assisting him. So anyway, if you're just joining us, Farhan Zaidi getting hired by the Dodgers once again. As far as Silver Linings Playlist, I mean, had to keep it Super Bowl. It was the last game of a long season, and I guess I'm doing the song mostly because I love the artist of Bruce Springsteen, and you gave me this inspiration on Friday. The Streets of Philadelphia, 1993. I guess this is the one day I'll be gracious and nice to the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, hey, my new cousin-in-law, Jake, is from Philly. I know he was very happy yesterday. He is a real fan, so can be happy for him. I like Jeffrey Lurie. Jalen Hurts seems like a good guy. Saquon Barkley, very admirable turnaround story. And, Big Dom with all his Italy merch wherever he goes, I suppose, gets a ring too because he transcends every coaching administration. But the bottom line is, congrats to the Philadelphia Eagles. They stuck it to the Kansas City Chiefs. And mostly, I just love Bruce Springsteen.
This is such a beautiful song. And it's a really serious movie. I think it's Tom Hanks' finest work. I remember sitting in the theater when that movie was done for like a half hour. And kind of like when I saw Deer Hunter, it's just so overwhelming and so much. And what a great film. And it hit so hard, throughout the globe, obviously, in the Bay Area. But Bruce is Bruce. I mean, this is one of the great talents of all time. This particular song, I think, is his finest.
Wow.
And it's just so moving, so beautifully sung and written and just everything. I pop it on all the time, and Philadelphia Freedom, Elton John songs. There's been some other songs written about Philadelphia, but this is the best Philadelphia song I've ever heard. It's so. I'm not sure you want to play it at a championship parade. It's a little bit of a downer, as far as the melodies. But anyway, so we are going to have a Bruce Springsteen. Do we call it a biopic or a biopic? I'm not sure which to go with on that.
We call it a Chalamet now.
Is that what it is? Because he's so good at it with complete unknown. But they are preparing a Bruce Springsteen, and I think biopic is so basic and saying it's so much better to say biopic, right?
I like biopic more. Yeah.
So much better.
Cole, do you know what the technical answer is to this?
Biopic.
Yeah, nobody knows. Nobody knows this. Tomato, tomato, potato, potato. I don't know.
I like biopic is so basic. Who's playing Bruce? Do we know yet?
I don't know. No, it's the first time hearing of it. But yeah, so you reminded me of this song back on Friday. I had to put it on. I was like, oh man, so good. So good. So do you think our digital team should make a video where we have a Bruce Springsteen-like figure or whoever's going to play him in this biopic and walking around the streets of Philly just all slow motion with the song and then turning and they start showing the scenery of people like burning Kermit the Frogs and climbing on the greased light poles and just wreaking havoc in the streets like they were doing last night.
Don't do that. They're nice people there. Jeremy Allen White is Bruce Springsteen. And it's going to be Deliver Me From Nowhere coming out sometime in 2025. We'll have more on that. So
wow.
So they can't play this at the parade, by the way, is on Valentine's Day. So
brotherly love.
We're not going to get Jason Kelsey in the Mummers Parade outfit again. He'll probably MC it, though. Won't they have Jason Kelsey? He can't take the stage like he's a current member of the Philadelphia Eagles, but he'll probably be on WPVI TV, the ABC station there my brother worked at, and probably host the parade, wouldn't he?
I have no doubts that Jason Kelsey will play a prominent role. I mean, and I'm not even saying this to be facetious in any way, but since he retired, he has done the opposite of disappear. I feel like he's been everywhere. Kylie's got a podcast. Now we got the Kylie's Corner show as well. So it's like they're everywhere. And I'm not saying that with any tone of hate underneath it, but it's like I would be stunned. If you want to put all your sleeper bets or your prize picks bets or, wherever you're spending your money, if you want to do one more Super Bowl hurrah because you came out down money yesterday, find a bet on Jason Kelsey props for the parade. I'm sure that's a way to win it back.
I've already got the odds for the Super Bowl LX champion. Are we going with that for Super Bowl 60? The LX Roman numeral. I remember when they did Super Bowl 50 and it was just Super Bowl L, like you're a big loser. When Denver beat Carolina, the NFL kind of dropped it and just went to the numeral 50, and didn't call it L. Are we going LX? But the odds for next year to win the Super Bowl at Levi's, by the way, Philly is a plus 550, which is still long odds. You bet 100, you're going to win 550 back. So that's 5.5 to 1. KC would be next at 600. The Ravens 650. The Bills 700. The Lions 1,000. Are the Niners on this list at all? 1,400. A plus 1,400. How about that bet right now today?
Book it right now. Let's go.
The Niners to win the Super Bowl in their own stadium a year from, what's the date of the game next year? Right, 363. I think it's February 8th. So it'll be 363 days away.
Plus 1,400, not bad at all. If you get this a healthy team, I mean, I'm not saying that's they're going to guaranteed win it, but that's a pretty big return for a team.
The Rams are a plus 2,800.
Oh.
So are the 49ers, based on this, favored to win the NFC West next year?
Rams think that Stafford's going to retire like 2 months before the season and do an Andrew Luck.
Commanders 1,800, Bengals 2,000, Packers 2,000, Houston 25, Denver 2,800, Rams 2,800. Where's the rest of the division? Seattle a plus 5,000. So the Niners, according to this, are the favorites to take back the NFC West next year. That surprises me a bit.
It does and it doesn't, in the sense of they were so dominant a year ago, and injuries were a big part of the story this year. Not the entire story, but they were a big part of the story. And their offensive player of the year looked like himself for exactly one quarter in the snow in Buffalo before that all went sideways. So in that sense, I get it. In the sense of the other teams theoretically improving, or if I could predict any one to take a step back, it would be Seattle, and I don't necessarily consider that a bad team. So I don't think it's going to be an easy division to win by any means. But yeah, we'll kind of see how it goes with Stafford, his age, all that. But I mean, the Rams with their young defense, in my mind, probably are the favorite today. Now we'll see what happens as far as the draft goes, the health and everything. But I think the Niners probably are right there at the top. If not first, they're my second choice to go and win this division next year.
So as far as the odds to win the Super Bowl next year, Philly is the shortest odds, so they're the favorite in the NFC. Then the Lions would be second at a plus 1,000, then the Niners. So they still put the Niners ahead of Green Bay. I mean, where are the Minnesota Vikings on this? They're a plus 3,300.
Where's Detroit at?
Detroit's a plus 1,000. So it's the
so they were second, yeah.
They were in the NFC.
Yeah.
Philly's a plus 550, then KC, Baltimore, Buffalo from the AFC, Detroit plus 1, then the Niners right there. So people, at least Jimmy Shapiro, he thinks the Niners will bounce back next year and win the West and be one of the top teams in the NFC. A lot of work to do. We know that.
I'm taking Zach Wilson's Broncos, or maybe the Jets, his old team, maybe something like that. Just try to win a lot of money on the most preposterous bet that I can find. I think that's a good use of my time here.
What's the longest odds here?
Carolina.
The New York Giants are a plus 15,000 on a $100 bet. Wow.
I'm down to put $1 on that. Why not? It'd be the greatest story ever. That would usurp the Kurt Warner story for a team that he actually played for after the LA Rams. So, yeah, that's what I'm going with. Plus 15,000, book it. Well, that is our Silver Linings playlist here on a Monday. The streets of Philadelphia. Congrats to the Eagles. It's the only time I'm going to be nice because starting tomorrow, it's going to be bye Eagles bye, and we're coming for you. But winning is winning. Champions are champions, and they got the Lombardi trophy. The party with Lombardi, it was theirs, and it was earned.
And we're not going to have one of those with David today, by the way.
Yeah, we'll try to get him tomorrow.
Internet. What cabin where is he? Tahiti cabin, or is he up skiing somewhere? Where is he?
Well, when we get him, hopefully tomorrow, I think the first 3 questions will probably just be grilling him about his internet connection. Hey, just join the other 22.5 million, all right? He wanted to just take today off a little bit harder. Can't blame him. We'll come back on the other side with more. It is Papa and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Hate that you said he wasn't a top 10 quarterback? Hate that you said he couldn't throw the ball? Hate that he got over when push came to shove? Hate that he always say the right thing?
Money is nice, championships are better.
Hate that in your all-knowing, armchair wisdom, you were sure he'd come up short. Hate that you got it wrong?
Nice little groovy music there, by the way. That was the Jalen Hurts post-game commercial for Jordan about proving the haters wrong. I got to say, never crazy about the commercials. I'm not a hater, but I'm always so much more interested in the game that the commercials. That's the time to go grab another beer, another shot of Gold Bar. Speaking of, by the way, you see your guy Shabuzi in a commercial for Nerds Clusters?
I did not.
Yeah.
Nerds Clusters? He's not hocking whiskey? I got history.
I know.
Shabuzi's everywhere right now. He's my guy all of a sudden, Shabuzi?
Yeah, do you want him
to the Bay Area.
not be your guy? I feel like that's a good thing.
No, I love the guy. Yeah. I love him. He's coming to the Bay Area this week. We tried to get him out of the air, but he respectfully declined. He'll be here for the celebrity game on the weekend, and we'll try to get Tim and Mitch and Chris run TMC in. But the word about Jalen Hurts, because, man, he got heaped on last year. I remember Tim Ryan coming on our show and questioning his leadership. He's a different guy. You know, he's so quiet. Sometimes you'd think he's just too much of a slow breather. And then you see a guy like Buster Posey and how he achieves in his career. I mean, he's not Mahomes. He's not, Manning and Brady. He's just, but it's any guy's overall, not Q rating, because we knew he was a year ago, but just what we thought of Jalen Hurts 1 year ago at this time, after getting all the big money. I mean, think about from year to year. Go back 2 years ago, what we thought about him after they lost the Super Bowl, and he could have been the MVP of the game, even in a losing role. Yeah. He was that good. He had 3 rushing touchdowns in that game, and he made the one big mistake. And then the next year, he got exposed. The Niners, the way they rushed him and kept him in the pocket, he held the ball too long, couldn't go through his progressions. You wondered, had the NFL just figured him out and Kaepernicked him, where he was running all over the league like crazy 1 year, and the next year he can't read a defense, and then he goes back and what he was. Even later this season, they question Jalen Hurts' ability. A lot of it is he gets hurt a lot because he's so want to get out of the pocket and run. He takes shots on the knees and the concussions and all of it. And now look at him. I mean, he outplayed Patrick Mahomes, and it's not that simple. Philly's D-line dominated. KC's O-line couldn't block, and Philly's O-line gave him time to do it. But he did do it. He did go through his progressions. He is a quiet leader. He pushes back every now and then. I mean, what do we think? As you look at the NFC right now, and we're trying to figure it out, is Jalen Hurts now the best quarterback in the NFC over Jared Goff, over Matthew Stafford, over Brock Purdy? What's Minnesota going to do at quarterback? Over Jordan Love? Who else are we missing? Jaden Daniels?
I was going to say, I mean, on a day like today, I think you got to respect what just happened. And it very much was a team win. It wasn't Jalen Hurts carried the team to victory throughout the playoffs. Nobody's saying that. But Jalen Hurts also made a lot of plays when he needed to make plays, and Saquon Barkley was bottled up. And I like what Krug said. I said, did anything shock you, even though you felt like Philly had the better roster and could run away with this game? And he said that Saquon Barkley got bottled up, and it was still a blowout to the degree it was. Now, the defense was a big part of that, too. But Jalen Hurts, the dual threat, I mean, yeah, I think you have to sit here on a morning like today and say he's the best QB in the NFC. I like Jared Goff a lot and have been watching him for a long time. He's only gotten to that game once. He did not play a good game at all. Very different type of quarterback and a more traditional pocket passer. Jaden Daniels had a sensational rookie year, but we got to see a bigger sample size too. I mean, I'm willing to call him one of the best quarterbacks in the NFC, but we also saw C.J. Stroud have a great year. I mean, hell, we saw Jalen Hurts have an incredible year and get a game further and then kind of take a step back and then go forward. So it's all a process, and it's a reactionary business. That's what we're in. But Do I think we can sit here today and say Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback in the NFC? Yeah, I absolutely do. No one's saying that he is Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, or Joe Burrow, or any of those AFC guys that I think are typically at the top. But the NFC is the weaker quarterback conference, and Jalen Hurts played his face off yesterday.
How many of those quarterbacks in the AFC have a Super Bowl ring besides Mahomes?
That is true.
Allen, Burrow, Jackson, they don't have one. So, obviously, the big news of the weekend was Deebo and the Niners allowing his agent, Tory Dandy, to seek a trade. But the other side of it was Aaron Rodgers is not coming back. He pretty much was told that this week. So where would Aaron go? You're hearing a lot of different destinations for different people. Is Aaron, what kind of money is he going to command in the market? And, what's going to be his future if the Jets let him go? You keep bringing up Matthew Stafford's name, and I know you know things in L.A. and talk to people. I know, like, Cooper Kupp's on the market, and we thought last year at the deadline they could move Cooper Kupp or they'd be open to making something with Stafford. They did restructure his contract. They don't have a quarterback on their roster. They have Jimmy, obviously there, but Jimmy will move on. I do wonder about Sam Darnold and where he is going to go. And what Minnesota does if they franchise tag him and then keep him and play him. Would they make J.J. McCarthy available? Would they trade Sam Darnold? I wonder if the L.A. Rams, they probably couldn't get him from Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, but I wonder if the Rams would think about bringing Darnold back to Southern California to be in the mix. And what happens to Matthew Stafford? There were a lot of rumblings that the Rams wanted to move on from him last year, and he and McVay do butt heads a little bit, Greg. What are we hearing about Matthew Stafford? Is he definitively coming back to the Rams next year?
No, I haven't heard anything definitive, but if I had to make my prediction here on February 10th, day one into the offseason, I would say more likely than not that Matthew Stafford is still the quarterback of the LA Rams. Now, obviously, things can change. Cooper Kupp probably not going to be on the team, but then again, we don't know for sure, and we had the other silver on saying Cooper Kupp might not necessarily even be tradable in a certain case. So lots of stories to follow around. But yeah, I would assume they're going to get a little bit more out of Matthew Stafford. They still had a degree of success to this year, not to where it's anything you hang a banner for by any means, but to be a relatively young and rebuilding team and have almost none of the guys from that Super Bowl team a few years ago they had the defending champs, they had the ultimate champs on the ropes there in the fourth quarter at the end of the game, and Matthew Stafford's still a big part of that team. So I don't see this thing as on the brink of implosion yet, but he certainly is getting up there in age. I know he and McVay have had their butting heads a little bit, and it's kind of turning toward a new generation, but it's not like they have a backup just waiting, like a Patrick Mahomes waiting behind Alex Smith, ready to get unleashed.
Yeah, they bring up Stafford because he did win the Super Bowl. He has won it, and you look at the NFC about the quarterbacks. Brock's been to the Super Bowl. Hurts was there a couple of years ago and lost, but this takes on a whole different dimension that he actually won this game. And Philadelphia's got to figure out what they're going to do with their head coach. We haven't talked about Sirianni at all. We've talked about Jalen winning the MVP, and it's a coordinator-driven team there, and they're going to lose their offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore. They'll have to replace the OC for a fourth time in 4 years. They still have Vic there. But Sirianni's contract is up. He's got one more year on his contract now, so he comes into that lame duck year, the leverage year with the Lombardi. Not David Lombardi, who, by the way, is in the Sierras. We kind of figured cabin, Tahiti. They don't have cabins there. It'd be more like a bungalow. I think he's going to Tahiti after he leaves Shaver Lake. He's at the family's cabin in the Sierras, where I was this weekend, or in kind of the area. So internet is fast, he said, but not doable, can cut out. So I think we're going to have David Lombardi on tomorrow is the plan.
Yeah, we'll get him back, and it's okay. I'm calling this Super Bowl hangover for everybody, especially those Kansas City Chiefs and David Lombardi. That's the top of the list right there. 1-2.
The ultimate Super Bowl hangover was Vince Lombardi. After he won the first two Super Bowls, he left. And he never coached the Packers again. He went to Washington, actually got cancer. He was gone, very shortly after that. Very sad, but he had the ultimate Lombardi hangover because he is Vince Lombardi.
A party with Lombardi started by Vince himself. We'll wrap this discussion up on the other side and get ready to hand things to Dirty Work. Look ahead to tonight for what is in store for the Warriors. Can they keep this happy Jimmy Butler honeymoon going into game number 2? No Giannis Antetokounmpo, Steph Curry, questionable. We'll monitor that next. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jimmy Buckets dropped 25 in his Warriors debut in a comeback win out in Chicago last Saturday. Dubs fans, are we saved? Let us know at 415-808-KNBR.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Buffs expended a lot of energy here. Bajemski banking it up and out. Curry with a rebound. Steph putting it up and out. Looney tipping it in. It's Jimmy Butler who got on the glass.
That was Steph doing a Looney and Looney almost doing a Steph. All in all, it's Jimmy Butler's bucket. In the end, Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you for another 8 minutes or so before we hand things off to Dirty Work. Tim Webb, Depop, Copes will be bringing it to you from 2 to 6. And as we look ahead to what's in the league tonight, the Warriors, of course, are going to play the Milwaukee Bucks. You can catch Dubs OT after the fact with our guys John Dickinson and Kyle Haar. And the Lakers out at Crypto.com have a bunch of gold 77 uniforms laid out for the debut of Luka Doncic against the Utah Jazz. I'm going to take him over 40 points tonight. Jeez.
What? Over 40? See if he plays 40 minutes, that well-conditioned Luka. So as far as Steph and the Warriors, so after that win in Chicago, they went to Milwaukee where they are tonight, and they had a nice viewing party with the whole team on the Super Bowl. So a great time for Jimmy Butler to join the team in the middle, or actually the beginning. Missed the first 2 stops, but joined him on the Chicago-Milwaukee part, then off to Texas, part of the road trip, just to bond with his new teammates. And now he's back to, he knows that area well, Chicago, Milwaukee, and to play the Bucks tonight. So Steph, left quad soreness. That is a new injury for him. He's got ankles, he's got right thumb, he's got everything going on, knees, and now he's got a left quad. He is questionable. Now, they list everybody if you've got anything that's being questionable, so hopefully he'll be able to play tonight. Damian Lillard is also listed as questionable with the right hamstring soreness. Giannis is out with the left calf strain. Brook Lopez will go probable with a right shoulder contusion. Milwaukee did play a home game yesterday. It was on ABC. It was the last broadcast ever. The great Hubie Brown. He worked the game with Mike Breen. So it is a back-to-back for the Milwaukee Bucks, Greg. They did play at home against Philadelphia yesterday and scored 135 points. Philadelphia was fighting on their bench. What's going on with the first Joel? Wow. But the great Dame went for 43 points yesterday in 43 minutes. I assume that is the Jimmy Butler defensive assignment tonight would be the great Dame.
Oh, yeah, I would... I think it's very fair to assume that. And Gary Payton II may be getting his fair share of minutes out there on Dame as well. Warriors and Blazers knew each other well from back in Dame and CJ's prime there. But, like I said, this is a big one. And you look at the next 3 leading into the All-Star break. All good teams, but the Bucks without their best player. The Dallas Mavericks without their best player. And by the way, how cruel is this for Dallas? You make the trade after Luka has sat out for 95% of his injury absence with the calf that he suffered on Christmas. You get Anthony Davis. He's playing incredible in his first game as a member of the Dallas Mavericks, and then he goes down, and he's probably going to be out a month. All the while, you look out west, and Luka Doncic is returning tonight. Look, I do not endorse any of the stuff that Nico Harrison has had to go through in real life, the death threats, the full-time security team. That is crazy behavior. I never, ever, ever would say that's okay. But the timing is really brutal for him, and I can understand why fans are upset about losing what they thought was going to be their 15, 20-year franchise player.
Both of them partly were available and frustrating their franchises because they do miss a lot of time. Anthony Davis gets hurt a lot. Luka's missed a little bit of time this year, obviously, and that cap has popped up. So for Milwaukee, no Giannis. So he's not going to play in this game tonight. They do have Kyle Kuzma. Since the trade, we haven't seen Milwaukee since they made the deal, obviously. And Chris Middleton, one of the best players in franchise history, was there a long time. Went the other way in the deal, so Kyle Kuzma will be the assignment probably of Draymond tonight. Brooke Lopez does shoot it well. You got Torian Prince as well. And then
Bobby Portis still.
Your guy, Bobby Portis, playing off the bench, and somebody that the great Jimmy Butler knows well. So first night out against Chicago, it was not good for a while. They got way behind. They came back and flipped the whole game around with an incredible 56-13 run. I think this in NBA TV is going to have this game tonight on their center court, so we'll be able to watch it in a couple of different spots tonight. But good matchup. Milwaukee's been okay this year. I mean, Doc Rivers took over a team that was playing better last year. They obviously flamed out in the playoffs last year, and now they don't have Giannis. So 28-23, there are a lot of teams that you thought were going to be a lot better going into this year that have not turned out that way. Phoenix struggling. Durant's out. How about Philadelphia yesterday losing again? They didn't trade Paul George in the middle of the year. Well, they trade him over the summer. They are 20-32, the Philadelphia 76ers. Wow.
Yeah, that was to be unexpected for sure. Joel Embiid might now need another knee surgery in this offseason. That has not gone well at all. Paul George still on the team. Nick Nurse, one of the better coaches in the league, in my opinion, but he has not had the circumstances working in his favor whatsoever. So we'll be monitoring it all. Warriors still the 11 seed, but they are tied at 26-26 with the Phoenix Suns. And I quote Ramona Shelburne's story on this toxic locker room situation. Yeah. And the Sacramento Kings also at 26-26. Now Dallas is a game and a half ahead of them. But if they can get a win and steal one without Anthony Davis coming up here before the All-Star break, that could tighten up the standings as well. Did want to play one last piece of sound for you because you just referenced it, Papa. Hubie Brown's final call. Here's a snippet of Mike Breen thanking him, calling him the NBA father for a lot of the great broadcasters.
Everybody that's worked with you, we all feel the same way. But for us play-by-play announcers who have been able to sit next to you, it's the ultimate honor to be here and learn from you. You've been like a father to many of us, our NBA father, because you not only taught us, you encouraged us, you supported us, and you picked us up when we needed to be picked up. And that's something that for all of us will always be in our hearts.
Can we pause as I have a tear here? All right? Michael, thank you very much. So let's face it, like we say all the time, we're a four-man team, you and I out front, and then the producer and director in the truck. And when we're cooking, people are loving the telecast because we're all on the same page.
You know, we lost Bob Uecker not that long ago, and he was doing this all the way up to the age of 90 for Milwaukee. And Hubie Brown doing this and stepping down at the age of 91. Just got to give a tip of the cap, and Mike Breen is the perfect person to thank him on the air for something like that.
Yeah, and there was such an outpouring of support and love. Damian Lillard, the great Dame from the Bay Area, from Oakland, after the game, before the game, just everybody. You know, it's his last broadcast at age 91, and Hubie has been incredible. You know, the Warriors are in Milwaukee. I remember, learning about Hubie for the first time as assistant coach on their great teams that won championships. And, of course, Don Nelson took over later. He went to the ABA and coached for a while, and then the Hawks and Knicks, and just what a tireless worker he was. Wound up, Andy Dolich knows him well if Andy's listening. He coached Jerry West's team in Milwaukee, in Memphis, when they rebuilt that team there before he came to the Warriors. And so it was great to see Hubie get his props yesterday, his final broadcast ever. What a run. And then watching Duke the other night on Saturday, how about Hubie Brown? Dick Vitale. Yeah. Hubie Brown was yesterday. Dick Vitale. And I worked games with Dick my first year in the NBA in Indiana. He was my partner on TV for a while. Couldn't get a word in there, if you can believe that. 4 times he has come back from cancer, Dick, and he gets so emotional at all. Always, and one was a vocal cord problem he had with the cancer, to come back and be a broadcaster. So we said goodbye to the great Hubie Brown yesterday, and we welcome back Dickie V back on college basketball for Duke and Clemson on Saturday.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's a good way to end the show. Big thank you to you, Papa. Big thank you to Cole filling in for Walter today as well. And it is time to hand it off to Dirty Work so they can talk about their 2 favorite teams, the Eagles and the Chiefs. Am I right, Derek? You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Good job, brother.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you following Super Bowl 59 and a beatdown of the Kansas City Chiefs. We got a good show for you today, by the way.
Oh, we got a grand show, my friend.
Brent Jones. How about that? Number 84.
Yeah. 84 in your program, number 1 in your hearts.
Number 1 in your hearts. Brent Jones going to join us to talk some Super Bowl. I'm sure he's got a lot to say. We haven't talked to him since the playoffs started.
We haven't talked to him in quite some time, so we'll talk to him about the Niners season ending, the Super Bowl, Deebo Samuel. Remember, he was the original guy to tell us, look out for Jason Witten to be in the.
He was like his dark horse cowboy head coach, yeah.
Yeah, but now we'll ask him what he thinks about Brian Schottenheimer getting that job.
We'll ask him about that. We'll also ask him about how tight end play fared throughout the postseason.
Yeah.
I mean, Mark Andrews, dude, a couple of big drops.
Yeah.
Speaking of drops, DeAndre Hopkins can't be feeling good today.
No, especially when, the story was heartbreaking when he was talking about how he wore his father's coat, his deceased father's coat, because his father said you could wear this on your wedding day or on the Super Bowl.
And his father passed away.
Yeah.
He wore that. His mother's also blind.
Yes.
I know that.
Terrible story.
Did he catch a touchdown or did he catch a two-point conversion?
He caught a touchdown, a 2-point conversion, but he definitely had one of the bigger drops of the game.
Yeah. And had he caught that pass, I mean, who knows what happens with the course of this game. The way things were going for the Chiefs may not have made a difference anyway. It's not like
Were they down 17-0 at that point already?
Yeah. But the point was that would have been a first down. They hadn't been picking him up. It would have been a good pass downfield. He was wide open, just sort of tripped over his own feet. Anyway, for as big of a blowout as the game itself was, not a boring game in my mind. I thought fairly enjoyable for a Super Bowl Sunday.
I would say I think people would have turned it off had the Chiefs been kicking the Eagles' ass, but because everyone hates the Chiefs, as far as I think of the Bay Area, and I want to ask everybody today this because it's a very interesting situation. So obviously no one wants to see the Chiefs three-peat, and also the recency of the Chiefs beating the 49ers in the Super Bowl twice. I was wondering, are Niner fans, like there's some out there, my man AJ Cruz, who was tweeting me the entire game because I called him out that he was definitely going to watch the Super Bowl.
Because he said on Friday, one of our great callers, AJ, on the YouTube chat, he called in and said he wasn't even going to watch, going to find something else to do. And you said, no way, you're going to watch. He didn't watch at all.
No, he sent me pictures of him reading books and walking his dog, and he did not watch the Super Bowl. He watched the halftime show, which I do kind of consider part of the Super Bowl. But he didn't watch the game. But I want to know from Niner fans today, are you happy that the Chiefs did not three-peat, or are you pissed because the Eagles did what the 49ers could not do?
Or are you both? The Super Bowl party I was at yesterday ended, and basically everybody was kind of saying the same thing, was I'm thrilled that Mahomes didn't get a third straight. People were happy to see him lose. And then it started to turn where people are like, man, how did this team get it done and we didn't get it done last year? And my reaction in response to that is, well, this team is better.
Yeah.
This defense is better than the Niners' defense was last year. The Chiefs came in with a game plan of do not let Saquon Barkley beat us, make Jalen Hurts pass the ball and beat us. And he was like, no problem. He threw as well as he's thrown, I think, all season in yesterday's game. Oh, yeah. Definitely the best he's passed throughout the postseason.
And I was shocked because my whole thing was the Eagles are going to win this game if Saquon Barkley runs all over the Chiefs. The fact that the Chiefs shut down their running game and still were effective and dominated them, I mean, I know Saquon in the postgame.
You mean the Eagles dominated even though the rundown was shut down?
Yes. And the fact that, the Chiefs shut them down, but they were still doing whatever they could do offensively. It was more so Jalen running the ball, and you and I were like, there's no way that Jalen Hurts is going to win this game if he's, passing, and then he's the leading rusher for the Eagles. And he was again. But, it's incredible that the Eagles were still going downfield with ease. Like, Saquon was getting stuffed. Jalen Hurts was the primary runner. I mean, guys were open. Devontae Smith. I felt so bad for Jahan Dotson. Like, I thought that was going to be like the first guy to score in the Super Bowl. He's short at the 1 yard line, and then of course Jalen Hurts scores. But I was not thinking it was going to be a blowout, but just utter domination. It reminded me a little bit of the Seahawks kicking the Broncos' ass like 10 years ago. I wasn't shocked that the Eagles won because I picked them, but I was shocked in how they did it. I did not expect them to go up 34-0.
I think I said to you on Friday, I was like, when we were making our picks, I said, all logic tells me the Eagles are a better team and should win. But Patrick Mahomes, right?
Yeah.
And it's funny because the factor of Patrick Mahomes was not just a non-factor. It was like a detriment to the Chiefs in the first half. Now, we can look at him and say he played terribly, and he did. But all season long, he's made an inferior receiving game around him look really good. They also couldn't run the ball at all yesterday.
No.
Good in Kansas City. Now, the defensive line of the Chiefs, or the Eagles played out of their mind. The offensive line of the Chiefs was as bad as I feel like I've seen an O-line play in a Super Bowl ever.
Yeah.
That was as bad. I mean, they played them 2 years ago, and a D-line for the Eagles had 70 combined sacks, and they did not get to Mahomes once in that game 2 years ago.
No, it was the key of what your guys said.
38 points.
It was the key of what Kendall Gammon said to us on Friday, was that their left tackle, Joe Tooney, was not good at left tackle. So, I mean, yeah, and the fact that you look at the stats, Isaiah Pacheco, 3 carries for 7 yards. Kareem Hunt, 3 carries for 9 yards. Now, they were down by 24 points, so you have to throw to get back into this game.
But they couldn't run on the first couple of drives at all anyway.
No, it was
the worst first half statistically of Mahomes' career.
Oh, yeah.
By like QB rating, by passing yards.
Yeah, like 23 yards of offense in the first half?
They were terrible.
Reminds me of like old Raider games.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Like, I know that Jalen Hurts is very deserving of MVP. It's hard to give it to somebody on the defensive side of the football because no one really stood out where you're like, all right, that
had the
guy.
big play, of course.
Yeah, but it was like one play. Like there's many guys that have pick sixes, but still were at MVP. Like Cooper DeJean had one great play. Josh Sweat, I think, probably has the best case for defensive MVP. 2.5 sacks. Milton Williams, he had the strip sack on Mahomes late in the game when the game was already in hand. Zach Bond, my guy, the dark horse for Defensive Player of the Year.
Incredible interception.
Oh, yeah, incredible postseason run. I think he had a pick in the Packer game and forced fumbles after that. It was the most dominant defensive performance I've seen in quite some time. And the credit really goes to the Eagles and getting Vic Fangio. I said this on Friday, and Tim, you could chime in on this. Is it time for us to kind of give Nick Sirianni his due, where we all we don't know what he does around here. We don't know what he does as a coach. He doesn't call plays. But I was driving over to my buddy Steven's house, Stephen Langford, nice guy Steven, went to watch the game with him. And on the way over, I'm listening to Westwood One's pregame coverage, and Nick Sirianni's talking about how I try to give my guys inspirational videos and messages. So they're like, so what are the things you do? And he's like, oh, well, we watch videos of Kobayashi and Joey Chestnut. And I'm like, wow. But guys love that for whatever reason. And I guess he was the guy to move Mekhi Becton from, traditionally he was a right tackle for most of his career. And then this year he decided to put him at right guard. So while we make fun of Nick Sirianni for being a goof and kind of a meathead, I got to say, he does something to this team. He gets a rise out of him. I mean, you saw A.J. Brown talking crap to him when they missed him on the throw, and then
they caught a touchdown.
Yeah, and then immediately he catches the touchdown. They like this guy. I know that Jalen Hurts and Sirianni had their beef, but it takes a leader of men to be like, I'm not good at this. So I'm going to go out and get Kellen Moore, who's, I guess, going to be the Saints head coach the next couple of days here. I'm going to go get Vic Fangio. I'm going to get coordinators that help me out. And then Howie Roseman going out, and, I mean, they hit on a lot of guys. Saquon Barkley, obviously, and then you're not going to pass on a Saquon Barkley. Zach Bond, no one knew he was going to be a good player again. He was with the Saints for a long time, but he became a really good all-around Swiss Army knife as far as a linebacker, moving Mekhi Becton to right guard. They didn't hit on some guys, like the Jahan Dotson trade. That didn't really pan out.
He didn't catch his first ball or touchdown until way late in the year, too.
Exactly, and they really primarily throw to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. One of the big ones they added this year was Bryce Huff, but he was inactive for the game, and he's probably gone this offseason. So, while they took a lot of swings and misses, and they hit on a lot of guys, and that's going to be the thing for the Niners this offseason is, can they find guys on that defensive line? Can they find somebody to replace Deebo? It's kind of the same deal. They have to, basically the Niners, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan have to do the same formula that the Eagles did in order to have success next season.
Well, and all the talk since yesterday has been the Eagles changed their philosophy and changed the way they went about business and fired coordinators, and Sirianni stuck to the plan. To your point, I'm not a big Sirianni fan. This doesn't change that much for me, but I do, to the point that we continually mock him on this show because we're like, what is it?
Let's just hear it, Tim.
That you do? What is it that you do here is our Sirianni line.
What would you say you do here?
He wins Super Bowls.
I'll say that. Well, he's lost one too, but I'll say this: I was watching SportsCenter last night, and Scott Van Pelt is doing his post Super Bowl episode. Yeah, he had a really good comment where he said, he's talking to Ryan Clark, and he said, in sports we fall victim to. We talk about recency bias a lot. We fall victim to labeling players and coaches and anybody in sports whenever something happens as though that's the final product. That we go, well, that's who that person is. We said it for years about Andy Reid. He can't win the big one.
Yeah.
Said it for years about Jim Harbaugh. Can't win a national championship. Saying about Kyle Shanahan continuously. People go, well, Kyle can't win. Kyle hasn't won. Kyle's been as close as everybody has come to winning. Normally, you need a Hall of Fame quarterback to win a Super Bowl. That's what history would show you. And sometimes that plays in. It's sort of chicken and the egg. You win Super Bowls. A lot of times that makes you a Hall of Fame caliber player or a candidate for that. Is Jalen Hurts that? The jury is out. But we talked a lot this year about whether or not Brock was better than Jalen Hurts. Does he deserve more than Jalen? He's gone as far as Jalen has, and he lost in the same way Jalen had, but now Hurts has a Super Bowl. I think we fall victim a lot of times to saying, well, Sirianni's no good. He can't win a Super Bowl. He's had these coordinators get out of there. They melted down last year. 2023 was a meltdown for them. They weren't as good on the field as they were on paper leading into that 49er game where the Niners just kicked the crap out of them, and that just sort of sent them in a tailspin. It also proved, like it did for the Niners this year, how hard it is to get back to that same spot. So a down year, not even a down year, a year off from where they were 2 years ago, and Sirianni had them back
10
in the
and
Super
1.
Bowl. You got to tip your cap.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, as a Niner fan, maybe the more frustrating thing to me is that guy's got a bowl and Kyle Shanahan doesn't.
Yeah, I know.
There's something to be said about that. You can be upset about the Eagles winning and the Niners not doing it last year. The Eagles were a much better team than Kansas City was this year.
To your point,
19 points allowed in regulation to the Chiefs last year. They gave up 0 in the first half. They gave up 6 through 3 quarters in this game yesterday. And the other big difference, look back at that game last year and look at every mistake the Niners made. There was not a mistake made in yesterday's game with the exception of the interception thrown by Jalen Hurts, and it didn't hurt him.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
It was a 3-and-out right after that.
What you got, Tim?
I was going to say, does your opinion of Andy Reid change at all because they lost?
No, not at all.
Absolutely not.
Not at
right?
all.
So, to your point.
But it did for people when he finally won after not winning.
Of course. Right.
Right. So what I would say is, especially with young coaches, and Sirianni's still a fairly young coach. He's been around for that long in terms of a head coach.
Yeah.
So we label these guys as unable to get something done. And a lot of times it's warranted because a lot of guys lose jobs over what their deficiencies are. Sirianni had deficiencies and found people who could plug him. There's something to be said about a CEO head coach who can delegate the work and find people to put them in positions to get the most out of his players. And they did so to the tune of 40 points in the Super Bowl and hammering Patrick Mahomes and ending a three-peat potential.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Sirianni, he said it best in the postgame show where he was like, you want to know what my keys are to coaching this football team? Here, lean in, I'll tell you. Get good players. Like, he's also, like, not saying, like, it was all me. No. Like, he's not arrogant in that way. He's also just like...
He was like, it's all Fangio.
Yeah, like, it was all Fangio. It was all Kellen Moore. Did you hear him, like, plead, like, Kellen Moore stay one more year?
Yeah.
Like, now he has to go find another offensive coordinator. I think it's going to be Bobby Slowick. But, yeah, I think that Nick Sirianni, for how arrogant he is and how we all kind of think he's annoying, he does, like, I thought it was kind of humbling of him yesterday to be like, it's not me. Like, I just coach this team. The player, like, I have a really good roster. Like, this isn't, like, the talent they had on the Philadelphia Eagles, I would say was better than 2 years ago. But, yeah, like, you look at the Chiefs. I mean, they went 15-2 this year, and I'm not knocking anything. Like, they got through some games this year. I mean, most of their games, actually. But just talent-wise, like, you're looking at, like, them against the Eagles, you're like, man, they don't even match up right now. Like, DeAndre Hopkins and... Marquise Hollywood Brown just didn't look like.
Well, the receiving core was never going to be as elite, but Mahomes generally makes the
Travis
receiving
Kelce
core.
especially.
He makes the receiving core better. The issue is that the O-line, you can't make better if you're a quarterback. What are you going to do? He had no time to throw. He made some horrible throws, but I also wonder how quick.
Oh, Amber Alert.
We're getting an emergency alert here. It's happening on the air. All of our phones blowing up. Yeah, you're probably all getting it at the same time.
I'm sure Andrew Storr will make us read a comment soon.
Watch him try. Watch him try to make me say something that I won't say. No, my point is that you can make your receivers better. You can't make your offensive line better. You can survive a little bit, but he was seeing ghosts. He was hearing footsteps.
Yeah.
He threw the pick to DeJean right after he got sacked, like back-to-back plays. The pocket collapsed on him. He tried to do a few of those scrambles that we're so used to seeing Mahomes get out of and make spectacular plays. He's running into his own guys. By the way, offensive line got called for holding finally in a Super Bowl. How about that? You like that for the Chiefs? 2 back-to-back Super Bowls, no holding calls. They get one yesterday. And by the way, the refs weren't paid off, right?
Well,
refs weren't favoring Kansas City, were they?
We all thought that with the early 4th and 2.
I didn't ever think that.
No, I know that we didn't legitimately think that, but right away it's like, oh, offensive pass interference on A.J. Brown right away on that 4th and 2.
By the letter of the law, that was OPI. He hit him in the face. I don't care that he didn't fall down.
I would have liked to see that one go away, but yes, he did push him in the face.
And the problem was he didn't even need to. The ball was a dime. It was like right in the basket. It was by letter of the law.
Thank God that it didn't matter.
The guy didn't even have his head turned, and A.J. Brown just stiff arms him in his mask, and then he trips. Everyone goes, he tripped. Yeah, after he got hit in the face. By the way, Patrick Mahomes getting a hit late in the game. Took that sack, by the way, and his face mask.
I would say there's only like 2 bad calls. It was, I would say, the A.J. Brown one, iffy. The helmet-to-helmet on Trent McDuffie.
Didn't like that one.
On Dallas Goedert, I was like, that's not helmet-to-helmet.
That was ticky-tack.
Yeah.
That was ticky-tack. I thought absolutely
it was kind of a makeup call for earlier.
I thought for sure PI on the early one. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's a Monday. We got a lot to get to. Deebo is out of San Francisco. He's looking for
Sounds
a trade
like it.
partner. The Niners have agreed to, or they've decided they're going to move on from him. So we'll talk about all that at 4:50 with Matt Mayoco. Brent Jones at 3:50. Jimmy Butler makes his debut, and we're right back in, baby. 24
You're back in now?
I'm back in.
I'm back in.
24-point third quarter from Steph Curry Warriors.
That's all it takes.
Against the Bulls. They get Milwaukee without Giannis tonight. So we'll talk more about that a little bit later. But when we come on back, a little bit more on the Super Bowl yesterday. Eagles absolutely dominate the Chiefs. How surprising was it? I mean, kind of surprising to see the Chiefs play as badly as they did. We'll talk more about this as Cooper DeJean, the best day you could ever have. First career interception. It's a pick six on his birthday in the Super Bowl.
Talk about exciting white.
Against Patrick Mahomes. That is an exciting white. Dirty work on a Monday. More to come here on the Sports Leader.
In case you've been in a coma, the Eagles are Super Bowl champions. There will be no three-peat. What did you think of the game? Happy for the blowout, or did you fall asleep in a chicken wing-induced slumber? Tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place for fans to brag about their wing sauce.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Snap from their own 24, rolling out of the pocket. Mahomes, line drive. It's intercepted at the 40. And picked off by the Gene, who comes to the near side, the 30. Got it back at the 20, breaks the tackle, the 10, the 5, to the pylon. Touchdown! Eagles have got a pick six. Mahomes in the gun, gets the snap, trips it back in the end zone. Pressured on a 5-man rush, throws a quick pass, diving interception. It's made by Bond on the hash mark at the 14. Patrick Mahomes has just thrown his second interception today. Shotgun snap to Hurts, left tackle block, line drive throw, caught on the 5. A.J. Brown hits the pylon, far side. Touchdown, Philadelphia. They're destroying the Chiefs. Hurts drops back 5, winds up, one arching pass, down the middle, it's caught over the shoulder in the end zone. Touchdown, Smith, and that may make it insurmountable. 46-yard touchdown strike, 33-0 Eagles. Wow!
So here's Mahomes. What's he got left? Pressure again. Decked, ball is out, and the Eagles have it. Milton Williams.
It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. It's their second Super Bowl win in 7 years. What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history. Eagles fans, savor it and rejoice.
That's how it went down in New Orleans yesterday. Super Bowl 59, 40-22, and it was not that close at all. I mean, it was 34-0 at one point.
It was a rout.
It was an absolute rout.
By the way, I know Niner fans may hate that the Eagles won. Can we all agree? We come back with some Roots here. We all Roots fans, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Love the Roots.
Yeah.
Best Philadelphia band. I know earlier on Greg and Greg, they were playing Philadelphia songs, and I was like Bruce Springsteen, Philadelphia. That's a choice. Kind of a downer.
Greg was like, they might use it in the, he's like, I don't know if they'll use it in the parade. It's a bit of a downer. I was like, I would guarantee they don't use.
It's a song about AIDS.
Dude,
probably not that one.
Dude, by the way, I look in, and our Cole was on the board today for Walter running it, and I look in, and you walked in the studio, you're like, what the hell are you guys playing? And he had it up on like the YouTube page, and it was like the movie poster for the movie Philadelphia. I was like, it's like Tom Hanks and Denzel. I was like,
dude, I know because I produced my dad for years, but he was like, yeah, Philadelphia one. Let's play some Bruce. I'm like, God, that song is so depressing. All right, it's either that or Elton John's Philadelphia Freedom. I'm like, how about just some Roots? I don't know Roots. You mean the old movie? It's like, no, Greg.
You mean the TV series?
You're talking about Toby, right? We talking Toby?
Talking Kunta Kinte is what we're getting into? Chicken George? Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen Roots, and I enjoy the Roots. Two totally different things.
They are very different. Why people know them as Jimmy Fallon's band?
It'd be great to cut. It'd be great to re-edit the TV series Roots with them as the soundtrack.
Yeah,
redo all the music from the original with the band Roots doing the soundtrack. Were you surprised by this outcome?
I was. I know a lot of people said going into the game, I can see if it's gonna be a blowout, it's gonna be a blowout in favor of the Eagles, and I was like, I don't know about that because when the Chiefs dominate, they dominate this year. Or, I mean, trying to think of a game where they routed somebody, but it's hard to remember right now.
You're the 49ers?
Well, okay, there's that.
I was like,
I forgot about that
by the way, that's a game where Mahomes had played like statistically the worst game of his career. One of the worst games of his career, and they ran for 4 touchdowns and won.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not surprised as far as just, like, the Eagles are a really good team. And you and I were talking about it. We thought they were a better team than what they were 2 years ago. But I never thought they would just beat the crap out of the Chiefs like this. Up 34-0. And how little offense the Chiefs had in the first half. And it really is, it was kind of like Joe Fortenbaugh said it best in the tweet that you showed me. It's basically just kind of the same game from the 2020 Super Bowl.
He said we were comping this Eagles team to the one that Mahomes saw 2 years ago, and he said the better comp is how the Eagles defense was more comparable to that of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 4 years ago that shut down Mahomes.
And the commonality there is that the Chiefs had offensive line issues during that Super Bowl. They did not have both of their starting tackles. I think it was Eric Fisher and Mitchell Schwartz right in this game. And your guy Kendall Gammon said it perfectly on Friday. Joe Thuney's a good offensive player, a good offensive lineman, but he cannot play left tackle, and that's their biggest weakness, and that's where the Eagles shine. Josh Sweat having 2.5 sacks. I mean, it was the defense. Them getting Vic Fangio was huge this offseason. And I know there were some rumors about maybe the Niners wanting to get him as defensive coordinator, but Vic Fangio coming over to the Eagles and what they had a year ago, and I forget the original defensive coordinator's name, but they had like Matt Patricia, and he came over midseason. Yep. Vic Fangio, like, I know, like, going into it, like, Kruger changed his pick because he was like, yeah, I think Mahomes is 8-0 against Fangio in his career. But looking back on it, like, a lot of that came against Denver, and the Denver Broncos were a terrible football team. So Fangio had a great scheme, and they didn't blitz one time in this game. Not once. It was just there for just getting there. And their defense having great coverage. You and I talked about it.
They brought 4 like the entire game.
Yes, but that was the major difference is they didn't have to blitz. You know, James Bradbury wasn't getting burned. It was perfect coverage by Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell and Darius Slay. It was just a fantastic game plan by the Philadelphia Eagles. It did not matter that Saquon Barkley was held to 57 yards. They did whatever they wanted to do offensively, they got done. Whatever they wanted to do defensively, they got done. It was an annihilation.
The biggest surprise to me was not even the score itself and how out of hand it got, because when you make mistakes and you turn the ball over in the way Mahomes did, that's what happens. I saw a note yesterday, by the way. Only one team ever has lost a Super Bowl after recording a pick six.
The Falcons.
The Falcons against Tom Brady.
I remember that,
It's pretty incredible because you make mistakes in a game like this against two teams that are there because they take advantage of mistakes, and they do not just one thing, probably several things particularly well. The Chiefs did nothing well yesterday except stop the run, which is something they've done all season long. The difference, too, with the Chiefs is that when things get out of hand for them, or not even out of hand, when they go down or it seems like they're in a deficit or a deficiency or they start slow, the defense is usually there to pick them back up, to pick balls off, to force fumbles, to get sacks. They did not do nearly enough of that yesterday. No. They got put in too big of a hole, and they were on the field the whole damn game. Yeah. I mean, it was like 3 and out after 3 and out the whole first half.
And it looked like Chris Jones was really bothered after that first tush push. His neck was all out of place, and then
he stretched out. Then he hurt his leg,
and then he hurt his knee, and like it was amazing. What'd you think of, just to get away from the game real quick, when the game started? I don't know if you're a big like TV broadcast guy and look at all the minutia of it.
I hated the scoreboard.
Yes,
everybody does. I
think unanimously across the board, everybody was like, "What the hell is up with this scoreboard?"
And I don't hate new just because it's new. I was like, "What's going on here? Why would you break this out in the Super Bowl?"
And like it was blank over the numbers. Yeah. And the font was way too big. You just could have had like the logos of the team. That's not like this. It didn't ruin the Super Bowl for me. But like that, I thought it was extremely awkward when, Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt, they went to the booth periodically to have the booth shot. And then they did like the backdrop as if they were like on Bourbon Street. And I was like, that's so cheesy and dumb.
We know where you're standing.
Exactly. Like just have it like they're in the booth. You don't have to act like they somehow teleported to Bourbon Street. I thought it was so stupid. Tom Brady did not have a good game, by the way, as a broadcaster. Like, it was his first Super Bowl, and everything went back to him. Like, I remember being here 23 years ago in my first Super Bowl, or when I lost this Super Bowl, when I won this Super Bowl. It was incredibly dumb. Coming out of halftime, Tom Brady said to Kevin Burkhardt, and we all laughed at Steven's house. He goes, the Chiefs should treat this like they're down 3-0. And then Kevin Burkhardt instantly goes, why? He's like, well...
3 scores with getting the ball back, and they're not doing anything.
It's not even close to that.
Yeah.
You're treated like you're down 3-0. You're down 24-0.
They're not only not playing for a field goal, they're playing for a touchdown and 3 2-point conversions.
Yes.
Like they need 3 8-point scores is what they need right now.
Yeah, so I thought it was kind of bad overall as far as the broadcast. But as far as the game, when did you think it was over?
That's what my next question to you was, because at 24-0 at halftime, thought to myself, it's probably over. But if there's one person in sports or in football, and I'm probably two people, and it's Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, and it wasn't based on anything we've seen, which is why I know that their power and their force and what they've done has been incredible over the short time they've been together. We say short time, it's coming up on a decade now.
Yeah.
At 24-0 at halftime, I was like 85-15, it's over. Maybe 80-20. But I still wasn't ready to go, it's done.
Yeah.
Because my thought is Chiefs get the ball back, and if they come out and they score a touchdown and get a 2-point conversion, they're down 2 scores. And then you're a stop away from being a score away.
Yep.
Right? So I thought defense needs to do something. My other thought was if they were going to get back into it, they probably needed something big defensively like Cooper DeJean, like forcing a turnover deep in the Eagles territory or something like that, on getting plus field position or something like that. So I didn't really think it was over until the Chiefs punted after their opening drive, and then the Eagles came right back and scored.
So
then I was like, that's probably it.
Yeah, they punt. Eagles take a ton of time off the clock. They score a field goal, so now it's 27, right?
Yeah.
And then from there, that's where Kansas City goes for it on 4th down.
Yep.
They fail, and that's Philly goes for the jugular. That was I was sitting on the couch going, "Oh, they're going for the jugular here."
Next play is a deep pass to Devontae.
Bombs it to Devontae, and the game's over. Like that was it. It was like
maybe the best. I mean, he made 2 incredible throws in this game. Did Jalen Hurts made a bunch of good ones? The one to A.J. Brown that got called for the pass interference early in the game. Unbelievable throw. Put it right in the basket on the sideline where nobody could get to it but A.J., and it was in coverage. And then that one in single coverage right over the top to Devontae. Right into the breadbasket. Same thing. Where the arm from the defender is coming across his chest. Like he had to haul that in and hold on to it. That was a hell of a play.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, I was with a bunch of people who were watching. They're like, oh, they're going to run the ball. They're going to run some clock. And it's like, no. They just got off the field on 4th down. You're going to take a shot. Now's the time. And he went right off the top. And, again, that throw was perfect. There's no coming back from that, especially after you've gotten off the field defensively, which is something that is a hallmark for Kansas City, was getting off the field defensively. They couldn't get off the field the whole time. By the time that Philadelphia had marched down the field and kicked that field goal that made it 27-0, it was 5:22 in the 3rd quarter. And you start looking at how many possessions are you going to get? Like, there's just not that many left in the game.
No, I mean, to me, in the first half, when DeAndre Hopkins dropped that pass, I was like, that's uncharacteristic of the Chiefs, and that's a mistake they usually don't make. So I was like, that's not good. But like 24. What's what?
When Hopkins dropped it? Yeah.
Yeah, when Hopkins did that, they were up 24-0. And even then, I was with you, Copes. I was like, I mean, they could score 3 touchdowns. They could get 3 2-point conversions. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But then when they came out of halftime and the Eagles went up 27-0 and they got stopped on 4th and 5, that's when I was like, it's looking like they're going to win this game. The icing on the cake was Devontae Smith getting that touchdown. I was like, it's over. That cements it. Eagles going to win this game. And I was thoroughly shocked in the fashion they did it. It was Saquon not doing his thing. He even said in the post game, I was like, if you sell out for the run, like good luck, because there's going to be other people open.
There's big weapons. I mean, Goddard was there. You have AJ. You have big weapons. Jalen Hurts hadn't thrown the ball downfield like that, but nobody really stuffed the run like that all season against the Eagles. Dirty Work rolls on a Monday. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb. And we're giving away tickets, by the way, today. We're doing it all week long, today through Friday. We're giving away 2 tickets to see the San Jose Earthquakes kick off their season against Real Salt Lake at PayPal Park down in San Jose on Saturday, February 22nd. So a week from this Saturday. Tune in between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It's furnished by the Quakes, and you can get the rules at KNBR.com. By the way, the Earthquakes are back in action on that Saturday, the 22nd at 7:30. New signings, what is it here? Chicho Arango and Joseph Martinez are set to take the field alongside Christian Espinoza and Hernan Lopez during Coach Bruce Arena. It's his debut as the gaffer of the Quakes. Arrive early and get exclusive Hernan Lopez bobblehead giveaway featuring his signature H-Hands celebration. Don't miss the seismic matchup at PayPal Park. Get your tickets at sjearthquakes.com. Tim, what's our cue to call?
Here's Jabo on top of the arc, leading Nico. Nico, put it across. Jabo sets it down. Jabo makes it 3-1 Earthquakes.
Shout out Ted Ramey, dude.
Nice.
Hell of a call.
Nice
Ted
Ramey.
That's our guy, Rames, dude. Rames will be on the call there. He'll be out there on Saturday. And you, the 22nd, and you can too. If you hear that again between 3 and 6 today, caller 10, 415-896-KNBR. You're going to see Bruce Arena's Quakes on the 22nd. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, does the Super Bowl matchup 49er fans make you think what could have been? Or are you kind of resigned like I am where you go, Chiefs were probably a little bit worse than last year, and the Eagles were certainly better than the 49ers were last year. Does it make you think what if? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yeah. I think Philadelphia is what I think.
Oh, yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah, this is fitting.
Did you watch, by the way, the
The crossover
the
episode?
Abbott Elementary crossover episode?
I have not. I haven't watched Sunny in Philadelphia in quite some time.
Well,
it's an
Abbott Elementary episode.
No, I know. But I haven't seen Abbott Elementary. I know it's a very good show. I haven't seen Sunny in Philadelphia. I probably haven't watched a season of that since college. But I loved Sunny in Philadelphia. I think it's a fantastic show.
I think they're still doing it. They got like 4 seasons, I think. They're coming.
I want to say Rob McElhenney was at the game last night.
Diehard Eagles fan.
Yeah. It was kind of a weird, it felt like there wasn't suites set up for celebrities.
They were in kind of boxed areas, but they weren't there was so much going on, I feel like, in terms of Super Bowl suites, who knows? But I wonder as a fan, too, if you're a real fan, do you want to be sitting in a suite even as a celebrity?
Yeah.
Which had Kevin Costner hanging out there with Pete Davidson. Which was
Pete Davidson's dating Kevin Costner now.
Yeah. I saw a photo of Costner with Kimberly Guilfoyle. I was like, the hell's going on? What's this about?
Paul McCartney's kicking around?
I know. Paul McCartney's in back of Adam Sandler and Paul Rudd.
Which I thought was hilarious. I was like, this is the weirdest combination of people.
I know. The only Chiefs fan I felt bad for was Paul Rudd because I love Paul Rudd.
Yeah. I like John Hamm, too. He's a Chiefs fan.
Okay. No, he's not.
Is he not?
He's a St. Louis Rams fan. He's like a diehard St. Louis Cardinals fan. I don't think he's a Chiefs fan.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of seeing him in red. I was like, I feel like I've seen him in red before.
No, they should have had Paul Rudd do that, or they should have had who's my guy from Modern Family? Eric Stone Street.
Yeah,
he's like a huge Chiefs fan, but he's not as big as John Hamm, which I don't understand.
Paul Rudd's a big Chiefs or a big Royals fan too.
Yeah,
he was at the Royals World Series.
Or Sudeikis. Sudeikis is a huge Chiefs fan.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I call bullcrap on John Hamm being a diehard Chiefs fan.
Okay.
But Bradley Cooper, yeah, he's all about the Eagles.
Big Eagles, yeah. And I saw, what's her name was there too? Catwoman, Princess Diaries.
Oh, Anne Hathaway.
Anne Hathaway.
Okay, is she an Eagles fan or is she just rocking green? Because
she was going nuts when the Eagles, she was pretty ecstatic.
I know, but Steven, in the moment I go, is she an Eagles fan? She goes, she's wearing green. He's like, no, that's just for Genovia. I'm like,
Stop.
what?
Princess of Genovia?
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if that's a thing.
Should I come to San Francisco? The princess.
Oh, is she?
Princess Diaries all takes place in San Francisco.
Haven't seen it.
San Leandro gets a shout out in the movie.
Oh.
Randomly, yeah.
It was filmed at 29th and Vicente out in the sunset?
Yeah. Like the school they use up at the rooftop up there, the basketball court and all that, Tim. Yeah, exactly where that was. I remember I was in the theater at Bayfair Mall, going to the Bayfair Century with my dad, my brother, and sister seeing that movie when it came out. And there's a scene in it where something happens with a cable car crash, and Julie Andrews plays the queen. And she knights the cable car driver and whoever else helps her. And they say where they're from. And the first guy says San Francisco, and the other guy drops a San Leandro. I was like, hell yeah!
Nice.
The theater applauded at Bayfair Century Theater.
That's like in The Irishman. Joe Pesci's like, this little place of Walnut Creek. I was like, damn, look
Walnut
at that.
Creek shout out. Well, if you watch West Wing, I don't know where Aaron Sorkin's from. Shouts out a lot of Bay Area or Central Valley cities just as play. Salinas gets a shout out early on. Shout out the 831. Our Niner Ted is out in Salinas.
Nice.
That's our guy, Niner Ted. Anyway, are Niner fans miffed at all about yesterday, or do you have some residual feelings about last year? Because I generally, you asked me about this a bunch coming into the Super Bowl. How will Niner fans feel if the Eagles win? I get nobody likes either of these teams, but I never look back at last season and go, well, we should have won because of what happened this year. I go, it's different teams or different organizations, different talent. I never comp season to season, really, unless you're comping your own team. This Giants 2014 team is better than the 12 team or whatever you're doing that way, which is why we were talking Eagles so much from 2 years ago, because we saw this matchup, and Chiefs from the last two, because we've seen them make the Super Bowl in each of the last two. What I saw yesterday made me almost feel better, not better about the Niners losing, but I thought they lost for many reasons last year. Everybody wants to look at overtime and Kyle's play calling, and he didn't know the rules in overtime. Know the rules. He didn't go about it obviously the right way. Fact of the matter is, they gave up 19 points to Mahomes. The Eagles did not until the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
The Niners made so many mistakes in the game last year. You can say, well, they didn't get calls and Nick Bosa was getting held. Sure.
Nah.
McCaffrey fumbles on the opening drive. How about they have a missed kick?
Yeah.
In that game.
They didn't capitalize on situations that were set up perfectly for them.
There's Ray McLeod not falling on that ball. There's all.
They had a 10-0 lead.
Yeah. By the way, Mahomes now trailed by 10 points in every Super Bowl he's played in. How about that?
And found a way to just pull it out of his ass, but yesterday he wasn't able to do that. It was very reminiscent of the Buccaneers Super Bowl, but I think the key factor is the Eagles yesterday alone had 6 sacks, and they didn't have any in the last Super Bowl.
And they had 70 going into that game, 72 or something.
They didn't blitz once.
They didn't blitz once. The Niners and their two combined in the 2 Super Bowl appearances against the Chiefs, they had 6 sacks total. So they need to get the quarterback more. That's the key.
the bigger thing I take away is 49er fans, we talk about looking to next year. Can you retool? Can you get back to a level of championship caliber play like the Eagles did? I mean, they started 10-1. The difference is the Eagles lost the Super Bowl, then started 10-1.
Yes.
Niners lost the Super Bowl and a much different looking roster. Obviously, injuries were a huge factor this year, plus some of the off-field stuff. I mean, think about what happened with Trent Williams and Charvarius Ward. Like, there's no excuses, but if you're going to give reason as to why it was a much different season this year, there are a lot of things you can look at.
Oh, totally. But I'd also say that while they knew that they had problems defensively, they fired Steve Wilkes. And then in the offseason, I think we all said this, their defensive line got worse, and they had to move on from Eric Armstead. I'm not saying they needed to keep him, but I never thought that Leonard Floyd should have been the starting defensive end opposite Nick Bosa. They should have got younger, and they need to go younger this offseason. They tried to fill the gap of Eric Armstead with, like, journeyman defensive tackles.
They lost Javon Hargrave, who they didn't expect.
Yes.
Now, I know he wasn't playing at the level he played at when he was in Philly, but that was a big loss.
Yeah, and then
for warm bodies and snaps.
And then not having Dre Greenlaw for the majority of the season. So while they knew that they had issues out of that Super Bowl defensively, they had to make cap casualties when it came to the defense as well. And this year, that needs to be the priority. They need to have guys, they need to have 4 defensive linemen that you don't need to blitz, just can get to the quarterback, guys that are, you know, that could get sacks. They're going to move on from Javon Hargrave. We'll see if they sign him back, but I would doubt that with the torn ACL. We'll see about that.
I think it was an ACL. Wasn't it a torn tricep?
Oh, it actually.
Javon Hargrave, I think he tore his tricep.
You're right. I'm wrong about that one. Yeah. No, but they need to. Yeah, Ayuk has the ACL. No, they just need to improve the defensive line. We can talk about Myles Garrett. I don't think that's happening. There are really good free agents out there, like Khalil Mack's available. I can't think of other guys, but like DJ Jones, another defensive tackle. Like, there's ways to improve this defensive line. There are, free agents or guys in the draft that can get at 11th overall. But the Eagles kind of set up the formula for you. That's what you need to do. You need to improve the defense. You need to get a good pass rush. You need to get a good defensive lineman. You need to sign Drake Greenlaw back. You have a good young secondary. Maybe you need one veteran corner. But, yeah, Vic Fangio laid it out perfectly yesterday. It's when Mahomes gets uncomfortable. And it's hard to say, like, okay,
that's as uncomfortable as he's ever looked.
Of course, but would you say, like, the Chiefs team last year was better than this year? I know they went 15-2, but there's moments where, like, this year they just skirted by, where I thought last year, yeah, they definitely went on a losing streak, but they still had all their offensive linemen intact.
I don't like the notion of skirting by the way I would say is the Chiefs had a very fortunate season in a lot of ways. They found ways to win, they got some breaks, and then they took advantage of mistakes. Games were close, they didn't blow teams out like they have in the past. So to say they skirted by like great teams and good teams find ways to win. You don't go back to the Super Bowl after going 15-1 with your starters by.
What happened to the Niners this year?
Just sort of scooting by. Yeah. I mean, I look at teams and I go like Buffalo, like what are you going to do, man? Like, yeah. Look at what. I mean, think about what all the AFC teams who are losing to Mahomes are thinking today. Because we as Niner fans are looking, going, that should give me hope that with the talent they have and the talent we need them to acquire in order to get back to that level, that they could retool enough for next season to get back. If you're in the AFC, you're like, well, why wouldn't I believe that Mahomes and the defense and whatever they do to retool, like them losing this might be one of the worst things that could have happened to the AFC.
Oh, yeah.
They may retool in a way that's going to dominate again for another 7 or 8 or 9 years.
I mean, you look at their roster right now, and they're like, do we need to move on for Travis? Like, do we even, like, put it in his hands where he retires? Like, maybe we need to just bite the bullet right now. Or even their receiving core. DeAndre Hopkins, it was a nice story, and he definitely helped them when they were down injury-wise.
Xavier Worthy's going to be a piece, and they'll get Rashee Rice back next year. It's going to look different.
And that's who they missed the most. DeAndre Hopkins looked old.
And Worthy had a good game. I mean, I know that it was garbage points, really, but he was the only guy really doing anything offensively.
Yeah, so they may go above and beyond in the offseason to get, like, good wide receiver depth. Like, I could see them going after Amari Cooper and take him away from the Bills. If Devontae Adams gets cut by the Jets, they could go after him. Hell, if it ends up with Tyreek Hill wanting his way out of Miami, I could see the Chiefs trading back for him.
What about Deebo?
Ooh, I don't know if Deebo fits. I don't know if Deebo fits what the Chiefs want to do. But, I mean, they definitely need to look in the mirror and be like, can we run it back with this team? Like, they kind of had the attitude the last couple of off seasons of, they added, like, good pieces this offseason of getting Marquise Hollywood Brown. But the whole, like, paying Mahomes, they kind of were like, okay, well, we need to kind of save some money.
They traded away L'Jarius Sneed this offseason.
Yeah, they traded away him. They traded away Tyreek Hill before they went on the Super Bowl run. And they got by because Mahomes was that good. But now They got to look at, like, they're going to lose some guys on the offensive line. There's one guy, I think the right guard, I don't know his name off the top of my head, but he's probably going to be gone.
I don't think they're worried about losing anybody off the offensive line after what we saw yesterday.
No, I know, but you know, like,
there's some pieces they're going to have to refill.
Exactly. I would say that the Chiefs are going to try to retool this offseason. I think a lot of AFC teams, like, you know, the Bills, the Bengals, the Ravens, like, okay, well, we just got to do the same thing the Eagles did. It's easier said than done, but you know, you got to have a great running game.
It's about talent. It's always about talent.
Line.
It's always going to be about talent.
Yeah.
But when you have a guy like Mahomes, you can get away with lesser talent offensively. What they can't get away with is a weak offensive line. Right? They just can't.
No. It's like, so we look at this, and Kansas City makes it to the Super Bowl, but they performed terribly in the Super Bowl. They still made it to the Super Bowl, so why did they make it? Why were they so good? And to me, the idea that Philly was able to basically control that line of scrimmage so they didn't have to blitz meant their linebackers could stay home. Now, if you're a Niner fan and you re-sign Dre Greenlaw, you say, okay, well, our linebackers are comparable to what Philly has. The real need for improvement is that defensive line. That becomes like the absolute A1, blueprint way to do it. The thing that doesn't show up on the when you're watching on TV is how well Philly's secondary played.
Oh, absolutely.
Their DBs played so well. And, Mahomes' whole game has always been being able to leak out and run if it's not there. But with those linebackers staying home, also covering Travis Kelce, all of a sudden it made him pretty one-dimensional. As you say, he's running into his own linemen, and, they're not just tossing it down the field. That interception by Mann was so good because not only was it like right at the total, red zone, it's like it's points automatically. And all of a sudden you're buried. It's that defensive line letting those linebackers stay home, at least to me.
Do you mean Bond, Zach Bond?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, you're all good. I mean, Mahomes was just thrown off so much where, like, just a little bit of pressure and tip balls, like, he was not the same guy. And, yeah, the Niners have a good formula. They have good cover linebackers in Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw.
He's thrown a pick, by the way, in every Super Bowl, right?
I believe so.
I have to go back and look, but I think he's thrown.
I don't know if when he threw one in the Bucks, even though he was pressured a lot in that one, I don't know if he threw an interception. Or, you know what? Actually, he did. He did. Yeah, he's thrown an interception in every Super Bowl, now that I think about it.
And he's trailed by 10 in every one.
Wait, no, did he throw one in the Eagles? No, I don't think so.
Maybe not in that one.
But, I mean, yeah, like the Eagles, the biggest difference this time around was, yes, their coverage with their secondary and also their linebacker play. Like, they were terrible against the Niners last year where Nicholas Morrow couldn't cover Deebo or Christian McCaffrey. Now they had, like, Zach Bond was huge. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., the former 49er Orlin Burks in coverage. Like, that's the key, is having your front four blitz, or not blitz, but rush, getting there, and having everybody else in your secondary and your linebackers covering pretty well.
Shout out former 49er Amenihu lining up offsides, too. That was sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Niner fans, reaction to the Bowl. Were you rejoicing? Did it give you hope for the Niners for next year? Are you more pissed that the Niners couldn't do to Mahomes last year what the Eagles did to them yesterday in Super Bowl 59? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How are we feeling as we hit an offseason that's going to see the exit of Deebo Samuel? We'll get to your calls and your thoughts next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be sure to catch NBA Commissioner Adam Silver with Murph and Marcus tomorrow at 8:30 ahead of the NBA All-Star Game this weekend. 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Adam Silver, Murph and Marcus, the sports leader. Let's go, John Curley.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Monday afternoon. Brent Jones, number 84 in your programs, number 1 in your heart, joins us at 3:50 talking some Super Bowl and 49er offseason. And Matt Mayoko at 4:50, where Derek's going to puff his chest out and tell Matt,
how's that 5th-round pick looking now, Matt?
Derek was the first guy at the end of the season. It was like, they got to trade Deebo. They got to move. He's the first guy to me. It was like, they got to move him. They got to trade him. This is probably it for Deebo. You were saying it maybe even before the end of the season. We talked to Matt Mayoko shortly thereafter, and he was like, John Lynch said, and I'd like to pull that comment up at some point about what John Lynch said at the post-game or the postseason presser where they talked about Deebo, and I think his line was like, yeah, we expect him to be here, blah, blah, blah.
He's under contract.
He was under contract, and everybody kind of reads into that going, oh, well, he's going to be here. And my thought is when you say that, it leaves it more open to what the possibility is.
Are you telling me GMs lie sometimes?
I'm saying GMs say things that are facts and not what they're thinking.
And he had just gotten done I think it was Purdy they were talking about, like, oh, he's our guy.
It was
we
all about
love
that.
him.
Yeah.
We praise him. And they were like, somebody asked about Deebo. He goes, yeah, we expect him back. And it was like,
Not saying that he lied. It's just that he said factual things, being like, Deebo's under contract, but not like over the moon being like, he's going to be here. Like, it is what it is. He's here. Like, and I guess the timeline of events, they had their exit interviews prior to that. So Deebo must have told them, I don't want to be here prior to that press conference. So, and I just his body language this year, like, obviously Deebo had a down season, but also like the way he was in the post game, or not even post game, but like just around the locker room with his hands around like his backpack, just being like, yeah, I'm here. I want to be more involved. It just kind of, and even like going back to draft day where there was rumors about him being traded and him telling Diana Rossini, I know what kind of season it is. I think this has been on their minds for quite some time. It's just, are they going to get enough compensation for him?
And what's the compensation? We'll talk more about Deebo momentarily. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. 925 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Says, I have not enjoyed a Super Bowl victory like I did yesterday since the Patriots beat the Seahawks 10 years ago. This was a thing of beauty. The mighty fell and may never get up again. The Niners will be back.
I don't know if the Chiefs have fallen. I think they'll be back.
The mighty fell. They did fall.
Yeah, no, they did fall.
They fell yesterday. I don't know that this means they're not getting up. If anything, I'm a little bit more worried about what they're capable of or what they're going to do to reach.
I mean, Mahomes is still young. We'll see about Travis Kelce. Yeah. Andy Reid is not going to stand idly by and be like, well, I had a good run and we'll just see what happens the rest of my time here as Chiefs head coach. No, they're pissed. They want to go back to the Super Bowl. They want to keep dominating. They are, I'm sure, just like we came so close to three-peating and we got our asses kicked. How do we make sure this never happens again?
What, losing a three-peat or never losing a bowl that way again?
Losing a Super Bowl like the way they did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, that was tough. And they ran into an incredible defense. Look at what Tom Brady lost to when he lost to the Giants. It wasn't just because Eli Manning threw it to David Tyree. It's because that Giants front line created pressure on Tom Brady. Every quarterback will tell you they get the most uncomfortable and they have the biggest problems when you get pressure up the middle. And yesterday, Mahomes got it up the middle. He got it from the left side. He got it from the right side. He had nowhere to go. Happened to Tom Brady in both of those bowls.
Yeah.
And he left games either tied or with the lead. You know what I mean? And then the Eagles one is just kind of a wash. The one he lost to Foles.
And funny enough, like that same defensive coordinator that had problems that caused problems for Tom Brady back in the day with the Giants, Steve Spagnuolo. Great defensive game plan with Saquon Barkley. It was just everything else that they couldn't handle.
It is funny that Spagnuolo is the guy who shut down Tom Brady both of those times and couldn't stop Jalen Hurts yesterday or the passing game. I think, if you told them before, I have to believe that their thought process before was Jalen Hurts has to beat us. Let's make him beat us. He's not been throwing the ball well. He was banged up. He looked as healthy as he's looked all postseason. He threw the ball better than he had all postseason, and he didn't have a run game and still got it done either himself with his legs, 72 yards on the ground, or through the air. It's why he's the MVP. There was nobody else who had a stat line
I'm with
or
you.
had a performance. Like, the defense is why they won. But if you're looking for one guy who performed, you don't get it done without Jalen Hurts executing with the pressure on him.
Yeah,
it was put on him to make the offense work yesterday, and it worked in spades.
I mean, the stats just say he's MVP with 2 passing touchdowns and 1 rushing TD. But yeah, you and I were talking about it. It was like, well, in order for them to win the Super Bowl, it's going to have to be Jalen Hurts taking over. And he did. If Jalen Hurts didn't look great passing outdoors in these playoff games, I thought that, just as he did in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, he had a great performance. He threw a bomb to A.J. Brown. It was just that terrible holding penalty that was called on James Bradbury that cost him the game. But I didn't doubt that. I mean, he had a great performance in the NFC Championship game, and yesterday he had a great performance because I think Jalen Hurts is better in the confines of a dome to pass. But it was set up perfectly for him. They all sold out for the run. Jalen Hurts deserved to be MVP. I'm with you on that one.
Let's go out to the phone lines. Niner fans, how you feeling after the Chiefs fall the year after the Niners couldn't beat them in overtime in Las Vegas, and the Eagles take them down, a team that beat the Niners in the NFC Championship 2 years ago? That's the one that I think stings too. You think about that game, you go, man, you might have an opportunity to win that one against the Chiefs a couple of seasons ago.
If Brock doesn't get hurt.
If Brock doesn't get hurt. Let's go out to Adam. Adam's in Santa Rosa. What's up, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Adam, you there?
Adam, we got you. Nope.
All right.
No, Adam. Back out to the text line. 650 says, he made a bunch of great passes. Hurts has a game. Oh, no, he had a big game in the NFC Championship, too, he's saying, and he said made a bunch of great passes.
No, he did. I mean, that bomb to Devontae Smith was great. I just don't, I saw today, on Get Up, they were like, so does this put Jalen Hurts right behind Patrick Mahomes as far as the best quarterbacks of football? I'm like, no. Still, I would take Josh Allen and Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson over him.
You got to get there. But he's been to 2.
Yeah, he has. But I think he has a really, really good team around him. Yeah. I'm not, taking anything away from him, but, he's got an all-star receiving core. Devontae Smith is a number 1 on most teams. And having A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley, that offensive line he has, that defense that he has, I think that those quarterbacks, the likes of Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow, they have a lot of talent around them, but they have to do a lot more by themselves than what Jalen Hurts has to do. But Jalen Hurts is not like some scrub. He's a really good quarterback as well.
Or they do more by themselves, and the offenses and the talent and the weapons you roll with, you gear to that player because you know what he's capable of. I mean, Jalen Hurts has, you're right, 2 elite receivers on the outside. He's got an elite tight end in Dallas Goedert. He didn't have the elite run game when they lost to Mahomes 2 years ago. This time he did, and they beat Mahomes without having to use the elite run game. There's still 25 carries for Saquon Barkley in yesterday's game.
Oh, yeah, there was. Jeez.
He had 25 carries.
Yeah.
They just kept going. They had to keep feeding him.
That's his credit. Yeah, 2.3 yards a carry. I mean, it was a great defensive game plan for the Chiefs, but as I said, everything else was open for them.
Let's go to Big Al. Big Al's in Sacramento. What's up, Big Al? How you doing, man?
How you going, guys? Now, I'm going to be facetious, because for the 49ers, I'm going to say, hey, immediately trade Brock Purdy before his big contract for Jalen Hurts. You get Jalen a discount, and frankly, he can do an extra thing that Brock just won't ever really be able to do. He's a bad man when he's running that ball.
Yeah. Who's signing off on that trade, Big Al?
Nobody, because I don't think the Eagles would. And, Brock's a great dude. Come on. He's a great dude. You got the bigger issue that it's talking about. You got to figure out what great value Lynch is going to get out of Deebo. Send him down the road and recoup money and whatever.
So, Al, when you were watching the Super Bowl yesterday, did any part of you think, damn, the Niners missed out last year of, capitalizing on opportunities that the Eagles did yesterday?
Well, I mean, clearly the 49ers, that was – the game was in their grasp, if you want to say the old Hackney saying. I mean, they had it. Is there anything else more he could have done? I don't know. I mean, well, what can you say? Because the 49ers have had the kind of behind-busting pressure the Eagles did on Mahomes, where they were blowing through. I mean, everybody was doing the same analogy. That was the Tampa Bay Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
They were blowing in there having a garden party back there.
Yeah, to me, I didn't feel as bad about the Niners last year because the Niners, one, were sloppy. They made mistakes the Eagles did not make yesterday, and the Eagles' defense is so much better than where the Niners were last year. I mean, Cleve Farrell went down. Everyone's like, they can't set an edge. They also couldn't get to the quarterback. Nick Bosa's not playing at the level he played at when he won Defensive Player of the Year. So, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why the Niners lost last year, but the reason the Eagles won yesterday is they had an elite defense, and it was about talent on the field, not just scheme from Steve Wilkes.
Yeah, but also like to put up 40 points. I think the biggest difference between the Niners and Eagles is that their receivers are dominant. They can get off man coverage.
They have vertical speed, too, downfield.
And the iron, yes. And
Niners don't have what they have speed-wise on the outside.
And Brandon Ayuk was held to, 30 yards receiving in that game? And he's going to be your guy going forward. But the irony is they're going to move off of Deebo Samuel. We got that news before the game. And Deebo Samuel had a bad Super Bowl. That's the reason they got Ricky Pearsall, was to get a guy that could beat man coverage. And that's when they knew that Deebo Samuel may not be the guy going forward, because against those corners that the Chiefs had, and Trent McDuffie or L'Jarius Sneed, he could not get off those guys. And it was a problem all season long. So the difference is they have explosive playmakers at A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. I think Brandon Ayuk could be that guy. I don't think that Deebo Samuel is that guy as far as going down the field, the ball in his hands.
Never has been.
He can make a play, but that's why they're moving off of him, and that's why he wants to get out.
707 Jason says, shout out to Copes. Yesterday I had my TV on mute while McVay was on, and I still knew everything that he said. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Niner fans, Deebo Samuel doesn't look like he's going to be wearing Niner red when the season opens or when they open camp in July. We just heard the caller Big Al say John Lynch has to get some value for him. They told Deebo he can go find a trade partner. They've put him out there to go try to find a team that he wants to join that would be willing to give up picks to go get him. What's the value the Niners are looking at? They need a fourth? They need a fifth? I mean, if you're getting him the opportunity to go find it, you're hoping to get something out of this. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How you feeling about the news that Deebo Samuel will not be a 49er at the start of 2025? We'll talk about this and how it played out next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Jimmy Butler and the Warriors take on the Bucks tonight in Milwaukee after Butler's strong debut and a win over the Bulls. Check out Dubs OT immediately following the game with John Dickinson right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right, it's basketball season, and this hoop season when your favorite stars score buckets, we're alley-ooping you to an opportunity to win money from watching sports with Underdog. Underdog is one of the leading sports apps. I was playing it yesterday, and you can play now right here in California. You want to win up to 1,000 times your money? You can with Underdog Fantasy. To play, just choose whether a player is going to go higher or lower on one of their stats like points, assists, rebounds, and more. You can do it tonight with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler in their second game as they take on Milwaukee. They've got all your favorite leagues and teams and stars to choose from. You can create entries with basketball picks or mix and match Across other sports, you still got hockey going on. You got college hoops. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Their app has over 100,000 5-star reviews and millions of players. So download the Underdog app and sign up now using promo code KNBR to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KNBR. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon your first deposit. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Rocket a throw out left, wide open, Deebo Samuel makes the catch, and now speeding down the sideline, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
First touchdown receiving of the year for Deebo Samuel.
With Deebo's situation?
Deebo's under contract. Yeah.
You expect him back?
Yeah. A good player and has done a ton for this organization. And, we're not in the business of letting good players out of here. So, yeah.
Well, they are now.
Well, not for free, we're not. That was the end of the season press conference, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. And that was after they raved about Brock Purdy, as Tim pointed out, and about how they're going to pay him. We'll talk more about that. And the comments of Jed York from this weekend to Josh Dubois of the AP in just a little while. But Derek was all over this. And after those comments, I wasn't confident that, like, he was going to be here.
Right.
We just hadn't heard much about it. Not that you should have in that time leading up to the Super Bowl, but you were speculating that this is something that they could do, that they could move on from him. He didn't sound super confident. He's under contract. He's a good player, and we're not in the business of letting good players leave. Well, maybe not just in free agency and maybe not for no value whatsoever. You also, I think what I said after we played that cut a couple of weeks back, about a month ago, was, well, that's what I would say if I was looking to trade somebody. You say you want to trade somebody, and the value of that player changes.
Yeah. No, I mean, with the way the season went, how much of a down year Deebo Samuel had, and how, not demonstrative he was, but kind of just like, I'm kind of not happy with my situation. I'm not happy that I'm not getting touches. He was kind of, he had time to do his podcast, but didn't want to talk to the media as much. It just felt like it was different. Not like he was disinterested, but just like he kind of knew what the deal was. He knew going into the season, this may be my last time with the 49ers. And our guy, Dieter Kurtenbach, said over the offseason that there was a deal on the table for the Baltimore Ravens to trade for Deebo Samuel, and that didn't come to fruition. So is he going to have the same market that he did a year ago? Absolutely not. That's why I said a couple weeks ago, I think that you could trade Deebo Samuel for a 5th-round pick. And, some people I saw yesterday being like, 5th round sounds pretty good. Like Larry Krueger was like, 5th round sounds like an appropriate asking price for Deebo Samuel. There's some people out there that think that Deebo Samuel, kind of like Cooper Kupp, shouldn't be traded at all. Like, no one's going to take that salary on. So, like, the whole ramifications of this offseason, he's going to be paid $16 million this year. But he's due $15 million on March 22nd. And then if you trade him pre-June 1st, the whole, like, post-June 1st designation, all that crap, it will cost the 49ers $31 million in dead cap. Now,
okay, so what we're talking value-wise is pre-draft versus post-draft.
Yes.
Pre-draft getting picks for the draft versus post-draft where you're getting something for down the road.
Now, the weird thing is the Niners, I'm sure, do not want to give him the $15 million on March 22nd. But do you want to trade him post-June 1st? And sometimes you could designate that even before June 1st. But I don't know how you do that if it's coinciding with the March 22nd date. It's a lot of convoluted minutia.
That's all contract stuff. That's going to be more complicated. So let's run this down first. So yesterday before the game, Ian Rappaport comes out with a report. He says, quote, the 49ers are expected to explore trading wide receiver Deebo Samuel. Shortly thereafter, Adam Schefter followed up and said the 49ers have granted Deebo Samuel and his agent, Torrey Dandy, permission to find a trade partner for the wide receiver, Samuel told ESPN. This comes after Samuel asked San Francisco to trade him during the players' exit meetings at the end of the season. So he asked them, will you trade me at the end of the season? 209 checks in and says, I'm pretty sure they gave Ayuk the okay to go find a trade partner last year, so don't assume he's definitely gone.
Yeah, it's very different.
It's very different because Ayuk was a free agent, and the Niners were trying to re-sign him.
Yes.
Now, not a free agent.
Yeah.
1 year left, and then they were going to have to pay him. It was his first contract on the 5th-year rookie deal. Deebo's a little bit different because they already paid him. Also, if he's requesting a trade, it's a little different as well. Now, Brandon Ayuk wanted to go somewhere. He wanted to go to Washington or to Pittsburgh, I think, were his top two choices.
Yes.
Right? And then he held out, and the Niners ended up paying him exactly what the first offer was that was on the table, even though they were getting ready to trade him to Pittsburgh if he did not accept. They also had a deal in place that was going to be a better deal with New England. But Ayuk said he wouldn't sign a deal there, so they couldn't trade him.
Right.
That was a little bit of the leverage that Ayuk had, and that New England is not going to trade for a player that they're not going to be able to re-sign. So it is a bit different. Deebo reportedly said to Schefter, quote, it was a hard conversation to have with Kyle because of the relationship that we have, but I have to do what's best. I'm more thankful for the 49ers giving me the opportunity of a lifetime. But we have, what's he say? The opportunity of a lifetime, but now I think it's best that we find another team.
Yeah.
So Deebo wants to be out. The Niners are going to grant that. So when two sides are on the same side of it going, all right, it seems likely that he's going to be traded. The Niners wanted to keep Ayuk. That would be the difference. They were willing to pay Brandon Ayuk, but they wanted to do it at their dollar amount. This is just about Deebo needing to find somewhere else.
Yeah, and also I think if you throw John Lynch at the truth machine, he would said during that press conference, we're trying to move Deebo Samuel. Like, I don't think that the Niners, I know a lot of people are like, well, Brandon Ayuk's hurt. You need to bring him back. I do think that they were willing, like the whole Ricky Pearsall drafting, it's because they were trying to move off of Deebo Samuel. They were trying to move off of him last draft. The second day, we heard all day of rumors about them trying to trade Deebo Samuel. So I think it's mutual. I think that the 49ers are like, hey, it's time to move off of Deebo, and Deebo wants to go. There's 1 year left on his contract. They're probably not going to sign him back. He had a down year. It makes sense to move off of him. And if it means you only get a 5th-round pick, I think they're okay with that because they lost that 5th-round pick last year when they had the accounting issue and they had to get rid of that.
Right, as a penalty.
Yeah, so right now I think it's in the best interest for both parties to move on. And some people are going to be like, well, you have that much faith in Ricky Pearsall? Yeah, I do, because he needs to play. You draft him in the first round. You have Juwan Jennings. You have him. You need to get another veteran wide receiver to fill in for the time that Ayuk is going to miss. But I think your wide receiver group can improve without Deebo Samuel.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How we feel about Deebo Samuel being moved out of the 49ers organization. Let's go to Don in Healdsburg. What's up, Don? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. I enjoyed the Super Bowl yesterday and seeing a beatdown on Kansas City, but it gave us the roadmap for what we need to do to beat them, and that's have a hell of a defensive line.
There you go.
As far as Deebo's concerned, I'm for trading him. I think from my perspective, and it looks like, when you have those players that come up on a contract year and then really turn it on and get in the best shape of their life and everything else, they got a contract coming up. That's a little bit of my perception of Deebo. And I know that in the past he's talked about what great shape he's in, and then you don't hear anything for a while, and it obviously affects productivity. Last thing I want to mention real quick is I'm all for signing Brock Purdy for whatever it takes to get it done. He's a good guy. He's a solid human being, okay? Quality person, great mind, great football player from my perspective. And when you sit there and look what Mahomes just went through in the Super Bowl, getting the heck beat out of him, now we look and say, does that make him a less of a quarterback? And so I think really we need to sign Brock, and I think understand, look, in the last 20 years or so, the only real good quarterback we had for a while was Cap, and that's why he had his head screwed on right. And then so when that went south, that was the end of it. But, we really haven't had a real quality quarterback in a long, long time, and I'm glad Purdy's there.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm with you on that, Don. You're okay with moving on from Deebo, though, is your point?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think the guy doesn't have it, and whether it's because he doesn't get in shape enough and really make it happen, and earlier in your conversations you were talking about how he wasn't able to separate. So the real thing is he's got to deliver, and I appreciate people like, obviously we have some outstanding players who work their butt off to put the best on the field every single time they get on the field, right? But then you have some that it's like, and every once in a while you see it where somebody, is not in the best shape or whatever because they're getting paid and everything else, and they don't put that commitment in. And I'm just questioning whether Deebo may be one of those. I'm not saying for sure he is, but obviously his production and everything else, and you see him up and down, and I know when in the past when he got his contract the year before, he was really trying to turn it on. So that's kind of my folk. I'm saying, hey, let's trade him to Cleveland and get Myles Garrett and give him a draft pick too and bring Myles Garrett in.
Appreciate the call, Don. Thanks so much. The Myles Garrett thing, everybody keeps saying, somebody texted in earlier and said, how about Deebo and Fred Warner for Myles Garrett? The Myles Garrett trade is only happening for picks.
Maybe a play or two, but
I think it's happening for picks. If they're going to rebuild.
Well, of course you're going to have to give up 2 first-round picks. That's the starting point.
Yeah.
But if you throw in Deebo Samuel, sure. But I don't think Cleveland wants Deebo at this point. I think it needs to be an established team. I think the Chargers are the perfect spot for him. But as far as Deebo and his, not being healthy or not being in shape coming into training camp, I think we can only say that one time. I don't think it's fair to say that's every season. I think that when he wanted the contract, yes, it was definitely documented even by him where he said, the next year he was like, I don't think I had a good season at all. I didn't come into training camp in shape.
Well, he held out, same way Brandon Ayuk dealt with that same thing. Yeah.
And then last year he came in great shape. I don't think it's so much he comes in and doesn't try. It's that he's not the same player he used to be. So I think it's easy for the Niners to move off of him. I think that they have a better wide receiver, all-around wide receiver in Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall, and I think they can find a better all-around wide receiver in free agency.
I think jury's out still for me on Pearsall. I'm not as confident in him. I know they need him to perform because he was a first-rounder. I'm excited about what we've seen, and at the end of the year, we saw a couple of
Lions
flashes.
Game. Yeah.
The Lions game is one that stands out, and you see the ability. Also, Brandon Ayuk showed up, and they were calling him Baby Julio at first, then he hit the doghouse, and then emerged again as the 1,000-yard receiver that we saw last season. I guess my concern always now is I think everybody's probably more concerned with Brandon Ayuk coming back than about what Ricky Pearsall can be, because that's somebody you've already paid and you're hinging success on for a number of years. Deebo Samuel has declined heavily since they paid him.
Yeah.
Handful of guys have. Nick Bosa declined since they paid him.
Yeah.
Fair? Or he hasn't been as productive since they paid him?
He hasn't hit the season that made him Defensive Player of the Year.
Or anything close.
Yes.
Or anything close. Like, you don't have to be the DPOY, but you have to show up with a presence that is paid like the Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, but to act like Deebo Samuel was like, oh, I got paid, I'm going to be lackadaisical now, I wouldn't say that.
I don't think it was that so much.
No, I remember him being really hard on himself after the 2022 season where he was like, I didn't come into shape at all.
Also, we got to remember, he got paid after a season in which he became the starting running back, basically.
Yes.
I mean, he scored 8 rushing touchdowns that year.
And it's taken a toll on his body.
Yeah, so he was a unique player. And you got to wonder, like, if they don't lose that much out of the backfield that year, if they don't get all the injuries to Elijah Mitchell and to who went down early in the season. It was Raheem Mostert. It was down like week 1, and then Mitchell steps in. Trey Sermon starting games for him at some points that year. If Deebo doesn't become the wide back for them and score all those touchdowns, he maybe doesn't get paid at the level that he was paid at.
No, probably not.
You're still going to have to pay him, but he's going to look a little bit different. So they haven't used him. They've used him in that capacity since then, of course, but have not used him nearly as much as they did that year out of necessity. No, they tried a lot this year and got no success out of it.
No, they did not. But also, they don't have to do that as much because they have Christian McCaffrey. He can do both positions very well. He's a great wide receiver. He's a great running back. I don't think they need Deebo Samuel anymore. I know people are going to be like, well, of course they do. They're going to have Ayuk on for most of the season. I do think you can upgrade. I do think there's guys out there that are free agents that are very interesting. Chris Godwin. There's Jacoby Myers, the wide receiver from the Raiders. Devontae Adams could be out there because with Aaron Rodgers potentially getting cut from the Jets.
Yeah, he's not going to be in New York.
Yeah, they could definitely move off of Devontae Adams. I mean, he even said, I think, over the weekend, there was a quote out there where he was like, I may want to go back to the West Coast to play for the Chargers or for the 49ers. So I think you could definitely improve the receiving core. And if you watched Super Bowl yesterday, that's something the Niners desperately need is a down-the-field presence. And I know that Brock Purdy, like people are like, well, he can't throw downfield deep. I'm not so sure about that. I saw plenty of times this year that, maybe not plenty of times, but
he underthrew us a lot deep on deep balls this year.
But also, like, I saw him deliver on a deep ball to Jawan Jennings against the Rams. They do need to have that part of their offense. They do need to have a deep threat. And that's what separated the Eagles from the Chiefs yesterday. So, yeah, it's very good what Deebo Samuel does. Like, he's very explosive with the ball in his hands. But I think they need guys to get off press coverage and guys that can go deep. And Deebo Samuel has declined a lot in the recent years. I think it's the best interest for the 49ers and Deebo Samuel to find a new
And they're going to. Now they're all moving off from it, yeah.
As I say, the biggest problem for me with Deebo was that in a year that Ayuk went down, you needed him more than ever. You needed to see him as a receiver more than ever, and it wasn't there. And if that's the key, it's like, okay, well, we lost our guy who's our possession receiver, our guy who's going to be there. We need you to be that guy. It wasn't there.
Yeah. Well, part of that, Tim, is what I'm talking about from 2021, where they needed him to be the backfield guy, and he was, and he didn't step up in the same way.
No, I mean, all-time offensive season that year, but yeah, Deebo Samuel has definitely regressed.
Let's go to Gene in Roseville. What's up, Gene? You're on the sports leader. Deebo may be on his way out, and the Eagles are Super Bowl champs.
Well, I think his body got beat up when they started to use him as a running back.
No, definitely.
Yeah. Anyway, listen, I had two things that I haven't heard KNBR say. Number one is that the Eagles scored 24 points in the first half in both their Super Bowls. So they got off to a pretty fast start against the Chiefs. And then another thing about the Spagnuolo defense, the Eagles scored 35 points in the loss, and they scored 40 points in the win. I said, my God, everybody said you can't score against Spagnuolo. The Eagles scored 75 points against them in 2 games.
Two games over 3 years. But 2 games over 3 years. But, Gene, we should point out in that stretch, there was like a 35-game run where the Chiefs didn't give up 30.
I know. But they didn't play somebody like the thing. It goes to show you that somebody can, with the right type of offense, put those points up against Spagnuolo, that he is not impregnable like most people think.
Appreciate the call, Gene. Should also point out he didn't give up the pick-6 touchdown. You know what I mean?
Who?
40 points allowed, by the Chiefs yesterday, but there was a pick-6 in there, too.
Definitely.
Pointing that out. Let's go back out to the phones here. Ramon is in San Jose. What's up, Ramon? You're on the sports leader.
All I can say is for this season coming up, they need 2 6'5" run stuffers to block for Greenlaw and Warner. They need speed at the defensive backs. On the offensive line, they need more help on the offensive line. Get rid of Deebo and Ayuk. Pay Jennings. Let Ricky play, see what he's got. And then get somebody in free agency to help out the receivers.
Not a bad list.
I appreciate the call, Ramon. Yeah, no, it's exactly where we are. I mean, we were kind of running down. It's got to be, like he's talking, run stoppers or stuffers, big dudes in the middle. People still checking in going, DJ Jones. As Matt Mayoko told us a couple weeks ago, he said, I expect the Niners to be active in free agency, but probably more active in the second wave of it.
Yeah, but he would probably be part of that group, though, DJ Jones.
You don't think he's a first wave guy? He's like the number 1 or number 2 D tackle available. There's not a lot of D tackle free agents out there.
They're not
starters.
They're not, but he's not a household name when it comes to free agents. I think the Niners could get him.
I don't know. I hope they do, but not so much about being a household name. It's just about when teams have needs and he's the best available.
He is, but
he's not going to be crazy expensive.
No, he's not. I think that's why you can probably put him in the second wave category. So I do think the Niners could find a way. And he wants to come back. Like he was on social media talking about how Robert Saleh is coming back to the 49ers. So he's excited about that. So I wouldn't be surprised if DJ Jones.
I would love it. If it was DJ Jones, I'd love to have him back. Let's go to Mexican American Dream and Parts Unknown. What's up, dude?
He claims he didn't watch the Super Bowl at all.
No, I didn't want to watch that train wreck. No, sir. Listen here, Deebo Samuel. You're strutting around like a peacock thinking like you're some kind of superstar. Well, let me tell you something. This ain't Hollywood. This here's the NFL, and in this league, you got to earn your keep. I'm glad you wore the A.J. Brown jersey. It was a preview of your future off the team, and it looked marvelous from my perspective. Deebo ain't got the heart of a true champion, dropping passes like they're hot potatoes, running around like a scared rabbit when the hits come in. Well, I'm sick of it. Sick and tired of watching the so-called superstar drag this team down into the dirt, Daddy. That's why I'm sending this like a pack-in. I'm going to trade this lazy bones for something useful. Maybe a dozen burritos, 2 loaves of sourdough bread, maybe even a keg of Modelo. That's right. I'm talking about trade value so low, it ain't even worth a decent draft pick. Because let me tell you something, everybody. This isn't about money. This is about pride. This is about winning, and this team ain't winning with this quitter on the field. So say goodbye to Deebo and say hello to a brighter future for the 49ers. We're going to find a real champion, Daddy, a player with heart, a player who isn't afraid to put it all up there on the line. And Brandon Ayuk, let this be a warning. I'm ready to drive you today and put in my trunk to avoid the shame of being seen with you in public, Daddy. You better be ready to rock and roll next year, or I'm going to roll you up in a super-sized tortilla and feed you to the dogs and their mighty hungry Jack. Mexican American Dream out. Orderly way.
Orderly way.
From Rackham, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. What does Deebo Samuel's absence mean for Purdy, McCaffrey, and Brandon Ayuk, who is likely going to start next season on the PUP? We'll talk more about it. We'll get to more of your calls. How confident are you in a 49er season next year that will not include Deebo Samuel, it sounds like? We'll get to more of your calls and more on what kind of pressure this puts on Brock Purdy and Ayuk next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday post Super Bowl. Eagles are your Super Bowl champions, 40-22 over the Kansas City Chiefs. But never mind all that. Deebo Samuel wants out of the San Francisco 49ers. Don't you find it funny now, Copes? Like every Super Bowl Sunday now starts with news. News that the insiders have been withholding the entire week.
I wasn't surprised about there being news at all because of that. It's sort of
I'm
been
not surprised by that either.
What was it last year?
It was Derek Carr is going to not waive his no trade clause and get released from the Raiders.
And then what's the
man, no, that was
2 years ago.
Yeah, that was 2 years ago. There's always something. They want to withhold some information. So then, like Super Bowl Sunday for the pregame shows, they got Deebo Samuel. Like I don't know, how long they had that in the holster. Or Aaron Rodgers is not coming back with the Jets, which we all kind of assumed. But it's just funny to me, like a whole week, it's like, we're doing Media Row and we're talking about the game, and then Sunday, got some big news. Yeah. Got a bunch of quarterbacks. Like some people even speculate maybe Matthew Stafford won't be back with the Rams.
News. Everybody's focused on football that day, right? And you do it during the week. You're competing with NBA trade deadline stuff that went down this week. So,
yeah.
I mean, you want the most eyeballs and the most people to see and get this news. That's the way to do it.
NBA grab bag.
Plus, you've got 5 or 6 hours of pregame coverage that they're just looking to fill with crap.
That's fair.
You'd rather have something to talk about.
I just want to know how long people have known about this Deebo Samuel situation.
Well, Deebo Samuel told the 49ers at his exit interview, which means that by the time John Lynch did that press conference, they knew.
He knew.
That Deebo had said, will you trade me? You know what I mean? That he was like, he's under contract.
I wonder if even at the trade deadline, because the Niners were doing well, that maybe Deebo was like, maybe it's best I go now. Like, you probably want to quit on the team like that, but when you're close to being traded in the offseason during draft time, and you release a statement to Diana Rossini being like, I know what type of season this is, the writing's on the wall. He had a down year. I think Deebo Samuel wanted to cut ties with the Niners way before that.
Can we just listen to that again, by the way, just how flat it sounds?
Yeah, here's what so now we know that in his exit interview, Deebo Samuel asked the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan, he said it was a difficult conversation. He asked them to trade him. When asked about Deebo Samuel's future with the team thereafter, here's what John Lynch had to say.
With Deebo's situation,
Deebo's under contract.
you expect him back?
Yeah. A good player and has done a ton for this organization. And, we're not in the business of letting good players out of here. So, yeah.
They spoke for 40 minutes, and that was it on Deebo.
That's basically John Lynch. That's John Lynch saying, all the other GMs in the NFL, give me a call if you want Deebo Samuel. That wasn't a ringing endorsement of Deebo Samuel's vital to our football team going forward. When we listened to that press conference, I think I turned to you and I think I turned to Tim and just said he's gone. Like, I had no faith that Deebo Samuel was coming back, especially after hearing that.
Deebo's under contract. Yeah.
916, by the way, says the Mexican-American Dream. Was that the Mexican Dusty Rhodes on the call earlier?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. When the Mexican-American Dream calls, you're getting a Dusty Rhodes.
He might be also AJ Cruz.
Yeah, you get a Dusty Rhodes style take or promo. Let's go to Adam in Santa Rosa. What's up, Adam? Deebo on the block. You're on the Sports Leader.
How's it going, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate it.
What's up, Adam?
Well, first, from a little bit earlier, happy the Eagles won. I'm a big Niners fan. It was good to see them. To anybody but the Chiefs. Secondly, as far as Deebo, I'm happy to see that guy go. I want him out of there. I don't care what they get for the guy, purely because of the contract holdouts. I feel the same about Ayuk. Get him out of there. These players, when they do that kind of stuff, they care about themselves. They don't care about their teammates, and they sure don't care about the fans who are waiting for this time of year to watch our team have a chance in the Super Bowl. They hold out. They're not in shape. They come in. They get hurt. And we're left wondering why did they foot the bill?
Yeah, but Adam, don't you got to understand it too? Like at the end of the day, like they're just like us trying to get paid.
And if you didn't foot the bill, then you wouldn't have Ayuk this year anyway.
like you just said, they're there to get paid. That's why it's like, why they want to hold it against Devontae Campbell when he's like, I'm not going to come back in.
Yeah, but
no one likes that.
that's a little different.
It's much different. Yeah.
That's him trying to get him getting butthurt about playing time.
Quit on his team in the middle of a game versus a guy who's if I don't get paid now and I get hurt this season, then I'm never getting paid.
And I've said the same thing, but at the same time, you hear that all athletes are told you got to have a second job. You can't play sports forever. So they're making millions and millions of dollars for playing a game. They should be breaking their bodies for us.
I don't know that I totally agree. I appreciate the call, Adam.
Yeah.
I'm like, my thought is the one question you have is and again, it's a structural damage injury, so it's not like Brandon Ayuk pulled a hamstring when he came in and it lingered all season. Then you'd be like, dude, you held out all year or all off season, and you weren't in shape, and then you got hurt because you weren't in shape. He didn't get hurt because he wasn't in shape. He got hurt because he played football. And the reason he held out was because if he plays that season and plays that game and gets hurt in week 5 or 6, whatever it was, and goes down for a year, then he's not back until his free agent season, which is 2025, and he's not looking at any money like this. Everybody is always out for themselves. It is a team game. It is a business. The team would cut you the second you're not beneficial to them. So it's in your best interest to do everything you can to get paid in the way you want to get paid. Now, fans are never going to like it. They're never going to be on the side of that. But if your argument is, well, why would you foot the bill for a guy who didn't show up at this time? Well, your hope was that you could have gotten this deal done earlier and he would be there for training camp. You also are footing the bill because you know the kind of player that Brandon Ayuk is, and just because we saw 6 weeks of him being bad this year doesn't mean he's not the Brandon Ayuk of old.
Yeah. Did I think they overpaid for Brandon Ayuk?
Probably.
Yes. Is he a $30 million receiver every year? No. But do I fault him for holding out? Absolutely not. It's everything that came with it. It's the TikToks. It's the interviews where he was saying, I want to join Jaden Daniels. That stuff was annoying. And eventually became a thing every day where we were talking about it on this show. Does he want to be here or not? He was changing his mind all the time. They had trade partners, and he was like, I don't want to go there. That's the annoying part of it.
The annoying part is that he took the same money that was already there.
Yes.
That he held out all this time and then just took the contract.
As Matt Mayoko told us numerous times, I don't even know what Brandon Ayuk wants at this point. That's the annoying thing. But to fault a man for holding out, they've been holding out since way before our time. Like Emmitt Smith held out before the 1993 season, ended up being MVP and won the Super Bowl.
I don't blame Ayuk for holding out. I don't like it, but I don't blame him. I can't say I wouldn't do the same. Again, because he got hurt, he proved that the holdout was beneficial to him, as it should have been.
Yeah.
I mean, he needed to get paid, wanted to get paid, and just think, well, they're just selfish. They just want to get paid. It's what they do. That's the nature of this business.
It's for everybody.
The money's
I want to do radio for free?
And the second the Niners can get out of a deal with a player who's being overpaid too much, they can get out of it. You know what I mean? It's bottom line is holdouts are always going to frustrate fans. That they're not for fans, they're for the player, and that's what frustrates the fans, right?
Yeah.
So I get it. Edgar's in New Jersey. What's up, Edgar? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing, bro?
Doing good, Edgar.
All right. Good. So, Deebo, the way that Shanahan and Lynch do, we'll get another Deebo in the draft. I fully believe that. We might get 2 of them out the draft.
Might already have one in Pearsall. It might already be there.
Exactly. So with all the winning, all the championship game, all the Super Bowls, these guys, now they feel like they're different. I don't think Deebo would be in another system and be the Deebo that he is. It depends what team you go to. But I don't think he would be the Deebo that everybody's looking at because of the Shanahan system. He made it this way. He made Deebo. Because last time I checked, we had that losing season. We drafted him, and here we go. Deebo came out of nowhere. I like the way they draft. The Niners, they're going to be a good season. They're 100% healthy. Last time they was 100% healthy. Every time they're 100% healthy, they at least make it to the championship game. Again, the Super Bowl in Santa Clara this year, hey, that might have a little something to do with it. And they have all these draft picks. Just go with the draft and leave that Garrett stuff alone. Bring it in-house. This is our year. Let Deebo go. These guys are spoiled. They spoiled of winning. And you want to get paid? Go get paid. I don't blame them. But I have full confidence in the team. We're going to reload and get this done.
Appreciate the call, Edgar. Yeah, I mean, if anything that the Eagles did yesterday, if there's anything that should give you hope, it's what the Eagles did yesterday after how last season ended for them.
Yeah.
Is that they were able to retool, recalibrate, get healthy, change a little bit offensively, probably a lot offensively if you talk about adding Saquon, much like the Niners added Christian McCaffrey 2 years ago. But there's pieces they need. It starts on the defensive side of the ball.
No, definitely. And as far as replacing Deebo Samuel, you're looking for a veteran wide receiver that can fill in for Brandon Ayuk, basically be that 4th wide receiver option. And there are plenty of good options this offseason. You got Keenan Allen. You got Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin, Brandon Cooks. I know Deontay Johnson was a head case, but he could be a good replacement for Deebo. DeAndre Hopkins, Mike Williams, Robert Woods, Marquise Hollywood-Brown, Darius Slayton. I was talking about him last offseason as an option before they were talking about trading Brandon Ayuk. There are plenty of guys that could fill in for Deebo Samuel and really fill in for Brandon Ayuk at his time when he's on the PUP list.
I don't know. How are the Niners ever going to make up those 51 catches and 3 touchdowns? We'll talk about it with our guy, Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Can they find 600 receiving yards somewhere? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Brent Jones next.
Oh, I said I meant Brent Jones. My mistake. It's Brent.
My guys.
Brent Jones joins us next. Matt Mayoko at 4:50. We'll do it next with number 84 on the Sports Leader.
Sound right, boy.
According to Adam Schefter, Deebo Samuel and his agent have been granted permission to find a trade partner after Samuel requested a trade during his exit interview with the team. For the latest on all things 49ers, keep it locked to KNBR, your home for 49ers football for the last 20 seasons.
It sound right, boy.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb, and we are delighted to be joined by one of our close friends, 3-time Super Bowl champion, Mr. Brent Jones. What's up, Brent?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing well, man. So what'd you think of the Super Bowl last night?
Well, I was rooting for the Eagles in a game where I was finding it hard to pick someone to root for, but no, it was good. I was happy. I didn't want the Chiefs to three-peat.
No, of course not. So, Brent, I was going to ask you this. With this, if the Chiefs had three-peated, what would your reaction have been? Because I think of that 1990 team where you guys were on the cusp of three-peating. Would that have pissed you off if they three-peated, knowing how close you guys were?
Yes, because I think our team will go down in the annals of history as one of the greatest teams, that 88, 89, 90 group of guys, where the Chiefs have a couple of great players. And for whatever reason, I don't know if the league's been watered down so much, they've won a couple Super Bowls in a row. And not to take anything away from them, they're well coached. They don't make dumb mistakes. But I felt like last year they were pushing it. I was surprised that they ended up winning the Super Bowl against our team last year. And then certainly this year's season, I just kept thinking, how are these guys winning? They're not that good.
Yeah.
And, you know, if they would have done it, you have to acknowledge they did it. But to win 2 in a row without, you know, many superstars, you know, they have Mahomes, and he certainly carries the day. And Kelsey, you know, up until this year has been pretty significant part of that. Chris Jones is legit, but they have solid players, but you don't point to them. I mean, let's face it, they've done it without a number 1 wide receiver. And arguably without a number 2 wide receiver, if you think about it. So got to give them credit, but I didn't want them to waltz to a third straight victory, because I think if you rank these Chiefs teams with 59 Super Bowl winners, they'd be in the 40s if you ask me. And maybe I'm being a little hard on them, but does anybody think differently?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm surprised, Brent, by how badly they were beaten, but I think it said more about Philadelphia than it did about Kansas City.
Yeah, you know, Copes, I think as this season progressed, I think the Eagles started to realize what they had with Saquon Barkley and some of their big linemen, and then obviously, you know, Devontae Smith, AJ, those guys are pretty legit. Goddard is a big contributor as well, but you get that running game going, and they didn't necessarily, I think the Chiefs went all in to stop Saquon so that he didn't light it up last night like I thought he would. But what did happen is they were so focused on stopping him and the drop back pass, they didn't get much pressure on Hurts, and when they did, they'd leave huge gaps for him to get through and get some great, you know, first downs running the ball. And so in the end, they couldn't stop all the weapons that the Eagles had. And then defensively, I mean, I actually thought Kansas City would play better on offense, but the Eagles, with the pressure, with the 4-man rush, was remarkable. I mean, they didn't have to do anything else. They didn't have to bring pressure. They got it completely with the front 4, and they just manhandled the Chiefs' offensive line. I mean, there was just no answer. And Patrick Mahomes was looking for a place to throw and couldn't find it most of the night. And, I mean, it was just ugly at halftime. I just remember thinking, man, that is a beatdown for the 2-time defending Super Bowl champions.
Yeah, and we're talking to Brent Jones on the Uma Guest Line. The one other thing I would say about the Niners last year, and saying a little bit surprised and how it went down, is I've been saying to Derek for weeks, you know, if you told me that they held Mahomes to 19 points in regulation, I would have thought that Niner team last year won. The other thing you look at to compare different from last season's Super Bowl to this year's is how many mistakes the Niners made in that game relative to how few Philadelphia made. The Chiefs made mistakes, Philadelphia took advantage. The Niners made mistakes last year, and the Chiefs took advantage. This year, there was one mistake made. It was an interception by Jalen Hurts, and it meant nothing.
Yeah, you know, Copes, I think that's a good analysis. And, you know, it's every time yesterday that the situation arose, I was thinking about a year ago, and like, how did we lose that game? It was just it was frustrating. So I didn't want to dwell too much on it.
Yeah, me neither.
But yeah, I don't know how we lost that game, and I absolutely, I had told my friends and anybody that would listen to me. Of course, I'm right only half the time, but I said I think the Eagles are going to beat them, and I think they're going to blow them out. And I wasn't surprised, but I was surprised at how ineffective Kansas City was. And then, when it got to 31-0 and they put in the second string at the end of the third quarter, I was like, wow, that's an embarrassing defeat. And I know the Chiefs scored some cheap touchdowns to make it closer, but that was, we had that same thing with the Chargers when we had like 49-10 or 46-10, whatever it was. And, the starters are all on the sidelines celebrating.
Well, you brought it up, Brent. I mean, the Eagles last night got 6 sacks, and in the 2 Super Bowls that the Niners lost, combined, they got 6 sacks, three sacks in each game. So is it clear that this offseason the Niners need to prioritize the defensive line in order to sack Mahomes or any quarterback that they face in the league?
I do think that we do need to bring in some more interior defensive linemen for sure. We got to give Fred Warner a chance to be the great Fred Warner, and we saw this year when you're lacking in the interior side of things, man, the running game goes to crap real quick. The running defense does, and so certainly there, probably use another offensive lineman or two. I think that's. Derek, I think it's a good call. I don't think we can go wrong by drafting big linemen on either side of the ball.
Talking to Brent Jones, number 84 on the UMA guest line. So yesterday before the game, we get news about Deebo Samuel. And apparently in his exit interview with the 49ers, with the coaches, he'd asked them to trade him. Said it had been a tough decision and conversation, but sounds like the Niners are open to moving him, and he's going to go try to find a trade partner with his agent. Your thoughts on the Niners receiving core without Deebo Samuel and how this is going to play out?
Yeah, guys, we had talked about it a little bit during the season, like something just was weird with Deebo this year, and I don't know what it was. I don't know if he felt like he wasn't getting the respect, but he wasn't making plays. It felt like he was pouting. There was a couple games where he didn't come out after he had, trash talk, not getting the opportunities, and he'd come back and drop a ball, fumble a ball, and pout on the sidelines and wouldn't come out to the press conference after the game. And it just spiraled out of control. And I do believe this. I obviously think he's talented, but I also think he hasn't worked as hard as he could to get better in some crucial areas of his game, one being route running and getting separation. Just being a big guy and running over people and having some speed doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be open. And so I don't know what it was, but his attitude and his pride, it seemed to get in the way this year of any team success. He carried a big burden, and I hadn't heard that he had gone into the exit interviews and said he wants to be traded, but it doesn't surprise me just kind of with the way that he handled this whole season. Do I think it hurts us? You lose a talented player. It certainly does a little bit. I just wish he had the heart and desire as Jawan Jennings. He would be an all-pro year in and year out. Because he's got some physical capabilities that are just spectacular. But I don't know that at this point in his career he has that heart, that desire, that want to, that put it on the line for the team type of attitude. And so, it sounds a little rough, but, hey, if he doesn't want to be here, we need people that want to be here, because I think that we had too many guys last year worried about themselves instead of worrying about the team first.
Well, yeah, as Deebo Samuel's time as a 49er, it looks like it comes to an end. What did you think about Robert Saleh returning as defensive coordinator?
No, I love that. That was a tough gig for Robert in New York, obviously, and talk about a team that just couldn't get out of their own way. Certainly, the coach has to take some responsibility, but I thought he was a great defensive coordinator for us, a great guy. A great leader of men. I think he's inspirational. I think we saw what happened when the Jets cut him loose. In fact, maybe he was keeping the Jets together because they were such a disaster. But I think for us, it's going to be great to have him back, and I think it's going to be a real nice bonus. It's like getting a top free agent there on the sidelines.
I don't think we've talked to you since the very end of the Niners regular season, which I pointed out to Derek last week on Friday. I said, doesn't it seem like it's been forever since the Niners last played a game? And he goes, it hasn't been that long. I said, dude, they haven't won a game since they beat the Bears. It feels like they haven't played good football in front of us in like a year, right? So when we last talked to you, though, at the end of the season, all the coaching vacancies were there. I know you and I love chaos. You and I are big fans of that. We love to see first-year head coaches. What did you think about the hiring of Brian Schottenheimer in Dallas?
Man, there has been some craziness, Copes, here. When you announce it on a Friday night after 6 p.m., you are not looking for the grand stage that Jerry Jones typically uses.
Yeah.
And I've had a chance to meet Brian Schottenheimer. Good guy, obviously knows football, but is he the right guy for the Dallas Cowboys that have been spiraling out of control on a downward, thrust for the last couple years? It's probably not. It's, it's the, hey, I'm going to save a bunch of money hire, or, hey, I want total control hire. And I have to say, I've had a lot of respect for Jerry Jones over the years, but these last handful of years, it sure feels like he's trying to get by with the least amount of money out of his pocket. He did pay Dak, but there's been rumors now they're thinking about getting rid of Micah Parsons, and it's like, we just don't want to pay anybody here in Dallas, and they're not looking, doesn't seem like, to win championships. Maybe they're just trying to be 8-8 and keep people paying at the gate. But outside of that, it was a hire that nobody saw coming until the last minute, and you just scratch your head and you say, hey, you know what, this is the most expensive professional sports franchise in the United States, and the guy that should be leading that club should be a big name, well-proven coach, I think, that's had success, that understands what to do, how to get teams on the same page and work together, because they do have some talented players. They obviously have some weak spots, but man, I'm not sure if they're going to recover from that. And from Brian Schottenheimer's perspective, I hope so. He's a good guy, but I'm a good guy too, and they didn't hire me as the head coach.
Well, Brent, I was thinking about you when Jason Witten's name was brought up, and I was like, yeah, Brent told us that months ago, and I was like, God, if they hire him, that would have been a bad look.
It might have been, but man, I mean, I could see it now. I could see how that was close to happening.
Yeah.
And it might have been bandied about in real time, and maybe even Witten had the chance to take it. I don't know, and turned it down. I'm going to have to get some more information for you guys. But yeah, it was. It's been a big talk, and people have thrown up their hands here. Lifetime Cowboy fans are just in the tank, and so that's kind of hard not to celebrate. But outside of that, it's been a wild one around here for a couple weeks.
Oh, I'm sure it has. So speaking of last night, what do you think of Travis Kelce's performance? Obviously, he didn't get really involved until the second half. In this season, it's kind of been like, yeah, he's still Travis Kelce, but he's kind of declining as a player. I mean, there's rumors about him maybe retiring. What do you think of Travis Kelce so far this season and last night?
I kind of felt like I know he still wants to be a great player, but you get to a certain age and you just start losing a step, and that's just the reality of football for everybody that's ever played. And he's maybe been able to hide it a little bit, but this year it felt like it was more apparent. Can he still catch the ball? Yeah. Is his football IQ still up there? Yeah. But in terms of getting open, separation, and doing the things that he's done traditionally, I noticed a little drop off this year, and it's one of those things that just accelerates. Let's face it, he's also a guy that's played with a ton of distractions off the field, some self-induced. But yeah, I think that at some point you just aren't the same player because your legs don't allow you to be. And it, like I have mentioned, it happens to everybody, and it's happening to him.
Well, I sort of feel like, too, like when we compare what Travis Kelce used to do or how productive he was and has been in the past to what he was yesterday and this year, sometimes it's a little unfair in that there's not enough talent around them offensively in the receiving game anyway. Like, you're looking for him to be the number one guy. When Tyreek Hill was gone, he was still like the number one receiver. They brought in other players, and Obviously, Xavier Worthy looks like he's going to be a nice player. Rashee Rice, if he gets healthy. But I think we're comparing him not just to himself, but to the offenses that used to be more elite, and they're looking for him to carry a bigger part of the load, and it's just not in the cards right now. Mahomes can make everybody else around him better. He couldn't make the O-line better, and he couldn't deliver any accurate passes.
Yeah, man. I agree with that. And obviously, you've got to have the people in position to work effectively as an offense. But somehow, some way, this dang Chiefs team won this year, and I saw so many of their games, I'd be scratching my head, and they just barely get by. And let's face it, there were 3 or 4 games where they got breaks, or it could have gone the other way, and they wouldn't have had home field advantage. And I don't think if they had home field advantage, they would have been representing in the Super Bowl. But they did, and let's face it, I am not a conspiracy theorist, but there were so many games where it seemed like every call was going pro-Chiefs and outrageous calls. Certainly we didn't see that yesterday, but that offensive line still drives me crazy from last year's Super Bowl because they were holding the heck out of Bosa outrageously. There should have been at least 5 or 6 holding penalties, and there were 0. And so it seems reflective of the officials in the NFL, for whatever reason, give the Chiefs a benefit here or there. But fortunately, we didn't see it last night. But I've seen it more than a handful of times this season, and it was nice to at least plant it in the officials' head that, hey, don't bend over backwards for the Chiefs because everybody's watching you now.
Talking to Brent Jones on the UMA guest line. So when we think about what the Eagles did yesterday after falling apart at the end of last season, it gives me hope for the Niners being able to get back to prominence or to build a championship caliber team again, that you can have a down year after losing a bowl like that and then bounce back. I mean, that's going to be the goal. When we talk about the changing roster and Deebo potentially being gone at the start of next year, what does that do to the offense with a guy like McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, Juwan Jennings, Ayuk? I mean, obviously there will be more put on their shoulders to carry the load if Deebo's not there, but how do you see this offense? How do you see the Niners taking a step forward after kind of retooling and recalibrating?
Well, man, the first thing that I think of is, wouldn't it be awesome to come back with a healthy Christian McCaffrey? I mean, that's where it all starts, you guys. And I mean, I'm not breaking any news. Everybody knows that. But that's really where it starts. And number 2, hey, let's get Brock Purdy signed. Let's give him a good, fair contract, one that helps him, one that helps the team, and get him into camp. Let's not have a holdout. Holding out and having our start, paying guys eventually, but letting them miss training camp is a bad strategy. It didn't do well for us the last couple of years. So there's number 1 and number 2. After that, you got to re-sign Kittle. I mean, he's just too important to this team. We got to extend him, get him ready to go, because he's the heartbeat. I mean, that's just the reality. He is just that important to our team. And then, one of the signs of encouragement, I think Ricky Pearsall started to really put it together the last, few weeks of the season. And I think he's a guy that can, if he continues to work hard, get separation for us, had some really big plays, he can kind of step up in that Deebo Samuel role, and maybe we got something. And we're obviously speculating, but I still look at the depth chart and I look around and I go, man, we have too many players to be to struggle as much as we did last year. And, obviously on the defensive side, we got Nick, we got Fred Warner. Man, I really, really am hoping that we have Dre Greenlaw back as well. And to see him with a year of health under his belt and to get him signed, even if it's on a 1-year deal, man, that would be fantastic. And so you talk, just those names that I mentioned, those guys, that is a playoff team for sure. And it's, hey, we could compete for the Super Bowl. And who knows, we get a free agent lineman here or there and pick up a player or 2 in the draft. We could be as good as anybody in the NFC.
All right, last one, Brett, before we let you go. Super Bowl was in New Orleans last night. You played Super Bowl in New Orleans. You also played 2 in Miami. Which city do you prefer for a Super Bowl destination?
Between those 2?
Yes.
Man, I hated playing in the Superdome. I don't know why. Well, first of all, it was loud, but the background, it just felt like the lighting always bothered me. for whatever reason. So in a strange way, I'd say Miami. And I'm sure that they've changed the colors and maybe some of the lights in the Superdome, but we'd have to play there every single year, and then I'd play there in the Super Bowl. I just had trouble picking up the ball coming out of the end zones. I don't know why, but maybe it became a thing in my head, and I just kept thinking it. But like right when you say it's like, of all the places I'd choose to play, New Orleans would be my last pick.
Really? Like,
yeah, it's just a weird thing, and I don't know. Maybe it was just the colors in the background. They had the seats kind of painted a brown that I thought, and then even with the fans there, it felt like the ball would be coming out, and all of a sudden I'd be late to pick it up. I didn't drop any, but it still bothered me.
But off the field, did you have a good time in New Orleans?
Oh, well, no, because we were there for business. So that's 100%. But yeah, I know the fans love New Orleans, and that's for sure. For me, if I was in charge of where the Super Bowl was played, you play at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena every year, because there's no better place to play than that.
Well, I'd have to look it up. I just found it quickly. I don't know what your numbers were at the Superdome, Brent, but you put up like better numbers against the Saints than against most other teams. Like more touchdowns you had against the Saints than anybody else. So I don't know how many of them were in New Orleans, but 7 against the Saints. I think 5 is the next most you had against anybody.
Oh, that's good. Good next-gen stats, Coach.
There you go. You were 14-4 in your career against the Saints. You didn't hate playing them that much. Brent,
well, I didn't hate. Yeah, there you go.
Brent Jones, number 84 in your program, number 1 in your hearts. We love catching up with you, Brent. Have a great offseason, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Brent.
All right, fellas. It was good talking to you guys.
You too, bro. Catch you later, man. Good stuff there from Brent Jones. Yeah, I was looking at, the old NFC West. You'd play him a whole bunch. 18 games for Brent Jones against the Saints.
Those were the days, man.
In his career.
Where geographically the divisions did not make sense. Did not make sense whatsoever.
Shout out the 93 Atlanta Braves beating the Giants in the National League West. Played in the Eastern time zone. What the hell's going on?
Yeah.
It's an unbelievable. That's the
way things were.
Okay.
That's why the Seattle Mariners travel more than anybody every year, because their division opponents, they have to go either all the way to Oakland, the Bay Area, down to Southern California, or to Texas is their other 2 division opponents. So nowhere close. They've always got to get on like a 3.5-hour flight. Missed any of Brent Jones? All available.
Our guy.
KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Let's jump off of some football momentarily. We are going to catch up with Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area at 4:50, and we'll talk to him about what he's hearing regarding Deebo Samuel and where the 49ers could go in terms of value for Deebo. But when we come back, Jimmy Butler made his debut on Saturday, 25 points. Steph Curry had 24 in the third quarter as the Warriors came back and hammered the Bulls. They get the Milwaukee Bucks tonight. We'll talk about Jimmy's debut
back in, Copes.
Only here on the Sports Leader.
In case you've been in a coma, the Eagles are Super Bowl champions. There will be no three-peat. What did you think of the game? Happy for the blowout, or did you fall asleep in a chicken wing-induced slumber? Tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place for fans to brag about their wing sauce.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And, Steve, we are into February. People start stressing about their taxes. What happens if they get a bill and they cannot pay their taxes?
They should call us. This freaks people out. It makes them do crazy things. I've literally seen multiple suicides over this, divorces that didn't have to be, a kid given up in child custody, businesses ruined. I mean, a lot of life events that really hurt people. They could have been avoided. So the bottom line is, I know you feel like you're 1,000 feet underwater and you're never going to be able to pay these taxes. That's okay. There's a lot of good solutions. We spent the past 30 years of our professional lives doing this. We're very familiar with it as to what you can do and the nooks and the crannies and all the solutions that are available to you. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. The only thing you have to do is call up for a free consultation. Say, hey, Steve, get me out of this nightmare.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Jimmy frickin' Butler!
Butler lob. His first Warrior basket. Buddy Hield throws it up. Jimmy brings it down. Demski didn't settle for that three. Cycle back to the hottest guy. Curry's got a three. Steph's got 34. 24 in the quarter. And that pass from Draymond to Butler. Laid in and trying the foul. Williams kind of pinned the board. Draymond knocked it away. Butler ahead of the pack. Jimmy Butler will dunk it down. Butler to the line again. He flips it in. This will be free throw 13 for Jimmy Butler. Look at him looking around. Look at him pointing at Steph. Oh, they love him already.
Jimmy Butler, man.
Jimmy freaking Butler.
You know what's funny is like watching Jimmy play on Saturday, that's the Jimmy Butler I feel like I've seen play throughout his career.
Yeah.
Slashing, aggressive, does do some ISO. I thought he was a good distributor. I thought he passed the ball well on Saturday.
He did.
And Kalena made big note of that. Kalena talked about that throughout the broadcast.
No, I mean, right away he fit in. And, I mean, like the alley-oop from Buddy Hield to Jimmy Butler was sweet. There were some awkward moments where they kind of gave it to Jimmy, be like, do your thing. And he was like, I'm kind of looking around to pass to somebody. But, no, he fit in pretty well. I mean, he got to the line, 11 of 13 at the line. Like, that's what the Warriors needed. And that's
7 of 12 from the field.
Yeah, and that's what Steve Kerr was talking about, 25 points total. My thing is, it was a great debut by Jimmy Butler, but they were down 24 in this game.
Yeah.
And that's where I was like, they don't have the offense to come back. Like, Jimmy's not going to hit 3-point shots to get you back in the game. It took Steph going crazy in the third quarter to scoring 24 points. But, like, how impressive it was.
Against the Bulls.
Yes, against the Chicago Bulls. But they won this game 132-111. They win by 21. It's crazy to go. Like, I don't think they've come back from a game. I want to say the stat was that they haven't been down and by 20 plus and came back in a game since 2017. So their ability to do that was impressive.
I was going to say that was something that stood out to me is, yes, it took that performance from Steph. I don't know if Steph could have had that performance if Jimmy weren't there.
No, that's fair.
And even though it's a bad team, 2 weeks ago, a week ago, I mean, every night I was like, they're getting waxed. I've been betting the Warriors almost every game for like the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I've hit on like 85% of them or 90% of them because I just feel like you could sort of snipe where their performances were going to come and where they weren't. When they would play a bad team, they might win, but they would play poorly to do it. They would play to the level of their opponent. They have an ability now that, again, you don't want to be down 24. You don't want to have to come back. But 2 weeks ago, I never would have. They were down. I was like, that's it. It's over.
Yeah, no,
I mean, cooked.
Yeah, no, like if they were playing like some of the performances they've had in recent weeks where they've lost to like the Raptors or who I can't remember who they've.
Jazz.
They lost to Utah, yeah.
Yeah, just like.
The Raptors made like 8 wins.
Yeah, like they're not coming back from those performances. With Jimmy Butler, yes, you're right, Copes, that Steph got the proper spacing. He was able to get them back in the game.
You can see the balance of the change in spacing almost immediately. Because what you're talking about is like when Jimmy caught it, was like look at sort of ISO'd and then look for guys to pass to. There were several times I felt like he caught it on the block and has a post game where he's backing down his man sort of into the paint and then finds guys on the outside, whether it was one pass or 2 passes, found Buddy Hield, found Steph Curry. The other thing I liked was how Steve Kerr later in the game, because I think he started Buddy Hield that game, didn't he?
He did.
I think what was interesting later in the game was how he used Buddy opposite Jimmy Butler in certain situations.
Right.
Where he would like sub Butler in for defense. Not that they were in for just a second, but then he would take him out when he needed some, not like when they were resting him, they put in Buddy Hield for the offense. So the rotations are going to be toyed with. You're going to find where you can get more offense, but I think that could be your starting lineup at least until Kuminga's back and they decide what they're going to do. Marcus Thompson told us on Friday he anticipates you will see a lot of Draymond Green at the 5, but there's not that many games left. So it's not like you're starting him at the 5 all year long. So we'll see what happens. But I was intrigued by, and again, it's sort of nice to have a soft landing spot like this against Chicago. It's not a huge opponent. It's not a quality opponent.
No, but it's one you needed because this week is a gauntlet as far as opponents. But they're missing their superstars. Giannis isn't playing tonight. Anthony Davis isn't playing Wednesday. You got the Rockets on Thursday before you close out, Anthony's before you go to the All-Star break. I mean, you had to win that game on Saturday night, and it's good that they did.
Yeah.
It was great to see somebody that could create their own shot off the dribble.
Yes.
And, the free throws will get the highlight because he had 13 free throws. I think that was like the second most in a Warriors debut ever or something like that. But the ability of somebody who isn't Steph Curry, because Steph Curry's coming off screens, he's running a mile every single game, just in and out trying to get open spacing and whatnot. Having somebody else that could drive to the hoop, get fouled, get to the line, get a bucket himself. It's kind of refreshing to watch, actually.
No, it's something they haven't had, honestly, since Kevin Durant or Andre Iguodala. It was very reminiscent of that. And the irony of playing the Bulls right after the trade deadline and seeing Vucevic, honestly, quit in post, making threes.
Kind of look good there.
Yeah, honestly, being your stretch 5 right now, not bad. I do wonder about the Kuminga stuff. I do wonder, when he's healthy, and we got an update today, he's going to be reevaluated in 10 days, so he's not going to come back before the All-Star break. He's going to miss some games post All-Star break as well, so we'll see when he comes back. But when, like differing opinions, obviously, but like JD told us last week he doesn't see Jonathan Kuminga being the starting lineup, and Marcus Thompson's like, no, he's definitely going to be the starting lineup.
He laughed at us for suggesting he wouldn't be.
Well, but how are you going to make that work?
Well, the only way to do it is to put Draymond at the 5, which is what Marcus was saying.
Okay, but the nights when you are going to have Quinn and Post start, or whoever at the 5, Trey Jackson Davis or Kevon Looney.
Well, then your whole lineup changes anyway. I just think in a standard lineup, what he's talking about, maybe that's a playoff lineup. If you want Kuminga out there, and that does give you offense, gives you some length as well, gives you a lot of speed and athleticism on the court too.
No, it does.
It depends on, like, you're going up against Jokic, you're probably going to play somebody bigger.
You have to.
You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be some matchups where you have to play someone different, and you're going to have to rotate a starting lineup. But I think what Marcus was saying is you can have a fairly standard starting lineup and then go with matchups when you have to.
Right.
Which, and his suggestion is that in those lineups, it would be Draymond, Kuminga, Jimmy Butler, whoever they go with at the 2, whether they want more defense in there, if it's GP2 because of a guard, whether it's more offense because you want to go with Buddy Hield, and then you'll have Steph, of course. But I think there will be some plug-and-play stuff based on matchup when you get to the postseason, of course. But based on matchup here and game importance and who you're going to see size-wise, it's going to be a different 2, I think, sometimes rotating, and maybe a different 5.
And that's fine.
And by the way, the Kuminga 10-day thing puts you right before the first game out of the break. So that'll be the 10 days evaluation.
So the Mavericks game?
That's the Sacramento game.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
They open against Sacramento at Sacramento next Friday.
And then that Sunday they play the Mavericks.
A week from Friday.
That's Andre Iguodala's retirement game, a jersey retirement game. No, I mean, that's funny because they say, like, Steph Curry's like, now we've solidified the starting rotation now once we get Jimmy, and I think there's going to be a lot of toying with that as well, as you just said, with the 2 and the 5. But, like, yeah, it was it was an awesome performance. I was getting a little worried, like, obviously in the second quarter. Like, I want to say the Bulls outscored them to start the quarter 20-2. Like, it was awful. Like, they were offensively inept to start that quarter. And then I was like, well, Jimmy's not going to help you out in that department. They just need more three-point shooting. And then Steph just took over.
And they still may go get that, by the way. They still may need to bring up somebody sign someone in a buyout. Or I mentioned Kevin Knox last week, who's turned it up in the G League. He's tall. I guess he's more of like a small forward now, but he was like a power forward type center in college.
Yeah.
He went to Kentucky and played for the Knicks for a number of years, but he's been playing well down in Santa Cruz.
No, definitely. But, I mean, like, when they got back the lead in the fourth quarter, Jimmy was doing it great. I mean, on both sides of the ball, he was getting steals, getting blocks, and then throwing it down with some dunks. He fits right now. He's definitely what they needed. And I know I didn't like the move initially, just because I didn't know, like, what he was going to bring as far as offense. But he does open things up. Like, one thing I slept on was his ability to open things up for Steph Curry. And now, like, I agree with you, Copes. If Jimmy's not on that team on Saturday night, then Steph is not going off in the third quarter. So that definitely helps. I want to see how they play, though, with better teams. And it's going to be hard to judge without Giannis tonight and Anthony Davis on Wednesday. But that's a good test this week, and to close it out with the Rockets. So I would say very good debut for Jimmy. And, like Draymond, dishing to him, being a good facilitator as he always is.
Had 7 assists in that game.
Yeah.
Steph had 6 assists in the game. And by the way, I thought off the bench that Podziemski played pretty well in this one.
They did.
16 off the bench. He had 7 assists as well and 5 boards. He
Yeah.
played really well, 7 of 11 from the field. Takes pressure off of him. He does not have to be an offensive force.
Yeah, if Jimmy's willing, because
he's not.
I was definitely just thinking about Jimmy in Miami and Jimmy all the other places, and he was definitely an ISO player. But the way I saw him play on Saturday night, if he's willing to dish it out to Steph or pass the ball around, this could be a very good move. Maybe I underestimated this.
Never played with a player this good.
Yeah.
He's never had a teammate as good as Steph Curry. He's never had a teammate where he was going to be the number 2, and you're like, dude, not only do I not have to shoulder the load, but that guy's going to open things up for me to do Steph. Steph gets hot. Jimmy Butler's there in the paint. He's going to spread it for you. This could be a really fun, exciting end of the season for the Warriors. Now, 26-26, after what you saw, what's your confidence in getting to the 6th seed?
I'd say still low. There's not at post-trade or post-All-Star break.
And tie breaks make things really funky because the Warriors put themselves in a hole.
Yeah.
Dude, in division, they're like 1-9 or something.
They're terrible in division. Yeah, I think that's going to be tough.
1-10, excuse me.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really tough with how competitive the West is.
They're tied with the 9 and the 10, Sacramento and Phoenix. They're all 26-26.
Right now, I would say if I had to guess, they're probably the best hope is 7. I could see them being the 9 seed and having to do the play-in elimination.
I got my eyes set on 6 still. They're 3.5 back of the 6th seed. It's Minnesota.
Okay.
And then it's Clippers, Mavs, Kings, Suns are all bunched up 7-10.
Well, one thing that is interesting is the Lakers. And And we'll talk tomorrow in the grab bag about all the hoops that the ESPN had to go through to air that Luka game, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Luka's going to make his debut tonight. They are not going to have Mark Williams on this team going forward.
Yeah, that trade was voided. And by the way, Dalton Connect, who got traded for Mark Williams, has to walk back into that locker room, dude.
As a rookie.
Dude, he's like, I was here knocking down threes. LeBron wanted me. It was like he was praising him all season.
Yeah.
LeBron loved him. Played really well so far this season. They ended up moving him for Mark Williams because they needed a big man. They needed more height.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely had some height, but, God.
He didn't pass the physical.
No, the physical, it was a Carlos Correa situation. They looked at his medicals, and they were like, ooh, this guy, I guess it wasn't the back, but they were like, this guy's not going to have a long career. So they sent him back to Charlotte. They get back Dalton Connect. And they got Luka and LeBron, but I think they're going to lose some games. It's going to be rough for them because they don't have any rim protection. And the Warriors play them one more time, I believe.
Thank God, mercifully.
Yeah. I would say right now, it's going to be sexy to have Luka and LeBron. I could see them slipping right now and not having a big man.
Well, if they slip back into the pack, then it's problematic, sure. But the reason I think 6 is attainable is you're only 3.5 back and 3 back in the loss column to Minnesota. Now, there's a bunch of teams ahead of you. But now, like when I was saying this last week, I'm like, but why would you believe they could jump that high? They haven't shown you anything. We still haven't seen enough, but what we saw and the potential for what this team can be in a series in the playoffs is dangerous if they can get to the 6. My sights are set on 6. I'll settle for a 7. Well, my sights are set on 6 right now.
I would say even, not like they're going to win the series or anything, but to Brian Windhorst's report before the trade deadline about how some teams don't fear the top 3 teams of the West right now because they're so young. It'd be very interesting to see the Warriors in a matchup against
Houston fell to 4 now.
Yeah. But OKC. So I'm saying, as far as the young teams, OKC, Memphis, and Houston. I'm not saying I like the Warriors' chances against OKC or Memphis. Houston, I would say I would take the Warriors in that series because they're so inexperienced.
I don't hate it against OKC. They matched up okay with them.
Yeah, I mean, having all that veteran presence with Jimmy there, I want to see it more. Tonight will be a good test. Wednesday will be a good test. Thursday will be a good test as well. But yeah, beating up on a poor Bulls team, it was impressive what they did, but I want to see it against upper echelon teams in the NBA.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It is Dirty Work on a Monday evening. We are, by the way, going to catch up with Matt Mayoko in about 10 minutes or so, 12 minutes or so, 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area to talk about the potential trade of Deebo Samuel. We put together our 49ers wish lists a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, we did.
And noted Raider fan Derek Papa chimed in with his 49er wish list for the offseason, one of which included trading Deebo Samuel. Is Derek going to get everything he wants this trade season or this offseason for the 49ers? We'll talk about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Tim had a pretty good line as we went to break because Derek and I put together our wish list for the 49ers this offseason about a week ago. And said, we'll revisit Derek's wish list. There's one thing maybe getting checked off here already. Tim said Derek's 49er wish list number one is Raiders move back to Oakland.
Yeah, that was number one.
So 1A, Raiders move back to Oakland. You just mentioned me, by the way. Raiders are tied to another quarterback.
Yes, they are. As part of the insiders' extravaganza of news yesterday on Super Bowl Sunday, sounds like the Raiders have their eye on Sam Darnold as their quarterback for 2025. We'll see if that comes to fruition.
Tim, you got something here you want to set up?
No. I just wanted you to do some Al Davis.
Oh, I thought you said you had some Al Davis.
No, I just wanted some Copes Al Davis.
No, by all means, Al Davis. Copes, go.
I don't know.
Or Sean McVay.
On demand. Let's go.
Do Al Davis on Sam Darnold. Nah, I'd rather have Russ. Maybe he won a bowl, didn't he?
Yeah. There you go.
Changed the play at the goal line, I heard.
So a couple weeks ago,
like a guy with initiative,
we went through our 49ers wish list for this offseason. And number one, I put Deebo Samuel traded to the LA Chargers for a 5th-round pick. And I know that seems like, that's not a lot of value. Think about what the Niners lost last offseason. They had their accounting snafu, which cost them a 5th-round pick.
Yeah, they had to pay one in penalties.
Yes.
Yeah.
And think about what Deebo Samuel is going to fetch you. Like, you and I talked about it the day that, actually a week ago, where Cooper Kupp said to the world, I'm not going to be on the Rams next year. And you asked me, who's got more trade value, Cooper Kupp or Deebo Samuel? I said slightly Deebo Samuel. Like, I still think that someone would trade for Deebo Samuel. He's not making nearly as much money as Cooper Kupp, I believe.
I think his ceiling, I think what people think they can get out of him is probably more.
Yes.
I think people look at him and they go, well, we can put him in this system, use him this way, and we can get more out of him. Maybe put him with other weapons. I mean, who knows? But you're right. He's more versatile in what he can do.
Yes.
Cooper Kupp's obviously a better receiver and maybe a Hall of Fame receiver.
Maybe.
Like there will be debates about him. I don't know for sure, but there will be debates about him.
Yeah. I mean, like
Super Bowl MVP, you know?
I still think it's going to be like, for those that are like saying that Cooper Kupp could be joining the 49ers, I don't think so. I think it's, it's basically what Ricky Pearsall is going to do this season is play the slot. And Cooper Kupp could play outside, but I don't know. Like, at this point, like, I think there's better wide receivers that are available in free agency as far as the 49ers.
Than Cooper Kupp, you mean?
Yes.
I mean, if he was a free agent, it wouldn't be a bad
He most likely will be a free agent.
Why would anybody trade for him if they're going to cut him?
Exactly.
It's a system he would be comfortable in. I mean, there's a few others you could look at. You could go Minnesota.
Yeah.
For Cooper Kupp, just like places he could land.
I think Cincinnati would be a great spot.
Cincinnati's a good one.
Because T. Higgins most likely will be on the move. And like
Washington?
Washington because Adam Peters, definitely. Or like some people talk about Deebo for Washington because Adam Peters knows him. But Deebo Samuel could be cut. I do think the Niners would hold on to him for a while though to get something for him. Like they just don't want to cut him and then have nothing. Like the whole point of this is to get draft capital.
Right.
I do think some team would be desperate enough. Not desperate enough, but like, okay, you know what? I see Deebo Samuel. He can help us out. Like I think the Chargers would be the perfect spot. Maybe even the Bills. But also, like, if you're the Bills, is Deebo Samuel going to make you that much better to beat the
Chiefs?
Yeah, the Chiefs.
I think you're the Bills. You're looking at your defense like, that's what we got to do.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, there's been blueprints now on how to beat Mahomes.
Yes.
Right? If we're going to say now there's a comp, and it was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers from 4 years ago, comparable defense, again, you have to have the personnel. It's not just scheme. You got to have the personnel.
No, you're right.
He also made mistakes in this one, but they created pressure without blitzing in a way that we have not seen Mahomes get pressured and look uncomfortable. That's the thing about Mahomes is he rolls out so much and he makes so many incredible plays that are off script. And yesterday, none of it was there.
Yeah.
None of it was there.
Yeah, so that's why I think like maybe the Bills, the best option for them was like trade for Myles Garrett this offseason. But we'll see how much salary cap they have. I think they're like on the lower side.
We don't even know what the cap is yet. Yeah, so
no, that's definitely true. But as far as like my wish list, yeah, Deebo Samuel's at the top. I do think you have to move on from Deebo, and I'm not surprised that all this came out this weekend, yesterday. I think that Deebo was kind of not disinterested, but also you could just tell like he wasn't really happy this season. So I'm not surprised by any of that. I think they need to pay Brock Purdy. I said a 5-year, $300 million deal. It'd be $60 million AAV, $22 million guaranteed. That's just what's going to happen now with quarterbacks. You're going to have to go above and beyond sometimes. Do I think Brock Purdy is worth $60 million a year? No. Do I think a lot of quarterbacks are worth $60 million a year? No, there's only a handful I think are.
If that's the top dollar. It's so funny we say, are they worth this? It's like only if that's what the top market
Exactly.
is. We're talking, is he worth top of the market money?
And I think so. I think it makes sense to pay him that much. And then other things I had, sign DJ Jones. I hear that, you're going to wait till the second wave of free agency. I think DJ Jones is definitely reasonable. I think that he's not going to be you look at the defensive tackle market, there's not a lot of big names. But I don't think people are going to be clamoring for DJ Jones. I think that the Niners could get him.
There's one guy that's clamoring for him.
If his name wasn't DJ Jones, it would be Leverage McLeverage.
Yeah,
well, there you go.
Krug wants him.
Yes.
He wants him.
Nobody wants him more than Tim, so he can just keep playing.
That's seriously,
true.
selfishly, that's the guy I want.
Tim's always thinking about drops when it comes to the 49ers.
If his name wasn't DJ Jones, it would be Leverage McLeverage.
I also think they need to sign a veteran wide receiver to replace Deebo Samuel and replace Brandon Ayuk.
I think we all agree on that. I think my biggest struggle with trying to pinpoint who that could be or where they should go is not just the ability or the talent of the player. It's what is the market that they're in. How big in the market will they go for a receiver? How high are they willing to reach for somebody?
Well, it'd have to be a 1-year deal, probably.
Of course, but you're talking like Godwin. Like Godwin may get a 1 year anyway.
Yeah.
He may be too expensive.
Okay, what about
Even
a
off the
Darius
injury.
Slayton, though?
That'd be nice. I mean, he's a speedier guy.
He is, but you kind of need that.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you want a big target? You want a stretch target downfield? I think Jawan's already your big target. I think you need somebody who can. I mean, that's the other thing is talking about Philadelphia yesterday, how they're composed different than the Niners were last year. Two great receivers, sure. They had far more speed in their receiving core than the Niners do.
Yes.
So much of the Niners' offense is predicated on short, quick passes, and you have that in Jennings, you have that in Kittle, and you have that
McCaffrey even.
McCaffrey. Now, think about who it feels like the big target has been for the down the field stuff. It's Kittle. It's that seam go, in the middle. Where is the speed guy? I mean, I think they tried to draft him 4 or 5 times, and it's like, all right, well, it's just not really working out.
Yeah, it was, what's his name?
Danny Gray was one of them?
Yeah, Danny Gray, we'll see if Jacob Cowling's that guy, but he hasn't shown it at this point. I mean, yeah, there's some names like Marquise Hollywood Brown. Are the Chiefs going to sign him back? There's definitely guys that are on their third team, fourth team, kind of going towards the end of their careers right now. The Niners could look at to be just that guy that fills in for Brandon Ayuk for the first 6 weeks of the season, while we presume he's going to be on PUP. But the last thing I had here was draft a defensive tackle or pass rusher at number 11. And you could find, free agency through the offensive line. But I do think that they need to prioritize, like yesterday it showed how much you need a young pass rusher in this league to help you.
Look at what they have with Jalen Carter in the middle. I mean,
dude, that whole defensive line. Look, okay, it's Jalen Carter, who fell in the draft. You had Jordan Davis, who they drafted as well.
Yep.
Josh Sweat, who they drafted years ago. And then Nolan Smith, who fell in the draft, too, that they were able to get.
And so this is where you look at the comp of what Howie Roseman says. What Howie Roseman was able to do, he has drafted exceptionally well over the last handful of years. You talk to Kruger about what he loved about the Detroit Lions this year. It's all about what they did in the draft, how they were able to evaluate and obtain talent. The Niners have done that to an extent. They have not done it at the defensive line position.
Yes.
Niners have done it in a lot of places. Linebacker, obviously. Greenlaw, Alshire, Fred Warner, they can evaluate and draft talent. Tight end, they got George Kittle, right? A 5th rounder, right? Deebo Samuel even, in evaluating him and getting him. It's an early pick. Brandon Ayuk, an earlier pick as well. Jawan Jennings, you've got 3 receivers there that you drafted that people in general have been happy with their production and who have played in Super Bowls. When it comes to the defensive line, the only guy they've gotten who is of significance is Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
And everybody would have taken him at that spot. You don't get credit for taking the obvious choice, right?
Right.
Once the Cardinals pass on him and take Kyler Murray, he's the number 1 guy to go.
It was either him or Quinn Williams, but both guys have panned out pretty well.
Both guys were fine. They both panned out pretty well. I think you would have been Bosa. I think was the edge on that, but Quinn Williams was the next guy. Ends up going to the Jets at number 3.
I mean, okay,
they haven't drafted well.
Yeah,
at the D line.
To that point, that's why I don't think it makes sense right now to trade for Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett is a fantastic player. But you're going to have to give up more than just 11th overall. You have to give up your first-round pick the next year, and then maybe more draft capital. The Niners need those draft picks to build up that defensive line. And at the same time, the Eagles, you may have to compete with them in free agency when it comes to defensive linemen. I would rather go sign Khalil Mack than have to give up my future to get Myles Garrett. And at the same time, you better do it before Howie Roseman gets these guys, because Josh Sweat's a free agent this offseason. I guarantee you Howie Roseman's going to land somebody of significance on that defensive line this offseason, whether that's Khalil Mack, who Vic Fangio knows. I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles trade for Myles Garrett, which would suck. but they're in a better position to do that right now. The Niners need to save their draft capital and build up that defensive line.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I am in agreement with you. It's not just about getting younger and building the D-line. It's about building in a sustainable D-line where you've got them for a number of years, right? That's what you're going to want to build. If you have to pay Brock, you're going to have to get cheaper somewhere. You can't every year be going to look for a completely new defensive line or trying to plug and play every single year. 775 checks in, says, why don't you trade Deebo and a couple mid-round picks for Myles Garrett?
Yeah, that'll work.
Myles Garrett's going to command multiple first-rounders, and he's going to get another huge contract.
If I'm the Browns, I don't want Deebo right now.
There's no – why? I always wonder, like, when you come up with these trade ideas, why would the Browns do that? What are the Browns getting out of a couple of mid-round – they have 3 wins this year. They want Deebo Samuel and his 50 catches?
No.
Trying to figure out quarterback.
With no quarterback,
yeah,
too.
Right, seriously. All right, let's take a break. We'll talk to our guy, Matt Mayoko, 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area. Derek can puff out his chest and say, see, Matt, they are going to trade Deebo, and Matt can tell us who they could go after in free agency, what kind of player they'd be looking for at wide receiver. We'll talk about it with Matt Mayoko next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Be sure to catch NBA Commissioner Adam Silver with Murph and Marcus tomorrow at 8:30 ahead of the NBA All-Star Game this weekend. 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Adam Silver, Murph and Marcus, the sports leader. Let's go, John Curley.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We do it every Monday with our guy Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, off of a Super Bowl where Patrick Mahomes falls to the Eagles after he beat the 49ers last year. Matt Mayoko joins us on the UMA guest line. Matt, we were talking about it, and Derek was asking me, does it make you feel frustrated, Niner fans, or are Niner fans frustrated that the Eagles did what the Niners could not do last year? And I thought, well, I think they were a much better team. I think they're a better defense. Not much better, but better defense. They didn't make mistakes, and they capitalized on every mistake Mahomes made.
Which probably leads to the frustration, right?
Yeah, sure.
I would think. I don't think that, that loss. Actually, the 3 Super Bowl losses that the 49ers have had since winning the first 5, I don't think any of those are going away. And you even heard Tom Brady yesterday, although he did throw in the flex of, the Super Bowl losses stick with him more, and then he threw in then the 7 Super Bowl victories. So that was quite a flex. But I think that is true. When you talk to people, who have experienced both the wins at the greatest level and the losses at the greatest level, the thing that they always talk about that kind of sticks with them that, they think about before they go to bed at night, decades later, are those losses. And none of the 49ers Super Bowl losses are games where you go, oh, they had no chance to win that game. They got beat by the better team. All of those games, there were significant points in that game where you just go, man, if they had done this differently, or this had bounced differently, or this play had happened instead of that play had happened, the 49ers could be looking at 8-0 in Super Bowls rather than 5-3. And last year's was probably the most deflated I've ever seen a team after a loss, because it was there. It was the only time, and may very well be the only time in NFL history, that a team took the lead twice in the fourth quarter and once in overtime and still lost. So I think that game will always kind of haunt the 49ers franchise.
Matt Mayoko joins us on the UMA guest line. So we'll go to the other news from yesterday. And Matt, there are days where I'm really, really excited to come to work. Then there are days where I'm dreading coming to work. And the reason I dreaded today is because having to deal with a guy saying, I told you so, is always frustrating. Deebo Samuel, it comes out yesterday, is now being given permission by the 49ers to start seeking a trade with his agent, Torrey Dandy. I just wonder, Matt, did you have the same feeling I did about Derek coming in today, that you didn't want to have to deal with him? Because he's been waving the Deebo flag for some time, like, oh, they're going to trade him.
Did you ask for a trade?
Yeah, no.
Well, here's the thing, is that I think he did the 49ers a favor.
Yeah.
I was of the opinion, and I still believe, that all things being equal, he was going to be on the team in 2025. And I think it was close. When I talked to people late in the year, it was 50-50,
yeah.
Whether he'll be back or not. And then I think the way the season ended and everything else, I think the 49ers kind of came to the conclusion that, we're going to keep him another year. It's close, and it could go either way. But I think that John Lynch was, let's keep him another year. And for Deebo Samuel to kind of be able to, in essence, give the 49ers the out of, I don't want to be here. Now, all of a sudden, a guy, let's not sugarcoat this. Deebo Samuel was a really good player for almost all of his time with the 49ers. The 2021 season was kind of groundbreaking, and that led to the big contract. Did his production live up to that in the future seasons? It didn't. And was last year a disappointment? Absolutely it was. But he had 1 year left on his deal. I think the 49ers had come to the conclusion that, let's keep him. because of all the other things. I mean, Juwan Jennings had his breakout year. He's kind of the known now heading into next year as far as the wide receiver position. Ricky Pearsall, you don't know exactly still what you're going to get with him. And then Brandon Ayuk is a complete wild card because of his physical condition. So I almost felt like the 49ers were in a corner where it was probably the best move to keep him. But as soon as he says, you know what, it's time, this thing has kind of run its course. And I think everybody, both on the inside and outside, can kind of see like, yeah, it has kind of run its course. And so for him to give the 49ers that out, I think kind of absolves the 49ers of being the bad guy in this. So in a lot of ways, I think that was I think he did the 49ers a big favor by, in essence, making the decision for him. And, people can say, well, he requested a trade 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and the 49ers didn't trade him. That was different. Like when guys are negotiating contracts, they do stuff. They do stuff with their social media. They request trades when maybe they really don't mean it. And Brandon Ayuk did it. Deebo Samuel did it, and it was all for the greater picture, the big picture of getting a big-time contract. This isn't about this. This is now a guy who's showing, you know what, I don't want to be here, and I think I'd be better off somewhere else, and I think you'd be better off with me somewhere else. So there's a part of me, a large part of me, that thinks that Deebo Samuel did the 49ers a huge favor by not only expressing it behind closed doors, but then having his agent and himself go public through Adam Schefter that this is that he wants out, and here's why he wants out.
And I'm not going to be annoying as Copes makes me out to be, Matt, but how does a 5th-round pick sound now for Deebo Samuel?
Well, it sounds to me like that would probably be a win for the 49ers because he still has this $15 million option bonus coming up in March 22nd, a week after the open of the new league year. He only has 1 year left on his contract. He's not exactly coming off a great season. He's coming off a season where he had career lows all in catches per game, yards receiving per game, and yards per rush attempt. So it's not exactly a situation where Deebo Samuel or the 49ers are working from a position of strength. So for a 1 year deal, a 5th-round draft pick, I would think that would be about the top level the 49ers could get for him.
And correct me if I'm wrong, so he's due, is it $15 million on March 22nd?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so is there a way, and I know like there's the post June 1st designation, all that. Mm-hmm. Can they totally avoid that by trading him and all the dead cap and whatnot?
Well, the dead cap is the dead cap, so that's money already paid. But what they could do, and this is, I mean, to just kind of pivot a little bit, this is why the Myles Garrett situation isn't quite as easy as I think, people want to say, like, I'll just trade whatever for Myles Garrett. I would think with Myles Garrett and with Deebo Samuel, that'll come with a new contract. A lot of trades now, I would say almost all trades these days, it's contingent, and especially when Deebo Samuel's representation is given permission to go out and seek a trade. So they're working a number of different angles. They're talking to teams and saying, okay, if you were to trade for me, what contract would you give me? Or what would you be willing to take on? And so there might be a team would say, we'd love to have you, and we don't want to take a chance on the open market. We'd like to trade for you, but there's no way we're paying you $15 million on March 22nd. So if we work out the compensation with the 49ers, how about if you agree to this contract? So there are things to be worked out behind the scenes there. And the reason I mentioned Myles Garrett is because people can look at Myles Garrett contract and say, oh my gosh, he's making, $1.7 million this year. That's an easy, trade to be made. I would assume that Myles Garrett's agent is going to be going, okay, you trade for Myles Garrett and you must give him, a 2-year contract extension, make it a 4-year deal that makes him the highest paid player in the league.
Definitely.
So there are all these things kind of working on behind the scenes where it's the teams working with each other to find the right compensation, but also, the potential new team working with the player, in this instance, Deebo Samuel, to find a contract that works for both sides.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. This presumably will put the 49ers in the wide receiver market via draft or via free agency. I would think maybe more free agency just to get another veteran presence in here, because Ayuk will start the year not with the team due to the injury. What kind of market do you think they'd be in? I mean, it wouldn't be top of the market, I assume. What kind of talent? And where's is it like a B- type receiver? Is it a C+ type guy? Where are we looking?
Yeah, I would think a 3 or a 4.
Yeah.
I don't think they'd be looking to get a starter. I would think between Juwan Jennings and what he showed last season, I would think between that as well as investing a first-round draft pick in Ricky Pearsall, as well as, and there's a question mark here about Brandon Ayuk. When's he going to be ready? When he's ready, how effective is he going to be initially? But I would think between those 3 guys, you feel like if you're the 49ers, okay, there's at least 2 starters there, and then at some point you'll have a quality 3, whether it's Ayuk coming back to the starting lineup and knocking Pearsall down a peg or whatever. So I would think with that, you'd want to get a veteran guy who is functional in this offense, who's smart, who can pick things up quickly, and then also, continue to develop Jacob Cowling so that, you have an insurance policy there as well. So I can't imagine, after paying Brandon Ayuk what they did last year and, spending a first-round draft pick on Ricky Pearsall, and you still have Juwan Jennings making $7.5 million a year, I can't imagine that they'd go out and pay starters money for a wide receiver. And then also, kind of to your point, if you do draft a wide receiver, it's tough. In this system particularly, it's tough to find a guy who can step in from the college ranks and just pick it right up. So, I would suspect with 10 draft picks and maybe an 11th coming, if they do trade Deebo Samuel, I would imagine that they would draft a wide receiver at some point, but I don't know that you could draft him in, say, the 4th or 5th round and expect him, well, they don't have a 5th round pick, but let's just say the 4th or 6th round, and expect somebody to come in immediately and make a significant upgrade.
So you said a 5th round pick would be a win for the 49ers, but given that the news is out there now that he wants to leave and the 49ers are trying to accommodate that by having his agent seek out a trade, he's due money on March 22nd. Is there a possibility, or even a strong possibility, that Deebo Samuel was just cut off the football team?
Yeah, there is that possibility. Absolutely. And it's, I do think that Deebo going public does benefit the 49ers in this sense. If the 49ers were going out there and seeking a trade for Deebo, I think a lot of teams around the league would be going, hold it now. You basically invented this position. You drafted him in 2019. You kind of, through the offense that you run, making him that dual threat guy, the wide back, you made him who he is. And if you're now out there pushing to trade him, then if you don't want him, then why would we want him? Because you guys figured out exactly how he fits. And if you're trying to trade him, that means he's toast. Now that Deebo has gone out there and said that he thinks it's best for both sides to move on, at least that gives the 49ers a little bit of leverage in that, they can talk to teams and say, hey, look, we don't want to trade him, but we like him. He's been a good player for the 49ers for 6 years. So we're just trying to do him a one-up and trade him. But no, I do think that if a team, if there's multiple teams out there and a place that he wants to go and a team doesn't want to take a chance on losing him as a free agent, then, they'll make that trade. But I do think that there is definitely a possibility that the 49ers could end up releasing him, and they already have it set up so that they could do the post-June 1 designation to release him, and then it's not a $31 million cap hit for this year. Then it becomes I believe it's a $10 million cap hit, this year with a $5 million cap savings. So ultimately, there's a give and take. If the 49ers trade him, they'll get some compensation back that they wouldn't get, but they would also take a huge cap hit this year. The upside of that is that after this year, he's off the books and they don't have to worry about it anymore.
Matt, you said to us a couple of weeks back that you thought the Niners would be in free agency, probably more involved in the second wave of free agency. Do you still feel that way? And could the Deebo move or money tied to that have anything to do with it? Could they move into the first wave?
You know what? I mean, they surprised me a couple of years ago when they got Javon Hargrave.
Sure.
But I would think with just the money tied up and the other situations that they must address as far as Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, I would think that they wouldn't be getting another high-priced player. I mean, they already, if you look at their salary cap structure, I mean, they have so many high-priced players, some of the highest-priced players at their position groups. I mean, think about it. They have Christian McCaffrey. They have George Kittle. They have Trent Williams. They have Nick Bosa. They have Fred Warner. I mean, I just ticked off guys who are at the absolute highest end of their pay scale at their positions in the NFL, and then you're going to add Brock Purdy upon that. So I don't see that being the case where they're going to continue to spend big money to bring in one of the highest paid players at their position. So I still kind of think they have to be strategic in the way they approach free agency.
Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Make sure you're reading him and following him and listening to the 49ers Talk podcast with Matt and Jennifer Lee Chan. Matt, we'll talk to you later, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Matt.
All right. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
Good deal there. You missed any of that, all available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. I mean, a lot's going to change and maneuver in the next couple of weeks and months in terms of the salary cap, then when we know where it will be, what Deebo's impact will be in terms of how much it's going to cost them to get rid of him or cut him or trade him, whatever that may be. And then how they structure Brock Purdy's contract is all going to go into how they go about free agency this offseason.
Yep. And I told you so.
He waited until Matt left, though.
Yes.
So I told you so.
I don't want to be annoying to Matt, but
no, Matt laughed.
I was on Deebo getting traded before everybody else.
You were, dude. The best thing that's going to come out of this is one thing we don't have to hear anymore, Tim. The Tyson package. I don't need to hear more Tyson.
No more of that.
I don't need more Tyson. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. It's Dirty Work on a Monday evening. The Warriors are taking on the Milwaukee Bucks tonight.
As we speak.
We have a sound soiree for you featuring Steve Young, who popped up in the Super Bowl narration for Super Bowl 60 for next year. By the way, did you hear Greg and Greg talking about Super Bowl 50 when it was here? Because that was just Super Bowl L, and they just went with that big L.
No, they didn't.
They didn't. They used the 50. They used 50.
I mean, I know Big L. I'm a big fan of Big L. But
I'm the one who was on to Brock before anybody else was.
Thank you.
I was on the Big L first.
No, they specifically said it looked stupid to have the Big L, so they went with 50. They did not go with that. They did not go with that.
Just blatantly wrong. And then
doesn't surprise me that Greg doesn't remember that whole week because that was a hellish week for Media Row. Oh yeah, I had to produce 2 shows at the same time, and Greg was having none of it. Greg was having none of me telling him like, "Hey, this handler doesn't want to talk about this." It was just quickly. It was Marcus Allen came by, and Sandler was like, "I hear that one of the hosts is a big O.J. Simpson fan." I'm like, "Yeah," and he goes, "Well, he can't ask any O.J. questions." I'm like, "He's not." And the guy's like, "I want to hear from him that he's not going to ask any O.J. questions."
By the way, if Greg Papa told you to your face that he wasn't going to ask you O.J. Simpson questions, would you believe him?
Yeah, I had to write a note to my dad while he was on air, slip him a note saying, "Don't ask any O.J. questions." The look he gave me, like, "What do you think I'm an idiot?" I was like, okay, this is going terribly.
What about relationship questions regarding Eric and OJ?
I'm the one who was on to Brock before anybody else.
We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll do a sound soiree featuring Steve Young, who narrated the video for the promo of Super Bowl 60 coming to Levi Stadium. Jameis Winston sitting with Burt Kreischer, the comedian at the Super Bowl. John Gruden popped up multiple times. We got all that for you in the sound soiree next, only here on the Sports Leader.
According to Adam Schefter, Deebo Samuel and his agent have been granted permission to find a trade partner after Samuel requested a trade during his exit interview with the team. For the latest on all things 49ers, keep it locked to KNBR, your home for 49ers football for the last 20 seasons.
Here's Jabo on top of the arc, leading Nico. Nico, put it across. Jabo sets it down. Jabo makes it 3-1. Earthquakes.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's dirty work on a Monday. We got a full week. We got a holiday week next week.
We do.
President's Day. Frankly, my favorite day. You see your boy out there yesterday?
Oh, I did. I'm surprising the only sitting president to go to
a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised me, too, to see that. I mean, I guess the president thing is always tied to, like, baseball games. Throw out the first pitch at games. That goes back. That's an old thing. Like, presidents go to games. Obviously, the George Bush pitch in the World Series after 9/11. That was huge.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, Trump at the Super Bowl yesterday. Standing there like he was John Adams, dude, with doing the salute during the national anthem.
Saw a great post online. It was a selfie of President Trump and Jackson Mahomes, and the caption said this:
I saw that.
Let's go Birds!
Did it really?
Go Birds!
Yes,
Let's go Birds!
saw that as well. Yeah,
That's pretty funny.
Caught a little bit of the pregame interview where
Patrick Mahomes beaten like a dog.
Yeah, the Fox guy was like, it seems like you ran a no huddle offense.
Talking about your boy Bear.
Yeah, as soon as you get into office, it's a no or as soon as you get into office, it's a no huddle offense for you, huh? I was like, all right, I don't need to hear the football terminology.
The football terminology that you're giving us before.
Check out the Puppy Bowl.
Yeah, exactly.
I did check out the Puppy Bowl, dude. That thing's unwatchable.
See,
that thing is unwatchable.
And it's probably like 10 years old, right?
No, you keep saying this like they're running the old.
They rerun the same damn Puppy Bowl. I'm onto it.
They do new ones.
I'm onto you,
it's
Animal
a new
Planet.
One every year. It's a new one every year. This was Puppy Bowl 21. I don't think I'd ever paid enough attention.
No one can prove that, though.
Ever watched it? It's new dogs all the time. They're like advertising.
Yeah, no one
can
prove that.
They have new announcing on it every year. What do you mean nobody can prove it? What are you talking about? They film a new one every year.
I'm onto you. I'm onto you, Animal Planet.
This is your bit you're hanging on?
Oh, yeah.
That they run
the strongest take I've ever had.
The same Puppy Bowl
It's the same damn Puppy Bowl every year.
It's bad. It's a bad watch. It's a really bad watch. Like, the dogs are cute.
Yeah,
That's the cutest part about it.
Yeah, but it's like a penalty for roughness.
Yeah, some of the names of the use are kind of funny. Like the dogs are. Some of them. There was a Deebo reference on somebody. There was a Jim Harbaugh, which I thought was pretty ridiculous.
I do love a good pun.
I didn't realize that they're actually. I thought the Puppy Bowl was more of like the dog show.
Like Westminster Dog Show?
Like, I thought it was, I mean, I know that they're
Best in
different.
Show?
I know that they're different, but I thought that was more like what it was like. I thought they were doing events that were like dog events, but it was the Puppy Bowl.
Yeah.
They actually just have them sitting there on a football field, like running around, and if they happen to pick up a toy and cross a goal line, then they get points for it.
Yeah.
And they're trying to call it like it's an actual.
And aren't hamsters like the cheerleaders?
No, they had cheerleaders, but they weren't hamsters this year.
Okay.
Maybe they've done that in the past. They had some dogs that had like tutus on, and I guess there was like a cat halftime show. I was out of there like mid-second quarter.
Yeah.
I flipped it on. It was like late first, and I was like, I think I'm done.
Yeah, but like, wouldn't it be hilarious if these dogs...
Late first.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if these dogs just like become like instinctual and just like, oh, look at these cute puppies. And over here we have the hamster. Oh, my God. This dog is eating the head off of this hamster.
No, that's Ozzy Osbourne, actually.
Yeah.
707 says if it was the same Puppy Bowl they did 10 years ago, a bunch of these dogs wouldn't be walking the earth right now.
That is true.
Yeah, Pat Mabones, somebody says. There was one out there like that.
So this is what A.J. Cruz was watching yesterday. He claims he did not watch a second of the Super Bowl except for the halftime show, which we'll get into later.
I flipped it on because I was just like flipping channels, see what was on. I think there were some NBA games in the morning and some college hoops, and I was just flipping through. I was like, oh, the Puppy Bowl's on. I'll give it like 10 minutes, see what this is about. I know people always talk about it. And
see what it's about.
I did, because I was like, people always reference it, and I was like, I've never watched it.
I wonder what goes on these Puppy Bowls.
Yeah,
It's just dogs playing football.
Well, I watched it. They're not really, though. That's kind of what pissed me off. So I was like, I thought it was a dog competition that then they just called like, it's the Puppy Bowl.
Right,
you know what I mean? Like, they named it that. Which I was like, that's great. I'm in for that. I'm in to watch some dogs jump through some hoops. Westminster Dog Show is fun.
Dude, I'm all down for Fred Willard. May he rest in peace. Announcing a good Westminster Dog Show.
Yeah, I mean, shout out Best in Show.
How much do you think I could bench, huh? Great movie,
dude.
Great movie.
Fred Willard, fantastic dude in Best in Show.
So, would you say these dogs like wide receivers or more like quarterbacks of their team?
The golden receivers. Don't forget the sequel to Air Bud.
Oh yeah,
Air Bud, first movie to ever make me cry. Don't you know?
Oh, really?
Tim, did you roll your eyes, dude?
Pretty hard, actually, yeah.
I feel like when I've shared that in the past.
The camera's not on. Hang on, let me get on so everybody can see.
I wasn't like, 28. I I was like 9 years old or something.
It was last week, right?
And I have a dog, and I had a dog, my best friend. So when
brown dog.
Yeah, no, that's different. That's brown cat.
Okay, gotcha.
The dog, though, when he tries to get rid of Buddy, and he's like yelling at him in the backyard, and the field's like, go away, get out of here.
It's a hard moment.
I didn't cry when that coach was throwing basketballs in that kid's face, though. I'll tell you that. That was bizarre, dude. There's a whole level of abuse in there.
Let's not forget the sequel to Air Bud
was the Golden Receiver. Wasn't it?
Receiver.
Yeah. Put it on the football field.
Which my favorite thing in the Air Bud movies is always like some guy being like, "Can a dog play basketball? Can a dog play football?" Well, it's not in the rule book.
Somebody says
I'm sure it is.
There's nothing in the rule book that says he can't, and you're like, what? What are we talking about?
Yeah, but the sequel always pissed me off. Where I'm just like the dog's catching like the ball with his mouth, using his teeth. Like,
how does that? Come on. Yeah, talk Deflategate with me.
Yeah, I know. But also like these high schoolers are like, some linebacker's going to come over and just like knock the crap out of a dog. Come on.
Yeah, 808 KNBR, like sports movies that could have never happened for real. Like Mike, number one.
Yeah.
Shout out Tolbert. But yeah, Golden or Air Bud's up there. Dude, by the way, when he shoots, everything's an alley-oop, just like he heads it in from 3 or whatever. Like,
there are 5 of them. There are 5.
There's 5 Air Buds?
5 Air Buds.
Well, don't even mention like the spin-offs where it's
Air
like
Bud, Air Bud Golden Retriever, Air Bud, what is it? World Pup, Air Bud 7th inning fetch, Air Bud Spikes back.
Hold on, Air Bud 7th inning fetch is solid.
Air Bud 2 Electric Boogaloo.
I like that, dude. I like Air Bud 7th inning.
There is spin-offs. It's just
the soccer ones.
Air Buddies, Snow Buddies,
yeah, Air Buddies,
Space Buddies.
Yep. It's a franchise we didn't know we needed.
He goes to space.
Wanted.
He goes to space?
Sure. Yeah, he goes to space. He goes treasure hunting. Super Buddies. The Search for Santa Paws. Santa Paws 2. Tim Allen's in it. What are we doing?
Wait,
so is there more Air Buds or more Land Before Times?
It's got to be more Land Before Times.
Yeah. Like in the 30s.
And all these have got to go. I mean, I know Land Before Times are also like straight to VHS or DVD or whatever, but these have all beyond.
There's a lot of direct-to-video.
I was going to say, beyond Air Bud, the original, these have all gotten...
Air Bud Golden Receiver was also
theaters.
Released in theaters.
I remember seeing that. I definitely remember seeing that in theaters.
This has been Dirty Work's take on Air Bud.
Yeah.
This has been the South Soiree, by the way.
There is a poster at the bitter end. There was a team for years they would come in and they would do nothing but Air Bud team names based on this. But it was always like a riff on me. So it would be Air Bud Tim gets dunked on. So fast forward to the guys all move away. But on their last one, they bring in a poster and it's Air Bud and it's a photo of me. They're dunking on me.
Yeah.
Somebody got a photo of me walking back from the grocery store. Got toilet paper in my hand and everything. And Air Bud's dunking up. It's pretty bad. And yeah, it's still.
Snap us a photo
Why
of
is
that,
that not
Tim.
here, Tim? We need that.
I don't like it, but I will also I'll accept the comedy of it.
We're gonna
that's not about you. It's about
the
us.
bit. It's about the listeners. Now you've described it. We've brought it to the air.
I need to see this.
I'm not ashamed. Like, the toilet paper's a little shameful. But.
Tim can get the photo tomorrow when he's out there at the bitter end hosting trivia, like he does every Tuesday. And we do Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia.
Oh yeah, it's already coming up.
Yeah, it comes fast now, right?
It does.
Yeah, a little too fast.
Well, I had that problem.
925 says the Air Bud leader, all the bud you'll ever need. 707 says another sports movie that could have never happened, Angels in the Outfield.
No.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Pretty good, yeah. Pretty good.
Okay.
Tony Danza's out there. He's like a chain smoking cigarettes.
Yeah. Just sorry to change topics here, but we'll do Sound Soiree next. Let's just do the halftime show stuff here. What did you think of Kendrick Lamar and the whole halftime show?
Loved it.
Yeah.
Thought it was great. Really good halftime show. Saw somebody on Twitter being like, we got to get rid of these DEI halftime shows.
Oh, come on.
I was like, there's literally been 2 rap halftime shows ever. Anyway, I thought it was fun. I thought it was really good. Thought it was funny that, again, I told you I'm not like the biggest Kendrick fan in the world. And the beef between he and Drake is hilarious and peculiar to me. They're like of the same label. Drake's whole career has been like dunked on completely.
Yes.
It's more to me that like once Kendrick came out with Not Like Us, then everybody who liked Drake was like, no, F Drake. Or people who've been bopping to Drake for years are like, screw Drake. Drake sucks. I'm like, you can think that, and you may have thought that forever. I know you're not a Drake fan.
No.
But I'm like, he's coming out with albums every summer, and he's like topping the charts. He's not hosting Saturday Night Live because people hate him. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of my point.
falling off of grace I've ever seen.
That's what I'm saying. So Kendrick Lamar, I mean, one of the all-time takedowns of anybody in the history of anything ever. Drake makes a diss track on him. He then makes a diss track about Drake where he like calls him a pedophile. then it wins 5 Grammys. The song rap of the year, it's like album of the year, it's like music video of the year, performance of the year, performs it at the Grammys, and then a week later performs it
with the whole damn Superdome.
Dude, and he gets
singing along with him being, it's got to be an A minor. The whole damn stadium singing along with that.
Calling him out by name, like on the stage.
Smiling at him.
He's got his ex-girlfriend, Serena Williams, the greatest tennis player.
Dude, I never knew that Serena dated Drake. That was surprising.
They've had beef for years now. Yeah, before she dated whoever her current husband is. He's like the CEO of Reddit or something like that.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. They have kids, I think, together now. Yeah. But they got together after she and Drake were there because Drake was like showing up.
She's crip walking
at Grand Slams. She was like crip walking at the Super Bowl, dude.
Ultimate troll. Like honestly, like
he's mentioned her in songs too. By the way.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, and I mean Kendrick shouts at Serena, I think, in Not Like Us.
Yeah, he does. But like as far as rap beefs, like I mean, Tupac and Biggie, Nas, Jay-Z, 50 Cent, and Ja Rule. I think 50 Cent like pretty much destroyed Ja Rule's career. I've never seen someone take someone down like this on a grand stage. Grammy, Super Bowl, you named it, Coach.
He ruined his life.
Yeah,
there's nothing bigger than the Super Bowl. It's in 195 countries.
Well, the best thing too is Drake watched because he's a major sports fan. Like he was watching the Bowl. Yeah. Probably had money on it too.
Had to have money on the Chiefs.
Hilarious if he lost on the Chiefs. He's got to watch.
But no, as far as the performance,
what a kick in the pills.
Yeah,
dude.
As far as the performance, honestly, it was some of the best I've seen in years. Like he performed maybe 10 songs. It was hard to tell which ones were like interludes or like weird.
By the way, Drake also had a thing with SZA. She was out there killing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, but it was great. I love
kind of got them all.
Like everyone that's upset about it today, where it's like, oh, I couldn't understand what he was saying or how un-American and what. Like, please stop it. Like that was the whole point. Samuel L. Jackson came out in his Uncle Sam outfit because he was basically telling the white audience, you're not going to understand this or you're not going to like this. And then you know what? I loved it. I thought it was great. And yeah, I want to see more performances like that.
Yeah, 808 KNBR, what'd you think of the Kendrick performance? You have some sound, right? What are we throwing to here?
Oh, just I like the whole thing was going to be like, are they going to perform They Not Like Us because Apple Music's getting sued by Drake?
But no, United Music Group is getting sued by Drake.
Okay.
Their agent, their record label is for slander and defamation. I mean, he outright accused him of something.
Yeah.
So they did actually. It's funny when Kendrick performed it at the Grammys. Like they did in its entirety, Not Like Us, and the crowd's all singing it too.
Yeah.
Was yelling about Drake. Used to go to the Grammy. He's like, I used to go to that.
Yeah.
They used to have me at that thing. And so Kendrick performed it there. And then there was thought that maybe he wouldn't say the accusatory line on air at the Super Bowl because then maybe Fox would be opening themselves up to a lawsuit. So he cut out the pedophile line. But people are talking about the lowercase chain he's wearing too, that might be a diss. Everything he's doing.
It was extremely well done.
High level riffing, dude.
No, it was extremely well done.
I can't do anything but applaud. Great performance. As a guy who likes to troll myself, I applaud the trolling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't come at somebody if you're not ready for what's going to happen after.
Well, no, Drake made a terrible decision to go after him in a song and say he's not in the same class as far as the top 3 MCs in hip hop right now.
Yeah, he went a little further than that, but yeah.
No, it's a terrible. Yeah, then he went personal after that. No, it was awful. The whole misstep in his career. But I thought it was well done by Kendrick. As far as the commercials, I didn't like most of them. I think the only ones that made me laugh were "Seal is a Seal."
Yeah.
For what was that for?
That one.
That was for.
I don't know if you don't know what it's for.
Was it Mountain Dew?
Mountain Dew. That's
creepy
right.
As hell.
And then Eugene Levy's eyebrows made me laugh. But besides that, didn't care for most of the commercials.
Yeah. I don't think I was moved by really anything yesterday. Pretty excited to see Thunderbolts, which is coming out. New Marvel movie.
And I'm a Seal guy.
That's it. Are you?
Big Seal guy.
You're a big Seal man?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
How we ever gonna survive?
Let's take a quick break and then do some sound soiree. I want to hear some Gruden.
Get a little crazy.
Less Seal,
no
more
Seal.
Gruden.
No, this is not a Seal leader. Anyway. the Air Bud leader. We will do sound soiree. It's next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, you can declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want and potentially for the rest of your life. Look, you worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid some of the common mistakes that happen to people when they get to retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and even keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially if you're somebody who's already saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence at O'Donnell Financial Group. You can find them online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, that number 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Monday evening. Larry Kruger coming up at the top of the hour with Niners Nightly. Lots of Deebo talk, I'm sure, coming your way with Krug and some Super Bowl talk, and he'll get to your calls, as he always does, on Niners Nightly. We are right around the corner from a Diners Nightly starting soon.
Can't wait for that debut.
I'm ready for Diners Nightly.
I want to talk a little moons over my hammy.
Breakfast menu's got to pour through, man.
How many breads would you like to have as an option at breakfast?
I'm grinding tape right now.
You go wheat, you go sourdough, you go white. Not me, I like rye. I like a rye bread. All right, let's get into a sound soiree here. Steve Young.
Steve Young.
Number 8, the Hall of Famer. They roll out a Super Bowl promo for Super Bowl 60, which will be at Levi Stadium. Will they go with just LX? I was like, well, that's what you got it, man. Mm-hmm. Steve Young, here he is doing the Super Bowl 60 promo.
It starts with a dream. A dream so vivid, so tantalizing that it needs to be real. How does this idea become reality? How do dreams come true? The secret might just be found in the Bay Area, the land of dreamers. But people here don't just dream. They make things happen, time and time again. Movement after movement. The people of the Bay Area have always been change makers, full of passion and grit, made of diversity and drive, determined to get what they want, what they've worked for. what they've earned. This same dream, spirit, and drive is what it takes to win a Super Bowl, to realize your dream and become a legend. So on February 8th, 2026, we return to the Bay to see who has what it takes to make their dream come true and make their mark on Super Bowl 60.
Nice, Steve.
It was nicely done. I would have preferred it was more like the authentic Steve that we get, though. It was like, oh, come on, bro. Come on. You can have the Super Bowl in what, Cleveland?
Like
Detroit? No, come on. You're coming to Santa Clara. Come on.
Well, what is a dream? But it's got to be real, bro. Come on. The Bay Area. Where else would you go?
Yeah. Come on, dreamers, schemers. Are you dreaming for football? Dreaming for football? Mahomes and football?
Are you Jones and Mahomes? He starts doing the Rich Eisen commercial we hear every day. I think that thing's probably gone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're out of football season, so they can't keep doing that.
I hope they do it with basketball. Are you masking for basking? I don't know.
Are you flagging for basketball?
Yeah. Are you basketballing for LeBron? I don't know. Would you even go basketball?
I guess.
I don't know. Let's move on to the sound soiree.
Are you drooling for dribbles?
Stop. Let's go to, how about Jameis Winston?
Dude, Jameis is
So Jameis was like a Fox correspondent at
He was amazing.
Media Row. He was hilarious. He was a riot, going around talking to different people. Saw him do a rock, paper, scissors with Pete Davidson. You see that on like
I
one of
saw
the red
that,
carpets?
and then I also saw him do one with Robert Kraft.
He challenged Pete Davidson to rock, paper, scissors, and then while they're doing it and taping it, Kevin Costner like walks by in the middle of the shot. He's like, "Oh, hey, Kevin," and then he gets right back in. Like he doesn't even care, dude. He just keeps moving.
Yeah.
Here's Jameis. He's sitting with a comedian, shirtless comedian, Bert. How do you say his last name? Kreischer.
Bert Kreischer.
He was wearing a shirt though during the Super Bowl.
Of course, I'm saying when he performs,
No,
he's
I know,
known as.
I know.
Just pointing him out to everybody. Bert Kreischer. He's at the Super Bowl. A.J. Brown scores, and then he did a. What did he do? The cha-cha slide?
He did.
Cha-cha slide is a celebration after A.J. Brown catches a touchdown. Here's what Jameis sounded like mic'd up after seeing the TD.
They're saying A.J. Brown did my celebration. Are you serious? Bro, can I just give you a celebration suggestion? A celebration. Can I help you with your celebration? Yeah. All right. I know at family reunions we talk about a cha-cha slide. I want you to slide to the left, slide to the right, crisscross, and eat a W and walk off that thing. I got you. Oh, he did it! Oh my God! I told him to do that celebration. For real? Yes. Slide to the left, slide to the right, crisscross. I told him to eat a W, he ain't eat a W yet, but I know if they win, he gonna eat a W. Oh my gosh! Oh man, this is epic. Buddy, I love how much you love life. I've just been on the Jumbotron, and I technically celebrated in the Eagles end zone. Let's go. You are the greatest guy alive. No, bro, you're the greatest.
Jeez. We need more Jameis. I'm sorry. I don't need him breaking down the game. I just need him in the field, just talking to people, interviewing just weird people. He could be the new Kenny Mayne. I do think that Jameis Winston is sneaky funny, and he doesn't even know how funny he is.
He might be funnier than Bert Kreischer, if I'm being honest with you.
Oh, are you not a fan?
Not a Kreischer guy.
Yeah.
No, Tim?
Yeah.
Wait, we're giving away Kreischer tickets next week.
Just play Ted Ramey highlights again.
Yeah, dude, right. Let's just do that again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did he eat the W? He didn't eat the W.
He did not eat the W.
No. That'd be funny if he did.
It would be.
Eating the W is pretty funny.
Yeah.
It's stupid as hell, but it's funny.
Might be as close as Jameis gets to a Super Bowl end zone.
Might be.
Might be that. Might be it.
Live me from pick sixes.
Moving on here in the sound soiree, DeAndre Hopkins, receiver for the Chiefs. Everybody talked all about the penalties, all about how the Chiefs were catching breaks from the refs and everything, that they were paid off. They were in the NFL's pocket, which was always funny to me because everybody was rooting against the Chiefs in the Super Bowl outside of Kansas City.
Yeah.
Why would the NFL want a team that everybody hates to be in the Super Bowl every year? Right?
Right.
Why would that cause more viewership or create more viewership? Anyway, here's what DeAndre Hopkins, chief receiver, said about what people were thinking about referees after the Chiefs took that 40-22 loss.
You know, I saw a lot of things in the media about the refs, but obviously what y'all gonna say now about the refs and us when there was a lot of touchy calls? Are y'all gonna report that? Are y'all gonna talk about the refs now?
I mean, what touchy calls are we talking about? Because you can make a debate on the 4th and 2 catch by A.J. Brown. You can make a debate about the Trent McDuffie helmet to helmet. But besides that, what are we talking about, DeAndre?
I was actually more thinking about talking about when you dropped that wide open third down conversion.
Yeah.
First half. kind of stalled them out a little bit.
I don't think he has really much of a leg to stand on.
What is he talking to? Is he talking about media? Or is he talking about fans? Like, what are you talking about? Like,
Both.
Okay.
You going to report on that now? No, I don't think so. It's the offseason.
Well, what?
No.
Yeah, like what?
I don't think so, bro.
Well, also, but like you got your ass kicked. Like, why are you going to that?
Yeah. I mean, again, I don't think there were there wasn't any horrible calls, I didn't think, in yesterday's game. But it did seem like things went against the Chiefs, but also the Chiefs didn't play well. So, like, when you're not getting calls and you're not playing well, like, what?
Yeah.
What's there to talk about?
I want to put to bed that whole thing because I
just never really cared about it.
Neither did I. Like, there obviously is some favoritism towards the Chiefs. However, I don't think the NFL is going out of their way to have calls go in favor of Mahomes so they can win football games.
How about John Gruden?
I'm always in favor of John Gruden.
John Gruden. He was at Media Row.
He was.
And he talked to a radio station from Dallas.
Yes.
And they asked him what he thank God for those guys, asking him for us. What do you think, Gruden, about Brock Purdy's contract situation? Would you pay Brock Purdy? Here's what John Gruden says about Brock.
They should build a statue of him in San Francisco. He covered their ass, man. They gave up 3 first-round draft choices to get a guy they got rid of. You guys have him in Dallas. And this guy's the last pick of the draft. He's taking you to the Super Bowl. He's taking you to the brink. He deserves to get paid, and I'll just leave it at that.
No, I'm with Gruden. Smart man, that Gruden.
It's an interesting take, too. It's like we always say, well, the Niners, not we always, but people say when they're being critical, they blew 3 draft picks on Trey Lance. And you go, yeah, but you ended up with Brock, so does it matter? Like the comp I always make, and I say this to you all the time, you spent $126 on Barry Zito, but you found Tim Lincecum. Does it matter who the Cy Young Award winner is if you win? Right? Like if you win and you find success, didn't you just pay for that talent?
It looks a lot worse if they didn't find Brock Purdy.
But that's what he's saying. And so his take on they should build him a statue, and then he's talking like the organization should because he bailed their asses out.
They
don't find Brock Purdy.
They
don't find Brock Purdy and like Sudfeld's playing football for the night. Like this thing could have gone bad, real bad, or you'd be sitting here with a broken, bad Jimmy. Like I don't really know.
Yeah, Jimmy would still be here.
They would have had to find another path fairly quickly. Maybe it would have been Darnold anyway. Who knows?
Yeah,
but every butterfly effect of Brock Purdy showing up and being who he is has changed the Niners' outlook for a number of years going forward. More from John Gruden.
Okay, so I saw this on Friday. So this is from Barstool Sports. They do this sketch comedy group called Out of Bounds. And the whole premise of this is these guys are having a Super Bowl party, and they invite their girlfriends over, and the girlfriends are not interested in the Super Bowl. They're more interested in Taylor Swift. And they're like, we're going to bring this guy we know from yoga over named John. And all the guys are like, oh, God, okay, whatever. It turns out to be John Gruden. John Gruden shows up to the Super Bowl party, but he wants to hang out with the girls more than the guys.
Okay.
Hey, listen, girls, I didn't have a chance to make my charcuterie board, but I did have time to make my world-famous chicken dip. You're going to love it.
I was going to watch the game with us. Hey, John, you want to come watch the game with us?
No, that's okay. I've been traded, fired, and trampled to death. There's a lot more to life than football, right, ladies?
Oh, yeah.
This dip, you're going to love that dip. Put that dip in there. It's phenomenal. Oh, boy, I hope they have pink raspberry Cosmos.
Oh, cheers, Taylor!
Are these the losers you guys hang out with?
Yeah.
Losers. It's just shredded chicken, cream cheese, and ranch. And then you cook it at 375 for 20 minutes. Wait till it starts bubbling. It's that simple.
And he was DMing other girls. He was messaging other girls. What?
Listen, sweetie, just get out right now. He's got a receding hairline. He's only got 2 years, and it's all going to be gone. A bald-headed loser. Who wants that?
Nobody.
Did you get your hair done?
Yeah, I did.
I got to get my hair done. I just get it dry and let it fly. If you ask me, I think Ariana should arrive in a pink bubble to get an Academy Award for that performance. I mean, it's just like, wow.
Something wicked.
Boyfriends eat mac and cheese. Husbands don't.
Say that again.
Pink Pony Club. I'm going to keep on dancing down in West Hollywood. One more time. I'm going to keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. I'm going to keep on dancing down in West Hollywood.
Hell yeah. Like Chaperone, hell yeah.
Dude, John Gruden from his emails singing Chaperone.
Dude, like, I didn't know how beneficial it was going to be for us for him to go to Barstool. It's so great. I mean, I love John Gruden anyway. Maybe like as it's gone even further into what media is now and how he does everything with them. So I'm going a little like a field trip with somebody from Barstool. He was talking to a woman on one of their podcasts, and she brings up he drinks black coffee every day. and she brings up iced coffee, and he goes, never had an iced coffee.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one.
So she takes him to get an iced coffee. He'd never done it. And
Changed my life.
He drinks it, and he turns around from the counter, he looks at her, and he goes, that's pretty good. Yeah. It's different. It's different than hot. It tastes different.
Well, dude,
he said change his whole life. Yeah,
dude, he's definitely going with the flow, like the behind-the-scenes footage of that when they made that sketch.
She's hilarious.
The girls are teaching him the Chaperone song, and while he's singing it, he's like getting into it, and then they're done. He's like, I tell you what, man, I like that song.
I like that Chaperone, man. She's pretty good. That's your Sound Soiree for Monday, February 10th, 2025. Larry Krueger at the top of the hour with Niners Nightly, and we will put the show to bed next on the Sports Leader.
Be sure to catch NBA Commissioner Adam Silver with Murph and Marcus tomorrow at 8:30 ahead of the NBA All-Star Game this weekend. 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Adam Silver, Murph and Marcus, the sports leader. Let's go, John Curley.